Lin Yi's lyrics for these two songs are not perfunctory, but rather, he is thinking about the children. Because he knows the children are still young. Lin E is really putting his heart and soul into it, really working for the sake of the scholars. The deputy director let out a gasp. The staff was more than full of emotion. On the basis of being able to think of this alone, Lin E had already outperformed the vast majority of stars and singers in China. Only such a talent deserves to be on the Pledge of Allegiance video. Lee Gage gives the most heartfelt critique. Lin Yi's video continues to play as well. Live hard. Love hard. Even with your life on the line. I'm not looking for anyone's satisfaction, just my own. I never chose to give up on my ideals. Even on a gray day. Struggle for ideals. Gray heads don't give up. This is not done for the recognition of others, but just to be worthy of the effort you have put in. The raspy singing voice instantly brought back memories for everyone in the room. They weren't born sitting in an office. Nor are they born with positions that are high in the eyes of the common man. When they were young, countless hours of sweat have gone into this. Endured countless rumors and gossip for this. Now they've succeeded. Found the world full of flowers. It stands even higher on the highest peaks. That's what it's like to come through. Kids who didn't take the GCSE are bound to not understand. They're still at it today. Still facing terror and fright from the cliffs of the future. Seems to understand that. Lin E continued to sing. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have dreams of naivety. I'm gonna go prove it with my whole life. Maybe I'm a bit clumsy with my hands, but I'm willing to keep searching. Give all your youth without regret. Chapter 73, Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart. Wishing high school students success in pursuing their dreams. The slightly bitter and helpless song echoed through the office. Heartache is not easy to write on the faces of the people. These two lyrics. Singing about exactly who they once were. Why didn't I hear this song when I was in high school? Lee didn't hold back. This was also true in the minds of the people present. The nights on the eve of the college entrance exams are destined to be harder than the nights. Farmers have been parents for most of their lives and are unable to counsel their schoolchildren in any way. They understand the importance of high school and learning, but they don't realize how difficult it is for the children. There is no innate talent for excellence. Nor do they have an enviable strong physique. All they have is to give all their youth and work beyond the ordinary. But does hard work always pay off? This question couldn't help but appear in Li Gui's mind. He has more life experience than the staff. Seen a lot of failure that goes hand in hand with effort. Since effort can't be 100% successful, why was Lin E singing so much? Simply to resonate with the listener? No, there's no way Lin E would do that. He's not this kind of person. It didn't even give Li Gui time to think. Lin Yi's song, which was filled with determination and strength, rang out first. Run forward, in the face of cold stares and jeers. How can you see the vastness of life without going through trials and tribulations? Fate, it can't bring us to our knees and beg for mercy. Even if blood is spilled all over the embrace. Soaring high notes throughout. And in a real voice, Lin E even appeared to break his voice when he was in the depths of his emotions. This is every singer's worst fear of a situation. It is also a cheap mistake that no listener can tolerate. But everyone in the office all felt that Lin E was right to break his voice. The lyrics should just break. It is because of the broken sound that the lyrics can show the blood, explode the power in the lyrics, and bring the listener a direct touch to the soul, especially the run forward line. Lee Gage saw the answer in those three words. It's true that effort doesn't succeed 100% of the time. But only by running forward will you have a chance to realize your vision. It is only then that all the efforts you have put in can be successfully uplifted as much as possible. We will not turn back until we hit the south wall, but only those who have hit the south wall will know that sooner or later, that high wall that rises straight up to the sky will be pushed down by our fists. The deputy director waved his fist in excitement. Everyone's ideals are different. The quagmires and high walls to be faced will not be the same. What to do in this situation? The answer has long been given by our forefathers. They did not shrink from disunity, nor did they fall on their knees to the obscenity of the powers on all sides. For the sake of New China, they are willing to keep moving forward, even if it costs them their lives. Just like Lin E sang, run forward, even if blood is spilled all over the embrace. Keep running, with the pride of a redoubtable son. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't stay the course? Instead of living, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. No more high notes. Lin E directly used roar. Never give up and move forward. This is the answer given by our forefathers. What other qualifications do young people living in the new China have to lie down and give up? The high school exams are just the beginning. The children's lives need to burn. The heart of a child is its greatest strength. Fall down on the way forward, then get up and keep running. Yes, great singing. Lee Gage slammed into the tabletop. He looked back. Fever was written all over the faces of the crowd. It wasn't tears that overflowed the red eyes. Rather, it's pride. That's what the scholars need. Not a simple perfunctory sentence or two. The deputy director laughed. Everyone laughed along with them. Lin E didn't let them down. And it didn't disappoint the students. This song of his has to be on the promotional video for the Pledge of Allegiance. You guys keep listening. I'm going to go ahead and write my report. Lee Gage stepped out of the crowd. He changed his initial opinion. This song should be on more than just the school board's promotional video. All the more reason to show up in the treasury. Just the moment he walked out of the office. The future is always calling to me in all its fascinating splendor. Even if it's only pain that accompanies you, you must go forward. I want to set sail in the bluest of seas there. Never care if you can return it. Lin Yi's song sounded again. It's peaceful. Firm again. Listening to it, Lee Gage couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Depression after failure. That's the sign of a coward. As long as there's a breath left in your body, please clench your fists. Before the day breaks, we need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise. Lee Gage froze. The lyrics were read out by Lin E. It's like following a lesson, telling the audience that failure is not scary. If you persevere, you are bound to bask in the glow of success. Great words. Really great words. Lee Gage's goosebumps rose. He stood quietly in the doorway. Plan to listen to the whole song before you leave. Run forward. Keep running. For the good of the heart. No compromise until you get old. The extremely penetrating singing voice pierced everyone's eardrums. Shocking, moving and hot. One emotion after another grew wildly in the minds of the staff. Especially when they saw the song title at the end of the video. Pursuing dreams with a bare heart. Bullseye. That's all I can say is bullseye. Lin Yi's song is, without a doubt, the MVP out of all the submissions. It's not just this pitch. Even if you add up all the previous promotions, it's Lin Yi's song that hits home more. I'm sure the students will understand the true meaning of the entrance exam after hearing this song. It was difficult to calm the excitement of the staff. They can't wait to release the song now. Nah, the rules are there. Lin E, you really never disappoint. Lee Gage in the office doorway smiled. The phrase, no compromise until you get old, brought him the most emotion. He understands. These words were not just words that Lin E sang to the scholars. It was more the words that Lin E sang to all the Chinese people. Life is long. The people who need to work hard to persevere for their ideals are definitely not the only ones who are about to take the entrance exams. Scholars who are still continuing their education. College students who have graduated and gone to work. And parents who are raising families. All people at any stage of their lives have the opportunity to continue working for their ideals. That was what Lin E was trying to say. Day 2 is just dawning. The streets were then filled with one student figure after another. They had books in their hands and kept crunching away. Even when they met their classmates, they just smiled slightly and walked in silent companionship. It's 5:30 in the morning. Even the janitorial master hadn't gotten up yet. Looking at the closed doors of the school, the students were not disgruntled, but simply found a place to sit. Someone pulled out a test paper and talked. Others have started memorizing ancient texts and words. Specialty students are the ones who start practicing in place. Chapter 74, Small Town Doing Question Home? It's the dream catcher family. 6 o'clock in the morning. I want to rage for life. The alarm bell woke up the sleeping janitor. He got dressed and came to the door with his brushing cup. The toothbrush hadn't been drummed a few times before he stopped all movement. What came into view were the crowds of seniors. There are hundreds of them, to say the least. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. The doorman rubbed his eyes. He suspected he was looking at it wrong. The school opens at 6:30 a.m. every morning. Most of the seniors arrive at school around 7 o'clock sharp. The overcrowded scene in front of him was the first he had seen in his decades-long career. Boys, come on. Get in here. It's hot out there. Returning to his senses, The doorman rushed to his feet and opened the door. Not a moment too soon. The students went to their classrooms. It was about another half hour. Teachers are just coming into the campus one after another. Mr. Zhang, how is it? That trick I taught you last time worked well, didn't it? Mr. Zhao of the senior class asked triumphantly. More than good. Ever since the students in my class listened to Lin Yi's song, each one of them is simply as crazy, except for eating and going to the restroom. They spend all their time studying. Teacher Zhang responded smilingly. I've taught for my entire life, and this is the first time I've seen this. Put in the past at this time. Seniors are roughly divided into 3 cohorts. The first cohort excelled from an early age and each had a guaranteed spot. The number of people in this category is extremely small, and the amount of time spent trying to learn is even smaller. The second cohort is the average student. They are not born with outstanding talent, but they have a mature heart, knowing that hard work makes up for hard work. These are the people who study the hardest and basically don't let go of any study time. As for the third group, mostly punks or the worst students in the class, they know they are falling behind in their classes too much. Solely began to swing for the fences, living a life of self-loathing or muddling through every day. All 3 cohorts have been a source of worry for the teachers, but not this year. Augmented by Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia Speaks and Raging Life, the punks are back on campus. The poor students began to ask for advice. Even those geniuses with outstanding talent had silently set higher goals for themselves. Current seniors. Everyone is desperately trying to learn. If I may say so, all of this should be attributed to Lin E, who made the students understand the meaning of hard work. I really hope we can have a few more stars like Lin E in China, instead of the kind of netizens who rub their noses in it and bring in the goods. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but sigh. If only Lin E had been born 10 years earlier. Mr. Zhang also lamented. The 2 men looked at each other and couldn't help but let out another long sigh. This high school is in the middle of nowhere, not the corner of the county. Instead, it's located in a town that's backward in every way. The families of most of the students, moreover, may not even be able to meet their needs. This situation has resulted in a serious polarization of students. Those who know how to study desperately. People who don't know how to learn don't even bother coming to school for a bit. It's a good thing Lin E made it onto CCTV's May 4th party. Impress the self-abandoning kids with your sincerity. That would have been a good thing. The children who came to their senses knew to learn. However, some people on the internet have taken the opportunity to nickname them small-town do-it-yourselfers. Experts born in a backward town who can do nothing but do problems. It's so insulting. I'm afraid the kids are all becoming inferior because of the nickname, Teacher Zhang said indignantly. Studying is the only way out for the children. Only by brushing up hard will they have a chance to get out of the town and change their destiny. They have no other choice since they were born. Mr. Zhao lit a cigarette. Mr. Zhang also asked for one. In the meantime, 2 voices fill every classroom in senior year. One is the sound of reciting aloud, from the punks and the underclassmen. One is the sound of swishing and writing on a roll of paper, from schoolboys and regular students. The 2 sets of people don't bother each other. All of them, in their own way, are doing the final sprint before the entrance exam. Sheesh. No more papers to write. Then relax appropriately. Study, labor, and leisure of the best effect. 2 schoolgirls chatting idly in the corner of a classroom. There are still the last 10 days left for the college entrance exam. Where is the time to relax? And we don't have a guaranteed place. Lily Yen bristled. If I told you that the way to relax is to listen to Lin Yi's new song, would you still be willing?
Lee walauga misteriously.
Lin E has a new song? When did this happen and why don't I know? Yen Lily's eyes widened. The new roll of paper I had just borrowed from a classmate instantly stopped smelling good. It was just released today, and I heard it from someone else this morning. Liu patted his pockets. It had her cell phone in it. It's an original version of a smartphone that has long since fallen out of step with the times. But that was all her parents, who worked outside the home, could give her. Then what are you waiting for? Play it and listen to it. I'm a longtime fan of Linda. Eagerness was written all over Yen Lily's eyes. Her family situation is not even close to Liu's. So far, I don't have a smartphone of my own. Don't be in such a hurry. The teacher is still on patrol now. Wait until after class to listen. Liu glanced toward the classroom door. What a coincidence. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao just happened to be passing by. Ok. Yen Lily reluctantly agreed and spread the borrowed test papers between the two. It was now 10 minutes before the end of class. Pretty much the time it takes to make a brand new big math problem. It's just a shame. Neither of them had their minds on the test papers. Those 10 short minutes were so torturous for both of them. Finally, jingle bells. As the bell rings for the end of class, some students got up and went to the restroom. Most students choose to remain in the classroom and read. Liu, who could no longer hold it in, also took out her cell phone at this time. Lily, keep an eye out for me while I look for the headset. Yes. The two women are clearly divided. 5 minutes later. No way. I didn't take my headphones this morning? Liu dug through all her pockets and rummaged through her desk and book bag. What then? You can't play it out without headphones, can you? Yen Lily was also a bit anxious. Every school has explicit rules. Students are prohibited from bringing cell phones into the classroom for any reason. If they both really listen to the song externally, then the next time that awaits them both must be a school-wide criticism. Why don't we listen to it tomorrow? Liu asked tentatively. Today's business is today, and how can you listen to a new song that comes out today? Tomorrow? Yen Lily frowned. You go to Linda Weibo to download the song first. I'll think of something. When she finished, she rubbed her chin with a sad face. The second morning study session was about to begin. Once the bell rings, the teachers patrol the hallways again. When morning study is all over, it's time for class. Topping off is clearly out of the question. It seems like there's nothing else for the two of us to do other than go out into the world. Lily Yen sighed. There wasn't much time left for the two of them. A choice has to be made soon. Outside in is outside in, big deal, it's a little less loud. Liu waved towards Yen Lily. The two women quickly leaned down and pressed their ears to the location of the cell phone's sound release hole. The new song released by Lin E is none other than Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart. The opening guitar rock alone got Lily Yen and Liu excited. I didn't realize that Linda could rock. I really adore him even more. Lily Yen bobbed her head. Can you turn it up a little louder? I can't quite hear you. Liu looked up toward the door to make sure no teachers were passing by before carefully saying, Turn up the volume at most one more time. You'll be able to hear it if you don't keep shaking. Lily Yen hurriedly nodded her head in agreement and offered the idea of listening again from the beginning. Liu agreed straight away. Turn your cell phone to 2 levels of volume. Where in the world is a world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliffhanger. Just one word. Yen Lily and Liu were instantly shocked. It wasn't just because of Lin Yi's singing skills. More so because of Lin Yi's lyrics. It simply sings to the hearts of both men. Chapter 75. Listening to Lin Yi's songs is a pleasure. Yen Lily and Liu were just two ordinary students with average grades and even more average family backgrounds. Most of the parents are farmers who work outside the home. Grew up with my grandparents since childhood. This is also the case for most students at the school. But even so, they still look forward to getting into the college of their choice. No matter how much effort is put into the process, there is no fear. Because they know. It's the only thing they can do. It's just like in the lyrics of Lin Yi's song. If there really is a world full of flowers, then these kids will definitely go. Standing on the highest part of the mountain peaks, not fearing any cliffs. Linda is worthy of being a passerby. He really understands us seniors so well. Liu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yen Lily's eyes were also full of emotion. The two continued to listen to the song. When hearing the line, "Maybe I don't have the talent," they were both more than ready to burst into tears.
No outstanding talent.
There was no favorable family environment either, much less the advanced educational conditions of city children. They have. It's just an unchanging heart in pursuit of an ideal. The song, the words, totally customized for both of them. Unconsciously, Liu didn't have control of her fingers. The cell phone volume was raised another notch. The students at the front table, who had vaguely heard the song, also turned their heads at this time. What are you two doing? Why do you look like nymphomaniacs? They're both clearly intoxicated. Okay? The students in the front and back of the neighborhood leaned in. Liu, who had returned to her senses, hurriedly shoved her cell phone into her desk. Turned out to be a mistake. The volume of the phone was turned up another notch. Maybe I'm a bit clumsy with my hands, but I'd like to keep exploring. Lin Yi's voice reached the ears of a group of students. It's Rinda's voice. Are you two listening to Linda? A gasp caught the attention of the class. Everyone stopped moving their hands. The classroom was instantly and horribly quiet. There were only a few, if any, faint vocals that came from the desks every now and then. It's really Rinda's voice. The last 2 rows of students gathered around at once. Louder and louder. I'm a 10-year-old fan of Linda. But come on. Did Linda debut 10 years ago? Never mind the details. Liu, turn it up. The students kept urging. Lin E might not be the idol of those schoolboys, but it must be the object of worship for these punks and underclassmen. Okay. But let's agree up front that we can only hear the class. Liu held out her finger. Whatever you say, just hurry up. Class is in 3 minutes. I'll cover for you, you just play the song. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. It's loud enough to be heard. Looking at the impatient students in front of her, Liu finally took her cell phone out of her desk. The sound is still not very loud, but just enough to be heard by the students who had gathered around. Soon, Lin Yi's line about running forward stunned all the students listening to the song, especially the punks. Each of them had red eyes and pursed lips. The reasoning is obvious to anyone. All day long, I've been wasting my youth, being a self-loathing loser in the eyes of others. Such a life was never a choice they wanted to make. They also want to be recognized by everyone. But no one has ever told them what to do, until Lin E showed up. It was Lin E who changed them with his songs, guiding them to the right path. Without Lin E, there wouldn't be them sitting in the classroom right now. Liu, can you speak louder? A student asked softly. It can only be a little bit bigger or there will be too many people. Liu turned up the volume on her cell phone once again. This time, even the other students in the class couldn't sit still. They seemed to be listening to Lin E. It must be. I heard Lin E released a new song today. Then what are you waiting for? Go over and listen together. More and more people gathered around. The voices screaming to increase the volume were also increasing. Liu, who had long been immersed in the song, subconsciously increased the volume. In the meantime, Teacher Zhang, who was patrolling past the class entrance, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Second period study hall has started. What are they doing? He stood in the doorway, completely deaf to any sound. The students in the class didn't notice his presence either. What's all the huddle about? Teacher Zhang shouted sternly. The outermost students were immediately startled and rushed back to their seats. Are you guys not hearing this? Mr. Zhang shouted again. The last 2 rows of students who were awakened were the first to return to their seats. The group listening to the song, in a flash, only Yan Lily and Liu remained. The 2 of them were completely mesmerized by Lin Yi's song. There was a complete lack of awareness of Mr. Zhang's proximity. That is, until the cell phone, sitting on the desk, was picked up by a large hand. Zhang, Zhang, Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Yan Lily and Liu, who had returned to their senses, were startled and stood up with a whoosh. They were both terrified, not daring to make the slightest eye contact with Teacher Zhang. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I shouldn't have brought my cell phone to school. Teacher Zhang, I know it's wrong too, and I won't dare to do it again. The 2 kept apologizing. On the eve of the high school entrance exams at the Knuckleheads, they were afraid of being written up, and even more afraid of being suspended, because it would break the hearts of their parents and elders. However, in the face of the 2 men's admission of fault and apology, Mr. Zhang did not make the slightest statement. Just took the cell phone to the podium, turn on the computer and connect the Bluetooth in one go. Liu, where's your music player coming from? Ha! Liu and Yan Lily froze. Teacher asked you which program is your player, the one you just played a song on. After saying that, a smile appeared on Mr. Zhang's face. Now that it's almost time for the college entrance exams, you must be under a lot of pressure. So listen to the songs in your spare time, and your teacher definitely won't blame you. After all, studying is something that requires a combination of work and rest. Ms. Zhang's sudden kindness stunned all the students in the class. It seemed as if he had anticipated this scene. Teacher Zhang continued, what you guys just listened to was Lin Yi's new song, right? To tell you the truth, it's not just you guys. Teacher is also a fan of Lin E. What? Mr. Zhang is also a fan of Lin E? Once again, the students were amazed. Lin Yi's songs have a lot of positive energy and each song has a deep meaning. Listening to more of his songs will be a guide for you and a treat for your teachers. Speaking of this, Teacher Zhang once again looked at Liu. So, Liu, can you tell teacher now, which player did you just use? Penguin. Penguin.
Liiwa raplia karafuli.
Good. Mr. Zhang nodded. A few taps at the phone screen. Next. Keep running. With the pride of a redoubtable son. How can you see life sparkle unless you see it through to the end? Instead of living, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. Mr. Zhang turned up the volume to the maximum. Lin Yi's singing voice also traveled down the wide-open classroom door and into the corridor at this time. It spread to the other senior classrooms. Chapter 76. This song doesn't cost anything, as long as it inspires people. Lin Yi's voice. Where did it come from? In another classroom, the student sitting in the doorway jerked his head up. It's indeed Lin Yi's voice. But how come I haven't heard this song before? Is it hard to believe it's Lin Yi's new song? His tablemate asked. Shall we go out and have a look? Go. The bell hasn't rung yet anyway. The two walked out of the classroom first. The rest of the class followed. Soon, the entrance to Li Yu's class was crowded with students of the same grade. Everyone was quietly listening to Lin Yi's song. No one spoke up, until after the dream played through. Hey, don't stop. I haven't had the pleasure yet. Mr. Zhang, can you play it for us again, please? We promised to listen and go back to studying. Not to mention the students in the class, even those blocking the hallway started yelling. Since everyone wants to hear it again, the teacher will play it again for you. Mr. Zhang agreed straight away. In the meantime, EDBV. Here's Mr. Lin Yi's gift to all the high school students. Below the accompanying text is a video. Video of Chasing Dreams recorded by Lin E. The tweet quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100. Fans of Lin E who caught wind of the situation came running to punch the clock. Run forward. Keep running. These two lines from Rinda are so right. This song is not only suitable for high school students, but also for each and every one of us. Rinda, you're great. Fans went into a frenzy watching the video on a loop over and over again. Before, I thought Lin E wrote those patriotic songs purely and simply to sell his feelings and gain eyeballs to rub off on the traffic. But now it seems I misunderstood him. This song is definitely the best blessing I've seen in days. Who says it isn't? I have to road trip and become a Lin E fan. Passersby also rushed to the scene, faced with a call for papers issued by the State Board of Education itself. The stars are perfunctory. Netflix bloggers are rubbing it in. Only a few are genuinely wishing the high school students well. Like Lin E, there are even fewer people who have written a new song specifically to record a blessing video. At this very moment, they had all changed their opinions of Lin E from the inside out. Lin E didn't dabble in traffic. He is truly patriotic. People like this are worth learning from all of us, and even more so from our children. One user's comment drew a number of responses from teachers. I agree with what you're saying, but the kids are in a situation that the big guys are probably scared to hear about. Yes, even I've never seen the sun at 4 o'clock or 5 a.m. The students in my class have been seeing it every day lately. Not only the sun at 4 or 5 a.m., but the moon at 11 or 12 p.m. The students in my class see it every day too. I've also gotten a lot of feedback from parents that their kids are still studying at 1 or 2 o'clock when they get home. A comment from a teacher brought endless shock to the internet. We've all been there. Know the flow of senior morning and evening study halls all too well. Early morning study to catch up on sleep. Truancy at night study hall. Such people abound. Who would have thought? It's amazing what this year's seniors will look like. Getting up at 4 or 5 to go to school, coming home at 11 or 12 at night, and then learning until 1 or 2. Do children not know what it means to be tired? Children, learning is important, but the body is more important. The body is the capital of the revolution. Kneel down and ask the kids to calm down. The netizens keep replying down. A brand new hot search has appeared on Twitter. #please don't let the kids learn. Parents who came home from work and saw the heat immediately started talking to their children. The process was smooth. The results are unsatisfactory. The high school students who promised they would get a good night's rest still kept up their early morning and late night routine. The only thing that's different now is this. When they study at home at night, they wait until after their parents are asleep. Try to avoid worrying your parents. A few days later, Shangqing, Lin E was looking through the chat logs of the fanbase. All compliments and approval from fans. Just as he was about to interact a bit, a phone call was the first to come in. Which one? Hello Lin E. I'm Li Gue, the director in charge of the propaganda department of the National Education Bureau. Hello Director Li. Is this about my submission? Lin E asked. He's basically never dealt with anyone from the Department of Education. The other party would never seek him out for no reason. The odds are that the call had something to do with the video that was pitched. Ha ha ha. You guessed right. Li Gue smiled and said, "Your song Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart has been selected by us. And on behalf of all the members of the Education Bureau, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you now. In addition, your song has given a great degree of encouragement to the college entrance examination students. And the effect is far beyond our imagination. Here, on behalf of the majority of students, I would like to express my gratitude to you for the second time. There is also the fact that this new song of yours has also served as an inspiration to all of our employees up and down the Bureau. And I would like to thank you now for the third time in my own name. 3 thanks in a row. Not but Li Gage's own personal attitude. It's more the attitude of the State Board of Education, especially the leaders above. The first time they heard "Follow Your Dreams," they were simply amazed. Without a moment's hesitation, they ordered on the spot that the video Lin E had recorded must be played at the most important part of the pledge meeting. I'm flattered, Director Li. The change in the kids comes from them, and my new songs play a minimal role. The change in your staff is also because they just have this idea, and it has very little to do with me. Lin Yi's humble attitude instantly won Li Gue's favor. The leaders even gave an order to acquire the rights after hearing Chasing Dreams in the first place. The prerequisite was that Lin Yi's character had to be excellent. Now Lin E had passed the test. Lin E. The price given above is $500,000. Look, the words were not yet spoken. Lin E spoke. Director Li, your bureau can give me a platform to send my blessings to the high school students. It's an honor and it's something that I should be doing as a singer. Follow your dreams, you can use it for anything that has to do with education. Don't need to give me a dime. After saying that, Lin E directly hung up the phone. As for Li Gage, he was now looking at the leaders in front of him with a helpless face. It's not that he didn't negotiate. Rather, Lin E had simply intended to give it away for nothing. As a singer who doesn't rub off on the heat or earn traffic, and who has a proper attitude while still being able to treat money like dirt, Lin E is far better than I ever imagined. The deputy director was the first to speak, then turned his head to the director and asked, Director, such a talent is worthy of free publicity, and even more worthy of us entering into a long-term and deep partnership with him. Chapter 77 Official Posting of the Board of Education. The Star of China. Well, you're right. Lin E is indeed a patriotic singer worthy of our education department's cooperation. But before that, we need to give him a little something in return. The director stood up from his position, looked at Li Gue with a smile and said, Little Li, you've always been in charge of things related to publicity in our unit, so there should be no need for me to say more about how to repay Lin E this time, right? Hearing this, Li Gue immediately stood upright and solemnly nodded his head. Day 2. The National Directorate of Education has released an article. Over 5,000 words throughout. Every word was full of praise for Lin E, especially the line in the title about the wasp. It made Lin E fans excited to the core on the spot. Handsome being chopped. Everyone go to the official state education website to see Lamu was praised by the Board of Education to the sky. Lin the 10-year-old fan. Don't bother? I'll put the link here, and trouble the group owner to set up a group announcement so the big guys can be the first to see it. At White Tea. White Tea. Copied, posted, and topped. At all. All of Lin Yi's major fan groups had been set up with group announcements by the group leader, White Tea. Fans were instantly abuzz. There was a lot of talk about it in the group. The same goes for the netizens. Star of China, patriotic paragon, model of our generation, role model of the people, the Education Bureau's official evaluation by Lin E is so high that it's higher than a 30 or 40-story building. What's wrong with higher? Anyone who's heard Chasing Dreams certainly doesn't think these ratings are high. It's so right. Just Lin Yi's upright attitude in blessing the students is enough for the stars in China to learn 100 times over. Everyone commented under the article posted by the school board. Clearly favorable reviews. Clearly a nod of approval. In just 2 hours, though, the article surpassed 1 million reprints. In the meantime, Li Gage, who was primed to fulfill the leader's orders, was not idle. In his capacity as a representative of the Ministry of Education, he personally approached Wei Guoqiao, Weibo's veteran president. No one knows what the two said. Only know that afternoon, the top 10 of the Twitter Hot 100 changed. The first remains a high school topic. But from the second onwards, all the hot searches carried Lin Yi's name. Hashtag National Role Model Lin E hashtag. Hashtag Lin E, the future star of China hashtag. Hashtag Lin E's new song has once again been expropriated by the state hashtag. 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 Countless hot searches filled the corners of Twitter. However, the number of likes for any words related to Lin E would also break through over 10,000 within half an hour. We question all you old Linda fans. Are there any fan bases that aren't full of people now? The sudden appearance of a post caused Twitter to blow up once again. It was also at this point that the netizens finally reacted. Excellent singers like Lin E, who are often recognized and praised by the state. What are you waiting for if you don't click follow? That's all. One day at a time. The number of followers on Lin E's Weibo account skyrocketed to the 10 million level. His fan base, moreover, doubled and expanded to over 80. The time came quickly to June 7th. Lin E's Weibo was updated on time. Just one sentence. I wish all the students of the college entrance examination. The rock rises with the wind one day and rises 90,000 miles upwards. As the tweet was posted an hour before the exam. That's about 8 in the morning. So most candidates missed it. It wasn't until they finished the morning's one course and returned home for a midday break that they were told about it by their parents. Linda herself posted, "Mom and Dad," and I had to go comment on it. Different families, same words. The parents had no objections. After all, this tweet from Lin E. Early on, it got the nod from the Education Department, the Military Recruitment Service, CCTV, and other state officials. Linda, thank you. We will definitely keep trying. No wonder I always feel like I've been blessed by my writing in the morning exams. So it's Linda who is blessing us. Brothers, cheer together. The comments instantly topped 1 million. Mostly from students taking the entrance exam. I don't know what started it. They already thought of Lin E as the most powerful and worthy star in their hearts. To be able to be blessed exclusively by one's idol in the first and most important moment of one's life. For the nation's schoolchildren. This is certainly the greatest encouragement. Linda, don't worry. We won't let you down. We're determined to win this year's college entrance exam. Rinda, you're my god. The examiners, who only found out about it in the evening, came running to comment on it. Lin E was even more prompt in giving a reply. Once again, the kids were cheered on. The night passed in a flash. Shangqing. Jean 1 prison? Lin E, who received the call, was confused. He couldn't figure out why the prison people were calling him. More than that, I don't understand why the caller would still be in Jinyuan prison. Because this prison is one of the 6 largest in the country. Inside were groups of felons who were so vicious that they carried human lives on their backs. Right, Mr. Lin E, it's us. There was an affirmative voice on the other end of the line. No, you guys made a mistake typing that, right? Lin E frowned. His name has a high repetition rate. It is entirely possible that a momentary lapse of judgment on the part of a staff member could occur. No. We are positive that you are the one we are looking for. Huh. Lin E was even more confused. In recent times, he's basically been holed up in his house, pressed up against the possibility of committing a crime. Hard to say. Then it could only be one thing. 2 days ago, while cleaning the house, he's ruthless in the way he goes about it. Ruthlessly took out Xiao Chang's whole family in one pot. A whole 17 strong lives. Mr. Lin E, you've misunderstood us. We're contacting you this time. Not because of anything else, but we intend to invite you to perform at our prison. And what's more, we're hoping you'll bring a brand new piece. The Jin Yuan prison staff rushed to explain. In a few days, it will be the day when the prison hosts a gala. Coincidentally, this year was also timed to coincide with the centennial anniversary of the establishment of the prison. The warden decided on the spot. There has to be a big gala to celebrate. It's been on the CCTV stage. It's treated like a treasure by the bigwigs in the military. Lin E, who had been strongly praised by the Education Bureau again. Undoubtedly, it becomes the best choice. I certainly couldn't say no to such an important day. Lin E smiled on the surface, but in reality, there were countless question marks in his heart, and so much breathlessness. He wrote songs for CCTV, the military, and the Department of Education, all with an audience of good citizens of the country. By writing songs for prisons, the audience becomes felons. Can those criminals really sit in their chairs and listen to a good song? Even if they could do that, do they really feel something after listening to the song? Is it any wonder that inmates listen to songs so they can honestly submit to rehabilitation and stomp on their sewing machines until they smoke? Isn't this a little bit outrageous? Lin E couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Mr. Lin E, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your songs really do have this kind of magic. Chapter 78 Old Chief inquiring, Lin E is writing a new song again? Since the inmates in our prison listened to your song one by one, they all started to work hard to rehabilitate themselves, and not only did a lot of them get remission of their terms, but some of them even gained a lot of weight again, staff at Jinyuan prison said. So, the food in prison is good? Lin E asked with a smile. That's for sure. Prisoners are human beings too. They must be treated equally. Ha ha ha. Not bad for a unit on staff. Simply joking. Lin E continued to ask, by the way, may I ask where you guys found my private number? The staff member who heard this did not hide it. When the singer's show first aired, the banner was guarding the country. The topic attracted the warden at first. After the inmates had watched a few episodes of the show, the contestant with the highest calling was none other than Lin E. Plus the warden and Rao Guohuang used to be classmates. The two of them made a random call, and the Jin Yuan prison side got Lin Yi's private number. There are quite a few inmates in our prisons right now who are fans of yours, and they all performed far better than usual under your influence. If you can really come to our prison to participate in the show, I believe it will have an unexpectedly good effect on the rehabilitation of these prisoners. The prison officer said truthfully. Okay, I get it. Lin E nodded and agreed to the matter. He didn't think he'd have fans in prison. Since those inmates were his fans, he had to treat them all the same and not differently. Mr. Lin E, we thank you here in advance. After saying that, the prison officer turned his words around and said, there are still a few days left before the fellowship, so you can consider the issue of payment while creating a new song, and our warden said that you will never be allowed to perform without compensation. This is the attitude of the Jinyuan prison. As long as Lin E was willing to come, they would try to fulfill whatever price they needed to pay for the performance. Let's talk about this later. I'm going to think of a new song first. Lin Yi's attitude was also obvious. Participating in the rehabilitation of inmates is a way of contributing to the country. There is absolutely no profit to be made from this kind of thing. To do otherwise would be to violate his principles as a human being. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. We'll send someone from our side to pick you up specially when the time comes. Good. Both parties hung up. Lin E sat on the couch and began to conceptualize the direction of his new song. A song for felons. There must be a reflection on what is right and wrong, on the meaning of life. This time it mustn't take the same rock and roll tone as the last two songs. Lin E stood in front of the window, looking out into the distance in thought. About 10 minutes had passed. Inspiration snapped in his mind. Same time. I told you he'd say yes. Rao Guohuang from the conscription office, holding the phone between his shoulders. All right. July and August is the time for conscription. I'm busy here. Let's talk about it later. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than the warden of Jin Yuan prison. The two had just hung up shortly after. Knock knock. There was a knock on Rao Guohuang's office door. Boss, someone is looking for you. Tell them to wait for me outside. I'm busy now. Why don't we let the two honored guests wait in your office? Your guest. Rao Guohuang raised his head in a rather puzzled manner. Next, only to see him whoosh to his feet. Flying to the door, he said with a smile on his face, Chief Zhou, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know that the person who came was you. Behind old Chief Zhou, there was also President Wang of the National University of Science and Technology of China. About 2 or 3 days ago, when he heard Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, he was more shocked than when he heard Raging Life. He had the guards contact Principal Wang, wanting to pry all the news about Lin E from the latter. I'm not really sure about the specifics, but Xiao Rao from the conscription office is on good terms with Lin E, so I should be able to meet Lin E if I look for him. This is Principal Wang's reply. It was also the reason why the two showed up at Rao Guohuang's office. Chief Zhou, it's true that Lin E and I have a good personal relationship, but you've come to the wrong place if you come to Jingdu. Rao Guohuang laughed a little awkwardly. Rao, what do you mean by that? Principal Wang asked first. Lin E was in Kyoto before, but he's back in Xiangqing now. Why don't I call and ask him? Rao Guohuang took out his cell phone. That's fine, after all. We're the ones who took the initiative to seek him out, and if we want to meet, we have to get his permission beforehand. With old Chief Zhou's affirmation, Rao Guohuang immediately called Lin E. Soon. Chief Rao, what is it? That incident at Jin Yuan prison? Lin E asked, without waiting for Rao Guohuang to speak. The faces of old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang were the first to flash with a hint of incomprehension. The two of them just couldn't figure it out. How could Lin E, who is the breakout patriotic singer of the moment, have anything to do with prison? And it's also one of the 6 major prisons in China, Jin Yuan Prison. Not much to do with this, it's our military. At this point, Rao Guohuang paused. He saw the booing action of the old weekly chief then. Lin E, are you writing a new song? Well, Chief Rao, wait a moment while I finish this melody. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's break from writing songs, Rao Guohuang covered his cell phone and told about the Jin Yuan Prison Gala. Xiao Rao, do you mean to say that Lin E will perform live in Jin Yuan Prison? After saying that, Principal Wang turned his head to look at old head Zhou. Rao Guohuang was a bit confused as to what the two meant, and did not dare to talk for a while, only daring to stand there and nod his head. Live show. Old Chief Zhou narrowed his eyes. On the way to Kyoto, he spent the entire time scrolling through posts related to Lin E. One of the lines stuck with him. Lin Yi's songs must be heard live. To ask why. That user's response was simple. The Lin E on the big screen and the Lin E in the scene were not on the same level at all. Compared to the former, the latter is so good that it explodes all over the place, both in terms of atmosphere and effect. Chief Zhou, what do you mean? Rao Guohuang asked tentatively. He was momentarily unsure of what Chief Zhou meant. Whether he alone just wanted to meet Lin E, or do you want to hear Lin E sing live? Like head Zhou, this level of Big Brother want to listen to the song. Now the big red singers are not tend to rush. What Chief Zhou means is that he intends to go to Jin Yuan Prison and see Lin Yi's performance live. Principal Wang said directly. So that's it. Rao Guohuang slapped his head and laughed along. Chief Zhou, to be honest, I haven't seen Lin Yi's scene either, or forget it. I'm too busy over here. It's better to talk about it next time I have the chance. After saying that, Rao Guohuang sighed. Just say so if you want to go. Old Chief Chow took out his phone. Don't worry. I'll go talk for you on Lao Nie's side. The recruitment task is urgent, but it's still possible to spare a day for you to rest. Hearing this, Rao Guohuang immediately stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Chief Zhou. Chapter 79 Lin E has fans in prison too? June 10th. Today is the day of the Jinyuan Prison Gala. Warden, Lin E and the rest of the performers have been received and they are in the restroom. A prison guard reported. And what about the military vehicles at the gate? The warden stood in front of the window. Military vehicles? The warden leaned over. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Rao Guohuang stepped out of the driver's seat. What does old Rao mean by this? Didn't he say he was busy and didn't have time to come? The warden scratched up his chin. Next, his and the warder's faces became all serious. The two didn't say anything. All of them ran towards the stairs while organizing their lines. Soon, Chief Zhou, Principal Wang, what brings you two here? The warden stepped forward and greeted him. Never in a million years. It was surprising that two military superstars would come to their prison in person today. Think about it. He couldn't help but look towards Rao Guohuang. There was more or less blame in his eyes. Two big names from the military are here. I can't believe this one didn't have any advance notice. How can you call yourself a classmate? Old he, you really can't blame me for this. Rao Guohuang instantly read Warden He's mind. Not knowing how to explain, he could only turn back to old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang. I can't blame Rao for this. It was the two of us who suddenly wanted to come. That's why he didn't inform you. After saying that, old Chief Zhou looked towards the front yard of the prison. I heard from Xiao Rao that Lin E is also coming today, right? How come I didn't see him in the yard? Warden He, who heard this, was shocked. Originally he thought the two big shots from the military came to the prison with the intention of raiding and inspecting it. The results were not expected. The two of them were surprisingly targeting Lin E. Old he, what are you doing frozen? Chief Zhou asked you words you. Rao Guohuang pushed Warden He's arm. Oh, Chief Zhou, it's like this. Lin E and the civilian troop and the other stars, they're all getting ready in the temporary lounge. Shall I take you there now? Warden He tried a wink toward the prison guard beside him. Principal Wang is okay. He and Lin E had met before, but not so with old Chief Chow. This is one of several bigwigs at the highest level of the Chinese military. In order to keep Lin E from making a mistake, he had to be informed of this matter in advance. Just as the wardens were about to head for the restroom. No need. Old Chief Zhou waved his hand. Xiao He, just find us a seat, so we can see the show. There's no need to bother Lin E as they prepare. Principal Wang chimed in. Right. If they knew that Chief Zhou was there would definitely be pressure in their hearts. And it wouldn't be easy to end the show if it went badly. After all, today is your prison's 100th anniversary. Hearing this, Warden He nodded and invited the three to his office. An hour later, the gala has begun. The audience began to enter, escorted by dozens of prison guards. All sit in your areas, no mingling. A warning sounded on the radio. The guards also drew their batons from their belts at this time. Most of the first inmates to enter the performance hall were usually well behaved. But even so, the prison guards didn't dare let their guard down. After all, the prison terms for what these people have committed start at less than 10 years. Wait for the first prisoners to be seated. It was then the turn of the second group of prisoners. All indefinite, the standard bald prison uniform, with no place to hide anything to be found on the body. The prison guards escorting them also began to show up with guns on their belts. As soon as we find out that someone dares to make trouble, what awaits them will definitely be a cold gun. You too, keep your men in line, especially the ones with the signs. The prison guard warned the two ringleaders. Don't worry, officer. We'll never cause any trouble. After receiving assurances, the prison guard who spoke took out his walkie-talkie and said something. Not a moment too soon. The sound of chains dragging on the floor began to emerge from the entrance to the performance hall. The last of the prisoners are here, 36 of them, all on death row. Even the people escorting them had been changed from prison guards to SWAT officers. All be quiet. The radio sounded again. The death row inmates all looked menacing. Upon his appearance, he caused panic among the other inmates. It's a good thing the SWAT guys were so helpful. One looks more reliable than the other. Otherwise, the life prisoners sitting in the center area would probably be hiding somewhere. The lounge at this time. A similar situation has arisen. Only the crowd was the opposite of the inmates. Seeing Lin E, who had just walked through the door, the members of the cultural troupe instantly surrounded them, followed closely by other young people attending the show. Lin E, I finally met you today. Can you give me an autograph? The crowd was talking about the excitement. Lin E came to the rescue. It took a full 10 minutes just to sign the autographs. When he sat down, Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei, who had finished going to the restroom, just happened to walk in. Eldest brother, look, it's Lin E. Qin Shaoxian was instantly excited. Can you stop acting like you've never seen the world before? Don't forget, the two of us are representing the entire Deyun society this time. Zhang Yunbei had just finished speaking, and before he could take a few steps forward, his face suddenly changed abruptly. What did you just say? You saw Lin E? Where is he? Without waiting for Qin Shaoxian to speak, Zhang Yunwei saw Lin E sitting on a chair. Lin E. His voice quivered. So what? I'm a fan. Can you give me an autograph? Looking at his own eldest brother's look of not wanting money, Qin Shaoxian couldn't help it. Where's the promised market? Where's the promised representative of the Dewan Society? And that's it? Could be. Lin E smiled and took the pen and paper. Huh. That's okay. Qin Shaoxian couldn't stand still. Elder brother. Quick, give me the pen. I want an autograph too. One of the two is worth less than the other. After signing their names, the two of them got acquainted with Lin E as well, especially Qin Shaoxian. Lin E, are you afraid? We've got an audience of convicts this time, and there are quite a few murderers among them. Qin Shaoxian asked somewhat timidly. Although Zhang Yunbei on the side was nothing on the surface, he was also nervous in his heart. There's really no need to be so scared. Lin E waved his hand. Prisoners are people too, even if they went the wrong way before. After saying that, Lin E stood up and looked at the group photo of the prison guards hanging on the wall and continued. Besides, with so many guards watching, there's even less for us to be afraid of, so we can just sing with all our heart. Lin Yi's words soothed the hearts of many of the performers. At the same time, they all silently gave Lin E a thumbs up. Being able to treat inmates the same and not have to look through colored glasses. That alone made Lin E far stronger than them. Chapter 80 Gifts for Prisoners. 8 o'clock at night. The Jinyuan prison gala began on time. The first to make an appearance was the Venturers. Thanks to Lin Yi's words, the fear of the criminals was gone from their hearts. Participated in the program Paper Cut Girl, but also won the unanimous recognition of the prison. This program is well arranged. Next to the window of the second floor pantry, Principal Wang smiled and complimented. It seems like you really put your heart into it to choose to open with this program. Old Chief Zhou nodded gratefully. Life in prison is the same year after year. Dullness abounds everywhere. On that premise, criminals are bound to feel suffocated and bored. And the Cultural Affairs Group's Paper Cut Girl happens to be a dance that focuses on the upbeat, the young and beautiful girl on the stage. What's more, it was a great shock to the nerves of the criminals, infusing them with excitement and vigor that had not been seen for a long time. My lords, in fact, the program set by the civilian troupe at the beginning was not Paper Cut Girl. Warden he hesitated for a few seconds before finally choosing to tell the truth. A few days ago it was Lin E who brought up the idea of having the cultural troupe change their program. Old Head Zhou and Principal Wang, who heard these words, turned their heads in unison. Old He, expand on that in detail. Rao Guohuang was very upfront and took the initiative to ask. The original program developed for participation by the civilian corps was originally a poetry reading. As it turned out, during the rehearsal, Lin E felt that the recitation was not quite suitable for the inmates, so he suggested a different chorus or dance. Now it looks like he's succeeding with this offer. Warden Ho said truthfully. Why did Lin E come up with this idea? It was clear to all four people present. Poetry recitation is a relatively classical and literary program, ideal for appearing on a stage where the audience is literate. For criminals without much education, there is no difference between listening to a recitation and a sleep aid. If the first show makes everyone start to get sleepy, then there's no point in continuing on stage for subsequent programs. This proposal of Lin Yi's is indeed successful. If the cultural and industrial organization really came to recite poems, the participants at the back probably wouldn't even be able to mobilize the atmosphere. Instead of wasting time by letting criminals doze off, they should go back to bed earlier. Halfway through Rao Guohuang's sentence, burst after burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the window. He probed with a face full of confusion. Stage. Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei are shaking their baggage like crazy. Many of the jokes are old classics from a decade or more ago. It's not that they're both jaded. Rather, they were both taking care of the criminals as best they could. As one of the 6 major prisons in China, Jinyuan Prison held inmates with less than a 10-year sentence. What's popular on the internet at the moment, they can say they don't know anything about. Only the despised 10-year-old stalwarts will grow on their laugh track. These 2 young men are doing well too. You prisons can work with them more in the future if you get the chance. Old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang laughed heartily as well. They were both in their 50s, about the same age as most criminals in prison. The 10-year-old storyline is equally long on both of their laughs. I wonder what program Lin E has prepared. Rao Guohuang looked at Warden He with a bad smile. Old He, a little dramatization? These words instantly caught the attention of Old Head Zhou and Principal Wang. Nay ho, Warden has a tight mouth. He just told the trio that Lin E had brought a new song this time, and nothing else. Okay. Don't want drama, forget it, we'll just wait. Rao Guohuang looked at the electronic watch on the wall as he spoke. It's 9:30 p.m. It was the last half hour until it was time for the inmates to turn out the lights and go to bed. That is to say, Lin E was either next on the stage or the next on the stage. Don't worry. The new song Lin E brought this time will definitely blow everyone away. Warden He smiled mysteriously. The curiosity of Rao Guohuang's trio also became more intense. Soon, under the collective anticipation of the entire prison, Lin E, who was holding the microphone, took the stage in stride. The inmates became agitated at once. They wanted to get up and cheer, but the prison guard's icy, unmistakable gaze came first. They had to keep Lin E safe, even if today is the biggest day ever at Jinwon Prison. The inmates are also never allowed to make any extra movements. Seems to have guessed that. All the inmates in the performance hall chose to fall silent. Some of them, moreover, had their hands in their pockets. Warden He, who noticed this, didn't hesitate for a second and immediately gave the highest command. All comrade guards, listen up. But if any prisoner is found to have taken out a dangerous tool, he will be executed on the spot immediately. His voice echoed throughout the performance hall. It made the atmosphere, which was easily enlivened, fall violently into an ice valley. The guards, batons in hand, were dead set on the prisoner in front of them. For their part, the inmates scowled, and more of them put their hands in their pockets. The participants in the backstage lounge were whispering to persuade Lin E to come back first and wait for the situation to stabilize a bit before going out. The entire performance hall was instantly chillingly stark. Even the SWAT team was alerted. One by one, they felt for their waist-mounted guns. Lin E, continue your performance. We'll keep you safe. Warden Ho's voice came over the radio again. Lin E nodded his head in greeting. Subsequently, he picked up the microphone. Just the moment he was about to open his mouth, the prisoners moved. They're fast. All of them pulled something out of their pockets and then quickly unfolded it and raised it above their heads. Next, ha! Rao Guohuang was the first to let out a disbelieving exclamation. He saw it clearly. The inmates took out something that was pressurized with the word dangerous. It was a humble piece of cardboard made of homemade paste. Square, diamond, and heart shapes are available. What is written on it varies. Some are Chinese characters. Some are a few letters. There is also a mix of both. It's twisted and turned, like a child's drawing.
Mumuyi. Lin E.
Is that phonetic? Principal Wang was the first to react. This is a fan poster made by the inmates themselves? By him. Old Chief Zhou and the three of them also came back to their senses. Offenders are prohibited from exchanging words of any kind during the performance. They couldn't express their love for Lin E by shouting at the top of their lungs like normal fans. But that doesn't mean there's nothing else they can do. Homemade cardboard. That's what they came up with. I didn't realize that there were even Lin E's fans in prison. This kid is too hot to handle. Rao Guohuang scratched his head. He had always known that Lin E was hot, but he didn't expect it. It was surprising that Lin E would be on fire to this extent. Chapter 81. Tears at the iron window, making all the prisoners sob uncontrollably. It seems that everything is a misunderstanding. Tell your men to stand down. To a certain extent, inmates also have the right to follow their stars. Old Chief Chow spoke up, but Warden Ho did not make any statement. He gave good reasons. There was a continued need for any vigilance until Lin E was ensured to walk off the stage safely. After all, the audience sitting on the stage at the moment are all vicious criminals. Okay. Then, let's continue as you said. Old Chief Zhou nodded and once again returned his gaze to the stage. At this moment, Lin E had just come out of his slight shock. He likewise didn't realize that all these criminals were actually his fans. What's more, I didn't expect that criminals would make a move to make homemade posters to show their love for him. Before I sing, I'd like to say thank you to my fellow citizens. Lin E bowed towards the criminals. The audience on stage all froze at once. Compatriots. Words that are too familiar to the eyes of regular people. But it's such a word. To the criminals, it was so foreign. From the moment I walked into the prison, they are then forcibly stripped of everything a Chinese citizen should have. This is especially true for those prisoners who have been sentenced to life imprisonment and above. Scum, scum, assholes. All the words associated with them are insults from the crowd. No one will treat them as fellow human beings. Much less will anyone bow toward them and thank them. The reason is simple. Because they don't deserve it. They don't have the qualifications. Until Lin Yi's appearance today, Lin E used the phrase compatriot, gave them the respect they had been about to forget. Lin E, with a bow, picked up their dignity that had been discarded years ago. Lin E used a thank you. It awakens their determination to continue to be rehabilitated and to work towards a new life. So Lin E wasn't trying to placate us at the time. What he said was true. Criminals are really just people who have been in the wrong before in his eyes. The civilian troupe, Qin Shaoxian, Zhang Yunji, and the rest of the participants in the show let out gasps of awe and emotion. None of them said it explicitly, but then again they all know each other. In the two areas of character and pattern, they had ultimately underestimated Lin E. Now I kind of understand why Lin E never said he loved his country. Yet everyone says he does. Old Chief Chow smiled. Principal Wang nodded along. People who talk about patriotism all day long are not necessarily true patriots. But like Lin E, it must be true patriotism to be able to still treat prisoners as fellow citizens and be willing to recognize that they will start over. In the midst of the thoughts of all parties, a serene harp takes the lead, mixed with the faint sound of a blowjob, and the sound of a flute filled with the flavor of tranquility. At this time, Lin E had his eyes tightly closed. Ming's face was expressionless, but it always gives an inexplicable sense of sadness, heartache, and remorse. The inmates became quieter all of a sudden. They gazed at Lin E. It was as if he saw a few glimpses of himself in the popular singer. Life's greatest tragedy. There is nothing like losing your freedom. the greatest pain in life. There is nothing like the loss of loved ones and friends. I don't have a loud voice, and no singing voice, but I have a sincere heart. Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned at this moment. What does Lin E mean by this? Wasn't he planning to sing? Why did he suddenly start reciting? Lin E could see the crowd's disbelief and confusion, but he did not offer any explanation. Sad music, too, played at this time. It's an arrow. I have stood at the barred window. The stars shine from afar. That sparkling starlight is like mom's eyes. Let me bow my head in remorse. Instead of Lin E singing. Rather, he was whispering his own story from the stage. No, it's not his story. Rather, it was the stories of the inmates present. At this very moment, all prisoners' ears. It was as if the childhood song of my mother putting herself to bed was ringing out. So gentle, so loving, so lingering. The thought of the old mother at home, now gray hair, but all day long in tears, no one to take care of the appearance. Many of the inmates couldn't hold back their tears. Regret, regret, but it's too late for regrets. They are not able to be with their mothers and serve them in their old age. Because they're prisoners. It is a prisoner who has violated the law of the land and has been sentenced. The tragedy happened to them and they purely deserved it. When will I return to my home? When will you return to my home? These two words of Lin Yi's were exactly the same, but they brought a very different feeling. The first sentence seems like a question to myself. That's what all the inmates are saying. They all want to go home. Want to go back and spend time with your family, see your best friends, visit your neighbors. But they couldn't do it. Of the first inmates to enter, a prisoner sentenced to 10 years sobbed. He was born into a single-parent family where his father left early and was raised by his mother. His mother had taught him since childhood. Bear with the wind and the waves. Take a step back and the sky is the limit. But he took it in stride and spent his days getting into trouble with his gang of punk friends, living on borrowed money and not paying it back. As the famine owes more and more, he has no way to escape. He moved to become a thief of crooked ideas. Especially after the first time, not yet caught by the police, he is even more lawless up, even with a few accomplices, with a knife rushed into the bank to rob money. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for being the mastermind. He felt no regret, only that it was all because he hadn't planned well enough at the time. During the period of rehabilitation, he's making brand new plans every second of every day. Until today when he received a diagnostic letter from the hospital. He's in jail, but he still has to pay what he owes. In order to clear up all his troubles after his release from prison, his mother worked as hard as she could 2 days at a time to pay back the money. With long hours of labor, his mother went blind from exhaustion. One can only imagine what kind of life a blind old man of almost 60 years of age is going to face. This inmate would love to get out and take care of his mother, but he has a full 6 years left on his sentence. Mom, it's me as a son who was ungrateful and shouldn't have failed to listen to you. The more he cried, the more angry he became, the harder he cried, and finally he began to slap himself furiously. The guards couldn't even stop them if they wanted to. The only option was to use force to knock him out and take him away. Hey! If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? After hearing what Warden he had told him, Rao Guohuang couldn't help but sigh. Everyone pays for the arrogance of their youth. But the young man will never know. The people who really pay for their arrogance are actually their parents. Xiao He, you have to continue the work of popularizing the law among young people. And you can't afford to slow down for a moment. Old Chief Zhou solemnly said. Roger that. Warden Ho responded with a salute. Rao, when this draft is over, you have to help He when you can, understand? Roger that. Rao Guohuang responded with the same salute. The window at this time. Principal Wang turned his back to the three. He also remembered his mother, who had died many years ago, because of Lin Yi's song. A child wants to be raised without his parents. It was the biggest regret of his life. Chapter 82 Death Row inmates are sung to tears? Lin Yi's second sentence. When will you return to my home? Like a kind of mockery of himself. Each one is returning. Can count on my fingers. The sentence is still long, so long that there is no end in sight. Trying to fulfill a small wish to go home in my lifetime has long seemed impossible. Just as the inmates were sighing, as if a motherly murmur suddenly came, as the sound of a lute. The moon bends over my heart. A child misses his mother in prison. I regret not listening to my mother. And now I am a man in prison. Lin E just happened to sing about it. The sparse clash of chains. The sound of wind blowing through barred windows. Sounds so real. He didn't know the young prisoner's story. But most of the other inmates had heard of it. Not to say that they had the same experience, but they more or less empathized with it, and ultimately did not hold back their tears. My son is in prison, thinking about it. Don't just regret and hate. Wash your hands of the world and start over. Lin Yi's singing continues. Ahidu. I wonder how many inmates' hearts were touched. In the area of death row. No chance, really no chance. A prisoner in his 30s cried and laughed. He had a happy family. His parents are alive, his children are well behaved, and his wife is even more virtuous. Nah, he's a suspicious person. Because he suspected that his wife was having an affair with a doctor at the hospital. He was so furious that he strangled his wife and children, who were trying to explain, with his own hands. After his parents died of anger, he hacked that doctor to death. As a result, in court, the judge took a letter from his wife's life and told him the brutal truth. That's the wife's will. Accidentally discovering that her cancer was terminal, she finally decided to give up her treatment for the sake of her family, after several confirmations with her doctor. But before she could tell her family the secret, she died at the hands of her husband, along with her children, in a fit of despair. The mere suspicion caused a great tragedy for two families. The prisoner was eager to do something to make up for the wrong he had done, but the judge and the people were not willing to give him that chance. He has to pay for his bad behavior. If tomorrow comes, if I can get a friend to understand, I'll swing for the fences of life. Throw yourself into the arms of motherland. Lin E sang the last line. The inmates were all crying their eyes out. And in the pantry, Warden He, however, let out a soft eep. What's the matter, old ho? Rao Guohuang asked. Lin E seems to have temporarily changed the lyrics. Warden He narrowed his eyes slightly as he recalled in detail. He remembered the rehearsal. The last line of this new song by Lin E. It should be, into the arms of the mother river, the Yangtze. As it turned out, what Lin E had just sung was, into the arms of the motherland. It's so normal for singers to look like this in the pursuit of perfection. I don't think there's anything to be fussed about, let alone an impromptu lyric change, or even an impromptu song change. Don't forget, Lin E is an original singer. Rao Guohuang had always spoken highly of Lin E, and it's high all around, especially when it comes to talent. He felt that a genius like Lin E, a sudden burst of inspiration halfway through a song and a temporary change to a better tune or lyric is completely normal to the point of being too normal. No, I don't think he changed the lyrics this time just to make the song perfect. Warden Ho spelled out the original words. One is our mother river and the other is our motherland. Pretty much the same meaning. Nothing more than Lin E finding 4 words a bit more palatable than 5. Rao Guohuang took out his cell phone as he said, after all, there is a popular online stunt now called 5 words that don't work. His words were not shared by Warden Ho. Xiao Rao, even though Lin E and I only met once at the school festival, I think he's definitely not as boring as you say, changing his original word because of an internet terrier. Principal Wang stroked his chin and began to speculate on Lin Yi's true intentions. So did the old head of the week next to him. Old Rao, let me ask you, if you were Lin E, standing on the stage of our prison, for what reason would you make an impromptu lyric change? Warden He asked with a frown. Inside the 4 people present, Rao Guohuang and Lin E had the closest relationship. Compared to the other 3, he also knew Lin E better. By allowing him to substitute into Lin Yi's perspective, he might be able to find the right answer faster. Do I even have to ask? Rao Guohuang spread his hands and said confidently, it must be because he's afraid that the original lyrics will give the inmates some sort of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The word instantly woke up the 3 he wardens. So that's what he meant. Principal Wang came to a realization. To be able to think of this aspect on the way to the show shows that Lin E wasn't just pretending before, and that his attitude towards the prisoners is all real. Old Chief Zhou nodded. Well, you're right, Chief Zhou. Lin E is definitely thinking this. Warden Ho concurred. What idea? What have you guys figured out? Rao Guohuang was still confused. Old Rao, think about these 2 words. Remember the perspective of misunderstanding. Warden He's words made Rao Guohuang become even more incomprehensible. He finally felt that his mother river, the Yangtze, was not so different from his motherland. Since both mean the same thing, isn't it an intention to throw yourself into the arms of both? Think about it. Rao Guohuang's 2 eyes snapped open. He He finally got it. Huaxia is the mother of every Yanhuang child. Throw yourself into the arms of motherland. It signifies that when the inmates are released from prison, they can be Yanhuang Zizi and be a new man again. But it's not the same when you're in the arms of your mother river, the Yangtze. Most of the prisoners are poorly educated and understand things only literally. And that phrase just happens to have a dangerous interpretation if you take it literally. Jumping off the Yangtze River. No wonder Lin E suddenly changed the words. The original version was indeed likely to mislead people, especially prison inmates. Rao Guohuang slammed his thigh. In the meantime, the back of the performance hall. It doesn't matter if it's a prison guard or a SWAT team. All were stunned by the sight before them. Convicts with prison sentences are crying. Life-sentenced criminals are crying too. Death row inmates are still crying. This was the first time all of them had ever seen such a situation. It's really worthy of Lin E. From now on he'll be a well-deserved #1 in the list of singers in my mind. Even prisoners can be sung to tears. I don't even dare to think how many of us in China will weep when this song is released. Do you guys think the warden has any ideas about buying the rights to the song? The wardens and SWAT officers discussed in low voices. All of them had never doubted Lin Yi's singing prowess. I just didn't expect it. It's amazing how easily Lin E can even sing about death row inmates crying. If we could get the rights to this song and use it as a theme song for legal education, the effect would definitely be a great one. I think the warden will definitely take a shot. After all, this song is awesome. Nonsense. Is there any song by Lin E that isn't awesome? Chapter 83 Lin E. Please sing us another song. Inmates who can be sent to Jinyuan prison. All have committed heinous crimes. Some of these pricks. He remained unrepentant while serving his sentence, giving Warden Ho a headache. There is such a person in the seating area. Offender number 9527. I'm not mistaken, am I? 9527 actually cried? The guards were stunned. This 9527 is a high IQ criminal. Once led a near-perfect gold heist. If it wasn't for Warden Ho, who had returned from a business trip and happened to meet him at the harbor, he would probably be one of the top billionaires in the pretty country by now. His original sentence was 18 years. As a result of the 2 failed escapes, Warden Ho replaced his sentence application with a life sentence. But even then, he still didn't undergo rehabilitation. 3 times, he joined his cellmates in a prison break. Hell knows if he's really crying or if he's just pretending. And don't you forget, our informant said the other day that he was planning to break out of prison today. The guards explained the situation to each other and then placed 9527 under heavy surveillance. What they don't know is this. The only reason 9527 escaped from prison repeatedly was to go home to his late parents' graves. He's a criminal, all right, but he was also a great filial son, according to the villagers. Nowadays, after hearing Lin Yi's tears from the iron window, 9527 made a decision. No jailbreaking from now on. Get a good prison rehabilitation and work towards a reduced sentence. Visit your parents' gravesites as often as you can during your lifetime, with a reformed and good identity. An identity that can be forgiven by parents. Lin E, thank you. 9527 wiped away his tears and looked up to mutter to himself in Lin Yi's direction. The same goes for other criminals. Lin Yi's song, Tears from the Iron Window, gave them something to look forward to as they persevered until they were released from prison. Parents, wife, children, best friends, self. Every offender has a different family situation and a different mindset. But these differences don't matter, because they all had a common goal at the moment. Get out of Jinyuan prison as soon and as early as possible by virtue of your good behavior in prison. It only takes a few minutes to sing a song. But the prisoner's mixed feelings are not easily recovered in a few minutes. Especially the moment Lin E finished singing and was ready to get off the stage. Lin E, don't rush off yet. Can you sing us one more song? Just one song will do, even if it means singing the song again. Please, Lin E. The criminals in the front row began to hold back. The criminals in the rows behind them were more than eager to rush the stage right now. Hugging Lin E while expressing his gratitude, he cried a good big, painful cry. All settle down and sit in your seats honestly. The guards, who noticed the anomaly, were the first to warn the inmates. Still the same. They had to ensure the personal safety of all the participants. Want to sing another one? Lin E, who had stopped walking, looked at the time on the wall and made a mistake. The order of performance of the gala program is scheduled in advance. and it had to be performed by 10 p.m., before the prison lights went out. His song was the finale. There's a big Axel program in the back. It was now only the last half hour before 10 o'clock. If he had continued to sing, it would have had an impact on the grand finale program. Should I leave or should I go on? Lin E couldn't decide what to do for a moment, so he just waited on the stage for the radio to speak. In the meantime, pantry. To make the inmates cry like this with just one song worthy of Lin E. Warden he couldn't help but lament. A lot of the inmates in the prison are knife-edge tough guys. Even in the face of torture, they have not shed a single tear. The results came to Lin E. The criminals cried one after the other, one after the other. There was no trace of what a humongous bandit should look like. There's an old saying that a man's tears are just before his heartbreak. The fact that Lin E was able to impress all the inmates with one song shows that his song resonated with the inmates to a large extent. Old Chief Zhou was full of admiration. Whether it's the earlier Jing Zhong Jingua that Lin E wrote to the conscription office, or Follow Your Dreams, which was written the other day for high school seniors, or maybe Tears from the Iron Window, now written for criminals. Lin E has always been able to use his lyrics and music to cause infinite resonance in the heart of different people. Can do that. No doubt about it. He was an extremely successful singer. Chief Zhou, what you said is really right. After Rao Guohuang echoed, he followed up with a sigh. It's just a pity that in our China right now, there are too few up-and-coming singers like Lin E, or else the entertainment industry wouldn't have become so pandemonium. The three old Zhou chiefs who heard these words similarly sighed long and hard. Celebrities in the entertainment industry can greatly influence the perception of the nation as well as the next generation. The better they are, the children who idolize them also learn their virtues by osmosis. But if one of them misbehaves, the odds are that the next generation that is affected is also finished. This will have an incalculable negative impact on the future of our country. Many leaders have seen through this. Old Chief Chow was one of them. He wants to step in and correct the twisted developments in the current entertainment industry. He couldn't find the right reason. In the end, you can only join the other leaders in silently waiting for the egregious stars who have no sight of the law to bubble up to the surface. Chief Zhou, today is such a happy day. Let's not mention those unhappy things. I'm sure Lin Yi's big hit will make the stars of the entertainment industry reflect on themselves. Warden he had just finished speaking when there was a knock on the door of the pantry room. The visitor was his close prison guard. Warden, Mr. Lin E asked me to ask you what he should do now. The warden briefly explained the situation. It was then that warden the four of them, noticed the shouts coming from outside. They got up and walked over to the window. Lin E, please don't go. Please sing us another song. We want to hear all your songs. The inmates in the front row were still doing their best to retain Lin E. The inmates in the back were holding up homemade cardboard in their hands. It was filled with love for Lin E. Rao, can you see? On that prisoner's sign, was it written in English? Old Chief Zhou narrowed his eyes. Principal Wang, who was on the sidelines, did the same. They are both getting older and their eyesight is obviously not as good as it used to be. The cardboard says encore, which means sing it again, and in this country it's usually shouted encore. As Rao Guohuang explained, his eyes couldn't help but be drawn to the number on the back of the prisoner. Surprisingly, 9527? Warden he also leaned over, his eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Lin E even impressed him? Chapter 84. Wait for me for 2.5 years, and I will definitely go to your concert. Old he, what do you mean by that? That 9527 is not like a regular prisoner? Rao Guohuang asked in disbelief. He's the escaped convict I mentioned to you last time. After saying that, Warden he turned to look at Old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang again. He was the one who led the completion of the gold robbery that stirred up the whole country 10 years ago. Old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang were stunned on the spot. They both had heard the great name of 9527. Knowing that this is a talent that has gone down the wrong path. If Lin E could really get 9527 to change his ways with a song, then it would definitely be a great achievement. After the gala, you remember to try 9527. If he truly has the heart to repent, with his talent, he can certainly move your Jin Yuan prison up the rankings. Old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang spoke at the same time. Warden he also understood what they both meant. As long as 9527 was willing to enter into a partnership with Jin Yuan prison, then Jin Yuan Prison's escape prevention system would undoubtedly become the #1 among the 6 major prisons in China. But this matter is now an afterthought. The most important thing at the moment still was Lin E. Prison rules can't just be changed. Inmates have to go to bed with the lights out at 10. You go now and tell Lin E that when we have the next opportunity, we'll invite him to come to the prison for a special concert. Warden Ho said to his close prison guard. Not a moment too soon. Quiet, please. Lin E on stage picked up the microphone. Thank you for all the love. But this time I really can't delay the follow-up show. And I'm sure the big final reel will make it even more enjoyable. Prisoners can understand Lin E. But they also really wanted to hear Lin E sing another song. With no choice but to speak again, Lin E said, "How about this? I won't sing today. If you all want to hear my songs, you can wait and go to my concert later. As long as people let me know in advance, whether it's by writing to me or sending a private message on social media platforms, I'll be the first to arrange it for you when I read it, and I guarantee it's the top spot." These words gave the inmates, who had no relatives, the hope of getting out of prison. It also agitates all the inmates. They're all looking forward to when they get out of jail. You can bring your loved ones and friends, or your beloved ones, to appear at Lin Yi's concert. Together, they listened to Lin E sing and cheered for him. Feel the goodness from normal life together. Lin E, don't worry. I still have the last 2.5 years of my sentence left. When I get out, I'll definitely come to your concert. The person who spoke was an inch-haired man sitting in the front row. To be able to sit in this position, his place in the criminal hierarchy no longer needs to be mentioned. Well, I'll be waiting for you, and I'll be sure to let you hear all about it then. Lin E was the first to respond. Aha, just remember, my name is David Zhao, and I'll definitely be at your concert. The inch-haired man danced frantically with the homemade cardboard in his hand. The little brothers sitting behind him, on the other hand, were all looking at their boss with a million surprised eyes. David Zhao is the second in command of the society outside. Favorite thing is singing. In his youth, he also had a dream of being a star on stage. Nay, his family was poor and he had no choice but to join the Black Sharks in order to survive. He's a daredevil. Soon he was firmly established in the community and had the capital to take care of his family. At this point in time, he had planned to go gold. The club side agreed. But the enemy was not going to give him the life he wanted. A mission in progress. He was ratted out by an undercover agent arranged by his enemies. The man who arrested him was none other than Warden Ho, who was a fledgling at the time. This is the 17th year he has spent in Jinyuan prison. Every day you go around picking fights and being a jerk. There was absolutely no semblance of wanting to get out. But he's different now. Lin Yi's tears behind bars have given him the desire to work his way out of prison. It's not about getting revenge on your enemies. Rather, it was to take care of my parents in their final years and to fulfill my duty as a husband and father. It's good to be young and have a chance to get out. Not far from Zhao Dewei, an old man with white hair sighed. His experience was similar to that of David Chiu. The difference is this. He was a full 25 years older than Zhao Dewei. At his age, even if he had 3 years left on his sentence, he didn't know if he'd live to see it. Definitely, Lin E noticed the old man. He walked off the stage, put his watch on the old man's lap. Old man, please make sure you don't give up and try to hold on to the remodeling. I look forward to you returning the watch to me someday, preferably at one of my concerts with your loved ones or close friends. Lin E smiled sincerely, but that old criminal was in a trance in place. Prisoners like him are disliked everywhere they go, being avoided as much as possible, because no one can guarantee that he or she is too close to the criminals and will not be in unforeseen danger. But Lin E didn't do that. He did not discriminate against any of the inmates because of their status as criminals. On the contrary, tonight he is. There's always been a message to everyone, in their own way. Criminals are people too. If you work hard to be rehabilitated, you can definitely get out of prison and live a normal life. Thanks. Thanks. Returning to his senses, the old man clutched his watch tightly in his hand. You're welcome, see you later. Lin E smiled faintly and turned towards the stage. Passing through the area of the lifers, a young man suddenly rushed out and took him by the arm in a deadly grip. This unexpected situation alarmed all the prison guards and SWAT officers. They had taken out their batons and matching guns, wanting to ensure Lin Yi's safety. But it is not expected. Before they could take a few steps forward, they were the first to see Lin Yi's gesture to stop them. No, he's carrying 2 lives on his back. He can't have any physical contact with you. Captain Kong still rushed up. But when he was about to forcefully pull the young man away, the right hand that was stretched out was violently stopped in mid-air. He saw the young man's face, already crying. Halfway through crying, she even flung herself onto her knees in front of Lin E. Is there anything I can do to help you? Lin E asked as gently as possible. I haven't been in school for a couple years, so I wanted to ask you, do I have a chance of getting out? The young man sobbed. He came to Jinyuan prison a few months ago for accidental death. Like Lin E, he was an orphan with no one to care for him. Same opening. The two men have had very different life trajectories. He has been hanging around the streets since he was a child, although he did not join the Black Sharks. If a thing can get him out of the limelight, he'll do it. Coupled with the non-stop bragging rights of his friends, he is getting more and more comfortable doing bad things. Eventually, he was sentenced by a judge to life in prison for a drunken robbery in which he accidentally killed 2 people. Chapter 85, a song that shakes up high-tech talent. You shouldn't ask me about this, but ask them. Lin E raised his head and looked around at the prison guards. Yes, you still have a chance to get out, but only if you behave well and are honestly rehabilitated. Captain Kong said at the first opportunity. Really? Do I really have a chance of getting out? The young man quickly wiped away his tears and stared at Lin E sincerely with a look that desperately needed an answer. It's sure to come. I believe in you, and I believe in all my compatriots here. Lin E patted the young man on the shoulder, then turned his head to look at all the criminals. I'll be waiting for you all at the concert to sing all my songs. It's different from last time. A cry of compatriot this time. To the awe of countless inmates, they all rose from their seats. With the same bowing motion as Lin Yi's opening, he thanked Lin E. Lin E didn't say much about it. Silently, he turned around and went backstage. Lin E, you're just too good. Qin Shaoxian was the first to gather around. Making people laugh is easy. It's not that hard to do it with the right collection of laughs in mind. Can make you cry, reflect, and resolve to do it all over again. Except for Lin E. The two of them hadn't seen each other for over 20 years. That's right. If someone like you can appear in our Duryun society, I'll willingly give up my position as the eldest senior brother to you. Zhang Yunbei also walked over. Earlier he was just a fan of Lin Yi's songs. The liking for the song was greater than the liking for Lin E as a person, because what he appreciated was Lin Yi's talent. Not after today. He appreciated Lin Yi's character more than his talent. That full of positive energy is what they, as public figures, have to learn from. I should have known to let Lin E be the big shaft. The program we prepared is nothing compared to his tiers of iron windows. The last group of participants laughed bitterly with the clerical staff. All of them recognized everything about Lin E. It was also tempting to stay in the lounge and chat with Lin E, just like Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei. It's just a shame they don't have the energy. 10 o'clock is almost here. They must hurry up and get on stage to finish the show. It's fine, when you guys come back, you can talk to Lin E just the same. The clerical man soothed. Well, I'll be waiting for you guys to come back. Lin E nodded back. Soon, the grand finale took the stage. Without waiting for Lin E and the others to probe out and watch, a few silhouettes were the first to break into view. It's Warden Ho and a few of them. Lin E, and everyone else. Let me introduce you. This is Warden He of Jin Yuan Prison. This is President Wang of the Military Academy of the National University of Science and Technology of China. As for Chief Zhou, it's not quite convenient to state his identity explicitly, so it's fine if everyone understands. Rao Guohuang introduced them one by one. The participants quickly rose to greet each other. Then he silently took a few steps back, leaving Lin E alone and empty. The 4 men in front of us. All of them are big shots from the military. You don't even get to see it on a regular basis. They had suddenly come to the lounge now, and they knew with their toes that they were here to find Lin E. And it is true. A few brief words of sympathy to the participants. Old Head Zhou and Principal Wang turned their gazes to Lin E. There was admiration all over his eyes. Hello, Chief Zhou. Hello, Principal Wang. Lin E greeted them one by one. We're all on our own. There's no need to be so polite. Principal Wang waved his big hand and continued, Lin E, you've made 2 great achievements this time. 2 big credits? Not to mention the cast members. Even Lin E, who was the person in question, was confused at the moment. He didn't just sing a song, why did he suddenly get credit for it? And 2 big credits? Let me explain it to you. Warden Ho glanced toward the corner of the performance hall. There were two people there talking. One is Warden Ho's close prison guard. One is prisoner number 9527. The two of them would be gesticulating and pointing to various parts of the prison. I don't know what kind of stuff is being said. That inmate listened to your song, and instead of intending to be properly rehabilitated, he offered to help us with our rehabilitation efforts at Jinyuan prison. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, he's had 2 successful prison breaks before. Warden Ho's words stunned all the participants. Jailbreak. Lin E frowned slightly. For any prison breaks are the worst and most intolerable provocations. Facing someone like that, how can a prison even accept their advice on rehabilitation? He's not just any guy, but a genius with an IQ of 140. And he's also extremely knowledgeable in the field of networking and technology. The only reason the 2 previous jailbreaks worked was because he used some kind of high-tech equipment. To get him to clean up his act, that's the first big feather in your cap. Warden, he held out a finger. As for the second great merit, I believe you'll understand when you look at the state of the inmates. There's no need for me to explain anything more. The second great feat really doesn't need any explanation. It can change the mindset of all the inmates, determined to make a fresh start. From the prison's as well as the state's point of view, this definitely counts as a great achievement. Ha ha ha, Warden Ho. According to you, does the prison still have to give me a little red flower to wear here? Lin E patted his chest. He's kidding. Everyone could see it. At the same time, this was the attitude Lin E wanted to show. He doesn't need any substantial rewards. One little red flower is enough. No! Without waiting for Warden He to open his mouth, old Chief Zhou said seriously. Transgressions are transgressions and merits are merits. You've made 2 great achievements this time. You must be rewarded accordingly. Rewards from the military. Even if you don't know exactly what the content is. The participants couldn't help but be envious. Chief Zhou is so right. Principal Wang, who was well aware of Lin Yi's character, was the first to pick up the conversation. And the song Raging Life, that you sang at our military school last time, you must be rewarded for that as well. After he finished speaking, he turned around and gave Rao Guahuang a wink behind Lin Yi's back. Xiao Rao, what did you pay Lin E when he wrote Jing Zhong Zhen Bao Gua for your recruitment office before? Old Chief Zhou followed closely. Be truthful. Never hide anything. The 2 greats have made it so obvious. Rao Guohuang naturally had no choice but to push back. $500,000 Chinese dollars. He held out 5 fingers. Yes. Old Chief Zhou nodded and handed Warden He a look. Don't worry, Chief Zhou. I understand what to do. Warden He had a serious look on his face. This had left Lin E speechless. I was one of the participants in the chat. How come I couldn't find a chance to interrupt once in half a day? And he himself didn't come to sing in prison this time, but he didn't come for the money. Stop. Don't say anything. Now let's change the subject and get on with it. Seeing that Lin E was about to open his mouth, Rao Guohuang hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Chief Zhou, a few days ago, the Education Bureau released a song called Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. It's also Lin Yi's new song. Have you heard it yet? One thought on pursuing dreams with a red heart. The entire lounge came alive instantly. The college entrance exam is one of the top events in China every year. People from all groups will be concerned. This year, Lin Yi's song, Chasing Dreams of the Red Heart. What's more, the heat of the college entrance exam has reached an unprecedented peak. Chapter 86. Big Red Lin E, you have to queue up to eat with him. Heard that. Old Chief Zhou nodded slightly. He had high praise for the song Chasing Dreams. So did Principal Wang next to him. Old Rao. When did this song come out from Lin E? Wasn't his last new song out? A river runs through it? Warden He asked with a frown. There's a lot of day-to-day stuff going on in prison. Every now and then we have to deal with emergencies of inmates. Even if Warden Ho is in a high position, there's not a lot of web surfing time either. Hence his knowledge of Lin E. It basically comes from the singers program. If I didn't know you had a special job, I'd be tempted to call you a dirt dog. Rao Guohuang took out his cell phone as he spoke. Warden Ho came along for the ride. The two didn't play songs. Just a brief look at the lyrics. But even so, Warden Ho was stunned beyond words. This song is just perfect for the current inmates. Lin E, let's discuss something. Warden He shook Lin Yi's hands in a million different ways. See this scene. Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei sighed at the same time. The two of them had planned to ask Lin E out for a midnight snack. The three sat together, talk about plans for the future, but where Lin E has half a good feeling about Dawansha. Then the two of them would inevitably try to do everything they could to drag Lin E to the Derwent Society. Now it looks like it's a date. Qin Shaoxian let out another sigh. AI. Who would have thought there would be so many bigwigs? Also attached to Lin E, Zhang Yunwei patted Qin Shaoxian on the shoulder. The two didn't continue to talk much. Silently, he packed up his things and prepared to go back. The other side. Star Ocean Entertainment. Sister Exine. I'm glad I listened to you this time. Sure Shuyun gulped. Earlier she was trying to make a nice turnaround. A special original song of encouragement for high school seniors. The whole song is on the child-oriented side. It doesn't compare at all to Follow Your Dreams. If she did release it, then what awaits her now? There will definitely be an outpouring of abuse from the netizens. In the future, remember to weigh your own caliber before doing anything. With just you alone, you're still trying to get tough with Lin E. You are simply delusional, Na Sim grunted. Sure Shiyun didn't dare to reply, and only dared to sit there with a smile. The office quickly fell into dead silence, until a couple of the company's paparazzi rushed in. Do you guys not want to do this? Sure Shuyun immediately shouted angrily. Na Sim is one of the most senior leaders of the company. The doggies are nothing more than grassroots. The two are not in the same league at all. Sister Exine. I'm really sorry, we know it's wrong. But this time it's really something big. The doggies ignored Sure Shuyun's obstruction. Spread the photo in his hand on the table. It looks like you guys really don't want to keep doing this. Sure Shuyun smiled coldly, just as she was about to call personnel. Shuyun, wait a moment. Na Sim spoke up. She stared at the photo on the table for a moment first, then looked up. Turning to the paparazzi, he asked, where did these pictures come from? Take a break from the paparazzi to explain the source of the photo. Sure Shuyun got up and came to the desk. Just a quick look. Her whole body just froze in place. There are 17 photos in all, taken from the airport exit all the way to the prison gate. One of the main characters. It was Lin E. This was sent to me by my friend over in Sanjin. He saw Lin E being taken to his car by a couple of cops at the airport. After following him all the way, I finally realized that Lin E had been taken to prison. Exuberance was written all over Doggy's face. The popular singer went to jail. This is definitely a dang heavy news item. As long as Na Sim agrees to post these photos, then the paparazzi can definitely get a nice payday. Why was he taken to jail? Na Sim asked, frowning. I'm sure it's because I've committed a crime. Sister Exine. This is a great opportunity to mess with Lin E. We mustn't let it go. Sure Shuyun held back the excitement in his heart and said, no one wanted to see Lin E finished more than her. Sister Shuyun, there's something I have to tell you. Doggy took out 3 photos and handed them to Sure Shuyun. Those are photos with Lin E in them. One shows a prison guard shaking his hand. One shows a few people talking and laughing as they get into the car. One was at the entrance to the prison, where the guard personally opened the door for Lin E. Why is that? Why are these cops doing this to him when he's clearly committed a crime? Sure Shuyun was messed up. I think the odds are that Lin E didn't commit a crime. Na Sim rubbed his chin. General escort process. Should have gone to the police station first to take a statement. Then it's decided whether to go to court or to jail. Lin E didn't pass by the police station the entire time. That is to say, he's definitely not in jail this time for a crime. Sure Shuyun, who heard this, was instantly deflated, standing there dumbfounded. Half the time there was no response. Shuyun, how many times have I told you? Brains are for thinking, not for being stupid and getting in the water. Na Sim was a little speechless, even questioned his choice of Sure Shuyun in the first place. Is it correct or not? But Sister Exine, if Lin E hasn't committed any crimes, what's the point of us asking for these photos? Sure Shuyun asked with pursed lips. Now Na Sim was even more speechless. Even the doggies on the sidelines. All of them looked towards Sure Shuyun with astonished eyes. Shuyun ah! Na Sim sighed, full of hate. Think with your head. We'd be concerned that Lin E might not have committed a crime, but with the little hacks on the internet? If we put those pictures on the internet, how will the little black men react? Need I tell you about it? Na Sim didn't want to explain, but he was afraid that Sure Shuyun's pig brain would do something rotten. Sister Sin, I see what you mean. Sure Shuyun nodded in realization. That's good. Nasim turned to the doggy. You go post the pictures online and remember, only the pictures. The photos themselves are extremely misleading. That's too much to say. Instead, you run the risk of being sued for rumor mongering. Instead of getting yourself in trouble, might as well leave it all in the hands of the godless little hacks on the internet. Anyway, they did it to hack Lin E. Anything goes. Hi, Sister Xen. This is a really high move. The dogs were the first to pat themselves on the back. Nasim didn't reply, just sat there and smiled faintly. After so many years in the entertainment industry, how to make a hit, or how to screw over a popular star. It was a business she was all too familiar with. All it takes is one small chance. It's like the present moment. Photos of Lin E being taken to prison. Sister Xian. So do we need to hire a water army this time? Sure Shuyun suddenly asked. No need. Lin E is all the rage right now. All the people who follow him will be our water boys. Nasim narrowed her eyes. Chapter 87. The entire internet hypes up Lin E. The Jinyuan prison gala is June 10th. The first few days after the high school exams. This is the time of year when seniors go wild. One by one, they reached for their cell phones. On Twitter, below Lin Yi's account, frantically leaving messages. Thank you so much, Linda. I don't know how I would have carried on through this time without this song. Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. When Linda releases his album, I'll definitely buy 10 copies. One student left a comment. His words resonated with many. Lin E, you are a role model for me to follow for the rest of my life. At Lin E, song Good Man Handsome. Wish Lin E a prosperous career in the future. At Lin E, not much else to say. Lin E is awesome, and Chasing Dreams is awesome. Lin E. The students who came afterward were thanking Lin E. Finished their high school exams. Finally had time to let loose and listen to Lin Yi's songs. I think I'm the one who should thank Lambda the most. One student posted a long comment. It tells how he went from being a punk that everyone reviled, returned to campus and start studying hard. Among them, most eye-opening quote, it still has to be that high school essay. The theme is a total of 5 words. The meaning of life. The overall difficulty of this type of essay is not too high. You can try to write a high score out of it. That's the big, hard thing to do. Fortunately, before the entrance exam, Lin E, with a series of new songs, told the candidates, they are in the teenage stage, exactly what meaning of life should be practiced. This is something that candidates must know. It is also the greatest way to achieve a high score on your essay. Even the college entrance exam essay can be bet on. Is Lin E that good? I didn't realize that listening to Lin Yi's songs would have such an effect. I'll make sure my son listens to them every day in the future. Even if the song is good, it's still so meaningful. Lin E really wants to make me cry. Netizens rush to the scene. At this point, I think the candidate is right. It's time for Lin E to release an album. A netizen's comment instantly mobilized everyone. Dragon scales of heaven and earth, young China speaks, 10,000 borders, a little river runs through it, and life in anger. Plus this song, Follow Your Dreams. Lin E has 6 whole songs out. One song is more awesome than the other, not to mention 3 more of these songs were officially requisitioned and collected by the state. Even better, these 6 songs were released at the same time. It's amazing that it doesn't even add up to 2 months. He's surpassed so many others in his accomplishments that I'm a little afraid to believe it when I say he's an up-and-coming singer. Every song is a hit. Every song is a classic. That's what we have at Lambda. It's a bit of a shame that the Wanjian ones aren't available in their entirety yet. One comment. It makes all netizens anxious. It's just a simple backing track with clean vocals. Those Wanjian songs are good enough to hear. What the full version will look like. The nationals can't even imagine it. No, we have to rush Lin E to release an album. That's so true. Where are we going to hear the full version if he doesn't put out an album? Since we're all thinking the same way, why are we still putting aside our comments here? Go send Lin E a private message. For those of you who have joined the fan group, you need to get your act together too. 5 short minutes later, whether it's Lin Yi's Weibo account or in the fan bases of various platforms, there were big hypes for Lin E everywhere. The netizens went wild. Fans went wild with it. Deep love mail high end of Gaoshua version. Actually, it doesn't matter if the album comes out early or late. The important thing is if Linda can have a concert. Ah, handsome to the point of being chopped. Yes, 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 it's best to open it while it's summer vacation. It's crowded and lively. A mountain of monkeys and my butt is read at Lin E at Lin E at Lin E. The whole internet is hyping up Lin E. The story quickly shot up the Hot 100 list. Took over the first position of the high school topic. However, Lin E himself didn't know anything about this, because now he is being in the restroom at Jinwon prison. Autographs for Qin Shaoxian and others. The singer's sixth installment ended. Song Qinghwan, who was full of fatigue. One gets on the bus home. She's on the roster. Can only be described as average. But that wasn't what made her sad at the moment. What really made her lose her mind was this. No more Lin E appearances in this episode. Why didn't the singer's crew sign a contract with Lin E for a few more installments at that time? Song Qinghwan, who had returned home, couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted to spit on the show's lack of vision. But think about it carefully. Lin E wasn't very famous at that time. There is not much traffic that can be driven. The show only contracted him for 2 installments. There is absolutely no excuse for this. For a show, after all, it's the ratings that count. There's such a thing as a newcomer. It has nothing to do with them. Forget it. Forget it. Don't think about all this unhappiness. Song Qinghwan rubbed her head. In fact, she knew about it early on. But she still wanted to believe. It's possible that Lin E will renew his contract with the show. Only the truth is too harsh. She still wasn't happy. Might as well play with my phone for a while to distract myself. Song Qinghwan had wanted to play a few games to relax. As a result, the first inning has just begun. In the chat box, the team then began a lively discussion related to Lin E. The later ones are even more direct voice on. Lin E is on the hot search again? Song Qinghwan couldn't help but ask curiously. The game's almost over too. No time to go into details. Check it out yourself on Twitter. The team responded. Song Qinghwan rushed to Weibo in the first place. Reflections. All of them are hyped up from the internet. Do you want Lin E to make an album? Song Qinghwan smiled wanly. This thing works. And it's too feasible. Next, she joins the ranks of the hyped-up Shift Army. As I watched, an hour passed. Lin E still didn't give any reply. Song Qinghwan made a decision. She's going to use her big microblog to leave a message for Lin E. I believe I saw myself as a fellow up-and-coming singer. Lin E will definitely make a reply. Song Qinghwan v. Lin E da. When are you going to release an album? Starryeyes.jpg. A tweet went out. Agent Ray, who was also browsing Twitter. The first time I saw it, she nodded her approval. There was no semblance of blocking. He even helped Song Qinghwan at Lin E in the comment section. For newcomers to the entertainment industry, dabbling is definitely the easiest and most effective way to increase exposure. Before, Song Qinghwan was unwilling to do so, because she feels that singers rely on their own strength, instead of rubbing it in everywhere. That's still what she thinks now, too. The tweet didn't half rub it in. She just really wanted Lin E to give a reply to the general public. It's just a shame. Ray couldn't guess what she was thinking. This girl Qinghwan is finally growing up and understanding, knowing to rub Lin Yi's nose in it. It's not easy, it's really not easy. Ray couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 88. Black and red is also red. Lee was on Twitter all night. To her dismay, Song Qinghwan didn't seem to cause too much of a splash. This tweet from her, from the heat alone, it wasn't even as long as that student's long speech. How about hiring some marketing numbers? Lee sat up with a sharp jerk and a long hiss. As long as it can raise Song Qinghwan's popularity in a short period of time. It doesn't matter if you ask the marketing numbers and the sailors to take a shot. After all, black and red is still red. Plus, Song Qinghwan's own strength was too strong. Set her up with several opportunities to show her strength afterward. Changing the internet's windfall. Simply not too easy. Just as Lee was about to quit Twitter, when rummaging for the phone number of the marketing number studio, a hot search popped up without warning. Hashtag shame on you for rubbing it in hashtag. How dare someone move faster than me?
LinkedIn.
Is clear of criticism and invective. All from the Justice Network. Now Lin E can be completely equated with traffic. But anything to do with him, even if it's just a message without any nutrition. It also gets countless likes and comments. A lot of people see through this, especially the little webcams that aren't very famous. And a minor star in the 18th parallel. Reminder tweets from their account. Both earlier and more than Song Qinghwan posted. Of course, a heavy-handed onslaught from the righteous netizens. It didn't spare Song Qinghwan. She's already rubbed it in once before on a singer's program, and now she's coming back. Is she that shameless? They are all singers. They don't learn how to write songs from Linda. All day long they think about rubbing the heat and getting famous. How can some people have such thick skin? Song Qinghwan can't even compare to a hair on Lin Yi's head. Netizens criticize Song Qinghwan. The heat was even higher than the tweets she sent. The more Li looked at it, the happier she became. Every critical comment was given a nod of approval. At the same time, she was worried. Song Qinghwan is still young. Definitely cares what the internet thinks of her. It mustn't be something like this that affects her mindset. After all, she has a singer's show to do. Think about it. Sister Li called Song Qinghwan to comfort her. It's okay, Ali sis. They can hack it if they want to, and they can curse it if they want to. Song Qinghwan's reaction surprised Sister Li. Even more unexpected. She was surprised to hear Song Qinghwan laughing. Qinghwan, why don't we go to the hospital? Ray asked tentatively. Sister Li, I'm really fine. Why should I be upset when these marketing numbers can put me and Lin E together? Happy as can be. And didn't you say that black and red is still red? The more Song Qinghwan was like this, the more uneasy Sister Li became. Continued to try a few things. After making sure that Song Qinghwan was really okay. Only then did she hang up in relief. The other side, Lin E fans a bunch. Marrying a rich white woman. The guys are right. A concert at Linda's is the right thing to do. Xiangqing Li Yunlong. I hope the concert will be in Xiangqing. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely not because I'm in Xiangqing, but because Linda is from Xiangqing. Linda, 10-year-old fan. But pull back. I can hear your little counting sound in Shanghai. The discussion in the group was heated. The atmosphere was also amicable. Soon, the conversation was then led in another direction. Sinking Fish and Wild Goose Song Debeo. Are you guys overlooking something very important? Linda is still a person now. Lin Yi's petite wife. Look at my screen name. Shrimp without blinking. Even though I'm a guy, as long as Linda doesn't mind, it's not like I can't. Sinking Fish and Wild Goose Song Debeo. All get lost, that's not what I'm talking about. Lin E is indeed single now. But then the fans mean it. The saying that Lin E hasn't signed with a company yet. Nor do they have a professional team of their own. Relying on one man's singularity. Whether it's an album or a concert. It all takes a tremendous amount of effort and time. Handsomes being cut. This issue is really important. It's about the happiness of us fans. It has to be taken seriously. Old altar seater. So what are you waiting for? Join together at Linda. The other party is in the middle of typing. Wait. Everyone listen to me for a second. This fan was very considerate of Lin E. To be precise, this mentioning Lin Yi's cell phone. There are so many fan bases now. The total number of people added up to less than 100,000. If everyone was in the group at Lin E, guess it won't take long. Lin Yi's cell phone will be able to announce his retirement. A mountain full of monkeys and my butt is red. How about letting the group leader speak alone? Marrying a rich white woman. I think it's okay, after all. If the group owner can pull Linda into the group, she must know him. Deep love mail high, looking forward to the Lambda concert version at White Tea. Ben, the group's leader, White Tea, was looking at his cell phone. Someone in the group at her. Naturally, she was the first to show up. White Tea. Family. What can I do for you? It wasn't that White Tea didn't want to go through the chat logs. Rather, there's too much chatter. Wait until she finds out why the group is at her. Guess the group will change the topic again. Sinking Fish and Wild Goose Song Debeo. Lord Group Leader, it's like this. After some explanation, White Tea understood what the fans were saying. She was of the same mind. One can write great original songs in a short period of time. It would also take a little more time to put together an album. But a concert, trying to do it all by myself. I don't know how long it will take. To save time, this proposal must be told to Lin E as soon as possible. White Tea. Don't worry, everyone. I'll relay everyone's meaning to Lin E greatly. Finish sending the message. White Tea opened WeChat. Lin E's private and work accounts were her top ones. I'm afraid Lin E is too busy to see it. She made a point of leaving messages for both tweets. Then there is the silent waiting. Half an hour, 2 hours, 3 whole hours passed. The time also came to 9:30 p.m. But Lin E still didn't say a word back. Lin E certainly couldn't be blamed for this, because now he is. It's standing in front of the inmates of Jinyuan prison. By a young inmate. Hug your thighs and cry. Wait for this prisoner to finish crying. It was hard to get back to him in the lounge. Haven't even got my cell phone out yet. And then I saw old Chief Chow and the others again. Worked on it until after 10. Lin E, who had finally returned to his hotel room, had long been exhausted. Simply washed up. He fell back to sleep. The time came to 8 o'clock the next morning. Lin E, who had slept until he woke up naturally, subconsciously reached for his cell phone. White T messaged me last night? Lin E clicked on the chat box. Look at that not so long and not so short passage. He couldn't help but frown. The concert must be on. But he hasn't had similar thoughts lately. The album must come out as well. But he's too busy with his business at the moment to more or less spare the time. Think about it. He replied to White T's message. Okay Lin E, greatly. Free time for you to rest more first. Take care of your health. Thank you. Chapter 89. What? Lin E was taken in? After replying to Lin E, White T posted the chat between the two in the group. And entered everyone. Soon. Handsome being cut. No way, sir. The concert is gone. How come the album is gone too? Linda's 10-year-old fan. Linda doesn't plan to release an album. How can I live with this? Hands full of monkeys belonging to my buttocks red. What on earth is Linda busy with these days? Why don't he even have time to release an album? The fans were all sighing. Come in to the fanbase if you can. It showed that they were all die-hard fans of Lin E. Look up and down the country. The people who are most looking forward to Lin E's albums or concerts. It's definitely only going to be them. Xiangqing Li Yunlong. Linda says he has a lot of business. But why is it that I'm in Xiangqing and froze without hearing anything related to Linda? Lin Yi's fan and hometown friend stepped forward. His quote. It instantly got fans in a frenzy. Deeper Men's High Summer Edition. I think Lambda should be on the Board of Education. Old Altercedar. That's right, with Chasing Dreams being so successful. There's absolutely no way that there's no indication from the Education Bureau side. Marrying a rich white woman. It's also possible that Linda is on vacation. He's been releasing new songs a bit too often lately. Shrimp not blinking. No, I think Linda should be negotiating a contract with the singers program. Various speculations appeared in the chat box. The group's owner, White T, was unconcerned about this. There was only one thing she cared about. That's why Lin E has been doing so much business lately. Will it be exhausting to go through the day? Lin Yi's little petite wife. It's true that it's still the group master. From now on, you'll be the first house and I'll be the second house. Not eating cilantro. Lord Group Leader, why don't you go talk to Linda and tell him not to be so tired lately and pay more attention to his health? Not to lose 10 pounds and not to change his name. It's so right, we must let Linda know that the body is the capital of the revolution. Female fans have jumped on the bandwagon. One was concerned about Lin Yi's physical condition. The group leader, White T, also sent their concern to Lin E at the first opportunity. It's just a shame. Lin E at this time became a missing person again. White T. Lin E greatly did not reply to the message. Should be busy. Please be patient. At all. Finish sending the message. And she went about her business. The group chat continues. Welcome to the rich white beauty. It's almost noon. Linda is certainly not awake. So what exactly is he busy with? Peace for all seasons. He's not in the studio recording a new song. Is he? Handsome being cut. Hey. Sister, you don't say. It's really possible. Quin Chicken. What? Linda is going to release a new song? 24K solid gold dog eyes. I just went to breakfast? What did I miss all this time? The more the group spread, the more evil it became. From the beginning, Lin E himself said that he was busy. But half a day, it just became a hot topic on Twitter. Hashtag Lin Yi's new song hashtag. Lin E is going to release another new song. Together with this one, he's written a total of 7 songs in 2 months. He's too prolific, isn't he? With high production and quality at the same time. Just ask anyone else in the entertainment industry. Come on out. I can't wait. It's not just Lin Yi's fans. The general public also hoofed it. Everyone is looking forward to this new song. Especially those kids who just finished their high school exams. They had to check Lin Yi's Twitter every half hour. Fear of missing the debut of a new song. Let's all guess together, what style will Lin Yi's new song be this time? It's definitely rock and roll. Recently, Linda has been too partial to rock and roll. No, Lin E has already proved himself in the rock sound. I guess his new song this time will be in some other style. The styles of mainstream songs fall into 7 broad categories. The categories are pop, rock, jazz, classical, hip-hop, reggae, and world music. Other than that, there are also divisions for country, electronic, metal, folk, and so on. There is a large variety of sizes. It also means that Lin E has a lot of options for new songs. Based on my observation of Lin E, most of the new songs he puts out keep up with current events. So I'm guessing that Lin E's new song this time around must be a national style music. The Dragon Boat Festival is just a few days after the high school exams. This is one of the festivals that have been passed down through the generations in China. It's best suited for country-style songs. In case Linda intends to be innovative this time, I think jazz and Dragon Boat Festival go well together. World music is fine too. It just shows our great nation style of China. The netizens are guessing feverishly. Many people ran to Lin Yi's Weibo to send private messages. Give Lin Yi his own opinion. The vibe is so good it's explosive. Until a few comments came across. New song? Surprisingly, there are still people who think Lin E will release a new song.
哈哈哈哈，不会吧，不会吧，不会有人还没看到那组照片吧？
What's he gonna do with a new song, a sewing machine, when he's been taken to jail by the police? The netizens were instantly confused. What's going on? Why was Lin E taken to jail? Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. Yesterday, Linda even replied to our group leader's message. Lin E fans lit up screenshots of White T's chat with Lin E. The time shown on it is 8 in the morning. Yo. How can it be such a coincidence that it just happens to be 8 o'clock? It's not because 8 a.m. happens to be breakfast time at Jinwon prison. Is it? You guys say it's a rumor? So let me ask you, how come Lin E doesn't reply to messages back there? The guys from earlier commented and threw out a direct link. Netizens and fans were the first to click through. The first photo shows a man in a police car as the police look on. The second photo, the side of a man's face, was half blocked by the car window glass. The third photo, a man's back in front of the gates of Jinwon prison. All other photos are process followers of these 3. Even though there's no front face, that guy in the photo really looks like Lin E. When you say it like that, I feel a bit like it too. What the hell? This can't be real, can it? The onlooking passersby gradually began to become skeptical of Lin E. Please open your eyes wider. This photo looks like a photoshopped picture. That's just it. Linda was performing at the military school not long ago. How can he be sent into jail by the police now? Fake. All these photos are absolutely fake. Lin E fans replied to the comments one by one. They would never believe to death that Lin E would be equated with a criminal. Wait a minute. I got it. Linda was invited to a prison gig. A fan suddenly finds a breakthrough. But come on, who's a good star who's going to perform in a prison? Arrested is arrested, as long as he can be properly rehabilitated. I'm willing to give him a chance to make a comeback when he gets out of prison. Are you sure he has a chance to get out? The little darkies appeared at the smell. Chapter 90, Photographs of Iron Evidence. Impossible, right? Lin Yi's Chasing Dreams and Red Heart has just been requisitioned by the Education Bureau. And at this juncture, even if he's stupid, it's impossible for him to commit a crime. It's still you, old brother, who's sensible, and I also feel that Lin E wouldn't be the one to violate disorder. He's so patriotic. How could he commit a crime? Some netizens are more rational, but such people are ultimately in the minority, completely unable to resist the army of little black men. Let me ask you, does being patriotic have anything to do with breaking the law? Lu Bu has been a great general of the Han Dynasty all his life. Whoever rebels he stabs, and in the end, isn't he still a slave of the 3 surnames? If you haven't read The 3 Kingdoms, you can always memorize it. And what did its author do after he became an official? Little Blackie moved out of the historical figures. Lu Bu doesn't need to be told. The focus is on Li Shun, the author of Compassionate Farming. His official career is a bit similar to Lin Yi's rise to fame. The ones that start out are obscure. One could even say it's not half as accomplished. Wait for the moment of opportunity. Lin Yi burst into flames and became a big, hot star in China today. Li Shun became the Lord Chancellor, the head of the civil officials of the dynasty. From there, he began to live an extravagant life, boasting of his accomplishments all day long. Even the great figures in history are like this, Who can guarantee that Lin E won't change once he has fame? I guess he must have been caught cheating on his taxes. The more the little hacks talked, the more energized they became. Most of the internet passers-by have given up arguing. Only Lin E fans remain, still struggling to hold on. Don't put it there to protect your master, okay? You're not the dogs he has. What? Put in a good word for Lin E, he's making money for you guys. There's such a good thing? Come on, count me in. The little hacks are at it again with the reverse smear, in a conspiratorial tone. A series of messy compliments to Lin E. The heat on this story is growing. It quickly shot to the top of the Weibo Hot 100. Many parents and students have heard about it. Isn't Lin E a positive singer, and this kind of star would fall down and be arrested? One parent commented, "Big brother, you're so right. Lin E is the one who needs to go to the prison to probate those inmates because he has too much positive energy. He's a living god on earth. If he's not in jail, who is? Jinwon prison really needs positive talents like him too much." Floor after floor of replies from the little hacks. Turned around and broke 99 plus. But didn't his fans say that he even chatted with the group leader this morning? Another parent commented, "I'm an ordinary person who hasn't broken any laws, so I can return messages anytime except when I'm sleeping. Can Lin E please?" Though he can't return messages all the time, it's almost dinner time now, so he should be able to return a few more. Are you der? How is it possible for a prison to send a cell phone as soon as it's time for a meal? Look at the responses from the little hacks. That parent silently turned off his cell phone, turning his head to his child who was listening to Lin Yi's song. "Turn the song off. From now on you can't listen to Lin Yi's songs without my permission." "Why, dad?" Lin E put. "Turn the song off." Looking at his father with an angry look on his face. That student had to turn off the song and come to Twitter for answers. You little hacks are practically alarmists. If Linda can be asked to perform at a military school, can't she be asked to perform at a prison? The Post student quickly drew the approval of Lin Yi's fans. It also attracted tons of little hacks. "Child, you're still young and don't know any better. We don't blame you. The car Lin E got into wasn't just a police car, you guys look closely, it was a prison car. I can testify to this matter. I just went to check the license plate number, and that police car is indeed the exclusive prison car of Jin Yuan Prison." A little black man puts out evidence. There's also that screenshot of the chat with the group leader. Hell, if it's from today. I can't say it's all Lin E directing himself and looking for someone to cover for him. These days, it's the stars who collapse their houses that are the norm. So why do you think you guys keep defending him? The little black man sent out a soulful question. More and more netizens are choosing to believe them. You fart. Lin E fans were collectively furious.
哟，开始气急败坏了。有本事你们也拿出证据啊。
This quote from Little Blackie. It directly left Lin E fans speechless. They were convinced that Lin E wouldn't break the law for any reason. Taken to jail by the police. But again, they really can't come up with reasonable evidence right now. There is no evidence for this premise. No one will believe it if they say more. Linda, come out and say something back. Only you can prove your own innocence now. Xiangqing family members. Does anyone know the address of Linda? Can we go and see what Linda is doing? Where's the official account of Jinwon Prison? Hurry up and come out and make a statement. Lin Yi's fans kept on at ing Lin E. As for why there is no at Jinwon Prison official, because the latter doesn't have a Twitter account yet. On a more objective note, I think this whole thing is a complete rumor. I just showed a screenshot of that chat to a professional, and they said there was no sign of any photoshopping. Plus the content in the screenshot matches the records in Lin Yi's fanbase. This picture is absolutely true. The previously rational netizens are back. And it brought evidence. The photo was apparently taken yesterday. As long as Lin E can still return messages on his cell phone today, that means he wasn't caught. Did you see that? Who says we have no proof? Still want Linda to go to jail, believe it or not. Linda Green Corpse Han, all of you little black people have to go in. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with them? If a dog bites you, do you have to bite it back? Lin E fans stand up. The netizens followed suit and began to believe in Lin Yi's character. Just when everyone thought this would be the end of the matter. If I take out these pictures, how will Lin E and his fans cope? A thread appeared. This doggy post. In the photo, that back that looked exactly like Lin Yi's. Surrounded and guarded by police officers. Taken to Jinyuan Prison. The exclusive prison van then followed. I told you that Lin E was able to reply to the message in the morning because he sent his cell phone during his break. All units note that Lin E was escorted in, not invited in by a palanquin. This is all ironclad evidence. Are there any dead ducks left in Lin Yi's fanbase? The little hacks sent the post to the top of the heat. Let more and more people see the photos. Folks, look carefully. The guy in this picture is really Lin E. Chapter 91. Fan group dissolution. Fan group disbanded? A netizen turned over the recorded screen of the live broadcast of the original netizen, Yang Dafen. Lin E who appeared inside. Whether it's body type, temperament, or clothes, both look exactly like the back of that escort photo. Behave yourself. Keep jumping out and be tough. They were all hard just now, why are they wilting now? Lin E is going to prison to continue selling his feelings. So give him a round of applause. One taunt after another from the little black man. Lin Yi's fans were furious. The crowd of watchers and eaters even had the intention of dispersing. Those pictures are live pictures of the red fruit cell phone. Counterfeiting is absolutely impossible. The ironclad evidence is all over the place. There's no point in reading any further on this matter. Lin Yi's previous songs were all very positive, and a couple of them were expropriated by the state. I thought he was a good singer with all the talent and character. As a result, I didn't expect that he would be this kind of person. Scattered at the same time, the eaters couldn't help but sigh, seeing that the time is right. All sorts of little webcams and marketing numbers have come out of the woodwork to rub it in. Earthbound commentary. Lin E was taken to prison by the police. Behind this is the distortion of human nature, or is it a moral degradation? Inside fish secrets I know. The downfall of famous singer Lin E, who is rumored to have raised a bunch of tough talking ducks. War correspondent Dasho Bar. Only 99. Lin Yi's prison photos are awesome. Various posts and short videos are popping up. Thoroughly pushed the matter into the limelight. More and more people are starting to pay attention to this topic. What did the pros say that Lin E was caught up in going for? He's so famous and rich now, he shouldn't be so confused that he knows the law, right? This is the most heated discussion. I think it's tax evasion. It's normal for celebrities to do that. Can't say it's PC after all. He hasn't even had a scandal since he broke up with Sher Shuyun. Men know what they're talking about. The probability is that he doesn't intend to pay out the liquidated damages, right? And no one can say anything about what happened between him and Star Ocean Entertainment's side up to now. Everyone has their own guess. The most replied to entry. Only 2 words. Plagiarism. It must be because of the copyright issue. 7 hits in 2 months. That's what people can do. Can't tell if it's the same original author that put him in jail? This statement is shared by many. Lin Yi's fans were also going crazy with all sorts of explanations. Either way, it's a statement. They can all find loopholes out. But the crowd pressed them. The reason is simple. Lin E fans' biggest dependence and evidence. But it's a screenshot of a chat. Not even remotely comparable to those red fruit cell phone live photos. Do you guys believe in Lin Yi's fans? Or do you believe that I'm the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang? Of course you believe in you. This is my collection code. Transfer $300 now. I'll make you a terracotta warrior general. My Nima. Guided by the little black man, the netizens began to amuse themselves. Completely hung Lin E fans out to dry. Even so, Lin E fans didn't give up either. You can call Linda tax evasion or anything else, but never plagiarism. His talent is there for all to see. There's no need to copy someone else's song. Elder Fu Lin, the vice chairman of the Chinese Music Association, recognized Lin Da's song in the first place, so his old man can't fail to see the plagiarism, can he? Please don't make up any more rumors. Facing backlash from Lin Yi's fans, let alone the netizens. Even the little black guy didn't bother to look at it more than once. About a couple hours later, a portion of the fans who never received a reply from Lin E, and all of them are dead. It's almost dark, and Linda hasn't replied yet, so it looks like he's really gone in. If he replies at night, that would be the scariest thing of all, and don't you forget, today just happens to be the day that cell phones are issued in Jinwon prison. Hey, why did I fan the wrong person again? The fans in the Fighting Voices group were all sighing as well. Li Hua, don't write a letter. Back off. Lin E has gone in, what's the point of staying in this group? A little fruit. Add me one. I'll quit the group too. Eunuch Zhang Yida. I'm the same. The 3 of them were the first to exit the group, followed closely by other group members exiting the group chat. Just half an hour. More than 3 dozen doujinshi clusters. Already, the bulk of them are less than 500. Lin Diupor plucked Lu Jishan. Where is the group master? Come out to explain. That chat screenshot. In the end, what is it for? Those who still remain in the group. Non-stop at the group leader, White Tea. They were suspicious of both Lin E and White Tea. Consider this picture. It's the two who prepare it beforehand. Used to deal with fans. Fake proof used for PR. Professional mage Lu Haizhu at so long without coming out. I seriously doubt that the group leader White Tea is Lin Yi's trumpet. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. This message came out of nowhere. Once again, the netizens have refreshed the direction of the discussion. If anything, White Tea is really Lin E Jr. So Lin E goes in now. White Tea is dead set on not answering messages. The two things are right on the money. It turns out that all this is Lin Yi's self-direction. He's so capable. Why doesn't he go to be a director and come to be a singer? What do you know? He's making a name for himself. What's the use of talking about this now? Leave the group early. Another portion of the group exited the group chat. The current Douyin fanbase. It has become a poser. The story was deliberately blown out of proportion. The marketing numbers are added again. Showbiz undercover. Heavy news. Half of Lin Yi's fanbase has been disbanded. The big cat loves to say, even the fans are running away en masse. It looks like Lin Yi's imprisonment is a real thing. Commentary by Sankey. Falsehoods, all falsehoods. On the contemporary hypocrite Lin Yi's bad life. The entire internet had begun targeting Lin E. This time, let the old fans talk the talk. Can't keep the fans in the group either. Watching the number of fans who quit the group grow. Once again they at D-up Lin E and group leader White Tea. Still haven't gotten any response. It seems that what the doujinshi said was right. Lin E and the group leader White Tea are really one and the same. Brothers retreat, or it'll be too late. What the hell was I thinking in the first place? Why would I want to think about becoming a Lin E fan? A station's fanbase has also fallen. Large numbers of people are dropping out of the group. Other platforms are in much the same boat. Now, in addition to the initial version of the fanbase, a group still maintains a 2,000 number. Other groups are better. There are only 800 or 900 left, too. Handsome being chopped. Laozi's Anji lungs are going to be blown up. This is clearly a rumor. How can so many people believe it? 24K gold dog eyes. I'm in the photography business, and if I want to fake the red fruit map, I can do it in a minute. Little Ula from Maoist land. Ula, Ola, old altar cedar. Hey, how come there's still someone in the group? Who is it? At Ziyang Chengshui Yunfei. Xiangqing Chu Yunfei. It's me, Li Yunlong. My big number. Let those hackers report the blocked number. Chapter 92 Group Master disappears? Black powder orgasm. See the word seal. The fans in the group instantly grimaced. They all started looking for Xiangqing Li Yunlong's account in the group list. Half the time. Xiangqing Chunfei, guys don't look for it. My big number was forced to cancel. All the groups also let forced to retreat. Photo. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a big breath of cold air. There's only one sentence on that picture. Also, the account has been permanently blocked and cancelled for offending remarks. Old altar cedar. Even if you make rumors and report us fans who want to explain, these little hacks are too much. Handsome being cut. How many people must have reported it to a permanent suspension? 24K pure gold dog eyes. The official is too unreasonable. One by one, the group was giving Xiangqing Li Yunlong a hard time. Xiangqing Chunfei. Forget it. I've only lost one account. The most important question now is what should Linda do? The words woke up the crowd. A fan in a group. All of them were early loyalists of Lin E. They were also the ones who trusted Lin Yi's character the most in the entire network. Marrying a rich white woman. I'd rather believe I'd commit a crime than that LAM would commit a crime. Deep male high about to be pissed off version. Who says it isn't? But what can we do about it now? Little Ula from Maoist land. Ola. The big guy had absolutely no idea how to help Lin E. They wanted to contact Lin E. But except for the group leader, White Tea. None of the fans in the group had Lin Yi's contact information. Favor this time. The group's owner, White Tea, could not be reached either. Shrimp without blinking. The group owner must have been busy with something. That's why she didn't see the message. She definitely wouldn't be Linda's trumpet. 10-year-old fan of Lambda at White Tea at White Tea at White Tea. Lin Yi's little petite wife. Lord Group Master. Come out and say something back. At White Tea, everyone is in the group at White Tea. Even fans who used to like to dive in. Step up and take a bubble this time too. Soon. The day passed. Wait until 10 p.m. for the old fans. Still didn't wait for a half-hearted response from the group's owner. White Tea. Gradual. Some people can't sit still. Peace for all seasons. It's already this late. Why hasn't the group leader replied? The other party is in the process of typing. Abnormal, too abnormal if it was in the past. Shouldn't the group leader lead us to think of a solution? Give me a cigarette. Does it mean that the group leader is really Lin Da's trumpet? A portion of the older fans became skeptical. You can't blame them. Lin E was summoned to Jin Yuan prison, so he didn't return the message. The group's owner, White Tea, is rumored to be Lin E Jr., so she didn't return the message either. Everything is really coincidental. It's hard not to be suspicious of the coincidence. Handsome being hacked. Alright, don't be misled by the little black guy. Didn't the dog-eyed brother say that both of those chat records are true? 24-karat gold dog eyes. I can vouch for my career. Linda 10 years old fan. The group owner sent the chat records, respectively, Linda's 2 accounts. I think Linda Kenfair will not be bored to register a 3rd cell phone number. Old Altercedar. I have a close friend and private chat with the group owner. She is definitely a female. It can't be Linda's trumpet. Marrying a rich white woman. Wait a little longer. The group leader likes Linda more than any of us. Can't tell if it's her account that's been blocked as well? Xiangqing Chuyunfai. I think it's quite possible. A few of them are the most senior fans in the group, and the sanest fans. With them giving the word. The old fans were stabilized for the time being. Have opted to wait another night to see what happens. After all, they had all heard from White Tea. White Tea is a special job. There are times when you do go 2 or 3 days at a time without being able to find anyone. Day 2. There was still no reply from White Tea inside the group of fans. There was also no statement from Lin E. Only the old fans were discussing Lin Yi's place. Intend to have Xiangqing Chu Yunfei to poke around. At this point on Twitter, the little black men who saw Lin Yi's delayed appearance. It's becoming more and more lawless. Yesterday was the day Jin Yuan prison sent out cell phones, but Lin E still hasn't come forward to reply. Is there any point in continuing to talk about this matter? There's no shame in going to jail. Shame on some dogs who like to bark and some dead ducks whose mouths are too hard. I told you long ago that Lin E is not a good person. Why is it that no one is willing to believe me? The more public opinion spreads, the bigger it gets. The number of passersby who believed that Lin E had gone to prison was also increasing, especially the parents who'd hailed Lin E to the heavens. How much they enjoyed letting their children listen to Lin E before. Just how much I hate seeing anything related to Lin E in the house right now. Those posters of yours, and the lyrics book, I'm throwing them away for you. Don't ever let me see that again. One parent reprimanded his child who had just finished his high school exams. Mom, this thing is definitely fake. Lin E won. T be able to do it. The kid didn't even finish explaining. A slap interrupted him first. Go back to your bedroom and reflect. I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Lin E has given you that could make you so obsessed with him. If you dare mention Lin E to me one more time, you won't get a bite of rice today. After forcibly dragging the child into the bedroom, the parent was sitting on the couch, unable to help but lament. What kind of goods are these stars nowadays? There is no comparison at all with the idols we chased when we were young. A couple of spitballs. Still feeling unsettled she was. Backhandedly posted this. Quite a few of the older generation came over to give their compliments. Leave a comment. All of them are critical of Lin E as well as contemporary stars. It's okay for you guys to scold Lin E. What's the point of bringing my Flora? He's not in jail. My idol is not very famous, but he relies on his strength, not selling patriotic feelings. Please don't equate him with Lin E. If you guys dare to talk nonsense again, beware of the Green Corpse Han warning. Fans of other celebrities went wild with rebuttals underneath the post. Some of the brainiacs. Even more so, he began to spray Lin E in a big way, thinking that their own fans are being blackballed. All of it was Lin Yi's pot alone. Wang Shulong v. Mr. Lin E and I are good friends. He is definitely not the kind of person who commits adultery. Please wait patiently for the results and don't speculate wildly. Can't watch Wang Shulong. Ignoring the discouragement from the agent, Deacon tweeted. Then he was flushed. The number of fans is even down 70,000 to 80,000 in half an hour. As things get bigger and bigger, The pressure on Lin E's fans was growing. Once again, the heart of the group's army was destabilized. Buffalo Sweetheart. The group owner isn't running away. Is he? Duckling. I can't convince myself anymore that Lincoln will actually go to jail. Handsome's being cut. Don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Xiangqing Chu Yunfei. I'm trying to figure out how to ask for Linda's address. So please give me some more time. The oldest of the old fans. Still calming fans in the group. But actually, they're the ones who are most afraid. Twitter post. None of them dared to open it and look at it. I'm afraid I've seen an official release from Jinyuan prison. Chapter 93 Prisoners clarify for Lin E. Extra. Lin E went to jail. It's all over the internet. The message was horribly wide-reaching. Don't even talk about the tweet fight sound. Even some of the older generation who don't surf the web very often. All can be on the way to walking after a meal. Heard passers-by talking about it. Jinyuan prison. Today was the day a prisoner was released from prison. Warden Ho's close confidant, Xiao Zhang, personally to see him off. Old Li. Come on. Let me light you a cigarette. Xiao Zhang handed over the cigarette case. From now on you're free. You can come back to see your friends inside if you want to, but I want you to come with honor. The prisoner named Old Li nodded, but he was afraid to take the cigarette. He's not one of those vicious criminals, just an honest guy with a family. He was at that time. Runs a small restaurant that he set up himself. Later on, because of a dabbling in gambling, it has led to a desperate bankruptcy dilemma. Just that time. His daughter is going to middle school. Couldn't get the money for him. One can only risk stealing something. And then it showed up at the prison. Old Li, you've reformed. You're a good citizen now. Take the cigarettes. Xiao Zhang once again handed cigarettes. Officer Zhang, You're older than me, you're my elder. Just call me Xiao Zhang. But Hey! Old Li took the cigarette though. The sentence Xiao Zhang is how can not call out. Do you think that the way you are now is what Lin E wants to see? You are his compatriot and mine. We're both more your compatriots. Come on. Call me Xiao Zhang. Show me your determination to be a new man. Warden Chang's attitude is tough, because he knows the criminals all too well. If you can't say Xiao Zhang, Old Li will feel inferior in everything he does from now on. This state of mind. No one can live a normal life. Police Officer Zhang. No, Chang. Can I borrow a light? After hesitating for half a day, Old Li cautiously tried. Old brother Li. That's what I've been waiting for. Chang smiled. He personally lit a cigarette for Old Li. Old Li laughed along. The two made small talk as they walked toward the door. The moment he saw his wife and daughter. The moment the warm sunlight from outside shines on the body. Old Li couldn't hold back any longer. 2 hot tears were shed. After many years, he finally felt the beauty of freedom once more. Chang, when I settle down for a while, I'll definitely come back to see the gang. I'll have to wait then, you're a great chef. Don't forget to show us your skills then. Definitely, definitely. After that, the two hugged. Sort of an official goodbye. Back in the car. Lao Li recounted his experience to his wife and daughter. If Lin E has a concert in the future, our family must go. That's what we promised him. Old Li laughed heartily. Dad, the Lin E you're talking about, is he the Lin E who participated in the singers? His daughter Liu asked. Yeah, that's him. He's a very good man, you must learn more from him. Old Li was sentenced to 8 years in the first place. Because of the correct attitude towards remodeling, he had his sentence reduced by 2 years. This year happens to be the year his daughter Liu takes the college entrance exam. That's not right, Old Li. Now the internet says that Lin E didn't commit a crime and go to jail? The wife asked suspiciously. Daughter Liu is also full of curiosity. What? Lin E went to jail? Old Li stood up in a flash of excitement. The head hit the roof of the car hard. He couldn't care less about the pain. Incredibly serious, he asked. Which prison? How could Lin E possibly go to prison? This is complete nonsense. Liu calmed Old Li while he did so. One side of the story tells the ins and outs. Lin E was obviously invited to give us a performance. What kind of offense went to jail? What the hell kind of dog is it that's making up JBs on the internet? Old Li's reaction startled his wife and daughter. The two of them had never seen the Old Li in this condition. If it wasn't for Lin E, I think this life would already be over. He's the one who gave me hope to live again. Old Li's breathing was messed up with anger, Good daughter. Show daddy your cell phone. Liu took out her cell phone at the first opportunity. She opened Twitter in front of old Li, looking at comment after comment that smeared Lin E. Old Li's hands were shaking with anger. He grabbed his daughter's cell phone. It was frozen when he held it in his hand. Good girl. Where's the stylus for this touch phone of yours? Quickly tell Dad. Dad is going to post to prove it to Lin E. The wife and daughter who heard this did not laugh. Wachovia is growing fast. 6 years is plenty of time for an update. Good girl. Come on, you're going to make a post for Daddy. Old Li, who froze for quite a while, still didn't understand how to use the new version of the smartphone. Dad, what's the hair? Liu asked. She is one of the high school students. Seeing Lin E being hacked, she was definitely one of those batches of people who wanted to help Lin E prove it the most. Let's just say Lin E is going to our prison to perform and… Old Li was at a loss for words. He's just a decent, honest guy. Wouldn't say anything like that. Why don't you two record a video? It just so happens that Officer Chong gave you his lighter. I see that it has the Gene 1 prison logo on it, so it's best when it's evidence. The wife, who was driving, offered. That's a good idea. Old Li slapped his thigh. Back home, he took out his ID and a lighter. Hello, fellow citizens. I am Lao Li, a recently released prisoner from Gene Yuan prison. This time, in response to all the talk about Mr. Lin E online, I have something to say. I guarantee on my person that Mr. Lin E has absolutely not violated a single provision of our criminal law. The reason he came to our prison is that he received an invitation from our prison. Come specially to put on a show for us. He's a very talented and good man. Definitely not the prison inmates your fellow citizens are talking about. Old Li talked a lot, although the words were pre-written by Liu. But these words were all from his heart. Even emotional moments. He just straight up doesn't care about words. Started giving those little hacks a bad name. It's full of nationalism. The wife and daughter were a little hard of hearing, trying to get him to re-record it. Old Li was dead set against it. Just send it. One video is blocked, so I'll post it a second time. Even daring to make up rumors about Mr. Lin E. These people just owe a scolding. Old Li was too determined. Wives and daughters are simply yo, but there is no way around it. Liu just had to post the original video online. The posting has to be sent too. And whatever hand heel tone you were watching in the car. Old Li pointed to Chopstick's hands and Douyin. Good girl. Daddy watched you send it just in time to learn how to operate it. He had made up his mind. It doesn't matter if the video is blocked. He just got out of prison. There's plenty of time to post all the time. Chapter 94. Little Blackie, shut up. That's the truth. Old Li is just an ordinary guy. I don't know what internet bloggers to go to, much less know how to hire a sailor. His video didn't make too many waves. Didn't take it seriously when I saw people. Think it's just Old Li trying to rub it in. It's just a means to give yourself away as the new Netflix. The little hacks are a different story. Most of them are not psychologically normal. Love to see people who are better than you. Being screwed over by myself. It's the greatest thrill of their lives. Report, report, report. This video is simply fake. Halfway through the video, this blogger is starting to ing curse. What are the censors doing? I would have been in a bad mood, watching a video but also to be scolded. Have called the police to deal with it, the blogger to see for themselves. Little Blackie's comment. Invisibly increasing the heat on Old Li's video. It was soon seen by an old Lin E fan. Fans a bunch. Xiangqing Chiyunfai. I'm sorry everyone. I still haven't found Linda's address. I've let you down. Old altar seater. It's okay. It's okay. We believe in you. Marrying a rich white woman. Bro, I just arrived in Xiangqing. I'll send me a location. I'll find you. Then we'll ask together. Handsome being cut. You two just meet and go for a drink. No need to look for it. The news has raised the hackles of old fans. Everybody's trying. How can you give up in the middle? Handsome being chopped. Brother Shrimp, don't spray me first. I'm using the flow. The video is still being sent. Wait a while first. Linda, 10-year-old fan. What video? Fans are getting a bad feeling. It's hard not to see the video of Lin Yi's prison rehabilitation. Someone already posted it online. Handsome being cut. When did I say it was this kind? Handsome being chopped. All wait well, at most 5 minutes. I promise to make you all refreshed. Out of trust in him. Fans chose to wait. 5 minutes later. Old Lee's video appeared in the group. Another 10 minutes or so later, the group watched the video. Deeply emotional male high finally laughing version. Old brother bull. 24K pure gold dog eyes. Finally, we've waited for the evidence. Family, start fighting back. Marrying a rich white woman. I've retweeted the Twitter video. The fans got into the act. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The Old Lee video got hotter. It went straight to the top of the hit list. Hashtag prison iron device. Is this hot search for a recent new drama? I don't know. It feels quite interesting. Click in to see what's going on. I'm just in the middle of a drama drought lately. Unsuspecting passersby clicked in. Not a moment too soon. I'm going. This is hard evidence of Lin Yi's innocence. An exclaimed comment from a netizen. It instantly woke up all the netizens in a daze. I'm from Sanjin. That lighter was really made in Jinwon prison. I didn't realize there were old folks in the comment section. So I'll say one thing about this blogger. I know about him. He's really an inmate of Jinwon prison. I'm Old Lee's neighbor. I can testify for both of them. Sanjim locals were the first to comment. Their words turned the tide of this thing upside down in an instant. So Lin E was invited to perform in the show. I knew he wasn't the type to commit adultery. That's it. That's it. How can a singer that patriotic commit a crime? No wonder Lin E didn't bother to reply. The wallflower who followed the trend of hacking Lin E before is back to following the wind and praising Lin E. No, why would Lin E be invited to sing in prison? Jinyuan prison is one of the 6 major prisons in China, and the prisoners inside are all felons, so why would the prison give them a whole show and invite Lin E? Most of those people have been stripped of their political rights. What good songs can they listen to? Doubts were raised. Prisoners are human beings too. What's wrong with listening to a song? And what do you mean, what good songs can I listen to? Lin E wrote a song. Can't one song work? The person who answered was a passerby internet user. Some people were doing it out of a sense of indebtedness to Lin E. Some people were recognizing Lin Yi's talent from start to finish. No matter what song, all of them are fine when produced by Linda. Lin E fans also rushed over. Che, it's just a video. Who knows if it's real or not? This doesn't prove anything. A word from Little Blackie. The internet has begun a battle of the century. The cursing was intense. The heat of Old Lee's videos followed suit. The convicts have been seen by their families. A few days ago, that is, the day after the gala, Warden Ho looked at the criminals who were behaving one by one better than the other. Couldn't help but make a decision. He gave the inmates permission to write a letter to their families. The letter is nothing but thoughts. The rest were all thanks and compliments to Lin E. It just so happens that today is the day the families receive their letters. Will you little hacks shut the up? Have you seen this? It's a letter from our big brother. If you guys dare to push your luck on the internet again, do you believe that I will bring someone to play with you for a few days? A young man from the club made a post. He's David Chiu's beloved little brother. Also one of Lin Yi's fans. Mr. Lin E is indeed innocent. Everyone has wronged him. This is a newly registered account. The IP address shows overseas. On the letter he sent. All in English. Many places are also coded. The only place most of the internet can read. Just those 4 numbers. 9,527. That's right. This man is 9,527's hairdresser. Overseas renowned PH. It was to say goodbye to 9527 at the harbor in the first place. It was only by chance that Warden Ho came across it. My brother is in Jinyuan prison. I just made a special trip to visit him, and he told me that Lin E was really invited to sing. Another person posted his conversation with his brother. It was overheard by the guards and posted in the work group. Not a moment too soon. Various accounts have appeared online. Half are anonymous. Half are new registrations. My identity is rather special and not suitable for public disclosure. But I can assure you that I was the one who went to invite Mr. Lin E that day. Who sent out all these photos, and why don't you send them all? If we didn't work in a place that was so closed off, you little hacks, would you have a chance to shelve this nonsense? This netizen, your big brother asked me to give you a message. You can help Lin E prove it, but you can't carry out any violating activities. Dr. Pete, you don't have to worry. Your best friend is now our technical advisor. These accounts are not explicitly stated, but anyone can see that. They're prison guards from Jinyuan prison. I'm just a sweeper in Jinyuan prison. I don't have that much to worry about. I can guarantee that Lin E really just came to sing that day. Coincidentally, it was the driver who picked up Mr. Lin E that day, and this is the actual photo from that time. Picture. It's not a bad thing to help people prove their innocence. Why hide it? I'm the kitchen staff at Jinwon Prison. This group has posted. There are photos and videos in there. It's all about the day of the gala. Yeah. Why are we hiding our identities? Helping Lin E prove his innocence won't cause any disgrace or bad publicity. Warden, I think you should give an order for the guys to post again on their own accounts. Chong offered. You go talk to the guys. I have something to do. Warden Ho waved his hand. Wait until after Chong leaves. He frowned, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Why is the official certification of this thing so troublesome? Chapter 95. No more pretending. New song Windy for graduates. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm a prison guard at Jinwon Prison. A clear line appeared on Twitter, although their identities are not officially recognized. But they have their own way of proving it. Run to the prison gate. Take a picture of Jinwon Prison inside. Even the prison staff came out to act as witnesses for Lin E. The netizens are even more stupid. Now also understand right and wrong. More and more people began to praise Lin E. For their part, the little hackers logged off their accounts one by one. I'm afraid I'll be called a dog by private message. There's something I can't figure out. Why has Lin E never gone out and clarified himself, instead of letting public opinion fester? What the hell is he up to, anyway? One user comment asked. Reply below. All of them are netizens at Lin E. That's a question they can't figure out either. Because the clear are clear and the turbid are turbid. I've shown you all the chat logs, and Linda said he's busy with something, recording a new song. How can he have time to look at his cell phone? Rinda's songs are all gems, not mouthfuls. He needs to take time to conceptualize and compose them. Lin E fans replied, all from a bunch of old fans. They were definitely the happiest people of the day. New song? Lin E is coming out with a new song? So that previous hot search was all true. What is Lin Yi's new song this time? Recording studio. Mr. Lin E, you're just too good. Honestly, you shouldn't have hired me. I totally couldn't find a place to fix your voice later. Thank you, Mr. Lin E, for teaching me so much about the piano. Looking at Lin E, who walked out of the sound booth. The staff was the first to gather around. Ha ha ha. Everyone is too flattering. Without everyone's help, this new song wouldn't have been finished so quickly. Lin E smiled. Everyone rest first at night. I'll treat everyone to dinner tomorrow. Treat everyone. The staff cheered. Lin E, who found a chair to sit down and rest, smoothly opened Twitter. What's the situation? So much for private messages and at S. Why have the fans gone up so much? Lin E was astonished. He's been recording new songs for the past few days. Even eating and sleeping didn't leave the studio. Completely unaware of what's happening online. Prison Irony? Another new show? Seeing the hot search, Lin E clicked in. It's not just old Lee's videos in there now. There are also various certificates for prison personnel. A brief look at the general idea. Lin E smiled. The smile was helpless. I didn't realize I had a benefit performance. I can't believe this is such a big mess. No, Mr. Lin E. A staff member came over. How did those paparazzi have the nerve to slander you? The hottest singer in the country right now. Definitely Lin E. And he's not normally bursting with fire. It's a fire that is recognized by the state. A singer who can get multiple departments of the state to issue letters of praise. Even if you lend the dogs 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to smear and rumor-monger indiscriminately. Hey, this whole thing is fake anyway. Just think of it as them sending me heat. Lin E smiled generously. The staff gave an immediate thumbs up. What he doesn't know is this. Lin E had thought of this early on. Ordinary paparazzi don't have the guts to start rumors about him. Unless there's someone behind the scenes telling them to do it. Don't even think about it. This must be the handiwork of the old owner, Star Ocean Entertainment. Don't you get bored with all this nonsense all day long? Lin E smacked his lips. He didn't bother with his old boss, and wouldn't care about the gimmicks Nasim pulls. Sit upright in your own walk. No rumor or public opinion will have any effect on him. Or even the opposite. This kind of thing will only raise the heat on him. It would not be too much to say that the old proprietor had sent him a splash of riches. Mr. Lin E, do you have any other requests? Another staff member approached and asked. Not for a while.
Lin E laughed.
Aha. Then you go home and rest first. When we have adjusted it on our side, we will definitely send you the song first time. Yes. Lin E got up and left the recording studio. He found a random place, planned to eat something. It's just after 9 o'clock at night. But the online debate continues. National style type of Dragon Boat Festival song? I have a hunch that Lin E will try a niche style this time. Ballad? Who knows? Netizens were discussing Lin Yi's new song. Fans were deliberating on another big event in the group. Xiangqing Li Yunlong. Ha 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 ha. I, Li Yunlong, am back again. Sugar plums. Salute, salute. Welcome to the rich white beauty. This kid can really drink. I almost see the guests at the table behind as Linda decade-old powder. Alright, you two also drink less. There is a serious matter that I have to talk to you two about. Handsome being chopped. In the future, we'll have to scrutinize the fans who join the group. We can't be as casual as before. These old fans are administrators of other groups. After this, it showed them that some people powder Lin E, but it's just following the trend. It wasn't genuine. That's why they made the rule. Xiangqing Li Yunlong. I forcefully withdrew from the group before. The administrator was down. Marrying a rich white beauty. Find time to find the group master. Scared without blinking. We'll talk about this in a bit. For now, let's discuss the vetting requirements. Fans deliberating at the same time. Lin E had returned home. After washing up, the staff sent him a dome of new songs. Mr. Lin E, we think the initial version of the demo is just fine. If you think there's anything else that needs to be changed, feel free to let us know. Back to the good. Lin E listened briefly, satisfied in every way. Just as he was getting ready for bed, Twitter rang. It's the netizens who are hyped at. Then let's release the new song today. Lin E changed his mind. Soon, his account is updated. I've been too busy lately to come out and respond in a timely manner, so I apologize in advance. This is The Wind Rises, is my new song, and a gift from me to all the graduates. As soon as the tweet came out, the likes and comments instantly surpassed over 10,000. I told you why I couldn't sleep tonight, so it's because Linda is releasing a new song. The early bird gets the worm, and the child who goes to bed late gets a song. I'm a college student. Let me hear it first. The first comments were all from longtime fans of the group. The high school students are sniffing around. It was only 5 minutes before and after. Lin Yi's new song Weibo hit the Hot 100. Lin E was really writing a new song the other day. Family, don't go to sleep. Get up and listen to the song. Saying I'm sorry is all a sham. Giving Lin E a few more airplay is the real thing. Charge, Ali gives. Passerby netizens frantically flocked to Lin Yi's microblog. Chapter 96 is also willing to go through fire to go through it again. Lin E has released a new song. Not just his response to the prison public opinion incident. It was also a gift from his graduates. Everyone is looking forward to it. Everyone was wondering. Everyone at the same time. Hit the play button. The ethereal sound of the zither lingered. It's not very loud. Kind of sweet and gentle. There's also an indefinable, inexplicable heartache. The melody loops twice. Netflix's mind. Suddenly an emotion of reluctance rose. They don't know why they are like this. It seemed to have sensed something that Lin E was trying to express. But you can't catch it. Are you guys like me? A little? Comments hit halfway through. Netflix stops the action. With the thumping of the guitar. The third time the melody loops. The whole intro starts to get suddenly high-pitched. It's very ear-catching. It mobilized the audience instantly. They still didn't understand what Lin E was trying to say. But the face of his youth came to mind uncontrollably. With innocent childishness. Get rid of the smile that is full of fatigue. Not a single person has commented at this time. Because everyone now, both just want to keep listening. Find an answer that will unlock the questions in your mind. The prelude peters out. It's been a long walk. Follow the traces of a young man's drift. The moment you step out of the station, I'm a little hesitant. Lin Yi's voice came out. Netflix also found that answer. It's a teenage memory. It's that memory of a life that is uniquely yours. Fondest memories. I want to study hard and become a scientist in the future to serve the motherland for the benefit of the common people. I plan to follow my father to study medicine. And in the future I will give the people heartfelt medical care. Good. Then I'll go into business and make money to invest in you too. Ha 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 ha. I'll be the old man for this one. Some remembered the booze and bravado of the time. So much more carefree. No worries. But with the end of the high school exams, teenage girls, after making a promise to be together forever, started going their separate ways for school. A few years passed. They were both full of tired eyes from life. The scientist endeavored to become a social animal. Studying medicine became a complaint. The businessman runs around escorting people. When the people are at home every day, they are worried. Everyone is struggling to make ends meet. The ideal is completely reduced to a laughingstock. The only constant, it seems only to drift along its own way. Thoughts of returning home. Looking at the gradually opening train doors. Hesitation is inevitable. Is it time to be happy as a relief? Or is it the shame of not getting ahead? Or maybe, is it the determination to go back to fighting and struggling again? The feelings at that time were only understood by myself at that time. Netflix now. There is only one thing that can be done. Light a cigarette if you have one. There's wine pouring. Every face. Both appeared with a helpless, bitter smile. They don't know why they are like this. Until Lin E's voice rang out once more. I can't help but laugh at the fear of being close to home. Inevitable. And the sky in Nagano is still warm. The wind is blowing up the old days. Lin E gave everyone the answer. People who are out in the world. Most didn't have the courage to walk out of the station. Fear of hearing about their childhood ideals. And I'm afraid to see the lost eyes of my family. More than anything else, I was afraid to see this land that I knew best. Starting to get strange. Emotional cowardice is natural. But there was no turning back for them. Can only be hard. Step off the train and out of the station. The hometown sun was unexpectedly warm. It's like being a kid. Nothing ever seems to change. Trance. A few familiar shouts suddenly came from the edge of his ears. Could be a loved one. Could be a friend. Or it could be a lover. It doesn't matter who it is anymore. Because of that one waving figure. A face whose smile was hard to hide. It has been enough to heal all. Too good to be true. Rinda's new song is so good this time. Rinda's words are also superbly written. I could never write them in my life. Gosh, what a treasure singer. The first batch of high school students commented. Kids don't have a lot of life experience. Nor could they understand the emotions Lin E was putting in this song. They can only hear how good the song is. See the cleverness of the lyrics. At best, they are art students studying music. Deeply shocked by Lin E's lyricism. Especially when they heard these latter sentences. Once upon a time when I first knew the world. Have a great deal of time on one's hands. Look at the sky as if it's right in front of you. I'd be willing to go through fire and water to do it again. Lin E sang the heart of the high school students. Them now, just at the perfect age. Saying anything big will not be denied. That's their ideal. It's their ambition. Because they're young. The future has nearly limitless possibilities. I see what Rinda means. He is trying to get us to never give up on our ideals. Fight hard. Fight hard. The high school students got excited. Some people want to change their destiny by studying. Breaking up what was originally a family home. Become rich. Some people want to get to the big city. See more things you haven't seen before. Expand your eyesight. Others are bent on building up their hometowns. Trying to lean on what I've learned in the future. Let your hometown grow by leaps and bounds. Each child has his or her own view of the future. They wrote these ideals in the comments section. Mutually inspiring and recognizing each other. Can you all tell me a little bit about whether I should enter the factory? A former punk commented. Even if you've already gotten all the points you can, he still can't get into college either. Even the better college score lines are not enough. Most of these students are early entrants into the community. Become a young worker. Put a stop to your life that you can see the head of at a glance. Why don't you go back to school? One user replied. I've fallen behind in so many courses that even if I study for another year, the most I can get is a regular junior college. The punk smiled helplessly and bitterly. Repeat for their type of students. It's not the same as repeating for regular students. They are learning from scratch, so to speak. 1 year. It's simply not possible to learn all the courses. If you can get into a junior college in 1 year of study, then you can study for 2 more years, 3 more years, and I'm sure you'll be able to get into the college of your choice. Netflix replied quickly. But the punk was sitting at his computer laughing bitterly. He was able to convince himself to study for a few more years. But what if you haven't gotten in by then? 1 more year of school? Wait until your peers have graduated and are looking for jobs. He's just starting his college career? I can understand how you feel because I'm in the same category as you. The same time that the previous poster replied, and flashed a bunch of pictures. It's a record he repeated for 3 years. And acceptance letters from top undergraduate universities. The arrival time shown above is this year. What I can do, you can certainly do. So don't ever give up. As Lin E sings, one must go through fire to walk it through. Let's work hard and cheer together. And struggle together to realize our ideals. The punk froze. After a few seconds, he sent a thank you back. Then picked up the phone. Dad. Mom. I'd like to repeat the year. Is that okay? Chapter 97 Tears. That was our youth. Lin Yi's The Wind Rises continues to play. Now walk through this world. Have a great deal of time on one's hands. Turning over the years on different sides. Caught off guard by your smile. A word about your smile. It made the hearts of countless netizens stutter. A familiar face came to their minds. Loved ones who cared for them growing up. A companion to accompany their playfulness. And when the love affair first started. That most perfect and innocent smile. Today I am here to promise everyone that in 3 years, I will give XXX a home, a college student commented. He's a specialist. The girlfriend, however, is an undergraduate at a top university. It was even rewarded by the school with a guaranteed spot in graduate school. Because of the difference in education. For 6 whole years. Family too. So are friends. The two never got anyone's blessing for their relationship. Everyone thinks. This college kid is holding up his girlfriend. He's had it many times too. Broke up because of those words. But his girlfriend hadn't disliked him one bit. Instead, he was regularly cheered up with all kinds of encouragement. Soothed the pressure in his mind. Now he's graduated ahead of his girlfriend. Then he has to prove it with his actions. The girlfriend didn't look away. He's a good man with ability. It's worth it for his girlfriend to marry him willingly. Go, old man. You're going to make it. All of us are looking out for you. The high school students have rushed to send their blessings. Recent college graduate. Instead, one of them was lost in thought with his cell phone. Some remembered the first love they had ever had. Some people start thinking about their future with their girlfriends. But more people. Memories of crushes are popping up in front of their eyes. Probably in the classroom. Probably in the library. Or maybe it's on the playground. Obviously someone who looks so ordinary right now. But it was in the first glimpse. Leaving behind a stunning sight that will never be forgotten in this lifetime. It was one of the best moments of youth. And one of the few best romances of youth. You. How have you been? One comment across the board. It instantly gained countless likes. That you. Could be anyone. Or it could be me in my current mold. Like Lin E sings in the chorus. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world. And also indulged in dreaming. Not know whether to be true or false. Make no effort. Bad joke. I once turned my youth into her. I played summer with my fingertips. Let's just go with the flow. Walk against the light and let the wind and rain beat you. The netizens collectively froze in the moment. Lin E, in his own way, tells a story about his youthful days. This is a story shared by all. Ridiculous and fantastic youth. It doesn't need to be true or false. No need to struggle. Much less fearful of the youthful past of onlooker jokes. What I will never forget is the bits and pieces that happened when I was young. Because it's proof that I had youth. It's more between you and me, the beginning and the end of the story. Netizens have a sense of humor. Remembering that encounter in the height of summer. Remembering the later parting in the height of summer. It's like a dream. Even though it's green and beautiful again. There will be a day when you wake up too. Go out with karma. Commit to reality. Even walking against the light. Even if the road ahead is full of wild storms. As long as youth remains. Everything just makes sense. A short walk down the road. And a few moments away too. I don't know if I'm stroking a story or a bit of a mood. It's been a long time since I felt like this. Thank you, Lambda. For making us young again. A middle-aged man commented. As a young man he chose to work outside the home. The whole thing is vibrant. Full of energy. Every morning. He who sits in the bus. Both vowed to the world. Prove yourself strong to everyone. But when the day's toil is over. When you get on the bus again in the evening. Instead, he was tired and fell asleep against the window. The world didn't get ed over by him. Instead, he let the world clean up its act. Stories like this, it's not exclusive to a particular internet user. Most people have similar experiences. From being full of complaints at first, it was all hopelessness by the end of the day. There is no finding the preciousness that belongs to life. Only got a mess all over the place. What is the meaning of life anyway? Lin E used the status of a person who had been there. The answer to this question is given. Perhaps to expect nothing more than to be an enemy of time. See you again. In the cool morning light, you have a sweet smile. That was Lin Yi's answer, returning to my hometown after many years. Upon seeing your smiling face again, that sweetness is the meaning. But who is that you? The evening wind blows the gray hairs from your temples, smoothing out the scars left by memories. Your eyes are a mixture of light and dark, and your smile is a blossom. Twilight covers your hobbling steps, walking into a painting tucked away in the bed. The painting shows you talking with your head down. Once again, Lin E gave his answer. This time the answer is vague. Some people think of their mothers. Think of the picture on the bed. He himself is still a swaddled baby. The mother held herself and rocked gently. Bow your head and sing a lullaby. Lin E sings so rightly. This is literally my story. One user commented. He was in the beginning, after 7 or 8 years out on my own. Ultimately, I chose to return to my hometown. He who has accomplished nothing. No face to see family and friends again. Countless late nights were also sleepless nights. Until that day, the aged mother. Once again the song was sung at his bedside. Looking at the growing gray hairs on my mother's temples, his eyes grew moist. That moment, he finally realized what the most important thing he should do was, as a child, stay with your mother for the rest of her life. Lin E really understands us laborers too well. The motivation that supports us to work outside the country. It's never about more money or less money. Rather, it's the smiling faces of his wife and children when he returns home. One comment caught fire and hit the hot seat. Speaks to the true heart of countless fathers. To support a family, they are between youthful ideals and getting out there. Silently chose the latter. Maybe sometimes they regret it. When you see something you loved as a teenager, it also stays there in dark disbelief. But when they return to the dormitory, when I saw the photo of the family on the bed, when they get home, seeing his wife's happy smile, the moment you hear that hard work, Dad, from your son or daughter, all regrets are gone. There's just sweetness and happiness. If life could be done over again, they will still make the same choices, laboring for the sake of the family at all costs, for the smiling faces of his wife and children. Give up your youthful ideals once more. Only this time, they will feel no more regret, because they understand. They are the husbands of one wife. More than that, he is the father of his children. In the meantime, a garbled comment suddenly appeared in the comments section. Chapter 98 In the Name of Love. Are you still willing? Plus more. In an ordinary family, there was an old father with gray hair. Was staring blankly at the old photograph in his arms. He originally had a beautiful family. Just like in the photo, the woman grabbed the little boy by the ear. It seemed to be a reprimand for something. The men, on the other hand, stood and laughed. The family is happy. Is very happy. However, because of an accident, he was the only one left in the family to keep from witnessing. He kept the picture tucked away in the very back of his nightstand. More than 30 years have passed. Today was the first time he voluntarily took the picture out, because he overheard Lin Yi's song. That garbled comment. It's what he wanted to write to the internet. Cherish the people in front of you. Nay, tears blurred his eyes. I still marvel at the size of the world. I'm also addicted to the words of my childhood. Not distinguishing real from imitation. Make no effort. Play a joke on SB. I finally gave her back her youth. With the summer popping out of your fingertips. What the heart desires goes with the wind. Lin Yi's voice was gentle and firm. It infects the emotions of every listener. From the fact that I had a hard time pulling myself away, to the point where I still sigh. The size of the world has not changed. The original intent never changed. To the end of life, most prized possession. It's always been a childhood love story. Only this time of year itself. There is no longer any truth left. The utter pointlessness of all the jokes. No more need to prove yourself just to prove yourself. Go for those struggles. Nor do you need to let everything go as it comes. Just blow away with the wind. Blow off to where you are. It's like what that old dad was trying to tell the internet. Valuing the people in front of you is the most important thing. In the name of love, are you still willing? Lin E sang the last line, a rhetorical question to all. For love, still willing to stand firm on your current choices? Willingness. High school students are still the first to respond. They don't give up on their ideals, even knowing that the chances of realizing the ideal are slim. And they don't take it lightly. To fulfill the ideal, they're willing to put in a lifetime of work. I'm willing too. Recent college graduates. It was the second group to respond. Having completed their studies, they are about to enter society. Start fighting for your ideals, whether it's for a loved one, or for a friend, or maybe it's the other half. They all fight as hard as they can. Both groups are willing to move forward for love. As for the rest of the audience, they gave somewhat different answers. Not willingly, rather no regrets. No regrets that I've returned home. No regrets about the sacrifices I made for my family. Much less regret it. Himself when trying to make a loved one smile. All efforts made. A song passes quickly. Netizens, however, remain immersed and unable to get out of it. Someone is playing it on a loop. Others are beginning to re-examine their lives. Until a fresh breeze brushed my face. It took them a moment to come back to their senses. The wind is picking up. The name of this song should be Pick Up the Wind. Thank you, Lin E, for giving us this song. In the name of love, I do. The comments and likes keep posting. The heat of Lin Yi's tweet skyrocketed like crazy. Support is growing. Lin Yi's songs give me a deep sense of time, and his lyrics are like telling the story of a person's life. It's definitely an undeniably good song. I hope this new song of his will be seen and heard by more people. Mr. Lu Huan retweeted Lin Yi's tweet at the first opportunity. Lin E sings of the heaviness of Song Jiwen's, feeling more timid near the hometown, not daring to ask the visitor. It also sings of the romance of Xian Chiji's, looking back. The man is beyond the lights. He has a deep understanding and knowledge of our Chinese culture, and he is an excellent singer worthy of all pursuits. The WACM posted a message. It's possible to put youth, ideals, growth, love, and hope all in the same song. Especially the last line. In the name of love, will you still? Lin Yi's strength doesn't need any proof anymore. He's the best singer among our Chinese new generation. CCTV officials are here too. Everyone was expressing their recognition and appreciation of Lin E. The song, The Wind Rises. The airplay was even in just half a day. Successfully crossed the 100 million mark. Lin E. This new song of yours is great. Demon Vitas also retweeted Lin Yi's tweet, although he couldn't understand Chinese. But music knows no boundaries. Just from Lin Yi's compositional melody. He then felt deeply the beauty of that unique youth. It's an absolutely great song. He'll get the rights to as many covers as he can. Take this song back to the land of the hairy. What? Vitas actually wanted to cover Lin Yi's The Wind Rises? That's the great Demon King. Lin E is too much of a disgrace to our Huaxia this time. Netflix is shocked. Follow closely. Someone took a screenshot of Adam and Demon's tweets. Both of them were sorry for being on the singer's program himself. But he didn't get the chance to compete on the same stage as Lin E. After expressing the emotions in your heart, they both spoke highly of Lin E again. Adam v. Mr. Lin Yi's song, The Wind Rises, is, in my opinion, on the same level as our band's Bohemian Rhapsody. Broken Eyebrow v. If Mr. Lin E hadn't been born late, I guess my See You Again wouldn't have become a classic. 3 consecutive big names in the world of music post. Getting the wind up in front of people all over the world. The Twitter hotspot was quickly updated. Hashtag Lin E is great hashtag. Hashtag Lin E the wind is blowing hashtag. Hashtag happy graduation from Lin E. Hashtag the heat exploded instantly. Netflix bloggers have been posting videos. Fighting sound. Big Sheep Little Sheep v. Mr. Lin Yi's new song is so good. Brothers. Chunze v. Okay family. I'm a big fan of Linda. High Water v. I'm not going to challenge the variable speed for this one, because I'm going to try a new song from Rinda, Chopstick Hands. Xian Bar v. No More Cargo. I'll take you to listen to a song today, Mr. Lin Yi's new song. Scatterbrain v. Today's video is a little bit special. It's a song, The Wind Rises. Prodigal Son Wu DV. In the name of love, are you still willing? top streaming bloggers for each platform. All of them were helping Lin E with free publicity from the bottom of their hearts. The marketing numbers, even more so, were going crazy for Lin E by posting tweets about him without any limits. Inside Fish War correspondent V. Lin Yi's new song, The Wind Rises, awakening the deep memories of countless people who have heard nothing but weeping. The wind is blowing. Our youth is back. Lin E is great. Big Dog tells the truth V. Strongly recommend the state to integrate Lin E. Lin E is the first person from our Chinese music industry to go overseas. Showbiz Encyclopedia V. The only one who can defeat Lin E is Lin E himself. Help. Every time I listen to Lin Yi's songs, my ears get pregnant. Lin E is the deserved purple star of the music industry. Chapter 99. The wind is picking up. Lin E is back. The wind-up is making waves in this country. The nation went completely berserk. Because both those who are experiencing youth and those who are remembering it will be moved by this song. Except for one. Song Qinghwan. She has been sad at home for many days now. Because of the news of Lin Yi's imprisonment. Those pictures she didn't believe were real. The little hacks on the internet made all sorts of remarks to discredit Lin E. Even more so, the more she looked at it, the angrier she got. She was tempted to post in Lin Yi's defense. Nah, the repercussions of this are just too great. Before she could think of a countertext. Just had my cell phone withheld by the company. To prevent her from fooling around with the trumpet. The company even sent Sister Lee to keep an eye on her 24 hours a day. Now Song Qinghwan. Living an almost isolated life at home. There is no access to any network-related devices. You can't even just watch TV. Sister Lee, can you show me your cell phone? I promise not to tweet. Song Qinghwan tried again. She was eager to get an update on the incident of Lin Yi's imprisonment. Qinghwan, why don't you just get it? You're a public figure. Ray kind of hated it. She brought up the previous example of Wang Shulong. Because of his personal friendship with Lin E. Wang Shulong stood up for Lin E. As a result, he was sprayed all over the place by the hacks. No matter how big or small. Counts for all platforms. All were temporarily taken over by the company for management. Even the singers program. All because of this incident. The delay in releasing the promotional poster for the latest installment. Sister Lee, I know everything you said, but I just wanted to see it. Song Qinghwan lowered her eyebrows and pursed her lips tightly. That won't work either. Lee's attitude is tough. But when she saw Song Qinghwan's aggrieved look, couldn't help but go soft again. Qinghwan, don't feel bad. The company and I are doing this for your own good. Ray sighed. Although Song Qinghwan didn't stir up too much water on the singers program, but she's in the hearts of the nation, already labeled as a powerhouse up-and-coming female vocalist. That's a good place to start. As soon as the right opportunity arises subsequently. Song Qinghwan was bound to be able to make a flying start. But if it's at this juncture, she gave Lin E any words of defense, then her stardom is over. Qinghwan, do you know why? Apart from Wang Shulong, no star has been willing to speak up for Lin E so far? Sister Lee switched gears. Because Wang Shulong is still young like you, and doesn't know how deep the waters of the entertainment industry are. Whether it's a celebrity singer or actor, the most taboo thing. Always stand in line early, especially when public opinion is in the ascendant. Let's take the case of Lin Yi's imprisonment as an example. If Song Qinghwan is like Wang Shulong, taking the side of defending Lin E, then there would only be two endings awaiting her. The first, Lin E proved his innocence. The matter is closed. No one will, because of the integrity of Wang Shulong and Song Qinghwan, say one nice thing about them both, or even a similar incident in the future. The two of them did not come forward to continue the words of justice. Instead, they will be deliberately made difficult by people who are interested. As for the second ending, Lin E really did commit a crime and went to jail. Both Wang Shulong and Song Qinghwan, who had stood up in advance, would be suspected by everyone. Even if they both have proof of their innocence. A hill of beans comment. It would also be a stain on both of their stars. It makes it hard for both of them to make it big. You understand now, don't you? Your support for Lin E will only become his drag on you. Lee was still trying to persuade. But I don't care. Song Qinghwan's eyes were firm. Lin E is definitely not that kind of. Enough. Lee let out an angry cry, directly interrupting Song Qinghwan. This thing has to be done the way I say it has to be done. You'll never get your cell phone back until the company says so. Ray chattered a reprimand. Song Qinghwan didn't have the heart to listen, because in the middle of Li's sentence, her cell phone dinged. Sister Li, I know you and the company are doing this for my own good. Don't worry, I'll be good. In this case, halfway through the sentence, Song Qinghwan suddenly reached out. One took the cell phone that was sitting on the table. Qinghwan, what are you doing? Watching the run to the restroom. Song Qinghwan, who had also unlocked the door to her room. Sister Li was anxious. Calm down. Compared to your future, Lin E's innocence isn't important at all. Song Qinghwan didn't bother with Sister Li. She unlocked her cell phone screen for herself. Tweets, dynamic alerts. The account you follow, Lin E, has posted a new tweet. Go check it out. Great! Lin E has finally appeared. Song Qinghwan was surprised and delighted. Tapped in on the fly. Qinghwan, don't mess around. Be a good boy and open the door. Li was so anxious that she tapped on the door. Song Qinghwan was still ignoring. She directly clicked on the new song that Lin E had released. It's been a long walk. Follow the trail of a teenager drifting. Lin Yi's song rang out. Song Qinghwan was instantly stunned. Unconsciously, she was transported into the mood of the song. Both eyes became teary. Outside the restroom, Ben was knocking on the door of Ray's sister. And also because of the song, emotions gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes. God. Start with a professional perspective. Enjoy this new song that you've never heard before. A few minutes later, Qinghwan, what song did you just play? Ray asked seriously. She'd just been so mesmerized by what she'd heard. The entire group was taken back to the memories of their youth by the song. The singer's voice was completely ignored. The wind is picking up. Song Qinghwan responded. Wind up. Ray frowned slightly. The words "the wind is picking up" were repeated over and over again. Not a moment too soon. Fit. It's just perfect. Using wind up as the name of the song. That singer is so classy. The more Li tasted, the more surprised she became. An uncountable amount of appreciation rose in the mind. She couldn't wait to find out the singer's name. As long as the other person is not signed by an entertainment company. Then she will definitely report this to her own company. Qinghwan, tell me quickly, who was that singer just now? Once again, Ray was so anxious that she clapped up the guys. But Song Qinghwan didn't respond. Because now she is. Just want to get a quick update on Lin Yi's incarceration. Something else that has nothing to do with this. She pressed on, not wanting to hitch a ride a bit. Soon, Song Qinghwan clicked into the comment section of Lin Yi's microblog. Ken Li V. This song, The Wind Rises, is not about family and friendship, nor is it about love. It's about what we all used to be when we were 17 or 18 years old. Zhang Xinjia V. This is not a love song. It's a letter we wrote to our youth. Remin Daily V. Whether no one asks for it or it's not as good as you are, your hometown will always be there. Along with the people who miss you. Chapter 100 Top Up Master's Affliction. Below Lin Yi's tweet. Clearly all positive reviews. There are official recognitions and nods of approval from the state. There were also compliments from other stars. There are even a wide range of netizens recounting their youthful past. Song Qinghwan, who saw these, can't help but cry. Crying and weeping. She smiled again with relief. Lin Yi's song, The Wind Rises. The lyrics are impeccable. It deserves to be appreciated by all. But what Song Qinghwan saw was something else. Rumors about Lin Yi's imprisonment. Because the song came out of nowhere. Lin E, I knew you must not be that kind of person. Song Qinghwan clicked the play button once again. Someone like her. Too many to even count. The young kids were immersed in Lin Yi's song. Soon to be college graduates. Finding the motivation to fight in Lin Yi's songs. Those older internet users. Instead, one face was wistful. Each reminisced about the youthful years that were exclusively theirs alone. In the meantime, a dormitory at one of the top universities. A student is fuming and sighing. He's a college student about to graduate. It's also one of the most top streaming up masters on a site. He wanted to make a video with his heart. To say an official goodbye to your 4-year college career. The material has been recorded. The biggest issue at hand. It's just that he can't find a proper BGM. Tomato, all the other bloggers have already updated their graduation videos. When are you going to post it? Although I know you're a bit of a sociopath, you can't be afraid of our 10 million fans. That's it. That's it. Hurry up and update the video now. looking at the private message on the computer screen urging a shift. The college student couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. His account name is Old Tomato. He was the first uploader to break 10 million followers on a website. Don't worry, it's still early. The roommate spoke up and comforted. Why don't we walk you out? Maybe you'll get a thought after walking around for a while. The Old Tomato nodded. The two soon appeared in the schoolyard. Walked round and round. Songs related to youth at home and abroad. Told off by the roommate. But still haven't found a BGM that fits the Old Tomato idea. If you ask me, you can just find any song to deal with. BGM is just a secondary effect. The content of the video is the hardcore. The roommate had gotten a little impatient. Just in time. They both saw the very center of the playground. There was a large group of freshmen sitting around. There were about a dozen of them. From all over the world. 3 of the Chinese men were holding cell phones. It seemed to be sharing something with friends. Go, 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 go. Take a video for me. The Old Tomato came up with a new material. I can't stand you. Just help this once. The roommate sighed. The two quickly leaned over. Also heard the freshman talking. I'm so jealous of you guys. You can hear this song anytime you want. Release it. I can't wait. Let's hope Demon really does get the rights to a cover of this song. The Old Tomato and his roommate looked at each other. Both read each other. This group of freshmen talk about the song. The odds are that it's by some Chinese singer. A song that even Demon Virtuoso wants to cover. I think this is a song we both need to hear. The roommate offered. The Old Tomato nodded. The two found a place to sit where no one was looking. The freshmen also just happened to start playing songs. Just a prelude. Passing college students stopped in their tracks. Surprised looks were thrown toward the freshmen. They were all captivated by the melody of the song. Wanted to stay on the playground. Listen carefully to this wah-wah song. Quickly translate the lyrics for me. The roommate kept patting the Old Tomato on the arm. I don't know why, but this song reminds me of my first love. Facing the urging of your roommate. The Old Tomato was unmoved. He is an authentic Chinese. Can understand the lyrics of the song. That's exactly why. The level of shock in his mind. It's the one that will be the biggest and deepest in the whole playground. Especially when he heard the line. There shall be no truth, no struggle, no fear of jokes. It was instantly amazing. 12 short words. Just the right amount of youthful singing. Not one more word. Not a word less. The song. Simply for his graduation video. Tailored BGM. The mind is on this idea though. But the Old Tomato wasn't the first to ask for the title of the song. He wanted to hear the whole song. The results were not expected. As the song continues to play, he was surprised that an emotion appeared uncontrollably. This song is so perfect. Perfect enough to make him think violently. Own graduation video. It doesn't seem to deserve to be on the same page as this song. Until the last word comes in. In the name of love, are you still willing? A rhetorical question. Gave him the biggest bang for his buck. He loved all that he had in his youth. With this love, he could have used the song as BGM. Hello class, please. The Old Tomato got up to ask for the title of the song. Yes, I do. I'm so willing. One by one, the fellow Chinese on the playground responded. Interrupted his question. Even the foreign students who couldn't understand the lyrics. There was also a silent nod of approval at this moment. A perfect illustration of what it means to have music without borders. Old Tomatoes. Senpai, are you Old Tomato? The up master on the little broken station? A Chinese student who played the song exclaimed. Aha! The Old Tomato nodded and asked with a smile. Can you tell me the name of the song, schoolboy? The students on the playground all gathered around. Everyone wants to know what the name of the song is. The wind is picking up. Lin E's got the wind up. Hoki shouted out the title of the song in English. Lin E. Is that the Lin E who won the Great Demon King? Someone asked. It's him. The people who responded were other freshmen. Immediately, an expression of just how it should be appeared on everyone's face. Especially those who are music majors. The song, The Wind Rises. In their opinion, impeccable inside and out. The man who could write this song. Only Lin E. Thanks. The Old Tomato smiled slightly towards his schoolmate. Remember Lin E and The Wind Rises. He pulled his roommate towards the dorms. The other students formed a larger circle in the playground, listening to Lin Yi's The Wind Rises over and over again. Some people listen and cry. Some people listened and laughed. They both recalled bits and pieces of their youth. That time. Everything is so beautiful. Everything was so memorable. The song, The Wind Rises, will always be in their songbook. Chapter 101 Uploader Graduation Video. Lin E fans reposted. Now walk through this world. Have a great deal of time on one's hands. Turning over the years on different sides. Caught off guard by breaking into your smile. Lin Yi's The Wind Rises was playing on a loop in the old Tomato dorm room. He sat alone in front of his computer in silence and fumed. I don't know what I'm thinking. The roommate on the other side of the room reached for his cell phone, opened the translation software, translated all the lyrics into his country's language. He didn't say anything either, just pulling out a photo of my own collection. There are 2 of them up there, one with a big smile, the female classmate who compares Ye to the camera, a red face. His eyes were always on his female classmates. The 2 were childhood sweethearts, maybe a secret love for each other early on. But it's because of life. One came to study at the Easter Egg University. One chose to stay home to take care of his family. Old tomatoes. The roommate spoke up. What do you think is more important, the future or love? Face this unexpected question. The old tomato became a little hesitant for a moment. In his opinion, for a man, the future is definitely the most important thing. Because men have a future. It is only then that you can take on the responsibilities of a husband and a father. Take care of that home where you belong. I think it should be the former. Halfway through the sentence, the old tomato closed his mouth. He saw the picture his roommate was holding, thinking of a story his roommate once told him. In that story, the hero is trying to realize his vision. For the time being, I gave up that innocent love that was my own. A few years later, when the hero is a little more successful in his studies, back home, what I saw instead was holding my months-old child. The heroine walking with her husband in the mall shopping. The 3 men met without saying much. A brief hello. The hero then fled back to school in a state of disarray. Old tomatoes know. The hero in the story is his roommate. I don't know. I really don't know. The old tomato sighed. Aha! The roommate nodded. There was no subsequent communication between the 2. One person was doing videos all night. A man looks at a picture and smokes a cigarette. The only thing that's the same. It's just that both of them have red eyes. Lin Yi's song, The Wind Rises, tickled the memory that was foremost in both of their hearts, full of regrets. But there was nothing to be done. Maybe that's what youth is all about. Old Tomato added this line at the end of the video. He didn't rush to release the video. Instead, he got in touch with Lin E on Weibo. Mr. Lin E, may I use this song as the BGM for my graduation video? Old Tomato asked in a private message. Lin E. Of course you can. It was supposed to be a gift for all of you graduates. Thank you. The old tomato was happy. The first video was released, but there was no half smile on his face. Same with the roommate. He was still immersed in the memories of his past. Little Broken Station. Updated. Old Tomato finally updated. Let's see how different the college career of a senior at Fudan University is from ours. Family members rush. Fans of Old Tomatoes clicked into the video. The first sentence that comes to mind. In the name of love, are you still willing? Not the sound of an old tomato. Instead, it was Lin Yi's voice. This is Lin Yi's support for the old tomato. It's just a shame fans didn't hear it the first time. They watched the video intently, watching Old Tomatoes in college, feeling the disenchantment in his heart. This video was a success. It sunk in for everyone. Unconsciously, fans were reminded of their own experiences while reading. The eve of the high school entrance exam. One man's a lone wolf. Ordinary days. Flirting and playing with brothers and girlfriends. And on the way out of school, a conversation with a crush. I didn't mean to give you a ride home, just simply passing by. Pull back. Your house is over there and mine is over here. How can it be on the way? Don't worry about it. If I say it's on the way, it's on the way. Them now. There is no longer the innocence that was there. Every time I recall this conversation, all that was in my heart was a little regret. If only I had been braver at that time. If she hadn't deliberately pretended to be reserved at that time. Maybe the light between the 2. No longer will it be what it is now. Lost all contact. I remember a boy who used to run up to me and ask me questions as soon as class was over. Even Why Silent Night Thoughts was not written by Manhwa. he had to ask 3 times. He's very good at school and I'm average. That's why I've always felt that he was deliberately mocking me. Looking back now, I finally understand what he meant in the first place. One user told his story. Her hindsight makes everyone feel sorry for themselves. If I ask again now why Manhwa didn't write Silent Night Thoughts, will you still give me the same scolding as you did at that time? A reply suddenly appeared. The boy is coming. I should say he has been. Won't. Because I'm not going to scold you anymore, and I'm going to find out with you. Find out why Manhwa didn't write Silent Night Thoughts. The girl in front of the cell phone had red eyes. A tale of 2 of them. It was sent to the hot seat of the little broken station by the netizens. Users rushed to send their best wishes. This girl is lucky. Found the boy from back in the day. But the only story with a happy ending is this one. See most of the fans of the old tomato video. All you can do is laugh and cry. Regretting my lack of understanding at that point in time. The high school entrance exam intentionally blanked out a big question. I'm asking who of you would dare? Fans in a group. Handsome being chopped speaks to the word. Welcoming a rich white woman. And then what? Did you 2 go to the same college? Handsome being cut. No.
Xiangang Liunlon.
Ooh. Handsome gets cut. She played well and went to the college we agreed on. I didn't. The fans in the group froze at first. Words of reassurance followed. White tea. There are many things in life that are not as good as they should be, as long as you don't regret your previous choices. Handsome being cut. Thank you, group leader, so many years have passed. This matter I have long since not put in mind. Linda, 10-year-old fan. Said it just right, we men should. Wait, group leader? The fans came back instantly. White tea, the group leader who disappeared for so many days. Surprisingly, it returned at this time. Old altar seater. Lord of the group, what did you do before? Why did you not reply when I sent you a message on WeChat? This is what most people in the group are wondering. The group owner was the manager of the fan group and was even more of a hardcore fan of Lin E. How come it disappeared just as Lin E was being hacked? White tea. There was a small situation at home some time ago, which has now been resolved. Thank you for your recent concern. A brief description of the situation. White tea steered the conversation back to the old tomato graduation video. White tea, haven't you noticed that the BGM for this video is Lin Da's The Wind Rises? The words of the group's owner, White tea. Wake up the fans in the group. There was a lot of talk and discussion for half a day. The final decision was to go with a forwarded video to show his support for Lin E. Chapter 1, Rebirth as a Tiger, Opening the Evolution System. The vast Daxingling mountain range is rich in material resources and countless flora and fauna. It was late spring, and a female northeastern tiger was lying down between the bushes to rest, constantly panting. Apparently, the production it had just given had drained it of all its strength. On its side, 3 tiger-headed little ones were crawling around carelessly with their eyes closed, feeling the wonderful world. Tiger Mom looked at the 3 lively tiger cubs with relief in her eyes. But it then seemed to remember something and cocked its head to the other side with a look of disgust. Is that my ing seed? There's a tiger cub. But this tiger cub is just too skinny. In general, a newborn tiger baby is usually about 1 to 2 pounds. The tiger cub, on the other hand, was just over half a pound full, a good deal smaller than his 3 brothers. And other tiger cubs are born and are able to just crawl around after their bodies have been cleaned by their mothers. But this skinny little tiger, from the beginning to the end, didn't move much, just lay there in place. In the tiger mom's experience, it's 80% that this tiger cub won't survive the night. What mother tiger doesn't know is that a human soul is gradually awakening inside the eldest son she dislikes. When Hu Yi's consciousness was fully awake, he instinctively opened his eyes, but then immediately closed them due to the stinging sunlight. But the scene that he saw in the moment he just opened his eyes confused Hu Yi wholeheartedly. How did you become a tiger? Did the tiger bomb you drank last night give you this much power? Thinking more is already useless. After Hui felt the weakness of his whole body, as well as the hunger in his stomach, he hurriedly forced himself to force his eyes to open for a moment, and ran in the direction of breast milk and crawled over. Even if he becomes a tiger, he himself will be strong and become the king of a party of tigers. First step to survival, drink grandma. Tiger's milk, and I don't know what flavor it is. That smells good. Feeling the difference underneath her, tiger mother lowered her head and looked at Hu Yi, who was drinking milk, in surprise. I didn't realize that my skinniest son was the first to get milk. It is important to realize that it often takes a while for a newborn tiger cub to be guided to drink milk. Even if it comes together on Tiger Mom, it may not be in the exact location. However, as a mother, even if Hu E was frail at the moment, it would not give him up easily. On the other side, Hu E, who was swallowing Tiger's milk in a big gulp, suddenly heard a familiar yet unfamiliar electronic tone. Host ingestion of energy substance detected. Evolutionary system on. Immediately afterward, even though Hu Yi's eyes were closed, he still clearly saw an electronic screen. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength 1. Speed 1. Endurance 1. Evolution point, 0.1. Hui looked at his pitiful initial data and jumped up and down with excitement. Calling me a loser? I'm afraid of nothing if I have a system. Haven't you ever heard of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? According to what the system prompt had just said, in the future, as long as he kept eating, he would constantly obtain evolution points. As long as you give yourself enough time, won't you sooner or later become the Tiger King of the party? No, I want to be the king of beasts, king of all beasts. Thinking of this, Hu Yi's energy to eat his milk increased by a few more points, and the value of evolution points began to increase continuously. Meanwhile, the other 3 tiger cubs had finally gotten hungry. They were guided by the tiger mom and came under her as well and started to find a spot to drink their milk. Seeing this, Hu Yi did not cross the line. After all, with his current small physique, even if the mother tiger tried to feed him all the breast milk in her body, it would only prop him up. Just then, however, the unexpected happened. The second-born tiger cub, while breastfeeding under the tiger's mother, surprisingly picks at the other 2 brothers and sisters to keep them away. On the contrary, it was also the most physically strong of the 4 young tigers. Hu Yi could see from the system that this second brother of his, surprisingly, had a strength value of 1.5. This figure was far from the 1.3 of the third sister or the 1.2 power value of the 4th brother. The poor 2 little ones, just smelling a bit of milk, were driven aside by their own second brother in a flurry of punches and kicks. After chasing away his younger siblings, seemingly sensing Hu Yi's presence, Tiger Elder repeats his old trick and even tries to make a move on Hu Yi. Only even the third sister, whose strength had reached 1.3, was no match for Tiger Elder. So how could Hu Yi, with his pitiful 1 point of strength, be able to fight back? Seeing that the Tiger Elder's slap is close at hand, and the majesty of his eldest brother is about to be unprotected, Hu Yi sucked a mouthful of Tiger's milk and narrowly managed to round up the evolution points to 1. Hu Yi hurriedly added this precious bit of evolution points to his strength and instantly felt a warmth throughout his body, and his body tightened up quite a bit. Immediately after that, Hu Yi stretched out his right front palm and slapped it against Tiger Elder's slap. Ow! Tiger Elder ate the pain. Even the milk that he had managed to grope to the edge of his mouth was loosened, and he rolled on the ground. Humph! The majesty of an elder brother is something you can just provoke? Hu Yi glanced contemptuously at Tiger Elder and continued to suck on it with a big mouthful. A few moments later, Hu Yi patted his stomach contentedly and added the remaining 2 evolution points, both of which were added to endurance. After all, he was a tiger now, not a human. In case one gets injured in the future, the recovery ability needed, as well as the resistance to germs, need to be provided by endurance. Like the strongest Tiger Elder, which has 2 points of endurance. The third sister and the oldest also reached 1.6 and 1.8 endurance respectively, so they looked much stronger than Hu Yi. Tiger's mom felt an emptiness beneath her and instinctively looked down. When it saw Hu Yi, whose endurance value had reached 3 and whose entire tiger had grown several times larger, it was so frightened that it directly jumped up. What's going on? Where's my weakling firstborn? Where did this little brat come from? 3 questions flew through Tiger Mom's mind. But its beastly brain obviously couldn't support it in figuring out something so complicated. So, after double-checking the smell of Hu Yi's body, which was that of her eldest sons, Tiger Mother went back down again. Hu Yi, who had eaten and drank enough, saw that the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 were intimidated by the oldest 2, and the oldest 2 were intimidated by themselves, each not daring to approach Tiger Mother, and helplessly shook his head. He was seen burping and then walking straight over to the third sister, gently arching it with his head to the Tiger Mom. Immediately afterward, he came to the oldest, and in the same way vaulted it over as well. The only difference was that he wasn't as gentle with Lao Si as he was with his third sister. When it was Tiger Elder's turn, Hu Yi was even more impatient, only to see him deliver a heavy punch output, knocking Tiger Elder's head to the ground. The poor thing, who could only crawl, almost learned to fly straight away. The good thing is that eventually he finally got his fill of breast milk as well. Lin E, who had taken care of all his younger siblings, was feeling a little tired at the moment and stumbled over to the mother tiger to fall asleep. In his eyes, it was the safest place to be. After all, he couldn't think of any creature in all of nature that would dare to harm a tiger's child in front of it. However, external enemies are easy to stop, but home invaders are hard to prevent. Tiger Elder, a domineering fellow, is not so seemly to be with. Chapter 2. First time eating meat, tiger mother injured. 2 months went by in a flash. The 3 tiger cubs, along with Lin E, could open their eyes, run and jump normally. On this day, Lin E looked at the defiant Tiger Elder in front of him and directly slapped him. Tiger Elder was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge, but Lin E was 1 step faster than it and directly knocked it to the ground. Name Lin E. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 26. Speed, 23. Endurance, 33. Evolution points, 0.3. In 2 months' time, Lin E's strength had skyrocketed and his body had grown several sizes, much to Tiger Mother's satisfaction. With Lin E's current figures, even a 4 or 5-month-old tiger cub would be just that. In comparison, Tiger Lao Er, who was clearly already considered relatively strong amongst tiger cubs of his age, was a bit lackluster.
Name a Tiger Lao Er.
Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 15. Speed, 14. Endurance, 15. The all-round crushing in attributes made this Tiger Elder, who desperately wanted to provoke his eldest brother's majesty, have bitter words. On the other side, seeing their second brother suffer, Tiger third sister and Tiger Elder were happy. Who let them, the second brother, always bully them when they have nothing to do. Evil tigers have their own evil tigers to grind, can easily beat their siblings of the abominable second brother. Every day by the big devil big brother lesson, really retribution ah. Seeing the third sister and fourth brother behind him, happily bouncing around, the corner of Lin E's mouth revealed a sinister smile, only to see him suddenly get up and walk away, exposing the siblings behind him, directly in front of the furious Tiger Elder. Tiger Elder was overwhelmed by Lin E's overwhelming output for a while and had long been holding his breath. I can't beat the boss, but I can't beat you 2 weaklings? Only to see the Tiger Elder pouncing forward in a tiger pounce, directly pouncing on the still frothing Tiger Elder 4, followed by a slap, slapping down the Tiger third sister who was trying to escape. Hearing the roar of Lao Er behind him, as well as the miserable screams of third sister and Lao Si, Lin E leisurely found a shade to lie down and quietly watched the play. This oldest too, brave then brave already, just don't use your brain. Obviously just a slap can whip down the oldest 4. Why do you use your teeth to bite, delay and put the third sister away? Third sister, this girl is also, since the speed is fast, then wait for the opportunity to move on the side. Why always hard with the second stupid girl eh? Oldest 4, this ram, high stamina means you'll only take a beating? Bite Lao Er's hind legs If you can't bite the back leg, then there's still the tiger whip. Tiger Elder was in the midst of a big fight, beating his younger sibling, when he suddenly felt a coldness in his crotch, and then looked at Lin E warily. Lin E lazily ignored it and prepared to lie down and take a nap. That's how he spent almost every day since his 3 younger siblings opened their eyes and were able to run and jump a month ago. First, he went to the tiger's penis, looking for a fight to beat it up, waiting until after beating the Tiger Lao Er out of its fire, then suddenly scattering its hands, letting it take out its fire, all on the watching Tiger third sister and Tiger Lao Si. In this way, every day of the 3 little tiger cubs was spent in fighting, and they had to start exercising their fighting skills and physical fitness much earlier than the unusual wild tiger cubs. Anyway, at this time of the year, the Daxingenling was so bountiful that Tiger Mother was able to hunt enough prey every day that she didn't have to worry about insufficient nourishment for herself and her siblings. The only thing that Lin E wasn't quite comfortable with yet was that since yesterday, Tiger Mother had begun to force herself to eat meat. Looking at the bloodied and piercing raw meat, Lin E could not accept it at all psychologically, and even almost spit out the tiger's milk that he just drank. For this, the tiger's mother was very angry, and gave herself a long, ill-eyed stare. Being gazed at by a 180 kilograms tiger made Lin E, who possessed a human soul, unable to stop his heart from jumping. Today, when Tiger Mom returns from another hunt, she will surely force herself to eat raw meat again. If he still refused today, I'm afraid he'd be beaten up. Getting thrashed by a tigress is exciting to think about. While Hui was lying on the ground and fretting, not far away, Tiger Mother had already walked over with the small roe deer she had caught in her mouth. Stretching his head is also a knife. Shrinking his head is also a knife. Hui clenched his teeth and pretended to run over very happily, looking like he couldn't wait to eat the meat. Tiger Mom was very pleased to see her eldest son, who was so well behaved today. Only to see it lowering its head, it easily tore open the belly of the small roe deer, biting off a strip of meat and handing it to Hui. Hui, face happy, took the meat strips, full of blood in his mouth. He instantly felt, taste great. It was a craving from the physical, the king of all beasts, an instinctive need for blood and food. Hui's eyes lit up. Then he endeavored to swallow the meat strip in his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Sure enough, he didn't feel the fishy stench he had imagined, but instead felt a burst of sweetness and satisfaction. Just the moment he swallowed the meat strips, the system alert sounded. Host devours roe deer meat, rewarded with evolution points. 5. Hui's eyes lit up when he heard this prompt. This meant that for every species whose meat he ate, he would receive a systemically rewarded, not inconsiderable amount of evolution points. It was only 0.4 evolution points to realize that the piece of meat he was eating now was only 0.4 evolution points. A mouthful of tiger's milk and only 0.07 evolution points. 5 evolution points counted as what he had gained in the past 3 days. According to this level of reward, if one ate all the species in the entire Great Hingan Mountains, wouldn't one grow to the level of Tiger Mother in minutes? No, it's far more than a tiger mom, more than the average male northeastern tiger, to a more robust degree. At that time, he would be the king of the entire Great Hingan Mountains. So for the next month, Hui ate a variety of meats and gained quite a few evolution points through Tiger Mother. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 50 full. Speed, 48. Endurance, 50 full. Evolution points, 0.16. As Hui's appetite became bigger, Tiger Mom had to change the frequency of hunting from once every 6 or 7 days to once every 3 days now. But despite this, Hui would often feel hungry and had to consume large quantities of tiger's milk, as well as berries from the ground. But these things, which could provide him with so few attribute points, were better than nothing. Well, today, Tiger Mom was out hunting again. Seeing the attribute panel, only 2 attribute points short of the full value of the speed attribute, Hui was filled with anticipation. Because just 2 days ago, the system told him that if he filled up all his attribute points, his body would produce a round of evolution. At that point, he will move on to the next life cycle, the growth phase, where attributes will be enhanced across the board. The system didn't say exactly how it would be enhanced, and Hui wasn't in a hurry. Just wait for the Tiger Mom to come back from the hunt and eat out the missing 2 evolutionary points herself. Roar! In the distance, Tiger Mother's low roar came over, and Tiger Elder stood up in surprise and ran in the direction of the sound. Tiger Sis and Tiger Lao Si similarly ran over, eager to welcome Tiger Mother's return. Nope! Hui stood up alertly. Just now, Tiger Mother's voice, not to mention the lack of mid-air, that threatening and warning intent, clearly targeting prey and opponents. There's danger. Chapter 3 Evolution succeeded. Attributes skyrocketed. Thinking of this, Hui rushed forward, slapping one by one, putting down all 3 siblings, warning them to stay where they are, while he himself touched over in the direction of Tiger Mother. 3 months of crushing fights had long made the 3 tiger cubs obedient to Hui. Hui had walked about 20 meters when he suddenly smelled Tiger Mother, and 5 unfamiliar smells in front of him. He quietly lurked in the grass and looked out to find the Tiger Mother standing not far in front of him. Across from it, there were 4 other badly injured gray wolves. And the rest of that unfamiliar smell came from the Wolf King, who had collapsed limply at the feet of the tiger's mother, looking more out of breath than in. It seems as if Tiger Mom has the complete upper hand. But when Hui took a closer look, Tiger Mother's hind legs, neck, and abdomen all had not so light injuries. Especially that wound at the back leg, where the blood kept flowing. It was obvious that the wound was so deep that it had made it impossible for the Tiger Mom to walk. Hui was puzzled. It was reasonable to say that with Tiger Mother's strength, how could she be forced into such a situation by a small wolf pack consisting of only 5 wolves counting the Wolf King? Name, unknown. Race, gray wolf. Strength, 68. Speed, 67. Endurance, 53. The attributes of the 4 gray wolves are not very different from each other, but they are far from the attributes of the Tiger Mother. It's not an exaggeration to say that, Don't look at Tiger Mother's serious injuries. If they were to fight head-on, none of these 4 wolves would survive. But what kind of animal is a wolf? It's notorious for its cunning. How could they possibly go for something as stupid as losing both? Only to see them slowly spread out, except for the 2 gray wolves left at the front to attract Tiger Mother's attention. The remaining 2 gray wolves, one wandered to the side of Tiger Mother, and the other went straight to her back, intending to wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack from her back. The wolves are seeing that the tiger mom is having trouble moving and are planning to drag her to her death. The experienced Tiger Mother, of course, could guess what the wolves were planning to do, but there was nothing she could do about it in the slightest. The pain drilling through its hind legs had robbed it of the flexibility to deal with the wolves' encircling tactics. The speed attribute, which was normally as high as 215 points, was now only 27 points. Roar! With a command from the new Wolf King, who had the highest stats among the wolves, the 2 gray wolves on the front started a tentative attack. They kept trying to rush forward, but as soon as they reached the range of the Tiger Mother's attack, they hurriedly retreated back. A wolf's primary means of attack when attacking is a dog lifting a curtain all with one mouth. However, although the Tiger Mother was injured, but under the full swing of the tiger's paw, even if the Wolf King regenerated, it could not carry it. So they don't even dare to get close to Tiger Mother, so naturally they have no way to get down. But such a stalemate cannot be maintained for long. Hui knows clearly in his heart that they are stalling for time, draining Tiger Mother's physical strength so that the old 6 behind them can find an opportunity to sneak attack. Sure enough, after a period of trial and error, Tiger Mom's movements slowed down. The gray wolf in the back saw the opportunity to leap forward and pounce on the Tiger Mom's behind. Tiger Mother, who was experienced in combat, had long sensed the crisis. But just as it tried to turn around to respond, the pain drilling through its hind legs tugged at it and it had to stop moving. Just in the nick of time, Hui leapt out and slammed into the back of the gray wolf, old 6. Wolves have always been said to have copper head, iron brain, tofu waist, and the waist can be said to be a very fragile part of the wolf's body. Coupled with Hu Yi's 70+ kg body, this collision directly made Grey Wolf Old 6 unable to get up for half a day. This sudden turn of events startled Tiger Mom and the other 3 wolves. After Tiger Mother saw that it was Hu Yi who saved him, she was first overjoyed, followed by an anxious succession of low growls, shooing him away. The way things are going right now, it shouldn't survive today. It can die, but its own legacy cannot be broken. Of the 4 children, the one it valued the most was this eldest. From the beginning of the skinny and small, to the present physical quality far beyond the same age tiger, Hu Yi brings it too many surprises. Tiger Mother believed that as long as Hu Yi could survive today, there would only be one king in this forest in the future. However, Hu Yi did not listen to the Tiger Mother, but walked straight to its side, opened his bloody mouth, and bit down on the Wolf King's corpse that was already motionless in front of the Tiger Mother. Sour, faggy meat, hard to eat. However, Hui still forced himself to endure the instinctive discomfort and swallowed the blood and flesh in his mouth. Run? Stop it, okay? What's the difference between being a tiger cub yourself, without the protection of your mother, and being someone else's dish? Moreover, in his own life, since he had become a tiger, then Tiger Mother, Tiger Third Sister, Tiger Elder, and even Tiger Elder who had been provoking him were all his relatives. I can't watch my loved ones fall in front of me. I can't do that. Host devours gray wolf meat, rewarded with evolution points. 10. The moment the evolution points arrived, Hu Yi quickly tapped twice on the plus behind the speed attribute. Speed, 50 full. Ding. Detected that the host's 3 attribute data are full, is evolution in progress. Evolution. Just at the moment when Hu Yi was sure of his evolution, he suddenly felt a heavenly rotation, and his entire consciousness blurred a bit. Immediately afterward, he felt a surge of soreness and numbness in the muscles of his entire body. Even his bones seemed to have been pulled and lengthened. This odd feeling lasted for about a quarter of an hour or so. When the sensation subsided, Hu Yi hastily opened the attribute panel. Name Hu Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 67. Speed, 63. Endurance, 59. Evolution points, 9.86. Such figures were already enough to single-handedly challenge any adult gray wolf in front of him. But Hu Yi's gaze was cold, and he added all of his evolution points, as much as he could, to his strength. 76. Such a power value was enough to crush any gray wolf by itself. When the wolves saw the suddenly larger Hu Yi, they backed away in fear. Even old Six, who had just been flown by Hu Yi, forgot about his injuries and desperately crawled towards the direction away from Hu Yi's mother and son. Such a bizarre scene made the already suspicious wolves even more alarmed. Hu Yi got up and then let out a growl at the wolves. In the roar, the childish milky voice had faded, and the might of the king of all beasts was initially revealed. Hu Yi did not attack the wolves, but instead attacked old Six, who was the closest to him and had not yet climbed out far, only to see Hu Yi make a tiger pounce and directly lie on old Six's back. The strong pressure caused old Six, who was already sore in the back, to directly lie on the ground. Not waiting for it to react, Hu Yi directly slapped the tiger's palm randomly, and accurately slapped both of old Six's ears, rather than the gray wolf old Six's skull being hard. At this time, both ears were bleeding and screaming miserably. After a dozen or so slaps had passed, Grey Wolf's oldest Six was already starting to get a little dizzy. Hu Yi no longer hesitated, opened his mouth wide and took a bite on its veins. As the blood from the Grey Wolf old Six's throat gushed into Hu Yi's mouth in large quantities, its life gradually came to an end. With such a clean action, coupled with Hu Yi's bloodthirsty gaze, the remaining 3 Grey Wolves were ready to flee with their tails between their legs. They have a fear of tigers that comes from their bones. However, just as the wolves were about to leave, a rising and falling childish roar stopped them in their tracks. Hu Yi and Tiger Mother snapped their colors. It was the voice of the other 3 tiger cubs. It turned out that Hu Yi and Tiger Mom were late in returning. Tiger Elder could not hold his mind and even chased after him with his younger siblings. Upon hearing the 3 tiger cubs' voices, the 3 Grey Wolves went and returned, running right around the Tiger Mother and behind her. There were only 3 of them left in the pack, and it would be difficult to catch enough prey again. But if they can prey on 3 tiger cubs, then they have a chance of surviving. On the other side, Hu Yi looked grave. Tiger Mom couldn't move, so if she wanted to protect Tiger Elder and the others, she had to go by herself. But with his strength, facing 3 Grey Wolves alone, it would only lead to death. Whether to give them up to save his life, or to rise up to fight, Hu Yi is caught in a dilemma. Chapter 4. A fight to the death, a life on the line. Faced with this fateful multiple-choice question, Hu Yi almost didn't think twice as he directly flew and pounced on a nearest Grey Wolf, biting down on its neck. But the Grey Wolf was not a vegetarian, only to see that it easily dodged Hu Yi's bloody mouth and bit back at Hu Yi's neck. Luckily, Hu Yi originally had no intention of tangling with it, getting up smoothly and darting towards the next Grey Wolf. On the other side, Tiger Lao Air was still advancing on his little legs. Tiger Third Sister was the first to notice something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped Lao Si and ran towards the side under a short tree. While running, he also greeted Tiger Elder. Tiger Elder saw his siblings running away and screamed in anxiety. "Don't you go away. If the boss sees this, I'll be the only one who won't listen." It was just about to chase after Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Old Man in the direction of Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Old Man, when suddenly its afterglow saw a gray shadow rushing towards it. That vigorous killing chance, bloodthirsty gaze, made Tiger Elder shiver and was dumbfounded on the spot. Seeing his prey like this, the excitement in this Grey Wolf's eyes increased, and he opened his bloody mouth from afar. Bang! Just as the wolf's mouth was about to land on Tiger Elder's head, Hu Yi finally arrived and headbutted the Grey Wolf. The price was that not only was Hu Yi's left shoulder injured, his head was now dizzy. It was good that it finally arrived in time to save Tiger Elder. And so on. What about Tiger Sister and Tiger Lao Si? Hu Yi, who had come to his senses, realized that the third sister and fourth brother were not even around Tiger Elder, and instantly his eyes were bloodshot. Am I late to the party? At the same time, the other 2 Grey Wolves chased after them, the wolves eyeing the Hu Yi brothers. Looking at the 3 Grey Wolves' scattered stations, Hu Yi knew that they were planning to repeat the same trick, 2 wolves to attack and 1 to sneak in. They can't be allowed to do what they want. Hu Yi instantly launched an attack towards the Grey Wolf in the middle, and ran while slowing down his speed. The Grey Wolf in the middle was startled by Hu Yi and hurriedly greeted his companion, retreating backward by himself. Sure enough, after hearing its cries for help, the Grey Wolf on the left hurriedly ran over to support it, while the Grey Wolf on the right ran straight towards Tiger Elder. Hu Yi suddenly braked sharply, and when the Grey Wolf on the left was about to get close, he raised the sand in his palm and scattered it towards its eyes. Restricted by physiological structure, Hu Yi, the dirt grabbed up not much. Luckily, He was surprised enough that the gray wolf was not on guard and was right in the middle of it. Ow! With sand entering his eyes, even if the gray wolf was fierce enough, he couldn't help but stop and roll all over the ground at the moment. Hui didn't care about it, but instead hurriedly chased after the gray wolf on the right, directly pouncing on it and biting into its neck. However, this gray wolf was sharp as a tack and quickly adjusted its angle while biting at Hui's neck. A tiger and a wolf, neither one letting go, begin a duel of the wildest kind. This gray wolf was not afraid in the slightest, as it knew very well that it was not a wolf fighting. Sure enough, just as Hui was relying on his slightly higher attributes to slowly gain the upper hand, there was a sudden pain in his back. That gray wolf, which had just been scared off by Hui at first, came over in support. Hui only felt that the muscles in his back felt like they were being madly torn apart by a dagger. Even the sharpness at the tip of those teeth was on the verge of reflecting on his bones. If at this time Hui loosened his mouth and resisted the attack on his back with all his might, there was no problem. But the other gray wolf would not be affected by the sand for too long. Even if Hui breaks free at this time, when the time comes to pick three, he himself can only wait for death except for escaping. When Hui was anxious, a sudden flash of light appeared in his mind, only to see him directly extend his right paw and viciously stab into the stomach of the gray wolf underneath him. An offense like this was something the gray wolf had never seen before. But this in no way detracted from its judgment that death was infinitely nearer. Woo! The gray wolf underneath him loosened his mouth in fear and wailed repeatedly, trying to break free. After feeling the fear of his companion, the gray wolf on Hui's back also increased the power of its mouth. Hui endured the severe pain, and only after opening several bloody holes in the abdomen of the gray wolf underneath him did he let go of it. But how long can it live with blood pouring out of its belly? After having one less opponent, Hui directly threw off the gray wolf on his back and re-stood beside Tiger Elder. It was also at this moment that the gray wolf, who was blinded by the sand, finally recovered and blocked Hui with his companion one after the other. Blood slid down Hui's back and the system's beep suddenly sounded. Detected that the host is seriously injured, the recovery function has been turned on. The host can consume any evolution points to recover from the wound. Hearing the system's voice, Hui's heart rejoiced. He had just drunk several mouthfuls of wolf blood himself, and his evolution points had already reached 1 point again. Originally, he was still thinking about where to spend the 1 evolution point, but now he didn't need to hesitate. Recover! With Hui's choice, the number of evolution points reverted to 0. But the multiple wounds on his body had begun to slowly heal, especially the bone deep wound on his back, which had already grown a layer of skin in only a few breaths. With 95% of his status restored, Hui regained his confidence and stared dead at the gray wolf in front of him. Just then, the 2 gray wolves let out a roar in unison and attacked Hui. Although Hui's wounds were healed, the blood on his body had not dried, and the gray wolf did not know that Hui had recovered from his injuries. In their eyes, the severely injured Hui and the young Tiger Elder were already a piece of meat on the edge of their mouths. Hui's complexion was condensed. At this point in time, small wits were useless. Next, it's all about the hard stuff. This time, the gray wolf that attacked from the front no longer pulled, but bit straight to Hui's injured right shoulder. Hui didn't dodge and directly slapped it away. The price was his hind leg, bitten by the gray wolf behind him. Just as the gray wolf behind him wanted to continue attacking, Hui suddenly leapt forward and flipped the other party to the ground. At the same time, the gray wolf that had just been slapped away re-pounced on Hui. Attacked from the front and back, Hui is in critical condition. In the nick of time, Hui made a bold decision, only to see him suddenly rise up as a man and press towards the overturned gray wolf. It was as if he had used the gray wolf as a bed, lying directly on its soft belly. And the gray wolf that pounced on him was held in his arms and bit hard on its neck. The 2 gray wolves were panicked but fuming. The gray wolf on his body bit into Hui's shoulder. The gray wolf beneath him bit into the back of Hui's neck. The back of the neck was the tiger's vital point, and when attacked here, Hui was instinctively short of breath. But by this moment, he had no other choice. Just as the 3 were in a stalemate, Tiger Elder finally slowed down. It had never dreamed that its normally most hated big brother would go so far out of his way to save himself. Seeing that his big brother had fallen into a disadvantage, Tiger Elder immediately let out a roar and yelled as he rushed towards the gray wolf underneath Hui. Pinned down by a tiger and a wolf, The gray wolf at the bottom was unable to move. Its head, however, can still turn, only to see it let go of the back of Hu Yi's neck and bite at Tiger Elder. Lao Er, you stupid fool. Fighting is fighting. What are you shouting for? Hu Yi was so angry that he wanted to curse. But then he was stunned. And so on. Dick? How could I have forgotten about this weapon? Only to see Hu Yi suddenly raise his tail high in the air, and after anticipating the position underneath him, he fiercely lashed down. Tiger Elder was originally still a bit scared when he saw the gray wolf under Hu Yi, ferociously opening its mouth at him. Suddenly, the gray wolf a pair of eyes and let out a miserable howl. And as a male tiger, for some reason, not only did it not feel a bit of joy after the robbery, but on the contrary, it had an inexplicable sympathy for this gray wolf. Of course, only faintly sympathetic. Chapter 5, Human Tracks, System Alerts. 5 minutes later, Hui pushed away the motionless gray wolf on top of him and rolled over onto his back. The gray wolf underneath him was also bitten off by Tiger Elder's courage. I didn't expect that the first life and death battle experienced by turning into a tiger was to use wolf-proofing techniques and in kicks to get the win. Hui laughed bitterly in his heart, and then, not caring to rest, he began to feast on the wolf corpse. At the end of that wave of confrontation just now, that gray wolf under him was on the verge of death when it became ferocious and inflicted a considerable amount of injuries on him. He needed to hurry up and gain a wave of evolution points for injury recovery. As for Tiger Lao Er, after completing Tiger Sang's first kill, he was dejected and ran to Hu Yi as a burst of showing off, and was slapped out far away by Hu Yi. It was at this moment that Tiger Elder suddenly realized that this big brother of his had gotten so much bigger after going out for a round. Humph. Geek. Not comparing to you. Tiger Elder wagged his tail and ran off towards a short tree off to the side. Third and fourth. Praise your brave second brother as much as you like. After Hu Yi ate half of the wolf, he finally burped with satisfaction. Name Hu Yi. Race. Northeast Tiger. Strength. 76. Speed. 63. Endurance. 59. Evolution points. 5.36. After using up 1 evolution point and recovering from his injuries, this time Hu Yi did not use up all of his evolution points. In the battle just now, if it wasn't for the system suddenly turning on the recovery function, he would definitely have no chance of winning. He had to keep enough evolution points to prevent accidents. Just then, Tiger Elder also brought Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Elder over. Hu Yi was pleasantly surprised to see his younger siblings one by one. He then dragged a complete wolf carcass, with his younger siblings in tow, in the direction of Tiger Mother. It didn't take long for them to see Tiger Mother struggling to hold herself up on 3 legs as she made her way toward them. Apparently, it had made a desperate attempt to protect the child. After seeing that Hu Yi and the others were safe, Tiger Mother finally let go of her heart and went limp. Hu Yi placed the wolf carcass in front of Tiger Mother, signaling it to hurry up and eat it. As the king of all beasts, the injuries on the tiger mom were not light, but they were not to the point of recovering badly, they just needed time. Fortunately, the 5 wolf corpses they obtained after this great battle were enough for Tiger Mother to consume for half a month. After collecting the wolf carcasses back one after another, the 3 little tiger cubs began to nurse under the Tiger Mother, and Hu Yi began to continuously lick the wounds of the Tiger Mother to sterilize it. When he cleaned up the wound on Tiger Mother's hind leg, Hu Yi's pupils could not help but shrink. The wound was clearly not a bite from a gray wolf, but from a sharp object like a trap. No wonder, Hu Yi had also been wondering how such a small wolf pack could have injured Tiger Mother so badly. It turns out that the tiger mom was injured by the trap first, which gave the wolves a chance to move in, which explains it. Only, even if Hu Yi knew the result, his mood did not get the slightest bit better, but instead became heavier. The fact that there are traps means that there will be poachers in this forest. If they had firearms in their hands, with the strength of himself and Tiger Mother, it would be difficult to protect themselves, not to mention protecting the 3 tiger cubs. The only way forward is for Tiger Mom to get well and move quickly. A week later, Tiger Mom's back leg was healed considerably. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak, he could at least barely walk. Looks like I underestimated the recovery ability of wild tigers. Hu Yi was delighted in his heart, not expecting the tiger's recovery ability to be so strong. Wouldn't this prove that even if he was injured in the future, even without the help of the system, he would be able to recover quickly? The host should not be careless. The reason why Tiger Mother recovered so quickly is because the aura of today's heaven and earth gradually began to become stronger, not just because of her own physique. Hui instantly calmed down after being reminded by the system like this. After being reborn, one's life was still too smooth. Even if he had experienced a life and death battle last week, he himself had managed to turn the danger into a victory with the advantage of his human soul. So far down the line, one has gotten a little carried away. System, when you just said that the aura has become stronger, do you mean that the aura has revived? Hui asked curiously. Yes, but with the host's authority today, he can't yet understand this level of information. So please improve your strength as soon as possible. Hui nodded. Living the present moment was the most important thing. He stood up, yelled at Tiger Mom and his 3 siblings, and took the lead. Although Tiger Mother and the others did not understand what Hui was trying to do, they could only depend on Hui for survival now, so they could only follow him closely. An hour after the family of 5 left, 3 men arrived in an SUV. Aside from a fat man driving the car, the remaining 2 men were each holding a shotgun and looking around warily. In the trunk of their car, a bloody trap was lying there. After parking the car, Fatty held a hand crossbow in his left hand and a woodchopper in his right hand, and began to scrutinize the surroundings. A moment later, chagrined, he walked back and said, "Is late, the tiger is gone." After saying that, the fat man looked at a scarred face holding a cigarette and said, "Big brother, are you sure that's a tiger's fur?" Scarface calmly glanced at Fatty, and the indifference in his eyes caused the usually unbeatable Fatty to involuntarily lower his head. "What? Do you need me to find you an expert to help you with your lab tests?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the spectacled man on the side pushed his glasses and hurriedly rounded up the situation and said, "Big brother, look at you, you're not much better than those experts." When he said that, he tapped the fat man again and gave him a wink. Fatty would understand and said in a hurry, "Big brother, it's not that I don't believe you, I'm... All right, take the bull back." Scarface took one last drag, sucking the cigarette down to just the stub in his mouth before spitting it out. He then said with a deadpan stare at Fatty, "I'm warning you for the last time, Lao-san. I don't care if you go out whoring, but if you ever say anything like giving someone a real bearskin again, I'll skin you first." Fatty nodded repeatedly, afraid that if he took one step late, Scarface's gun would be shoved into his mouth. "All right, let's go." Scarface gave a command and got into the car without looking back. The man with the glasses froze and rushed to Scarface's side to ask, "Big brother, this is leaving?" Scarface said with his eyes closed, "What, you think hunting tigers is that easy?" The man with the glasses said somewhat undeterred, "We have guns." Scarface sneered and said, "If guns worked, I wouldn't have these 3 scars on my face." The spectacled man gave a start, then remembered the story about Scarab. The scar on the face of the man with the scar is the mark left by the tiger that attacked him when he was young. It was that same poaching that cost him his father and his great-uncle. Since then, whenever he had the chance, Scarab would try to find the tiger and kill it. First go back and deal with the things on hand, the Migi side urging the goods tightly. When we get the final payment, let's get some handy equipment and find a few more reliable brothers. Then we'll come back to kill the tiger. Scarface turned his head to look deeper into the forest, and a bloodthirsty killing intent could not be suppressed from his face. Chapter 6. The Silly Roe Deer. Half a month later, somewhere in Daxingenling. The sound of water gurgling and green grass. 6 roe deer were gathered at the water's edge and were lazily eating grass. Hui quietly crawled forward, afraid of making a little noise and disturbing them. After all, creatures like roe deer had extremely sharp hearing and were extremely fast. Name, unknown. Race, roe deer. Strength, 37. Speed, 69. Endurance, 56. With this kind of speed, combined with good endurance, if Hui was chasing him head-on, it would take quite a bit of effort to successfully capture him. Ka-ching! Hui accidentally stepped on a branch and all the roe deer exploded. Their white asses lit up and they fled. Anyone who says elk is stupid in the future, my 28-yard tiger paw will have to smash his head. Seeing that the roe deer did not stand stupidly in place to see who the seeker was like what the internet said in his previous life, Hui cursed in his heart and directly leapt out of the tiger and chased after him. Although he didn't reach the ideal position, such a distance was enough for him to capture the target in a short time. After all, a tiger's explosive power, that's no dummy. Seeing Hui getting closer and closer, one of the roe deer in the roe deer group suddenly stopped, looked at Hui and then ran in another direction. However, Hui ignored it and still chased after the roe deer group. Through the system, Hu Yi could see that this was the strongest roe deer in the roe deer group. It paused for a moment not because it was stupid, but because it wanted to lure itself away from capturing the young and old of the species. How could Hu Yi fall for that? His target was none other than the oldest elk in the elk herd. As for the little ones, it's better to let them grow again. Half a quarter of an hour later, Hu Yi carried the corpse of an adult roe deer in his mouth and arrived in front of Tiger Mother. Tiger Mom was not polite and immediately feasted on the food. Can't be helped, if it goes hungry, Tiger Elder and the others will have to go hungry with it. After all, at their age and months, the source of nutrition is still mainly from drinking Tiger's milk. However, even though Tiger Mother was the first to eat, she still left all the internal organs for Hu Yi. In the eyes of tigers, the entrails of their prey, which bring them more heat, are the most valuable part of a prey's body. The most direct manifestation of this was that Hu Yi only had about 0.06 to 0.1 evolution points when he took a bite of ordinary meat. Yet, when consuming offal, it adds 0.5 to 0.8 evolution points. This shows how important the entrails of the prey are to the tiger. The tiger mom ate half of her prey and then stepped to the side, not continuing to eat. Hu Yi knew that Tiger Mother was keeping her prey to herself. After all, her appetite was too big. Generally, wild northeastern tigers can go without food for several days after eating 20 to 30 kilograms of food in one meal. But Hu Yi has to eat so much every day because of his system, which digests food very quickly. However, it is also because of this that Tiger Mother understands that Hu Yi can grow up to be so big in such a short period of time. Hu Yi walked over to the prey and pulled out a few entrails and carried them to Tiger Mother before eating them himself. As time passed, he was getting bigger and bigger, and small to medium-sized prey like elk was about to be hard to satisfy him. Besides, he'd be sick of eating roe deer and rabbits every day. But with his current strength, wanting to hunt large prey alone was tantamount to seeking death. So, he could only eat the new species with the help of Tiger Mom's strength. And the prerequisite for wanting to do this is to help Tiger Mom take in more nutrients to help her get her body well in a hurry. After feeding, Hu Yi came to the Tiger Mom's side to check her wounds. Tiger's mother's traumatic injuries have basically healed, except that she bled too much at the time, and her energy was so damaged that she was unable to be strenuously active for long periods of time. The most intuitive manifestation of this was that Tiger Mother's endurance attribute at this moment was only half of what it was during normal times. And you can't fight big game without stamina. How should I replenish the Tiger Mom's vital energy? I'm not in a human body. Can I still make soup for it? Hu Yi was agonizing. Then he was suddenly startled. Soup? I can't make soup. But there are tonics. The forests here are vast. And could there be anything less than ginseng and astragalus? Such great tonics? Hu Yi said he would do it and got up and greeted Tiger Mother before leaving. Although Tiger Mom couldn't understand, Hu Yi, who was used to greeting his elders before leaving the house, couldn't forget this habit. Tiger Mother looked at Hu Yi's back suspiciously, wondering why this eldest son of hers had left again. Is he hungry again? As Hu Yi walked, he looked around at his surroundings. With his current strength, there really weren't many creatures that could threaten him. As long as he doesn't encounter any other adult tigers or adult brown bears, he basically just walks sideways. Even if he encountered wolves, he could use his strength to climb up a tree for a while to hide. Suddenly, with a twinkle in the rest of his eye, he spotted a squirrel. Hu Yi instantly became interested and began to crouch down, slowly approaching it. Though this little guy, from start to finish, wasn't enough for him to eat in one bite. But the important thing is, he hasn't eaten it. That little squirrel also did not know what it was for, and was fully concentrated on the ground digging, not noticing Hu Yi's approach in the slightest. Hu Yi leapt forward, opened his mouth wide, and easily took the 5 evolution point reward into his hands. As for this squirrel meat, the scant 0.09 evolution points were not worth mentioning. However, just as Hu Yi was contentedly trying to leave, he suddenly glanced at the hole that the squirrel was just digging with his afterglow once again. Holy! Isn't this a ginseng beard? So big! Hu Yi hurriedly came over and swung his front paws frantically to dig. The tiger's claws are sharp and long, but when it comes to digging, they are not as good as bears. It was good that the little squirrel from before had already dug up a portion of the soil. Hu Yi's workload wasn't that great. Looking at the ginseng that arrived at about 9 taels in weight, the first thing Hu Yi did was to carefully sniff its flavor. That way, when you come across ginseng again in the future, you won't miss it. And so on. With ginseng in his mouth, Hu Yi walked to a location not far away, his gaze sizzling. He had just smelled the aroma of ginseng in this place as well. This time, though, there was no one to help him dig, so he had to do it himself. Hu Yi's front claws fluttered and once again dug out a ginseng that weighed more than 7 taels. I'm afraid such wild ginseng would be worth more than 100, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in the human market. Thinking of this, Hu Yi suddenly sighed humanely. Human society, I'm afraid, is very far away from myself. I don't know when I'll be able to eat spicy hot pot, kung pao chicken and boiled fish. A speck of crystal slid down the corner of his mouth at the thought. It's just as well that no one was here to see it, otherwise witnesses would have thought the tiger was a douchebag, standing around and drooling. After coming back to his senses, Hu Yi let out a bitter smile, put down the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and walked to the stream with 2 ginsengs in his mouth and cleaned them. It would have been hard enough trying to convince Tiger Mom to eat this. If it was any more covered in dirt, the kind that could be inside your throat and cemented after eating it, then Tiger Mom would definitely smack herself hard. It's kinda liver shaky to think about Tiger Mom's 258 points of power. Chapter 7. Tiger, entering the village. Skill system opened. After washing the ginseng, Hu Yi quickly returned to Tiger Mother. When Tiger Elder saw Hu Yi coming back, he hurriedly hid behind Tiger Mom. Beside it, Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Elder 4 had messy fur and were in a sorry state, obviously having just been bullied by Tiger Elder 2. Hu Yi was also too lazy to care about them, and instead somewhat supported Tiger Elder's approach. After all, such a fight would allow them to comprehend their fighting skills faster, thus giving them an extra chance of staying alive in this forest full of crises. In the past, Hu Yi fiercely beat up Tiger Elder because this kid often had an overflowing self-confidence and tried to provoke his eldest brother's authority. However, since Hu Yi saved it last time, Tiger Elder no longer had the slightest disrespect for Hu Yi, and Hu Yi was too lazy to teach it a lesson. Carrying the ginseng to Tiger Mom, Hu Yi lowly roared for Tiger Mom to eat that 7-2 weight ginseng. It's not that Hu Yi is heartbroken about that big one, but he's worried that Tiger Mom is too weak to take a supplement. In his previous life, he had heard that a person could die if he was too weak to take a tonic. Tiger Mother looked at Hu Yi suspiciously, not understanding why this eldest son of hers had thrown 2 strange things in front of him. This brat, is he making himself eat grass? No, he was taunting me. Taunting me for not being able to hunt on my own. The more Tiger Mom thought about it, the more angry she became, and the more dangerous her eyes became. Obviously, it had already figured out what kind of position it wanted Hu Yi to roll up in. Seeing Tiger Mother's expression like this, Hu Yi thought that it was not good, and hurriedly walked up, picked up the 9-2 weight ginseng, and swallowed it with a click. Just after eating, Hu Yi's heart was filled with remorse. 9 taels of ginseng. If the system doesn't help me digest it, I'm afraid I'll die of tonicity alive in this small body of mine. Fortunately, just as he was worried, the system beep suddenly sounded. Host eats mountain ginseng, rewarded with evolution points. 10. Not bad. Not bad. Such a reward is equivalent to eating 2 foods you've never eaten before. But immediately after the scare prompt, almost Hu Yi's jaw dropped. Evolution points plus 28. Is ginseng so tonic? He ate 30 kilograms of meat every day, and the system only gave him a total of 5 or 6 evolution points. And the evolution points brought by this 192 ginseng was enough to gain by himself for 5 days. Name Hu Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 87. Speed, 70. Endurance, 69. Evolution points, 45.23. What are you waiting for? Extra points. Hu Yi directly clicked the strength attribute to 100 points, but unfortunately there was no hint of a full value. It seems that one's attribute cap is not 100 if one wants to enter subadulthood. Hu Yi then ordered all of his speed and stamina to 80, leaving 11 attribute points. Hey, there are too many attribute points, I can't use them all, what should I do? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Hu Yi dejectedly felt the changes in his body and didn't notice that after Tiger Mother saw him eat the ginseng, she herself suspiciously ate the ginseng that weighed more than 7 taels. It wasn't long before the Tiger Mom felt her belly sizzling hot, and 2 streams of crimson flowed out of her nose. Feeling the discomfort in her body, Tiger Mother panicked and annoyed with Hu Yi for messing with his food. She slapped him on the back of his head. Poor Hu Yi, who was originally still hemming and hawing and giggling, suddenly had a pain in the back of his head. His eyes went black, and he rolled over and fainted. Tiger Mother's behavior startled Tiger Elder and the others, wondering how Big Brother had messed with Tiger Mother again. However, After seeing Hui get defeated, Tiger Elder, who had been hiding behind Tiger Mom and shivering, was happily jumping and roaring. The meaning of that scream translates to, "Tiger Boss? Awesome you get up in me?" The Tiger Mother was still roaring angrily and low at Hui, but in the next second, it had a pain in its abdomen, and it sprayed out uncontrollably behind it. Behind it, grinning Tiger Lao era defense, by the sudden strong airflow sprayed ahead, a hot and wet body. Feeling the strong flavor, Tiger Lao air the whole tiger is not good. Early the next morning, Hui and his family continued to migrate. The presence of the traps made Hui constantly worried about the danger from human poachers. Since he couldn't fight now, he could only hide. In front of him, Tiger's mom had an unhappy look on her face. Since it had eaten the ginseng handed over by Hui yesterday, it had pooped all night last night, and the entire tiger was deflated, and now it even had to rush. Not only it, but the 3 tiger cubs had the same symptoms one by one after they had been milked. It's a good thing Tiger Mom's body filtered them once, so they don't get supplemented to death. But what made the 4 of them the most angry and puzzled was that obviously Hui was the tiger who had eaten the most ginseng, so why was he fine? Unbeknownst to Hui himself, he was secretly celebrating this event. 7 tails of ginseng had already tossed Tiger's mom around so badly. He had swallowed 9 tails of ginseng, and if he didn't have the assistance of the system, he would have cooled off by this time, right? However, after seeing that the ginseng can bring so many evolution points for himself, the joy in Hui's heart has long since dispelled that bit of fear and formally started the gnawing grass journey. Whether it was an unassuming weed on the side of the road or a flower in the bushes, he had to taste it. It was like a tiger entering the village. However, he did not think carefully to be able to be rated by the system as mountain treasures things. How can it be everywhere in the woods? The system too, why can it only recognize animals and not plants? It's causing me so much trouble. Restricted by the host's strength, the functions of this system at present are not all open, so it can only recognize intelligent creatures. Hui pretended not to hear the system's dislike, and continued to hold the principle of better to be wrong than to be spared, disguised as a jungle lawn mower, and started harvesting frantically. Mwamua yuck, this crap flower, bitter. Mwamua ba 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 ba. It's a ing rotten twig. At the expense of me thinking you're a cordyceps. This large mushroom, solid color, is definitely edible, Mwamua. Host consumes scale-stalked white poisonous gooseberry mushroom and receives system reward. 5. Hui's expression was delighted at his words. It's paying off, go on. After a long time, the system beep suddenly sounded. Scale-stalked white poisonous gooseberry fungus violent poison attack. There is a risk of fatality. The host can consume 10 evolution points to recover. Please ask if you need. Cut the crap. Recover. Recover for me quickly. At this moment, Hui was lying on the ground, his limbs twitching, foaming at the mouth while hissing madly in his mind. This bizarre scene finished scaring Tiger Lao Air, Tiger San Mei, and also Tiger Lao Si. What's going on here? Is Big Brother showing off a piece of fighting skill? That leg stomping is a bit fast, not bad for a big brother. In just a few breaths of effort, Hui stood up as if nothing had happened under the strange gazes of his 3 younger siblings, as well as Tiger Mother, but in his heart, he laughed bitterly. This time, the evolution point is earned, but not yet wait for their own hot it, in the twinkling of an eye and lost 5 points into, can really steal the chicken is not a. Congratulations to the host, resolving the deadly poison and gaining the skill. 5 internal wellness. 5 internal wellness elementary. The ability of internal organs to resist damage from viruses is increased by 30%. The skill system has been opened. Please refer to the relevant functions by the host himself. Hui's original depressed mood was swept away, and he turned to reveal a color of ecstasy. The system opens up a new feature, and one is getting stronger again. Chapter 8. Targeted Reinforcement. System. Introduce me to what this skill system is all about? Feeling the comfort emanating from his abdomen after the 5 internal wellness was turned on, Hui hurriedly asked. The system heard his query and generated a 3D tiger-shaped image of Hui on the system panel. Only in this image, the rest of the body was transparent except for the abdomen, or the inside of the abdomen to be exact, which was glowing with a slight black light. Skill system, which can help the host make targeted reinforcements to the body, open relevant skills, and enhance combat power. Hui was delighted at his words and hurriedly urged. Then what are you waiting for? Start strengthening. Strengthen my teeth and claws first. Beginner's strengthening of teeth needs to consume evolution points. 20 insufficient evolution points, can't be strengthened. Primary strengthening claw requires consumption of evolution points. 20 insufficient evolution points, cannot be strengthened. 2 system beeps in succession instantly doused the small flame in Hu Yi's heart. As expected, there was no free lunch in the world. How could the system help him open his skills for nothing? Hu Yi could only secretly lament that his goal of becoming the Supreme Tiger King was a long way to go. Seeing that Hu Yi froze in place for a long time and did not leave, Tiger Mother thought that Hu Yi had taken a liking to this place and decided not to leave. That's good news for it, a serious injury plus diarrhea. Hell, it's been a long journey. Just as Tiger Mother was about to search the surrounding area for a place to land, there was a sudden rumble in the bushes not far away. Tiger Mom looked over warily, then was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a stray horse deer there. It is familiar with horse deer, which is the main dish in the recipe of their wild northeast tigers. After rushing all day, Tiger Mother, who had long been famished, did not care that her strength had not fully recovered. It was only seen that it first gave a few low growls to the 3 little tiger cubs before quietly lurking over in the direction of the horse deer. Hu Yi was awakened by Tiger Mother's roar, and after seeing her movements, he hurriedly followed closely, even though he didn't see Ma Lu's presence. It was fine if he didn't move, but after this movement, Tiger Elder's curiosity got the better of him and he followed. Only the intelligent tiger third sister, as well as the naive tiger old fourth, still obediently stayed in the same place and didn't move a muscle. Tiger Mother managed to lurk into a good spot with a good view, and realized that this was indeed the only horse deer in the area, with a little more certainty in her mind. Just as it was about to dive into the best position to attack, suddenly there was a sound of footsteps coming from behind the right side of its body. Though it was soft, the sound of the breaking of the dead branch alerted the mare. After glaring back fiercely at Tiger Elder, Tiger Mother had no choice but to launch an early attack. The mare's reaction was also extremely fast, and she scattered her legs. The battle of life and death between predator and survivalist has officially begun. If Tiger Mom hadn't been injured, then even if she hadn't been in the ideal position to attack, Tiger Mom would still have been 90% sure of taking the stag. But now, it hadn't fully recovered from its serious injury, and its speed and endurance, both of which had slipped to some extent. If it wasn't for the fact that it had eaten a great ginseng yesterday, so that its endurance attribute was slightly restored, I'm afraid that at this point, it would have long since lost the strength to chase. Name, unknown. Race, horse deer. Strength, 91. Speed, 189. Endurance, 211. At the back, Hu Yi saw the data of the horse deer in front of him through the system, and his heart couldn't help but feel worried. That's a pretty good attribute to have. With the state of the Tiger Mother's eyes, the chances of a successful hunt were slim when she was forced to launch an early attack. Thinking of this, Hu Yi could not help but turn his head back and glared fiercely at Tiger Elder. If I can't catch this horse deer today so that I can't get a new meat, I'll turn around and cut you into tiger sticks. Immediately after that, Hu Yi slightly observed the terrain and realized that there was a thorn bush on Ma Lu's escape path. Hu Yi instantly got a plan and jogged over to Tiger Mother's left. Half a minute later, the horse deer had indeed turned to the left in order to avoid the thorn bushes on the right side, just as Hu Yi had predicted. Hu Yi's eyes lit up, and the limbs underneath his body simultaneously boosted their speed with all their might and began to accelerate furiously. Just as Ma Deer had just made a left turn and was about to get ready to pick up speed, Hu Yi, who had come from behind, rushed up in time to headbutt Ma Deer in the side. Bang! Although the horse stag was huge and extremely fast, it could not stand the fact that Hu Yi was hitting it from its side, directly causing it to lose its balance. Tiger Mom see Hu Yi to make a success. The heart is very happy, and hastily a leap pounced on the horse deer, in the other party's despairing gaze, offered the kiss of death. As the stag was too big, Hu Yi and Tiger Mom were too lazy to move it and planned to eat it on the spot. Tiger Mother first let out a roar, calling Tiger Elder and the others over, and then began to feast with Hu Yi. Seeing the way Tiger Elder dejectedly swished over, Hu Yi was furious and whipped it away with a tail. Tiger Elder rolled over a few times on the ground with a confused look on his face. Apparently it didn't understand how much of an impact it had just made on the Tiger Mom's hunt with what it had just done. Tiger Elder, who thought Hu Yi was bullying him again, immediately shifted his target and habitually tried to hide behind Tiger Mom. I didn't expect the Tiger Mom to become even more furious after seeing it, and directly whipped it away again with a tail. Looking at Tiger Elder, who was more than a meter off the ground with a lifeless face, Hui almost laughed out loud. Ace Pilot, twice applied to fight. Host eats horse deer, gains evolution points. 10. Evolution points plus 0.15. Evolution points plus 0.18. After a horse and deer meal, counting the system rewards, Hui received 16 evolution points. Looking at the 22 evolution points on the system panel, and looking at the near-transparent tiger body, Hui gritted his teeth and chose to strengthen it. Despite having a human soul himself, he often uses claw strikes when fighting. But for the tiger's physiology, it is the bite which is the primary means of offense. System. Strengthen the teeth. Ding! Congratulations to the host's success in strengthening his teeth at the primary level. Awakening the skill. Sharp teeth. Consuming evolution points. 20. Hui. What a lousy name. System, if you can't name it, so be it. After silently spitting at the system, Hui hurriedly checked the skill attributes. Sharp teeth beginner. Teeth toughness increased by 30%. Bite force increased by 30%. Immediately afterward, Hui felt an itch at the roots of his teeth, which had grown a bit longer and harder. Even the barbs on the tongue made it easier to scrape up the flesh. We'll just have to wait for the actual battle to find out the exact changes. After she had eaten and drank her fill, the tiger mom lazily lay down and began to feed the tiger penis and the others. Needless to say, tigers do have bodies that are more resistant to building than humans. Yesterday, Tiger's mom had diarrhea from overdosing on supplements, but today she's almost back to normal. But Tiger Lao Air and the others were miserable. The nutrients in the tiger's milk were too high, and their diarrhea was getting worse throughout the day. Especially Tiger Elder, counting on him to eat the most and poop the most. It's like right now, when you're eating, you can't help but pucker your ass and start spraying relentlessly. Tiger Old 4, who was breastfeeding beside it, was startled by the loud voice, and a look of full panic appeared on the fat tiger's face. Seeing such a hilarious scene, Hui unscrupulously, in his mind, added an inner monologue for Tiger Lao Si. Ergo, stop pulling. I'm scared. After a full meal, Hui's family of 5 happily enjoyed the afternoon. However, they did not realize that a long red line was swimming through the grass not far from them. Chapter 9, The Battle of the Tiger and Python. Early the next morning, Hui woke up early and went to drink water from the creek closest to his new habitat. Drinking water was secondary. The main thing was that, as a human habit, Hui had to brush his teeth every day. Toothbrushes are also readily available. Just use the barbs on your tongue. Looking at his own reflection in the water, Hui was overwhelmed with emotion. It had been 4 months since he was reborn as a tiger, and he was on the verge of fully adapting to this life. As the king of all beasts, he can be said to have an inherently hostile relationship with the biggest black hand that destroys the natural environment. Mankind. Not to mention his fur, his body, and even his whip that can be a treasure in the eyes of many humans. Those greedy poachers will one day come to themselves with guns and crossbows in hand. When the time comes, if one needs to kill someone, how should one choose? As a 5 good youth under the red flag, he had an instinctive rejection of such things as killing. Just as he was imagining things, the red thread that had appeared around the family yesterday was now appearing behind him. Suddenly, the red thread leapt up and bit Hui's hind leg. Under the pain, Hui tried to run wildly to shake it off while looking back to see who had the guts to attack him. Without looking, this closer look almost scared Hui's soul. It turned out that the one that bit him was actually a red python that was nearly 5 meters long. Name none. Race, Burmese python. Strength, 412. Speed, 56. Endurance, 297. What the hell? Why would a tropical python be in such a cold place? Even if it's summer, it's not a good place for it to live. However, at this time, the situation was critical and Hui could not afford to think about anything else. Only to see Hui hastily roaring furiously while running wildly in the direction of Tiger Mother. There was no way. If he only fought this behemoth on his own, he would only die, so he had to resort to the power of the Tiger Mother. However, the bite force of this Burmese python was really amazing. After biting Hui's back leg, the snake's teeth directly entered the flesh 3 times, and Hui was unable to shake it off at all. Moreover, it was extremely heavy, and Hui couldn't run far at all by dragging it. However, Hui didn't have time to think more. According to the python's predatory habits, after biting the prey, the next step would be death strangulation. With 412 points of strength, Hu Yi was certain that if he was entangled by this Burmese python, he was afraid that all of his bones would be strangled. Even if a tiger mom gets caught up in it, it's equally unappealing. Mud. Spell it out. Only to see Hu Yi gritting his teeth, forcing himself to endure the pain with a full leap, directly ripping off the piece of flesh that was bitten by the Burmese python. The Burmese python actually forgot to attack for a moment, as if it didn't expect its prey, this time, to be so decisive. Hu Yi hurriedly allowed the system to use evolution points for recovery. Fortunately, the wound was not big. After one evolution point disappeared, the wound healed in the blink of an eye. It was only the pain that had just drilled through his heart that caused Hu Yi's heart to palpitate. Roar! Just then, Tiger Mother, who had heard Hu Yi's pleas for help, came running wildly. Seeing that Hu Yi seemed to be fine, the hostility in his eyes decreased by 3 points. However, at the sight of the Burmese python, its eyes revealed caution and doubt again. Apparently, the Burmese python's huge body gave it a certain sense of threat. And Tiger's mom has never seen a python this big since she was born. After a tiger and a snake faced each other for a few moments, the Burmese python wanted to leave, knowing that it wouldn't get another chance to strike. The tiger mom had just had a full meal yesterday, and Hui hadn't been harmed, and it likewise didn't want to have a birthday showdown with this strange, massive creature. Just as Tiger Mother wanted to turn around and leave, Hui suddenly moved, only to see him make a flying leap forward, open his bloody mouth, and take a bite at the Burmese python's snake tail. With the skill of sharp teeth, even though this Burmese python was very thick, Hui still easily broke through the defense and left 2 rows of blood holes on it. After feeling the pain, the Burmese python turned back and crawled towards Hui, but he easily jumped and dodged away. The Burmese python is strong, but its speed is its fatal flaw. One only had to engage in a guerrilla war with it, pulling at the limit, and there was a high probability that one would be victorious in the end. Tiger's mom looked back with some annoyance when she heard the noise. It had been a little angry when Hui woke it up, but now that it was fine, what was he up to? However, just as it looked back, it happened to see the scene of the Burmese python turning back to chase after Hui, and could not help but instantly become furious. What do you mean? Bullying my son in front of me? That's my son. I'll beat the line. No one else can touch him. Only to see the tiger mom turn around quickly and take a bite at the back of the Burmese python's neck. Burmese pythons are powerful, but Tiger Mom is no slouch. Under the tiger's mouth, the back of the Burmese python's neck was instantly drenched in blood. The Burmese python, in pain, turned around and tried to counterattack, but the Tiger Mom easily dodged it. Kidding aside, Tiger Mother's sensitivity was 3 times higher than Hu Yi's, so how could she be easily bitten by a Burmese python? Seeing Tiger Mother strike, Hu Yi was overjoyed. It seems that today the system reward, he has properly gotten it. In this way, mother and son launched a cooperation, one attacking and the other holding back, a tacit understanding that made the Burmese python not even able to fight for a while. Feeling the sharp pain coming from multiple places around his body, Burmese python panicked. At this rate, it will have no choice but to die on the spot. In desperation, it began to barricade itself layer after layer, trying to keep its entire body under the protection of the snake's head. But this was only able to delay its death. Hui and Tiger Mother were still able to leave new wounds on its body from time to time. It was then that the accident happened. After dodging the snakehead's attack backwards once again, Tiger Mother suddenly slipped and fell straight to the ground. The Burmese python, which was originally focusing on defending the Tiger Mother, was overjoyed at the situation and directly bit the Tiger Mother's hind leg and died. Coincidentally, the place it bites is where Tiger Mom's last injury just grew back. Old wounds and new wounds overlapped, causing Tiger Mother to not fight back for a while as she was in pain. The Burmese python took advantage of the situation and moved its body forward quickly, binding the Tiger Mom firmly. The huge squeeze caused a wave of vertigo plus suffocation for Tiger Mom, who was in the middle of it. Hui was shocked at the sight and hurriedly tried to step forward to help. Unable to help the Tiger Mom and Burmese python entangled together, not to mention that the two also rolled back and forth, so that Hui could not find a chance to get a mouthful. Moreover, even if the Burmese python gave him a chance, with his strength, at most he could only bleed the Burmese python and drag it to death. He simply couldn't kill it instantly. And how could Tiger Mom, in her current state, possibly last until then? For today's solution, we can only rely on the system. Hu Yi's eyes revealed a fine light, and then a flash pounced forward and took a bite at the tail end of the Burmese python. The cloaca of the tail was the Burmese python's key point, so even though it was tangling with the Tiger Mom, It was likewise wagging its tail to prevent being attacked by Hu E. Hu E wasn't a BT, and he didn't want to take his mouth and touch that part of the Burmese python. He was seen biting straight off the end of the Burmese python's tail, a particularly tiny section. The injury was even so small that the Burmese python didn't even seem to notice it was missing a piece. However, it was this small piece of snake meat that became the key to turning this battle around in Hu Yi's eyes. Chapter 10. The Battle Falls. Ranger. Host eats Burmese python. Rewarded with evolution points. 20. After hearing the system beep, Hu Yi was overjoyed. After obtaining the first eat reward several times, Hu Yi discovered that the number of evolution points rewarded by the system was related to the creature's combat strength. All small prey are the most basic 5 evolution points. The system rewards more evolution points for those carnivores that are a greater threat to you, as well as medium and large herbivores. However, now was not the time to consider this. Hu Yi hastily added all of his evolution points, as much as he could, to his strength. That's right, instead of choosing to strengthen his body parts and awaken new skills, Hu Yi chose to increase his attributes. After all, no matter where he strengthened, it was not enough to cause too much injury to the Burmese python with a base of 100 power points. Instead, it was better to add it all to strength, and then with the tooth and nail skill there was a chance to seriously injure the Burmese python. After feeling the muscles all over his body tighten up again, Hu Yi's gaze was stern and calm as he sized up the Burmese python. 7 inches. He's looking for 7 inches. Hu Yi only had one chance, and if one strike failed and the Burmese python had a defense, he would not have another chance. Just when the tiger mom was suffocating for a long time and almost vertigo, it made a subconscious struggle, allowing the Burmese python's 7 inches to be directly exposed to Hu Yi. Here's your chance. When it was too late, Hu Yi pounced forward and bit down on the Burmese python's 7 inches with all his might. Unlike before, Hu Yi's teeth bit into the Burmese python's body, as if he was biting into chewy beef jerky in his previous life. This time, the Burmese python's snake skin and scales had been completely unable to stop his tiger's teeth, which hadn't entered its flesh. The Burmese python was so shocked that it instinctively let go of the tiger's mother and rolled back and forth, struggling in pain. Hu Yi rode on his victory and once again increased his strength, finally crushing the Burmese python's heart underneath its thick skin and flesh. A ruptured heart also means that life has come to an end. The Burmese python was still struggling violently, but it was already too late. Gradually, its struggling, twisting body gradually quieted down. Those tight muscles, too, began to gradually go limp. When Hu Yi saw that the dust had settled, he let go of his mouth and paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. How hard he had fought just now, and how much he was off the hook now. But just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The Burmese python with a broken heart was surprisingly not dead through, turning back and biting at Hu Yi's neck. Hu Yi was shocked. His evolution points had all been added to his strength. If he was seriously injured by the Burmese python's dying counterattack bite, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. On the contrary, he was still so drained at this time that he was powerless to dodge the Burmese python's attack. Right at this critical moment, a yellow figure flashed by, directly gripping the Burmese python's huge snake head and heavily pouncing on the ground. It turned out to be the tiger mother who could hardly catch her breath. Seeing Hu Yi in danger, she forced herself to endure her injuries and pounced over, just in time to save Hu Yi's life. Immediately after that, the tiger mother's tiger's mouth pushed hard and bit the Burmese python's head hard. This time, the Burmese python really couldn't be more dead. Hu Yi was completely relieved when he saw this. Then the tiger mother, still seemingly unrelieved, tore into the Burmese python's corpse. Such behavior is clearly not just about eating, but more should be about venting. Maybe Tiger Mom hasn't suffered this much since she was a kid. Hu Yi laughed bitterly in his heart. This time it was indeed a little too dangerous. In the outer forest of Daxinganling, a middle-aged man around 50 years old was carrying a backpack and holding a shotgun as he traveled in the direction of Hu Yi. Behind him, a beautiful girl with a 3/4 resemblance to him, also carrying a backpack and a camera, stopped to take pictures every now and then along the way. It was midday, and the man wiped the sweat off his face and stopped, addressing the girls. "Okay, Chen Chen, rest for a while." Chu Chen Chen nodded her head repeatedly, revealing a quirky expression as she helped the man sit down and said, "Yes, Comrade Chu Deshang." Chu Deshang heard his daughter call him by his name, and instead of being disobedient, he revealed a naive smile. However, he seemed to have thought of something else and revealed a bitter expression. glancing at Chu Chen somewhat timidly and stumblingly. Chen, back then I didn't want to leave you mother and daughter behind. It's really, Dad. I know. You were so focused on protecting the flora and fauna of the Daxing Mountains that you neglected me and Mom. Chu Chen interrupted Chu Deshang's words without thinking, excitedly continuing to survey the surroundings. Seeing that his daughter really didn't seem to blame herself, Chu Deshang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to nag. Actually, I don't blame your mom for divorcing me. I'm the one who neglected for so many years. Chu Chen was speechless in her heart. Every time she came to see Chu Deshang on vacation, Chu Deshang always nagged about these stale things. But this time, for the sake of his promise to take himself into the Great Hingan Mountains, Chu Chen decided not to interrupt him. Big deal, it goes in the left ear and out the right. Nagging for a long time, see Chu Chen just to respond to their own. Chu Deshang again mute. Also know that his daughter is not willing to listen to themselves to say these. Immediately changed the topic of the road. Say, Chen, how come you remembered to take the graduate school of biology? Chu Chen was slightly shocked, then said with her back to Chu Deshang, do you want to hear the truth, or a lie? Hearing this tone from his daughter, Chu Deshang froze and returned. Of course it's true. I just wanted to see what kind of magic these things had that took you away from me and Mom back then. Hearing that his daughter still had a grudge against him, Chu Deshang sighed helplessly. However, now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Chu Deshang hesitated for a long time, but still made up his mind to say to Chu Chen, let's go back if it's almost time. Chu Chen stared at the words and asked in confusion, why? Wasn't your mission into the mountains this time to find the spy from the Japanese nation, the Burmese python that was sneakily released in the Daxingling? This hasn't even gone through the places under your jurisdiction. Chu Deshang observed the environment in the forest, and seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he replied, last year, a pregnant female tiger escaped from the tiger and leopard park in the east, and according to expert speculation, it should have gone into the middle of the Daxing Mountains, so it's not safe here. Chu Chen laughed full of unconcern. Dad, you also said it's just speculation, there's no proof. Besides, your daughter and I were involved in the investigation back then, and I think that this female tiger should have escaped into the Manhwa country via the Little Shingan Mountains. Seeing that Chu Deshang still wanted to say something, Chu Chen released a big move, shook Chu Deshang's arm and pretended to look like a pitiful person. Dad, have you forgotten what your daughter does for a living? I'm a graduate student at Shangjing University. If those experts you're talking about had really determined that the tiger was here, could I not have gotten the message? Get out of here. Chu Deshang couldn't do anything about Chu Chen, so he could only let out a bitter smile and continued to embark on the planned journey. 10 kilometers to the north of Hu E, a huge brown bear was slowly traveling south. If Chu Chen was here, she would have been surprised at the size of the brown bear. With a height of more than 3 meters and a weight of more than 500 pounds. This is practically the size ceiling among the brown bears of the northeast. The Ashuri brown bears. Only where it passed, berries and tubers were swept away. But how can these things fill such a large appetite as its? So all it could do was walk while looking ahead with hungry, bloodthirsty eyes. Chapter 11. Tiger Lao Si with wake-up calls. Benefiting from the large size of the horse deer and Burmese python, Hu E and Tiger Mom did not go out hunting for 2 days. By the time the 3rd day rolled around, Hu E couldn't stay up any longer and was ready to go out and do some hunting. After all, it's still above freezing, and even the best meat that's been sitting around for 2 days has a flavor. Tiger Mother was also not surprised by Hu Yi's outing, and leisurely lay in the shade to nurse her wounds. On one side, seeing that Tiger Mother and Big Brother were ignoring them, Tiger Elder once again took up the stance of being the second brother. Only to see it walk over to the sleeping Tiger Lao Si and slap it on the head. Such criminal behavior, worthy of the name Forest Street Sneak, awarded by Hu E. But this time, the attacked Tiger Lao Si, unexpectedly, went against his usual coyness, and bared his fangs at Tiger Lao Air, his body's hair looking like it had exploded. Even if Tiger Lao Si was naive, he was still a tiger, so how could he not have any temper at all? What's more, it's still gotta get up and go tiger. Tiger Lao Air, who had seen Tiger Lao Si like this for the first time, was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side, staring vigilantly at Tiger Lao Si.
Name it Tiger Lao Air.
Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 49. Speed, 39. Endurance, 40. Name Tiger Lao Si. Race, Northeast tiger. Strength, 43. Speed, 39. Endurance, 47. If Hu E was here, he would definitely be surprised at Tiger Lao Si's current stats. Tiger Lao Si, who was under the wake-up call, in addition to his endurance value remaining unchanged, his strength and speed, surprisingly, had increased by varying degrees. The usual Tiger Lao Si only had 37 points of speed and only 38 points of strength. Tiger Third Sister was equally very surprised to see the two facing each other. What did Old Four eat today? Dare to go up against second brother? Just when Tiger Lao Air was still wary of Tiger Lao Si, Tiger Lao Si once again went against the norm and actually took the initiative to attack Tiger Lao Air. And while Tiger Elder was wary, it was never a good-natured one. Seeing that Tiger Old Four dared to provoke himself, he immediately showed his teeth and greeted him. The two tiger cubs ran and sprinted separately, and when they got close, they started slapping and biting and fighting. After a fight, although Tiger Old Man 4 was still in a disadvantageous position, compared to the kind of situation where he was crushed before, he was already a lot better. Tiger Third Sister looked at Tiger Lao Si with surprise, not expecting her brother, who usually only knew how to take a beating, to be enlightened today. Immediately after that, it didn't hesitate at all and quickly joined the fray, biting at Tiger Elder's ear. The time has come for their siblings to get their revenge. Name Hu Sanmei. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 35. Speed, 47. Endurance, 36. Tiger Third Sister's power was definitely not enough in front of Tiger Elder. However, it was not possible for the Tiger Third Sister to be very intelligent and strong learner, and already knew how to attack the Tiger Elder's weak spot with her speed. If Tiger Lao Si hadn't been so abashed that he was passively beaten every time, the two of them wouldn't have joined hands and still been pressed by Tiger Lao Air. Roar! Tiger Lao Air, a cold surprise. Ears received a heavy blow, immediately ferocious, only to see it suddenly let go of Tiger Lao Si and pounced on Tiger Third Sister, who wanted to sneak attack again. Tiger Third Sister was momentarily unaware and was pressed by Tiger Elder to give her a fat beating. In favor of this very moment, Tiger Lao Si's wakefulness, and the inexplicable courage that came with it, had disappeared because of the pain in his body. After seeing the third sister being violently beaten up by the second brother, it instinctively shrank its head and turned on its bastard attribute again. The battlefield had once again changed back to what Tiger sisters were familiar with. Seeing Tiger Lao Si in this state, Tiger Third Sister lamented in her heart. Every time they fought, they began to lose only after they were inadvertently caught by the second brother himself. The reason was that Tiger Lao Si would only watch it get beaten and didn't dare to help at all. However, Tiger Elder didn't care about that. In the past, when it was teaching its younger siblings a lesson, it seldom laid a very heavy hand on Tiger Third Sister because it was already comfortable beating Tiger Oldest Four. On the contrary, today, Tiger Old Four did not know what kind of madness it had drawn, but it was only slightly inferior to it, which made it, which had always been used to crushing its younger siblings, very unhappy. Since I can't beat up Lao Si, I'll beat up you. Under Tiger Lao Air's heavy blows, Tiger Third Sister began to wail uncontrollably. Its stamina was already low, and it was not resistant to beating, and Tiger Elder's move was a heavy blow. So how could Tiger Sister 3 be able to resist? Hearing his sister's wailing, Tiger Oldest Four's mind got hot, and I don't know if it was because he remembered Tiger Third Sister's usual kindness to him, but he actually got up once again and charged at Tiger Oldest Two's back. Duong. Tiger Elder only felt a pain in his back, followed by a vigorous attack. His entire body unexpectedly flew directly out of Tiger Third Sister's body and crashed straight into Tiger Mother. The tiger's mother was awakened and swept her tail straight across the room in anger when she realized that it was the three little ones who had started it all. If you disturb my beauty sleep again, I'll beat you to death. Seeing Tiger Mother's tiger tail whip over, Tiger Elder and Tiger Third Sister directly dodged it with their outstanding agility. The only one who could not react as well as the Tiger Lao Si. I do not know how far he was drawn away by this tail. 200 meters away from the habitat, Hui carried a plum deer fawn in his mouth and headed towards the way he came. The plum deer fawn's abdomen, which already had a bloody hole in it, was the work of Hui. Experiencing the crisis of insufficient attribute points multiple times had made him generically a bit scared. So after hunting a new food species, he couldn't wait before he took a bite and gained 10 attribute points. It's still too slow. I have to rush into adulthood before the poachers find us. Hui secretly calculated. The system tells Hui that tigers have 5 life cycles: juvenile, adult, subadult, adult, and mature. It's like human infancy, adolescence, youth, young adulthood, and prime of life. 2 days ago, when he fought the Burmese python, Hu E had added all his evolution points to his strength, and at this moment, his status bar showed strength 120 full. In other words, as long as he added other attributes to 120 as well, he would be able to enter the sub-adult stage. Hu E sniffed and did some calculations in his mind. He was still 80 attribute points short, and with the spare attribute points prepared for the recovery function, he needed almost 100 points. If one didn't eat any new species in the future, it would take roughly 2 weeks for one to enter sub-adulthood, based on one's intake of 6 evolution points a day. This speed is already fast, but Hu E is still very dissatisfied. Just then, an animal whose fur glowed gold in the sunlight flashed through the grass to his left. Hu E froze. This is where their northeast tiger family's habitat is located. The tiger's mother is less than 100 meters away, and the average animal smells its smell and directly avoids it from afar. What animal is so bold as to enter their territory so openly? And so on. What smells so familiar? No good. It's the oldest. Hu Yi's eyes widened as he violently dropped the carcass of the merganser and darted towards the brown shadow. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the animal was reflected in Hu Yi's eyes. It was seen to have a slender and well-proportioned body, and its face was covered with mysterious patterns. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was a baby tiger. It's Gold Cat. Chapter 12 just TM you called Piaoa. When it comes to golden cats, I'm afraid many people don't know what they are. But if we talk about something else, I'm afraid many of you will feel familiar. Piao. Of course, this piao is not the same piao used in the northeastern dialect to greet people politely. As the saying goes, if a tiger has 3 sons, there will be a pugilist. Usually a female tiger gives birth and will only give birth to 1 or 2 cubs in a litter. But on rare occasions, a mother tiger will give birth to 3 cubs, the thinnest and weakest of which is Piao. After Piao was born, he looked most unlikely to survive due to his odd appearance and small size, coupled with the fact that in the wild, food is hard to come by and the mother tiger is unable to raise her 3 children to adulthood, so often this Piao becomes an outcast for the mother. After being abandoned by his mother, Piao struggles to survive in the wild as a young child. Hunger alone would kill the vast majority of them. Those Piao who survived ate carrion, drank sewage, and chewed on grass clippings every day, barely making it through the day, but that was all good. The hardest thing about it is that it is tainted with the scent of a tiger, which will make many hunters prey on it. As a result, the Piao itself is rare, and with such a high mortality rate, it makes it very difficult for this being to reach adulthood. But Piao is extremely strong in combat and fighting skills as long as he survives to adulthood. And the first thing they will do as adults is to find the mother tiger who abandoned them, as well as their brothers, and kill them. That said, in the legend, Piao can be considered the natural enemy of the tiger. Of course, a legend is a legend, it didn't really happen. They are often made up by people based on real life. And the species, the golden cat, is the archetype of the Piao that people made up. Indeed, the golden cat is worthy of this archetypal status. They are athletic and climb trees to catch birds. They are even tough enough to hunt small and medium-sized prey such as gazelles and musk with their not-so-strong bodies. A lot of data suggests that it should be about as good a fighter as a lynx. Name, unknown. Race, Asian golden cat. Strength, 58. Speed, 86. Endurance, 42. Skill, climbing beginner. The golden cat in front of Hu Yi's eyes now should belong to the sub-adult stage, not fully adult. Otherwise, with the powerful strength of this species, it wouldn't only have this data, much less keep running with the living tiger Lao Si in its mouth. Obviously, it was unable to bite the thick-skinned tiger Lao Si to death in a short period of time, so it could only escape from here before thinking of a way out. However, this golden cat also opened Hu Yi's eyes. This was the first time he had seen any other living creature that had mastered a special skill. Climbing beginner, plus 20% speed when climbing high, 10% lower miss rate. The skills recognized by the system, which were special skills, came from one's own talent or additional acquired comprehension, and it wasn't that this golden cat wouldn't be able to climb a tree without turning on the climbing skill. Hu Yi's chase naturally caused the golden cat to be alerted. It turned its head to see Hu Yi chasing after it, and although a flash of caution appeared in its eyes, it was not alarmed, only to see it violently turn around, take 3 steps, and dart up a small, thin, tall tree. Such a judgment can be very accurate. Unlike what is said in the story Tiger Worship, tigers in reality climb trees. It was just that tigers usually hunted medium and large prey, and such prey hardly ever lived in trees, so tigers wouldn't easily waste their energy on something as boring as climbing trees. This golden cat was looking for this small tree with a thin trunk. With Hu Yi's size, his limbs weren't good for exerting force. There was no point of focus. And even if Hu Yi went up with his size, I'm afraid that not many branches would be able to hold him up. Hu Yi saw the golden cat climb to the top of the tree, and without the slightest hesitation, he began to try to climb the tree. The same as the golden cat's estimation, at this moment, Hu Yi's robust body was not only useless, but instead became a liability, becoming very clumsy when climbing trees. This time, it could finally concentrate on its prey. Mentioning Tiger Lao Si, it had a headache. The fat layer at the back of the neck was simply thicker than the wild boar cubs it had hunted. It was really difficult to bite down to the spine. It had no choice but to turn Tiger Lao Si over and try to enter through the lower jaw. Although Tiger Old 4 was a wimp in front of Tiger Old 2, it was not passive in front of the golden cat. Only to see Tiger Lao Si slapping his tiger claws around. The golden cat just felt tickled. Immediately after that, it opened its mouth and bit various bites of air. Obviously, its reflexes and fighting skills were not enough in front of this golden cat. The golden cat just watched it playfully until it gradually ran out of strength before it suddenly struck out, ready to bite into its jaws at the neck. Feeling the sharpness of the golden cat's teeth, Tiger Old 4 instantly revealed a look of shock. That's right, not horrified, but stunned. It was because it saw Hu Yi, who had suddenly appeared behind the golden cat. Just when the golden cat's teeth were just about to touch Tiger Lao Si's fur, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck, his body lightened, and his entire cat body directly took off into the air. It turned out that Hui had just intentionally revealed his clumsiness to it, so as to distract the golden cat's attention. Just when the golden cat felt that Hui could not pose a threat, Hui directly pulled the speed attribute to its fullest extent, and then with a sprint, he directly leaped up to the top of the tree and landed behind it. Seeing that Lao Si was unharmed, Hui felt relieved in his heart. Immediately after that, Hui's upper and lower jaws exerted force, completely biting the golden cat in his mouth and throwing it down the tree. Prey with skills, he'd never had one before, but next he was in trouble. This is the biggest problem that the vast majority of tigers after climbing a tree encounter. How do I get down there? Hui had just stomped off several branches as he helped himself to the tree. Climb down, there's no point of gravity at all. What, you're saying it's because of bringing Tiger Lao Si? No. How can Tiger Lao Si not be good enough to get out of the tree? Hui looked towards Tiger Old 4, who was licking his fur beside him and constantly pleasing himself, revealing a humanized smile as he asked, "Senior, do you want to experience what it's like to fly?" Tiger Lao Si naturally did not understand what Hui was saying, and just worked harder as a tiger licker. Yes, it agrees. In his mind, Hui silently translated Tiger Lao Si's body language, then picked up the dumbfounded Tiger Lao Si, aimed at the location of the golden cat's corpse, and directly threw it over. Feeling the acceleration of gravity that he had never experienced before, Tiger Old 4 kept kicking and stomping his limbs in the air, as if he desperately wanted to feel the embrace of the earth. Knock! Finally landed. It was this powerful gravity that made Tiger Old 4's limbs go limp for a moment even when he landed on the soft belly of the golden cat. The originator, Hu Yi, was at this moment, like a human being, steadily and slowly grasping the bark of the tree and slowly climbing downward. The Old 4 is also why must experience flight. Steady is not good. This branch is dead. Perhaps Tiger Lao Si's tragic behavior angered the heavens, causing the branch Hu Yi was stepping on to suddenly break. Hu Yi only felt a blankness in his back feet and fell directly from the tree. What's worse, he didn't have time to react. Directly is the ass on the ground. After a long time, Tiger Lao Si popped up next to Tiger Mom. Behind it, Hui held the golden cat's corpse in his mouth and slowly followed. Only his two hind legs at this time, out of the strange pace. Chapter 13, The Arrival of Mankind. 2 days later, Hui swallowed the meat in his mouth in one gulp. Host consumes flower-tailed hazel chicken, rewarded with evolution points. 5. Hui's luck was truly good in the past 2 days, and he had eaten several species that he had never eaten before. In order to gain more evolution points, he even ate only the internal organs with the highest nutritional value in the prey's body, and threw away all the rest of the meat. Such defeatist behavior makes Tiger Mom's eyes glaze over. This eldest son of his own, the success rate of hunting was too high, surprisingly catching prey every time he went out. You know, when it goes out to hunt, it's a dozen times before it succeeds once. However, it didn't realize that within Hu Yi's body, he possessed a human soul that hunted with a lot of strange plans, which was why he had such a high success rate. On the other hand, Hu Yi was again faced with a choice. Name: Hu Yi. Race: Northeast Tiger. Strength: 120 full. Speed: 120 full. Endurance: 110. Evolution points: 14.25. Skills: 5 internal wellness beginner, sharp teeth beginner. If the endurance value was pulled to full capacity, Hu Yi would enter the subadult stage and his attributes would face a surge. But if it did, it would only have 4 evolution points left. A mere 4 evolution points, what great use can it be? Heavier injuries are not enough to treat. Moreover, the system told him that after entering the next life cycle, although his skin and flesh would become tighter and less prone to injuries, as long as he was injured, the number of evolution points consumed during the subadult stage would be a lot more than during the growth stage for the same injury. Hu Yi, who had suffered many losses, could only forcefully press down his desire for evolution. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow at the latest, there will be enough evolution points saved up. After eating, Hu Yi went to the creek as usual to drink water and rinse his mouth, and in the meantime he patrolled the surroundings. This is done, for one thing, to quickly consume the food in your appetite so that you become bigger and eat more. The second is to be able to detect poachers in time so that they can warn the tiger mothers in advance. He could also strike out on his own to lure the group away if necessary. Since the body of the Burmese python from last time had already rotted and emitted a foul odor, Hu Yi no longer went to the stream bank closest to the habitat. The place he was going to now was upstream from the original one. Just as Hu Yi was potentially traveling through the grass, a woman's alarmed voice suddenly rang out. "Dad, look! Humans?" Hearing this voice, Hu Yi instantly lowered his body and became alert. He wouldn't let his guard down just because the owner of the voice was a woman. That would be the way to death. It was a good thing that the reason for the woman's alarm was not the sight of him. On the other side, Chu Qian was surprised to see the Burmese python's rotting corpse and hurriedly wanted to run over to find out what was going on. But she was pulled back by Chu Deshang. Who is Chu Taixing? 20-year veteran ranger. At a glance, he noticed that the Burmese python's head was bitten to pieces, and it was obvious that it had not died a natural death, but had been bitten by a fierce animal. Qian, don't move. Chu Deshang hurriedly raised the shotgun in his hand, and with a pair of sharp gazes, he began to frantically survey the surroundings. Even the trees he didn't spare. Chu Qian was startled by Chu Deshang's action. Immediately after that, she seemed to have reacted to this problem as well, and hurriedly and nervously hid behind her father, constantly surveying her surroundings. Finding that there was indeed no wind around, Chu Deshang then put his gun down. Spare a thought though, his hands always on the shotgun, ready to attack. After Chu Qian saw that Chu Deshang had confirmed that there was no danger, she hurriedly came to the side of the Burmese python and began to analyze the Burmese python. From the analysis of its blood, it should have been bitten through the heart when it was alive, followed by its head. There are 2 kinds of teeth marks on the body, one big and one small, and the marks are consistent. It should have been torn to the Burmese python at the same time, and the murderer should be a mother and son. Seeing that Chu Qian was not afraid of the stench, and was seriously analyzing the Burmese python's corpse, Chu Deshang, while on the alert, revealed a smile of relief. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the cause for which he had fought all his life was being passed on by his daughter. In the bushes, hearing that the woman judged so accurately, Hu Yi was surprised and quietly raised his head to look here. With his excellent eyesight, he saw the red cuff on the arm of the man with the gun, which reads Forest Ranger, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With such a professional analysis and this logo, I don't think it would be a poacher. Still, he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if this could be a poacher's disguise? After a long time, Chu Qian finished analyzing everything and cut off a large piece of snake meat, ready to bring it back for testing. Seeing the duo leave, Hu Yi hesitated and decided to follow them. While scornful of humans, he also needed to have some understanding of human society here. After all, what kind of world was he reborn into, and how close was the place he was in to human society? He was still in the dark. Follow these 2 and you might be able to probe something useful. On the way, Chu Qian and Chu Deshang chatted intermittently, and Hu Yi finally had a rough answer to these questions. It was a world similar to his previous life, and the country he was currently in was called Daxia. Coincidentally, the forest he was in was called the Great Hingan Mountains, exactly the same name as the one he knew so well in his previous life. Chu Qian thought for a long time and finally said to Chu Deshang, "Dad, did you see those 2 teeth marks? From some animal?" Chu Deshang hesitated and nodded. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Chu Qian already knew his answer. Northeast tiger. The reason why Chu Deshang didn't say it explicitly was because the existence of tigers in the Daxingan Mountains was already extremely rare, not to mention tigers with cubs. So there is a high probability that this northeastern tiger is the one that ran away from the Northeastern Tiger Park earlier this year. Chu Qian also had the same guess. But if that was the case, then it would prove her judgment at first to be very wrong. But she is open-minded by nature and open-minded, not the kind of person who doesn't recognize when she's in the wrong. It's just that, in this case, there are still doubts. Immediately after that, she took out a few photos and asked Chu Deshang suspiciously, "Dad, look at these pictures of this teeth mark." Chu Deshang looked down and saw that it was exactly Hu Yi's teeth marks. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chu Deshang said suspiciously. "If it's really the Burmese python killed by the mother tiger that escaped from the Northeast Tiger Park, then its cubs, they're only about 4 months old now, right? But look at this teeth mark, this size. It's clearly a 7 or 8-month-old tiger cub that could have caused this." Chu Deshang sniffed and hurriedly took a closer look at the photo and was surprised. "It's still true, thanks to your careful watch. Could this not be the female tiger that escaped?" Chu Qian shook her head after hesitating for a moment. "Can't be sure. My mentor has received word that in many places around the world, unusual growths of flora and fauna have been found, and perhaps that mother tiger's cubs are the same." Hu Yi's spirit lifted when he heard these words. It seemed that the precursor to the aura recovery that the system had said had already appeared. The two chatted as they walked forward. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Deshang suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly pulled out his compass and map to check. Chu Qian probed and found that according to Chu Deshang's labeling, they had deviated from the way they came and were heading north. Good thing it wasn't too late to find out. A mere 2 kilometers, it took less than half an hour to walk. Roar! The moment they wanted to turn around and leave, a loud roar resounded through the entire forest. Hu E, who was originally behind the duo and was bored with following, had a flash of alertness rising from his bloodline, and his hair instantly blew up. This is the sound of a bear. Chapter 14. Sub-adulthood. Name, unknown. Race, Ashuri brown bear. Strength, 275. Speed, 223. Endurance, 319. Skills, climbing beginner, swimming beginner. Seeing the brown bear's explosive statistics, Hui instantly beat a retreat and slowly retreated towards the way he came. What the hell, it's higher than Tiger Mom's stats, what the hell? Especially that horrible endurance value. I'm afraid that if I take a bite with all my might, I won't even be able to bite through its skin, right? Hui was behaving in such a way, Chu Qian and Chu Deshang, who were humans, were even already trembling. But under the trend of fatherly love, Chu Deshang, even though timid, still stood in front of Chu Qian, looking at the other party with a nervous face. He didn't raise his gun because there was a high probability that it would have just pissed off the huge brown bear. But even so, the brown bear, which lasted for half a month and was in a state of hunger, roared and charged at them. A 500-pound brown bear running toward you is like seeing a mountain of meat crashing into you. I'm afraid no one can withstand such a horrific visual impact. Run! Chu Deshang pushed Chu Qian away and raised his gun to shoot. They all knew creatures like bears very well, and people could certainly not fight and definitely not run when they were up against them. Climbing trees? Don't make jokes, okay? The speed of the tree on this mountain of flesh was definitely several times that of an ordinary human. It's safe to say that in the wild, when you encounter a bear making an attack on you, you pretty much have to wait for death. However, just as Chu Qian was pushed out by Chu Deshang and staggered away a few meters away, the brown bear unexpectedly locked its gaze directly on Chu Qian. In other words, its target is Chu Qian. Chu Qian was pushed so hard by Chu Deshang, and her thinking snapped out of the panic. What is it about yourself that attracts this brown bear? Only that piece of Burmese python snake meat. Thinking of this, Chu Qian hurriedly took out the snake meat from her backpack and handed it to Chu Deshang. Chu Deshang instantly comprehended what Chu Qian meant and hurriedly threw the meat into the distance. Sure enough, the brown bear ran directly in the direction of the snake meat after smelling it. Seeing that the brown bear's attention was attracted, Chu Deshang and Chu Tiantian did not directly run away with their legs because it would attract the brown bear's attention. It wasn't until the brown bear began to feast that the duo twiddled their thumbs and slowly backed away. This brown bear was really hungry. A large piece of snake meat, it swallowed in 3 bites. It hadn't tasted meat for a long time, and now that it had, it caused it to now have an instinctive craving for flesh and blood. Roar! Just as Chu Deshang's father and daughter were about to disappear within its field of vision, it finally attacked them. Chu Deshang judged almost instantly that this was a brown bear in a state of extreme hunger. I'm afraid it won't rest until it hurts someone today. Split up and run. Although Chu Deshang loved animals, he was by no means pedantic. He was seen raising his gun quickly, aiming and pulling the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang through the forest, startling Hu E, who hadn't run very far. He was just about to accelerate away when he suddenly had a change of heart. If this brown bear had been killed, this ranger, I don't think he could have moved it, could he? In an instant, Hu Yi's greed surged and ghostly stopped his pace. After much hesitation, he decided to dive back and take a look. Anyway, even if the brown bear wanted to chase him, he didn't need to run faster than it, just faster than the 2 humans. It's just a shame about that watery little girl. Chu Deshang was a militia member when he was young and shot well. He took that shot and hit the brown bear directly in the right forearm. Instantly, blood dripped from the shot. The brown bear suffered pain, but did not knowingly retreat as Chu Deshang thought, but instead was aroused ferociousness and rushed towards Chu Deshang even faster. Chu Deshang was shocked and hastily raised his gun again to aim and fire. Unfortunately, this time he missed. Next, somewhat alarmed, Chu Deshang fired 6 shots in quick succession, hitting 4 more, but none of them scared the brown bear away. The only good news is that 2 of the shots hit the brown bear's right forearm, leaving it unable to raise its right arm. But even if this brown bear let Chu Deshang have one hand, would Chu Deshang be able to beat it? Seeing that the brown bear was already near, Chu Deshang couldn't change the ammunition in time. Chu Tiantian, who hid in the side and didn't escape, suddenly jumped out. She let out a wailing scream at the brown bear and grabbed a rock and threw it at him. The brown bear was startled by the cry and attacked by Chu Tiantian, instantly changed its target and ran towards Chu Tiantian. In the dark, Hui looked at the brown bear's data at the moment, and his heart stirred. Strength, 198. Speed, 152. Endurance, 259. The statistic gave Hui hope of defeating this brown bear. As long as one entered the sub-adult stage, one definitely had the power to fight. Thinking of this, Hui no longer hesitated and directly added all 10 evolution points to endurance. Ding! Detected that the host's 3 attribute data are full. Is evolution in progress? Evolution! For a moment, that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling once again attacked Hui's entire body. In a few breaths, Hui completed his evolution. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 157. Speed, 148. Endurance, 139. Evolution point, 4.25. Skill points 1. Skills, 5 internal wellness beginner, sharp teeth beginner. Hui looks at the newly appeared skill points and just wants to ask the system what this is, when he sees that Chu Deshang's father and daughter have already been cornered by the brown bear. Qian, you're stupid. Why don't you go? Chu Deshang said angrily. Chu Qian smiled ruefully. This was the first time she had seen her father angry with himself since she was a child. And for the last time, I'm afraid. The brown bear didn't care about father-daughter bonding and unleashed a final onslaught on the duo. At the last moment, Chu Deshang hastily pounced on Chu Qian's body, trying to block this fatal blow for his daughter. Bang! Roar! Right at this critical moment, Hui directly rushed over, relying on the body of a sub-adult tiger to knock the brown bear out. It was just that the hit hadn't been a big problem for the brown bear, but it had knocked him a little over his head. This mountain of meat, it's really insurmountable. Hui cursed, then quickly bullied forward and bit down hard on the brown bear's right forearm wound. Even though a deep bloody hole had already been made by the bullet, Hui still exerted a great deal of effort to bite his tiger's teeth in. But it was only 3 points into the flesh before it stopped. The brown bear was shocked and angry, but when it saw Hui's size, which was only sub-adult in size, its ferocity was once again catalyzed. According to the battle record of the Northeast Tiger and the brown bear, although the brown bear has lost more than it has won, it also depends on the specific data of the 2 sides of the battle. Facing a brown bear of more than 500 pounds, Even an adult male northeastern tiger is often only defeated, let alone Hu E, a sub-adult northeastern tiger, only to see the brown bear slap, directly slapping on Hu Yi's right front leg, causing Hu E, who was unable to dodge, to fly out directly. Feeling the tingling and powerlessness coming from his right front leg, Hu Yi hastily called on his only remaining 4 attribute points for recovery. If this hadn't entered the sub-adult stage, I'm afraid that with this strike, he would have had to break his bones. The evolution points once again returned to 0, and Hu Yi was once again faced with a back-breaking battle. However, Hu Yi did not panic in the slightest. After dodging the 2 pounces of the brown bear one after another, he found an opportunity to pick up the shotgun in his mouth and flew it to Chu Deshang's side. As long as he had the help of Chu Deshang's shotgun, he would have no problem taking down the brown bear. Seeing Hu Yi's huge tiger face approaching, despite Chu Deshang's calm nature, at this moment he could not help but feel that his soul was scared and he was full of urine. The only remaining shred of sanity made him firmly protect Chu Qian behind him. Chu Qian was equally appalled. However, when she saw that Hu Yi did not attack them, but instead turned around and continued to tangle with the brown bear, it was as if she suddenly realized what was going on, and hurriedly pushed her father, who was lost in thought, to the side and said, "Dad, this tiger seems to be asking you to shoot to help him." Chapter 15. Skill Promotion. Feeling the tingling and powerlessness coming from his right front leg, Hu Yi hastily called on his only remaining 4 attribute points for recovery. If this hadn't entered the sub-adult stage, I'm afraid that with this strike, he would have had to break his bones. The evolution points once again returned to 0, and Hu Yi was once again faced with a back-breaking battle. However, Hu Yi did not panic in the slightest. After dodging the 2 pounces of the brown bear one after another, he found an opportunity to pick up the shotgun in his mouth and flew it to Chu Deshang's side. As long as he had the help of Chu Deshang's shotgun, he would have no problem taking down the brown bear. Seeing Hu Yi's huge tiger face approaching, despite Chu Deshang's calm nature, at this moment he could not help but feel that his soul was scared and he was full of urine. The only remaining shred of sanity made him firmly protect Chu Qian behind him. Chu Qian was equally appalled. However, when she saw that Hu Yi did not attack them, but instead turned around and continued to tangle with the brown bear, it was as if she suddenly realized what was going on, and hurriedly pushed her father, who was lost in thought, to the side and said, "Dad, this tiger seems to be asking you to shoot to help him." Chapter 15. Skill Promotion. Feeling the tingling and powerlessness coming from his right front leg, Hu Yi hastily called on his only remaining 4 attribute points for recovery. If this hadn't entered the sub-adult stage, I'm afraid that with this strike, he would have had to break his bones. The evolution points once again returned to 0, and Hu Yi was once again faced with a back-breaking battle. However, Hu Yi did not panic in the slightest. After dodging the 2 pounces of the brown bear one after another, he found an opportunity to pick up the shotgun in his mouth and flew it to Chu Deshang's side. As long as he had the help of Chu Deshang's shotgun, he would have no problem taking down the brown bear. Seeing Hu Yi's huge tiger face approaching, despite Chu Deshang's calm nature, at this moment he could not help but feel that his soul was scared and he was full of urine. The only remaining shred of sanity made him firmly protect Chu Qian behind him. Chu Qian was equally appalled. However, when she saw that Hu Yi did not attack them, but instead turned around and continued to tangle with the brown bear, it was as if she suddenly realized what was going on, and hurriedly pushed her father, who was lost in thought, to the side and said, "Dad, this tiger seems to be asking you to shoot to help him." Chu Deshang's eyes widened as he sniffed. "Daughter, you're scared silly, aren't you? Look at what you're saying. The tiger told me to shoot. Are you sick or am I sick?" On the other side, Hu Yi once again made a mistake under successive dodges, and was caught by the brown bear's claws on his chest, instantly drenching him in blood. Fortunately, such an injury did not incapacitate Hu Yi, otherwise Hu Yi would have already been pronounced dead. Seeing that on the other side, Chu Deshang's father and daughter were still wide-eyed. Hu Yi was furious. What's the time to be geeking out? Could it be that he didn't understand what he was trying to do by sending the gun over? If that was the case, Hu Yi could only abandon them and run away alone. Without the aid of firearms, he was by no means a match for this brown bear. Seeing that Chu Deshang didn't believe in it, Chu Qian gritted her teeth, got up and raised her shotgun, and fired a shot in the direction of the brown bear. Bang! The recoil of the shotgun was obviously not something that a watery little girl like her could carry, and it directly lifted her to the ground again. But she had real luck, and had actually shattered one of the brown bear's ears with one shot. Suffering such a heavy blow, the brown bear instantly became furious and madly rushed towards Chu Qian-qian's father and daughter again. Good for you. Hui gives Chu Qian-qian a big kudos in his heart, then rushes forward to attract the attention of the brown bear. If this was a game, then what he was acting as at this point was the role of a meat shield. Unexpectedly, just as he was approaching the brown bear suddenly turned back, hard stopping his charge, and roared at Hui. No good. It's a trap, Hui exclaimed in his mind. As the saying goes, people grow old, and this brown bear is not too young, so how could it be led by Hui all the time? However, Hui was also overthinking. This brown bear did not have the kind of high IQ that intentionally counted on people. It had only been focusing part of its attention on Hui from the moment it saw him, only to see that dustpan-sized bear's paw come after it, directly slapping at Hui's head. Hui felt the strong wind, which far exceeded the power of this brown bear before, and hastily glanced at the system panel. Name, unknown. Race, Ashuri brown bear. Strength, 299. Speed, 208. Endurance, 98. Special status, rage. Rage. The creature enters a state of rage under special circumstances, with a significant reduction in endurance and a surge in strength and speed, and after a period of time enters a state of weakness. Not good. Seeing this explosive attribute, Hui's heart went cold. How the hell is this supposed to work? With a strength value of 299, I'm afraid that I could slap myself into a cutie with a single slap. The bear's paw was extremely fast, so there was no way to avoid it. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Hui's heart was ruthless and his eyes showed a fierce light. Seeing him adjusting his position in the air, he took the initiative to sacrifice his right front palm, blocking the bear's paw's furious blow. Pest! Ka-ching! Right at the moment when the bear's palm met the tiger's palm, two muffled sounds rang out one after another, and Hui directly lost control of his right front palm. Obviously, this tiger's paw, which had taken the full brunt of the attack, had been slapped off. However, Hui didn't care and directly dove onto the brown bear's shattered ear and ripped it off. Roar! The brown bear ate the pain and couldn't help but growl at the sky. All of a sudden, the sound of the top predator resonated throughout the forest, and the forest creatures ran towards places far away from here and beyond. Tiger Mother felt something in her heart and looked cautiously to the north. However, it has just recovered from its injuries and does not dare to move lightly. So it can only hope that Hui will hurry back so that their family can move again as soon as possible. Hui landed on the ground, and a drilling pain came from his right front palm. Not bothering to chew and swallow slowly, Hui directly swallowed the broken ear into his stomach. Host eats Ashuri brown bear, rewarded with evolution points. 50. Recover. Recovery successful. Consumed evolution points. 9. The reward came up almost a fifth less. Hui cursed in his heart, and then his body ruthlessly pressed downward, preparing to dodge the brown bear's subsequent attack. On the other side, seeing Hui once again entangled the brown bear, Chu Deshang hurriedly grabbed the shotgun and told Chu Qian-qian to hurry up and climb a small tree. It's hard for a brown bear to climb a small tree like this. Just as he was about to climb upwards as well, the brown bear behind him suddenly roared, startling him. Turning around to look, Chu Deshang happened to see the scene where Hui landed with serious injuries and seemed to be incapacitated. The brown bear was furious and had already risen up, opening its bloody mouth, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Nuguji. Chu Deshang knows very well that if the subadult tiger in front of him is really gone, the furious brown bear will definitely not let himself and his daughter go. Thinking of this, Chu Deshang quickly changed bullets, loaded the gun, and aimed at the brown bear's head. Bang! The barrel of the shotgun, from the successive falls, had been somewhat deformed. So even though Chu Deshang was aiming at the brown bear's head, the trajectory changed and ended up hitting the back of the brown bear's neck. It had to be said that a 500-pound brown bear had horribly thick skin and flesh. Although it was shot in the back of its neck, the bullet was firmly stuck in its flesh and did not injure its trachea, spine, and other vital organs at all. The good thing is that gunshot wounds are not fatal, but the impact and pain are unavoidable. Coupled with the fact that the brown bear was in a human standing position and was already unsteady, it was just let down to the ground by the force. Boom! Hui froze when he heard the sound, and when he turned his head to look, he realized that the brown bear had already fallen to the ground with a bang. Good chance. Hui hurriedly turned the gun, directly pounced on the brown bear's back, and bit down hard on the wound where it had just been shot. The brown bear once again suffered pain and desperately began to struggle. But Hui was dead set on not letting go and just hanging on to its body. But Hui was also embarrassed at this time. With his current biting power, he could just barely bite into the bullet at the back of the brown bear's neck, and he couldn't even bite through its windpipe or even its spine. What do I do? What do I do? Just as Hui was anxious in his heart, the system beep suddenly sounded. Remind the host that the host still has one skill point unused, which can be used on any skill to strengthen it. Hui's eyes lit up and he hurriedly shouted in his mind, "System, upgrade me to sharp-tongued." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Sharp Teeth Beginner has been upgraded to Iron Teeth Intermediate. Chapter 16, The Humanized Tiger. Iron Teeth Intermediate. Teeth toughness increased by 60%. Bite force increased by 60%. Can bite through ordinary metal. The moment the skill was successfully upgraded, Hui instantly felt as if his mouth had been cast in bronze. With an inexhaustible power, with a cruel heart, Hui added another 20 evolution points to his strength. Then bit down hard on the brown bear's neck. Roar! The brown bear felt the rupture of its windpipe and was unable to breathe, instantly widening its eyes and stomping its limbs, desperately trying to struggle. But the more it struggles, the worse its body suffocates. After a few moments, the brown bear, which was more than 500 pounds, finally stopped struggling, its wide eyes still suffused with the desire for life and the fear of death. But that's the law of the jungle. Only the winner has the right to survive. It was indeed strong, so strong that there were only a handful of creatures in the entire living world that could beat it. But it ultimately lost out to human firearms, as well as Hui the hangman. Thanks, oh bro. Hui roared excitedly at Chu Deshang, then immediately lowered his head and began to enjoy a beautiful meal. After growing into sub-adulthood, he is all about eating a lot more and can take in more food each day. Not only that, the meat of this brown bear was also extremely nutritious. The evolution points gained per unit of meat was 3 to 4 times more than when Hui consumed those previous foods. Second only to eating ginseng. On the side, seeing Hui yelling at himself, the unknown Chu Deshang, his hairs stood up in sweat. What kind of sub-adult tiger would dare to take on a giant brown bear entering maturity and weighing over 500 pounds? Just being able to overcome the psychological oppression brought about by this size difference was enough to prove that Hui was not bad. He instinctively tried to change his ammunition for self-defense, and when he touched his pocket, he was shocked to find that he was out of bullets. Chu Deshang instantly sweated again. Originally, when he saw Chu Deshang move his gun, Hui even gave him a wary look. After realizing that the other party didn't seem to have any bullets, he finally dropped his heart. Without bullets, this father and daughter are just two weaklings dancing a burning stick in his eyes. He scared less. Chu Chen on the tree noticed that Chu Deshang was out of sorts, and hurriedly climbed down the tree slowly, pulling on his clothes and signaling to him to hurry up. Tigers are lazy by nature and will not waste their energy attacking them when they have enough food in front of them. Hui was eating a large amount of food when he noticed the small movements of the duo and directly yelled lowly at them. Chu Deshang and Chu Chen instantly tensed up, stopping their steps and nervously turning back. Upon seeing Hui once again lowering his head to eat, the duo thought that what they just did was just a misunderstanding, and then they put their hearts down and tried to leave once again. Unexpectedly, this time, Hui directly abandoned the brown bear's corpse and ran straight over. The duo instantly tensed and took up a defensive stance, but their looks were already filled with despair. Trying to outrun a tiger? Don't dream. Want to beat the tiger? With just the two of them, multiplying by 2 wouldn't be enough. Chu Deshang could only hope now that Hui was just curious about them and was not trying to attack them. While the two were secretly praying, Hui came to their side. However, Hui did not attack them and only lightly bumped them a few times with his body, signaling them to go back. The duo could only follow along and retrace their steps back to the brown bear carcass. Then, Hui no longer cared about them and once again lowered his head to eat fiercely. The duo instantly became somewhat speechless. They're kind of kidnapped by a tiger? However, they didn't dare to act rashly at this time, in case they really angered Hui. Then in this forest, there would be 2 more lonely ghosts immediately. Right at this moment, the delicate-minded Chu Chen suddenly realized something and whispered to Chu Deshang with an incredulous face. Dad, if I remember correctly, just now when this tiger was paw to paw with the brown bear, That right front paw should have been broken, right? Chu Deshang snapped back to his senses and looked at Hu Yi. Hu Yi also said not good in his heart, and hurriedly thought of countermeasures in his mind. It was good that Chu Deshang, after some thought, gave a seemingly reasonable answer for Hu Yi. Tigers have an extremely high muscle percentage and bone density, much stronger than brown bears at the same size, and can offset some of the difference between the two. And we just had a bad angle, maybe the tiger and the brown bear just struck each other, and the tiger wasn't fully stressed. So I'm guessing it's probably only slightly injured. Nice, big smart, and it's still you. Hui gave Chu Deshang a thumbs up in his heart, then wolfed down a huge mouthful of food and walked over to the duo again. He hadn't forgotten what he had come out for this time. Since he had already revealed his whereabouts, he simply followed them both in a big way and went to find out where humans lived. It was also part of his plan to present a humane image to both father and daughter. The poachers had already touched the middle of the Daxingan Mountains, and it would be difficult to protect Tiger Elder and the others if they relied on him and Tiger Mom alone. Even he and Tiger Mom didn't dare to pack their bags and get out in one piece. To show humans uncommon intelligence is to show them their value in disguise. By then, the officials will definitely increase their surveillance and escort forces in order to protect him. Hui needed time, a time that would allow him to grow to maturity and even higher levels of life. He believed he could do it, and he believed the system could help him do it. Chu Qian nodded her head non-committally when she heard Chu Deshang's words. Just then, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Hungry. Chu Deshang looked at Chu Qian, who nodded somewhat awkwardly. A wild northeastern tiger surrounds you and you still have the mind to be hungry. There is really no one else. Seeing this, Hu Yi was not in a hurry to leave, so he just lay on the ground and waited. Seeing Hu Yi's lack of action, Chu Deshang father and daughter boldly walked towards the left behind backpack and pulled out cookies and water to eat. Being scared by the brown bear and Hu Yi one after another, the father and daughter's body and mind were exhausted to the extreme. Che pedant. What's a cookie for when there's so much bear meat here that you don't eat it? Hu Yi was disdainfully skimming his lips in his heart, when all of a sudden, a thought flashed through his mind. By the way, one hasn't eaten human food yet. Maybe human food, too, could provide evolutionary points? Thinking of this, Hu Yi hurriedly got up and walked towards the side of the duo. Upon seeing Hu Yi's arrival, the father-daughter duo once again stiffened their bodies. Without firearms, the two of them were like lambs to the slaughter in front of Hu Yi. Hu Yi didn't bother with the two of them, directly picking up the backpack from below and dumping out the contents of the bag. Swiss Army knife, flint, compass, map, and condoms. Chu Qian's pretty face slightly reddened when she saw it. It's not Chu Deshang's backpack. It's hers. Because of her specialty, Chu Qian needs to enter the field from time to time. And condoms, a lightweight, sturdy replacement for bandages, are one of her go-to items. Although Chu Qian was already used to the jokes of her classmates, she still couldn't help but blush for a while as a little girl when she was turned out of this under her father's watchful eyes. Fortunately, Chu Deshang wasn't the kind of parent who didn't know what was going on, and after seeing the condom, he directly turned his head away as if he hadn't seen anything. Found it. Seeing the words compressed cookies on the package, Hu Yi's tears were coming down. It's been a long time since I've had human food. Even if the bag of cookies didn't have much flavor, even if the bag of cookies couldn't give him any evolution points, he was still very excited. Seeing that Hu Yi seemed to be eyeing the compressed cookies, the father and daughter duo were unanimously relieved. Although he didn't understand why Hu Yi, a wild tiger, was interested in compressed cookies. But you can eat anything as long as you don't eat them. No! Chu Qian suddenly reacted and let out a cry of alarm, making a gesture to rush over. Chu Deshang was startled by his daughter's bold move and hurriedly pulled her arm. Qian, are you crazy? What's a few cookies? Chu Qian said anxiously. Dad, those compressed cookies come in a package. When Chu Deshang heard this, he was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Your cookies don't come in packages, do they? Nope. This tiger, it's not going to eat the plastic, is it? People can unpack. Tigers can't. Chapter 17, Who has a stranglehold on whose throat? Right in the middle of the duo's panicked gazes, Hu Yi stretched out a claw and directly cut open the cookie's packaging. He then gave the father-daughter duo a disdainful look, threw the package away, and rolled the cookie in his tongue and brought it to his mouth. What's the word? What's the word for this? I don't know how to open a plastic package? Joke. As the cookies entered his stomach, Hu Yi was surprised to receive a prompt from the system. Evolution points +1. There was no extra bonus, but one cookie provided almost as many evolution points as a pound of beef. Not bad, not bad. There were 8 cookies in total and Hui ate them all. As for the tiger not being able to digest starch or whatever, Hui really didn't care. Eating poison can't solve it, eating veggies if the system can't solve it, then don't call it Goldfinger. Seeing Hui eating the cookies cleanly, Chu Qian could not help but swallow her saliva. All their father-daughter meals gone. Chu Deshang didn't care about this. After all, he was experienced in wilderness survival and couldn't starve. He was just a little worried about whether Hui could digest them. A lot of fussing and the time came to night. Hui laid down on the ground, ready to rest. Seeing that Hui has not been meaning to harm them, Chu Qian's father and daughter are also relieved. But why Hui kidnapped them is puzzling to them. The night was cool. Chu Qian rubbed her hands together and froze her feet. Dad, how about a fire? When Chu Deshang heard this, he hastily shook his head and refused. Absolutely not. The fire, a newly healed pain in the Great Hingon Ridge, must not be rubbed back into it. Chu Qian knows Chu Deshang is talking about the year when she was not yet born, daxingling with the fire, so did not continue to insist directly into the sleeping bag. Father and daughter tacitly refrained from saying anything about the vigil or the escape. Needless to say, for the vigil, with Hui as the tiger, who dares to come near them? As for escape, a tiger's nose is not for show. In case they angered Hui, and Hui sought the flavor to come over and get mad, then the two of them would be miserable. Chu Qian looks at Hui, who is not far away, and says to Chu Deshang, who is in between the two, Dad, this tiger is so special. How about we name it? Chu Deshang laughed and joked. Then you can get up properly. Be careful of people being dissatisfied and losing their temper. Chu Qian searched her intestines and finally said, How's the baby? Chu Deshang? Chu Qian, however, explained excitedly, I see they call their pets babies. It's late at night, go to sleep. Chu Deshang directly spoke out to stop it. If you keep talking, I'm afraid the tiger will lick you. In theory, with a tiger on their side, the two should be scared. But the two of them were so tired today that they quickly fell asleep when their heads hit the pillow. Hui, who had closed his eyes and was pretending to sleep on the side, had already cursed his mother in his heart. What was I expecting? You're the baby. Your whole family is a baby. After finishing his bellyaching, Hui saw that the evolution points had reached 67 points and silently opened the system. System, strengthen my claws and skin. Ding. Congratulations to the host's primary strengthening claw success. Awakening skill. Tiger Claws Strength. Consume 20 skill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host's primary skin strengthening success. Awakening skill. Black Gold Guardian. Consume skill points. 20 points. Ding. It is detected that the host has opened the 5 internal wellness and Black Gold Guardian skills, fusing to open the defense attribute. Tiger's Claws Sharpness Elementary. Claws sharpness increased by 30%. Strength increased by 30%. Defense. Hui looked at the system panel with surprise, the defense power with a value of only 60, and could not help but be surprised for a while. System, this defense is? Defense is a comprehensive determination of the host's epidermal defense, bone toughness, and internal organ strength, etc. Each time it is raised, 3 evolution points are consumed, and that attribute point grows by 3 points as well. Hui also has no problem with this, although this defense attribute eats more evolution points, but numerically there is no deduction. This, in turn, gives you more intuitively an idea of your defenses with no harm done. As for this Tiger Claws strength skill, it was equally applicable to Hui. Although he had long been familiar with this tiger body, he was after all a human soul and preferred to fight with his hands and not his mouth. In the middle of the night, the mountain wind picked up. Chu Qian, who was asleep, instinctively felt a little cold and tossed and turned. It wasn't until he leaned against a warm spot that he slowly fell asleep. Well, it's warm. Teddy bear, you're here too. He. Beside her, Hui, who had been grabbed out of his sleep, had an innocent look on his face. Sis, you're such a restless sleeper. Didn't anyone tell you? Afterwards, Hui directly turned his head to Chu Qian, waiting to give her a big surprise tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Chu Qian slowly opened her hazy sleeping eyes. At the sight of Hui's black and yellow-colored fur, Chu Qian said with dissatisfaction, Van Boobs, can't you put my tiger-striped underwear back when you turn it inside out? Qian, don't move. With Chu Deshang's low voice, Chu Qian instantly came to her senses. No, I didn't sleep in my dorm room last night. She snapped her eyes open, her beautiful eyes, right into Hu Yi's big copper bell eyes. And her slender jade hand at this time was grabbing the tiger hair on the back of Hu Yi's neck. And for a while she actually forgot to spread her hands. You can't touch a tiger's ass, so what happens when you pull the hairs from a tiger's neck? Chu Qian, real name online urgent wait. Seeing that Chu Qian was scared to the point that her pupils were as if an earthquake had occurred, Hu Yi was able to avenge last night's disruption of her beauty sleep. After he smiled smugly, he got up and broke away from Chu Qian's hand. It was only then that Chu Qian gradually came to her senses. Having just been terrified to the extreme, she even forgot to breathe for a while. At this moment, she couldn't help but gasp for air, looking at Hu Yi's departing back in hindsight. For those who don't know, she was the one who got choked last night. For the next 3 days, Hu Yi has been following the father and daughter of Chu Qian, escorting them to leave towards the outside of the forest. Along the way, the father and daughter Chu Qian encountered a lot of trouble. There is nothing more dangerous than encountering a wild boar in a state of fury. Luckily, with Hu Yi guarding them from the side, all their troubles were eventually turned into evolution points for the evolution system. During these 3 days, after being surprised by Hu Yi's humane behavior, the father and daughter finally stopped being afraid of Hu Yi and became friends with him. Even Chu Qian, by virtue of her gender and looks, was able to stroke Hu Yi's fur from time to time like she was jerking a cat. This caused Chu Deshang, who was on the side, to get hot under the collar. On the morning of the 4th day, the 2 men and the tiger finally arrived outside a small cabin. This was a resting point that Chu Deshang had built in the forest, which stored some tools, as well as easily stored food and water. Hu Yi surveyed the surroundings and suddenly his eyes lit up. Is that oven? Great. Today we can finally stop living in a world where we don't have to drink blood. Chapter 18 Food for Mankind. Seeing Hu Yi suddenly leave, the father and daughter Chu Qian are not surprised. These days Hu Yi was always like this, sniffing his prey and leaving. Chu Qian looks at Hu Yi's departing back and says with some reluctance, Dad, Flying Bear isn't not coming back, is he? Fei Xiong is Chu Dechang Hu Yi's name, a big name. As the king of the land, the tiger can climb mountains and trees and can swim and dive, and with the same body size it can be said that it is difficult to meet the enemy in a single fight. And such near-perfect creatures have one irreparable weakness. They can't fly. Therefore, people often use the idiom of like a tiger adding wings to describe an important person or event. Legend has it that in ancient times, people called tigers with wings flying bears. Giving Hu Yi this name was not that Chu Deshang wanted him to actually grow wings. Rather, Chu Deshang thought that Hu Yi's strength was already quite strong, not to mention the fact that he also possessed such amazing intelligence. In a way, having intelligence is more important than growing a pair of wings. Not long after, Hu Yi ran back with a small boar in his mouth. Chu Deshang helplessly glanced at Hu Yi and pointed to the sleeve label and said, Flying Bear, can you show me some respect? I'm a forest ranger. Is it appropriate for you to eat a second-class state-protected animal in front of me? Hu Yi gave him a despicable look, causing Chu Qian to burst into a fit of petulant laughter. Dad, the flying bear is a nationally protected animal. Are you sure you want to control it? Chu Deshang bristled and muttered. It's kind of like an official crushing a man. No, crushing a pig. After saying that, he wanted to go back to the house to get some rice out and start a fire to cook. Unexpectedly, Hu Yi got up and stopped him, pushing him hard against the grill. Chu Deshang said in disbelief, Fei Xiong, you stop. In a moment when the meal is ready, I'll take you a share. That being said, it was the first time that the Chu Deshang father and daughter had seen a tiger that could digest starch. Unlike ordinary cats, tigers do not have enzymes that can digest starch. So according to common sense, Hu Yi shouldn't be able to eat this kind of staple food. The last time Hu Yi ate so many compressed cookies, the father-daughter duo were also on edge for several days. It wasn't until later, when Hu Yi didn't show any discomfort, that they let go of their hearts. After discovering this characteristic of Hu Yi, Chu Qian's interest in him has increased a few more points, and several times she wants to collect Hu Yi's saliva to go back for laboratory tests. However, Hu Yi is worried that the human beings will realize that he is too much of a god, and never gives Chu Qian this chance. The book is back to business. Chu Qian, who is on the side, sees Hu Yi's strange behavior and once again comprehends Hu Yi's meaning. Dad, It looks like Flying Bear is asking you to help him grill. Roast. Chu Deshang once again felt speechless. A tiger that survived in the wild, both unpacking and getting close to people, and now wants to eat cooked meat. With all of Hu Yi's incredible performances, there was only one possibility in their eyes. This tiger has been bred by humans. And this breeder is not the official department of Northeast Tiger Park, because the official department will not let the tiger open the package and eat raw meat. Then the end result is obvious. Hu Yi has been privately bred. Chu Deshang and Chu Qianqian prepared the things needed for Hu Yi's barbecue while speculating about Hu Yi's origin. Hu Yi, listening from the sidelines, had long been happy. Especially Chu Deshang, which is definitely a talent. Every time Chu Qianqian brings up something strange about herself, Chu Deshang always finds a very reasonable reason to help herself get away with it. With him around, it's a lot easier to be in human society yourself.
BZZZ.
With the oil on the pork, falling into the hot charcoal fire, making a zippy sound, Hui felt his mouth watering. He was not the only one who had no interest. Even Chu Deshang and Chu Qianqian, who had been eating wild fruits for 3 days, were also swallowing their saliva one after another. As the aroma drifted out, Chu Qianqian said as she stared dead on at the place where the white smoke was rising. "Dad, you say, we're not breaking the law, right?" Chu Deshang heard the implication of his daughter's words, and said with tears and laughter, "It's not like we hunted this boar as a couple, so of course it's not illegal. Besides, didn't you just say, this master is a national-level protected animal? How dare I not serve him?" That said, the meat was already roasted. Chu Deshang handed most of the meat to Hu Yi, including the roasted pig's heart, pig's liver, pig's large intestine, and whatnot. Then he handed Chu Qianqian another almost half a kilogram or so of meat skewers. Chu Qianqian hastily took the meat skewer and just wanted to taste the flavor when she saw Chu Deshang clapping his hands and went to look at the steamer for making rice. "Dad, let's split it between us. I'll have enough to eat with half." Chu Qianqian thought that Chu Deshang was trying to save his meat skewers for her to eat and just wanted to share them with him. But he didn't expect to be rejected by Chu Deshang with a decisive shake of his head. "Qianqian, our masters are different. You're a college student, educated, someone who studies them. I am a forest ranger, not very educated, but the one who protects them. If I get a taste of this today, it will be hard not to get the wrong idea if I carry a gun into the woods again in the future." Hearing such pedantic words from Chu Deshang, Hu Yi could not help but look at him. Silly people say silly things. Even if you eat a few bites of meat, what can you do? But then again, in a world of eggs, there are always such cuties. The world has always had such cuties who willingly sewed and mended. Hu Yi recognized that he could not be such a person, but it did not delay him from admiring such a person. As the roasted meat was swallowed in one bite, Hu Yi kept getting system alerts. Plus 0.11 evolution points. Plus 0.12 evolution points. Hu Yi was surprised. He did not expect that eating this meat after it had been roasted and then eaten would increase his evolution points by about 1/5 compared to consuming raw meat directly. This is not a simple increase. The food that Hu Yi consumed every day would almost bring him around 15 evolution points. If all future consumption of such baked goods were possible, this number, which would increase to 18 points, greatly shortened the time it took for him to enter adulthood. Such temptation made Hu Yi think about his future growth path. Will they enter human society, or will they remain in the forest? Unlike Tiger Mother and the others, Hu Yi possessed a human soul after all, and was not averse to choosing the former. If he chose to enter human society, then he would be given a stable environment to develop in, without having to worry about encountering other large beasts or poachers. And if he ate grilled meat all the time, his strength would increase very quickly. But the downside was that it wasn't free, and with this body of his, he was used to eating raw meat and had an instinctive rejection of cooked meat. If he chose the latter, then he would be given a vast expanse of heaven and earth, and the resources of the entire forest would be at his disposal to be ingested at will by him, the top predator with a human soul. Although there are many crises, there are abundant resources and systematic rewards. After much consideration, Hu Yi finally chose the forest. Because there's a tiger mom, a younger sibling, and more freedom. Flying Bear. Chu Qianqian walked to Hu Yi's side and stroked the fur on his body and said, "Thank you for saving me and Dad from that brown bear and protecting us all the way back. It's hard to say, but I'll say it. The forest is your home. It's where you should be." Chu Qianqian looks at Hu Yi with affection and says with true feelings. Hu Yi was very speechless when he heard this. This chick doesn't think she's following her here because she can't leave her alone. Does she? This face of yours, it's bigger than mine. Hui spat in his heart and got up, wanting to leave. However, Chu Deshang's next words had moved his heart. Chapter 19: The Frightened Tiger Mother. Flying Bear, I'll pretty much be living here for the next few months. If you need help, come here and see me. Hu Yi's eyes lit up. This is a good sentiment. Although he couldn't go to human society to live there permanently, but being able to whore out cooked meat evolution points for free for a few months here in Chu Deshang's place, that was not bad at all. Thinking of this, Hu Yi came to the fence and left a bubble of urine as a marker before leaving. Smelling the strong nutty flavor of the tiger's urine, Chu Qian bitterly laughed. This flavor will have to be thrown away when I get back. Those 3 rats that I didn't finish. Chu Deshang laughed. You don't like it, but it's a perfect talisman for Dad who lives in the forest. When Hu Yi went there, it took close to 4 days because he brought Chu Qian's father and daughter with him. On his return, without the drag of the duo, Hu Yi once again returned to the stream where the Burmese python had died in only 2 days. This time out, Hu Yi harvested a lot. First of all, there is a sudden surge in strength. Name Hu Yi. Race: Northeast Tiger. Strength: 190. Speed: 180. Endurance: 180. Defense: 90. Evolution points: 21.3. Skill points: 0. Skills: Iron Teeth Intermediate, Inner and Outer Elementary, Tiger's Claw Prophet Elementary. His own strength today was more than 3 times stronger than his own 6 days ago. This could not be a simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division calculation problem, knowing that after reaching 190 in power, he could easily kill his previous self in seconds. Not to mention his current defense, which his previous self had a hard time breaking. After returning to the habitat, Hui saw Tiger Mother, who was getting up and preparing to leave with Tiger Elder and the others, from a long distance away. Not only were the beast's 5 senses stronger than humans, but even their 6th sense was much more accurate. Tiger Mom didn't actually hear the bear growl that day, but in the back of Tiger Mom's mind, warning signs had arisen. Coupled with the fact that Hu Yi had not returned for many days, Tiger Mother had reason to suspect that Hu Yi had encountered the unknown beast and had met an untimely end. So for now, it had no choice but to endure the grief in its heart, as well as the pain in its body, and move farther away with the other children. Upon seeing Tiger Mother and the others, Hu Yi happily raised the sky with a roar and greeted them. Tiger's mom instinctively jumped at the sound of the familiar voice, but when it turned around and saw Hu Yi, its fur exploded in shock. There's a male coming to take over the territory with himself. Luckily, the other party looked underage and shouldn't be able to beat himself. Can't be careless, after all. Their own serious injuries are still to, hey, what are you a few little cubs doing? Crazy balls, you guys. Tiger Mother was judging Hu Yi as an imaginary enemy when she suddenly saw Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Eldest, already happily rushing towards Hu Yi. They're both still young and don't have the same kind of bends in their Tiger Mom's brain. As long as the smell on Hu Yi remained the same, he was still their big brother. Feeling that Tiger Lao Si, a tiger licker, was frantically grooming his fur, Hu Yi smiled happily and his steps became much lighter. That's how his family, in this life, is close to him. The Tiger Mom also finally reacted at this time. The sub-adult aged male tiger in front of her was none other than her own boss. However, it still didn't calm itself down, but instead became even more shocked. What did this son of yours eat? How did he get so big? This can I still be the head of the family after this? Hui walked over to Tiger Mother's side, showing his belly and expressing his closeness. While Tiger Mom was happy, she was a little worried. Normally, after a mother tiger brings her cubs to sub-adulthood, i.e. 1.5 to 2 years old, she has fully taught them hunting skills. At this time, the mother tiger will whisk them away to establish a territory on her own. However, Hu Yi's situation, which was less than half a year old and had already grown to sub-adult size, and was enough to threaten his mother, was something that he really wouldn't be able to handle. Hu Yi was also well aware of its difficulties. First of all, tigers are very territorial and hardly tolerate the presence of others of their kind in their territory. Even if they are in the mating period, it is only a few days before the male tiger leaves on his own. Secondly, there are limited resources in a territory that can't support 2 beasts at the top of the food chain. That's what worries Tiger Mom the most. Hui growled lowly twice towards Tiger Mother, signaling her to follow. When Tiger Mother saw Hui heading in the direction of the bear's roar, she was instinctively a little alarmed and did not want to go forward. However, seeing that Hui was coming from this direction, coupled with his continuous urging, Tiger Mother had no choice but to follow him. It's not that it's wimpy, it's a wisdom of survival. Top predators, if not necessary, do not go toe-to-toe easily. During the night, Tiger Mother saw the huge bear corpse that had already rotted a bit, and once again, a look of shock appeared in her eyes. This was already the third time it had been shocked today, and if it wasn't for the tiger's innate boldness, it would have to be scared to death by Hui today. The bear corpse in front of her was mutilated, but with Tiger Mother's experience, it wasn't hard to judge its strength in life. An opponent of such strength was killed by his own eldest son? Tiger Mother gave Hui a scornful look. This was the nature of the beast, to fear the strong. Hui certainly wasn't trying to brag about the force to Tiger Mother, but he wanted to tell her, in the future they, mother and son, can divide into larger territories. Thousands of miles away in a hideout, Scarface watched a group of blonde, blue-eyed MIGs joking and laughing as they left, his eyes glowing menacingly. Beside him, the fat man spat viciously and said unwillingly to Scarface, "Big brother, this group of foreign devils pressure, the price pressure is also too hard. Really not something." Scarface forced his anger down and glanced at Fatty and said, "People are right, the country is now tightly controlled. We do not have a way to export. People are to pressure your price, we can only tolerate." The fat man said with a fierce look on his face, "Why don't we just do it? Let's snap." The fat man was slapped to the ground by Scarface, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he dared not say anything. "Don't say these brainless words in front of my eyes in the future. Kill him? Who will dare to do business with us after killing him?" Fatty bowed his head and apologized, and was driven out of the house by Scarface. After shooing the fat man out, Scarface asked the glasses man, "Elder, did you find the person I asked you to look for last time?" The man with the glasses nodded. "There are 6 of them, all brothers in their own families who know each other well, and each has many cases on his record, so there's no problem with their abilities. It's no use holding your mouth if there's no problem with competence." Scarface spoke out and interrupted the glasses man, then took out a dozen stacks of money from the safe that had just arrived and handed it to him. "2 for each person, take them to Anya first. Also tell them that they need to pitch in if they want to join us." Throwing in the towel? The man with the glasses sniffed. Only the scarred man stood up, walked over to the window, and spat out the dry cigarette that was about to burn into his mouth. And the direction that his gaze was looking into was the direction that the group of Materians had left. The man with the glasses instantly understood and excused himself and left. A few days later, insert a news item about a hotel in this city where 4 people were killed in a fire yesterday. It is reported that the 4 are rice nationals, all from a rice company. Chapter 20, The King's Royal Chef. Daxing and Ling. Chu Deshang looked at Hui, who was yawning in boredom outside the house, and laughed bitterly. Only 3 days after Hui left, he approached the door again. At that time, Hui dropped a merganser carcass next to the oven. With his previous experience, how could Chu Deshang not understand what he meant? Burning charcoal, getting on the grill, and even Hui would point to the spice box and ask him to brush different seasonings. After receiving Chu Deshang's devoted service, it was as if Hui had identified with him, and every day he would bring his prey to his door. For a while, Chu Deshang had actually become Hui's exclusive chef. Nope, Hui, as the king of all beasts, his status as a chef had to rise as well. Well, at least a royal chef, and Hui, who eats cooked food every day, has tasted the sweetness. The massive increase in evolution points allowed him to make another significant improvement compared to himself a month ago. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Endurance, 200. Defense, 120. Evolution points, 27.9. Skill points, 0. Skills, Iron Teeth Intermediate, Tiger Claws Strength Intermediate, Internal and External Cultivation Beginner. One of the biggest boosts was that he had consumed 50 evolution points to raise the Tiger's Claws profit, from primary to intermediate, almost doubling the increase. Nowadays, when Hui used his claw strikes again, not only had the power of the tiger's palm become even more terrifying, even the sharpness and toughness of his claws had been comparable to a dagger. The thick-skinned boar that Chu Deshang was cooking at the moment was killed by Hu Yi directly stabbing into the back of his neck with a tiger claw, cutting through his windpipe. Hu Yi waited for the imperial chef to serve him the food while thinking about where he would go to hunt for Tiger Mother and the others in a while. I don't know if it was because the aura was starting to revive, but the three of them, Tiger Lao Air, were quite a bit bigger than a normal 5-month-old tiger cub. Especially the tiger penis, which is already almost the size of an 8-month tiger cub. And at this size, their teeth are fully developed, and when they breastfeed, tiger moms feel significant pain, so they are weaned off their breast milk as well. Which means that the three of them officially are on track to start eating meat. As hard as the tiger mom tries, her hunting success rate is still too low to meet her own, and her 3 tiger cubs' food needs. If it wasn't for Hu Yi bringing back prey every day, Tiger Lao Air and the others would be starving every day. Just then, under the eaves of the cabin, a camera suddenly moved. Seeing that the camera was aimed at him, Hu Yi pretended not to know anything and continued to lie on the ground and fake sleep. Half a month ago, Chu Chen came over with an old man and a few classmates. From their conversation, Hu Yi learns that they are Chu Chen's mentors and classmates. Seeing that Chu Chen is very close to Hu Yi, they are both surprised and envious. That old professor has the intention to let Chu Chen put a collar on Hu Yi as a way to observe his daily life. Hu Yi burst into a rage and directly rushed to his side, letting out a roar of rage to the extreme at him. The old professor was so scared that he jerked over with a GA. There were also several fellow students who peed their pants on the spot. Chu Chen and Chu Deshang had no choice but to send them out helplessly. The group never came back after that, but the forest was full of well-camouflaged cameras. Every time he encountered these cameras, Hu Yi would always find a dead spot in his vision and strike out to shatter them. But Chu Deshang wouldn't house on this. He is not the slightest way. You can't tear down the home of your own royal chef, can you? Never mind if they want to watch themselves eat, let them. Say bye-bye to all your worries and all the familiar electronic ringtone sounded, causing Hu Yi to raise his head slightly and look contemptuously at Chu Deshang, who answered the phone. It's not too shabby for a big old man to use such a song as a ringtone. Chu Deshang glanced at the memo. Then with his hands full of grease, he pressed the answer button and speakerphone button with his little finger. Hey, Captain, what are the instructions? Chu Deshang, why didn't you report on the appearance of a northeastern tiger in Daxinganling? Hearing the exasperated voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Deshang was speechless. Captain, you've wronged me. I reported it. But. There was a pause on the other side of the phone. Then a bitter laugh said, Ugh. But you didn't say that this tiger every day goes to your resting place and asks you to roast meat for it, did you? Chu Deshang thought for a moment, then said patronizingly, Oh, I forgot. The phone fell silent for a few seconds before the phone rang again. Make a written report to me of what happened between you and this tiger. Hearing the words written materials, Chu Deshang's face instantly collapsed. He's a big old man, but it takes a lot of effort to write this kind of stuff. There are 2 other things. The first is that the Bureau has given notice that it is about to prepare an inventory of all the creatures in the entire forest. Hearing these words, Chu Deshang froze. The forest is so big. Are you sure the leader is talking about a clearing? Yes, I heard it was a notice that came down from above. And it's not just us, but nature reserves like what's known as the Qinling Mountains, Wui Mountain and Wulong, have all been notified of this. After that, the caller paused and spoke in a deep voice. I heard that this time, there will be experts, police and even the army, cooperating in the clearance. Hearing this news, Chu Deshang is only a little unclear, but Hu Yi is alerted. Dasha's army never moved lightly, and something like clearing the protected area of creatures, although the workload was huge, how could they not be alarmed? Unless, after the recovery of the aura, some strange creatures appeared in Dasha, affecting the safety of the country. The second thing is that some time ago, there was a fire over in Harbor City, and pieces of fur from a suspected protected animal were found at the scene. We were ordered by the Bureau to strengthen the protection and monitoring of the forest area to prevent poachers from entering the Daxinganling. The captain then added in a teasing tone, You are now protected by the biggest umbrella in the entire forest. This heavy responsibility of our team is in your hands. Hearing the second thing said on the phone, Hu Yi's heart thumped. This group of people, could it be the same group of poachers who placed the trap last time and caused Tiger Mother's injury? But then he shook his head. There was no such coincidence under the sky. It was still most important for himself to get his strength up as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Chu Deshang's barbecue meat was also ready. After placing the roasted meat in front of Hu Yi, he himself held a bowl of noodles and squatted in front of Hu Yi to inhale it. After eating, Chu Deshang said as he packed up his things, "Flying Bear, as you can hear, I'm on a mission and will be going into the mountains on patrol soon. Starting tomorrow, if I'm not here, you don't have to come either." After saying that, Chu Deshang himself laughed. Hui is intelligent and pro-human. But how could a tiger like Hui understand what he said? After Hui finished eating the roasted meat, he also began to think about it on the way back. Chu Deshang is going into the forest to patrol. Should he go with him? Leaving him, if something happened to him in the forest, wouldn't he be left without a royal chef in the future? If we go with him, how can we guarantee the safety of Tiger Mother and Tiger Elder? Chapter 21 Divine Communication. Day, Chu Deshang left the cabin with his backpack on his back and walked towards the dense forest. Hui never showed up from the beginning to the end. He thought about it and ultimately decided to stay in the habitat. After all, strength could be found a way to grow. But if something happened to Tiger Mother and the others, one would surely have no recourse. In the following days, Hui once again lived the life of a man who drank blood. On this day, Hui stepped into the golden colors of autumn and walked through the forest to forage for food. Big cat! Big cat! Suddenly, several strange human voices drilled into his ears. Hui looked up and realized that it was actually a parrot. Name Mountain Gun. Race, Great Purple-Breasted Parrot. Strength, 21. Speed, 13 plus 203. Endurance, 33. Skill, Human Speech Advanced. Human Speech Advanced. Mouths human speech and understands a large number of words from human languages. Got it, it has a name and it's called Mountain Gun, and it looks like a pet owned by a Northeasterner. However, what made Hui feel rare was that this parrot, surprisingly, had advanced skills. One must know that even Hui himself didn't have any advanced skills yet. The system panel showed that 20 evolution points were needed to learn the primary skill. Upgrading from primary to intermediate requires 50 evolution points. Intermediate upgrades to advanced require a full 100 evolution points. Hui himself wasn't even willing to upgrade yet. And I don't know what it tastes like, Hui muttered and left. Even if he was curious, the parrot was a bird after all, how could he, a wingless tiger, eat it? Hit the big cat! Hit the big cat! Suddenly, the parrot did not know what kind of wind it had drawn, but it swooped down and pecked Huyi's head. However, with Huyi's current defense, this level of attack from the mountain cannon would not be able to hurt him at all. Hui was attacked and angrily roared up to the sky. For a while, countless flying birds rose up in alarm from the surrounding trees and fled in all directions. Shut up and argue about what the hell! Not only was the mountain cannon not intimidated by Hui, but it cursed and swooped down again. This time, it didn't choose Huyi's head. Instead it ran towards his ass. Roar! Ow! Hui was roaring angrily when he suddenly felt a coldness above his ass. The old man's gross. It's a mountain gun, but it's not a mountain gun at all. Seeing that he was unable to break through Huyi's defense, he even laid his hands on Huyi's tiger hair. If I don't eat you until you have no bird hair left, I'm not human. After Hui let out another roar, he pretended to be helpless and turned away. Seeing this, the mountain gun swooped downward again. And what Hui waited for was for it to attack again. What mountain cannon could not have imagined was that although Hui did not have eyes on the back of his head, his sense of hearing was extremely sensitive. After hearing the sound of breaking wind behind him, Hui turned his head directly without hesitation and launched an attack right towards the mountain cannon. Mountain cannon was startled and scrambled to adjust its position in the air. But in the end, it was only a few feathers that Hui grabbed off and flew back up into the sky. After this incident, the mountain guns no longer dared to attack Hui. Hui growled dejectedly and turned around to dive into the forest. What, you're saying I didn't eat it, not human? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a tiger now. However, Hui has obviously underestimated the hatred that Mountain Gun has for him. In the grass, Hui stared at a roe deer in the distance, well on the verge of diving into the best position. Suddenly, the sound of a mountain cannon rang through the air. There's a big cat. There's a big cat. The herd of roe deer didn't understand the human language, but the sudden noise startled them. Mountain guns, your honor. Hui cursed angrily in his mind and was forced to launch his attack early. But with predictable results, he missed. For the next few times, and even for the next few days of hunting, this vindictive parrot kept following Hui to cause trouble. Hui had reason to suspect that it must have been a rat in its previous life. Why else would you hate cats so much? But what does your hatred of cats have to do with me, the tiger? This mountain gun sometimes even took the initiative and pecked at the group of animals, forcing them to be on their guard, when he realized that he was yelling to warn them to no avail, resulting in a series of 3 days. Hui's hunting was all for naught. This is something that seems extremely unbelievable to Tiger Mom and the others. Ever since Hui had the ability to hunt, almost every day he would return with plenty of food. This is a big reason why Tiger Mom didn't kick Hui out to live alone. But in the past 2 days, Hui could only lick his face and eat the food hunted by Tiger Mom, becoming a nibbler. Hui knew that this was not going to work. Who knew when this annoying parrot would leave? If it settles here, won't you be unable to hunt food for the rest of your life? What's the best way to trick it down? Hui thought as he walked. Suddenly, he noticed a water source not far away, which had partially dried up. Seeing the exposed wet mud, Hui instantly had an idea, only to see it suddenly get on all fours and run in a certain direction in a flash. Mountain Cannon shouted excitedly as he chased after them. Big cat, run. Fun, fun. Previously, Hui had tried to run away from it when he was annoyed by it. If you can't mess with it, can't you hide from it? But as it turns out, trying to avoid a flying bird, or a rather intelligent one, he can't really avoid it. Right now, Hui's wild run didn't look any different to it than it did before. In this way, a tiger and a bird, in the forests of the Daxinganling, ran for dozens of kilometers. For a time, the entire Daxinganling chickens flew and dogs jumped, and the beasts were frightened. Chu Deshang, who heard the commotion in the distance but was not sure why, hurriedly climbed to the tree and cautiously looked this way, thinking that some fierce beast had appeared again. After a long time, Hui once again appeared at that water pond. The exhausted Mountain Cannon also landed a little farther away from Hui and began to drink water. Hui growled angrily at the Mountain Cannon and kept grabbing the silt and throwing it at the Mountain Cannon. Mountain Cannon was still cautiously trying to dodge, and after realizing that Hui couldn't throw the silt much farther at all, he finally let go of his heart. Silly cat, silly cat. After mocking Hui twice again, it lowered its head and drank the water assuredly. Here's your chance. Only to see Hui's palm flip, grabbing a large handful of mud and fiercely flinging it at the Mountain Cannon. Mountain Cannon might as well have been hit squarely in the face all over by the mud. Seeing that one strike succeeded, Hui did not hesitate and instantly ran toward the mountain gun to open the gun. Mountain Cannon was taken aback by the cold blow and felt bad, just ready to lift the wings to fly, but helplessly this body full of mud is really too heavy. Froze just fluttering wings did not fly up. Ah! After the last human voice, the entire forest returned to clarity. Hui felt the warmth in his mouth and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The world at last is quiet. As Hui swallowed the entire parrot, 3 system alerts sounded in succession. Plus 0.18 evolution points. Host eats a large purple-breasted parrot. Rewarded with evolution points. 20. Congratulations to the host. Consuming creatures with advanced skills and awakening a special ability. Divine Thought Communication. Divine Mind Communication Elementary. Can communicate with intelligent beings within a distance of 5 meters. Chapter 22. Tiger Lao Heir who aspires to become Tiger King. Hui's face showed a look of ecstasy, but then he was a bit puzzled. The first message is undoubtedly a reminder of the evolution points offered by this parrot. But there was a lot about these last 2 messages that he didn't understand. System, this parrot, why was it rewarded with 20 evolution points? Its combat power isn't worth it. When that Burmese python was so difficult to deal with, the system had only rewarded him with these evolution points, right? Since the creature possesses the ability to fly, which the host does not have, it would be difficult for the host to capture this creature normally. So an additional 15 evolution points will be added to the judgment. It turns out that prey can fly and can add so many evolution points when the system determines it. Hearing the system's explanation, Hui's eyes instantly lit up. This one bird provides itself with a 20-point bonus. Then in this vast Daxinganling, the number of birds is 200 to 300 species. Doesn't this mean that as soon as one eats all the birds in the whole of the Great Hingan Mountains, one will immediately enter adulthood or even maturity? What kind of bird is that flying in the sky? It's clearly an evolutionary point that flutters and barks. Thinking of this, Hui made up his mind that in the future, he could not just sleep in his spare time, but had to think of ways to catch birds. What's that inner eat advanced skill animals and you'll awaken skills or whatever? This matter was what Hu Yi wanted to ask the most. A skill that could increase attributes in percentages was equivalent to a disguised increase of dozens, even hundreds of evolution points alike. To his strength, it could be said to have an extremely strong boost, so how could he not pay attention to it? System setting. As long as the prey that the host eats possess skills at the advanced level and above during its lifetime, the host will have a chance of awakening a special ability related to it. Hu Yi understood that this was considered another kind of reward. Skills determined by the system are not skills in the strict sense of the word. Take Hu Yi for example, he was also good at skills like pouncing and climbing trees, but none of these were reflected on the system panel. Perhaps the system should rename these skills as talents. It's as if a person with tool proficiency skills is useless if you ask them to learn empty-handed combat. But when you put him to work on something like auto mechanics or carpentry, he'll get twice the work with half the effort. After communicating his thoughts to the system was silent for a long time. Subsequently, ding, the host provides constructive suggestions, rewarded with evolution points. 50. System upgrade in progress. Hu Yi's eyes glazed over when he received the system message. Holy, a suggestion from myself is worth 50 evolution points? Is the system so generous with the piece of improving itself? System, I don't think you should call me host. How nice of you to call me brother. It seems affectionate. System, I think you can come up with a manual for me to use against. System, have you ever considered changing your name? I think a baby sounds just fine. Hu Yi, a chain of shelling, but the system has not been moved. Angry Hu Yi scolded the system is not modest. Do not know that complacency will make the system backward reasoning? After silently spitting, waiting until the system reopened, Hu Yi opened the system panel and strengthened his attributes for a while. Name Hu Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Endurance, 200. Defense, 180. Evolution points, 47. Subsequent entries are rounded up to the nearest whole number to avoid the appearance of a word count. Talent points, 0. Talents, Iron Teeth Intermediate, Tiger's Claw Intermediate, Inner and Outer Cultivation Beginner. Special skill, Divine Communication Elementary. Looking at his firmer skin and softer, brighter fur, Hu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The display on the panel was much more distinguishable, and one's defense attributes, too, took advantage of the opportunity to get a big boost. Hu Yi used his claws to gently make a strong effort and scratched across his skin without even a trace of blood. In that case, it seemed that he, who had a strength value of 200 points, would only be able to break through this 180-point defense value with his full strength. After returning to the habitat, Hu Yi brought back prey after a long time. Tiger Mother glanced at Hu Yi with satisfaction and gave 2 low growls. Not bad, owl cub. Hu Yi. Tiger Mom, has anyone ever told you that you speak with an accent? The closest Tiger third sister and Tiger eldest also rushed over. They first pleasingly licked Hu Yi's fur a few times and then feasted on it. Tiger third sister. Big brother is really powerful. It looks like it won't be long before Big Brother is even stronger than Tiger Mother. Tiger Lao Si. Hey, yummy. Really yummy. Hu Yi looked at Tiger third sister with some surprise, not realizing that at 6 months old, she already possessed such strong thinking skills. Tiger Lao Si is still the same pig, like all he thinks about is eating. The mother and son, the 3 tigers ate for a while before the lonesome figure of the second tiger came over from the distance. Ever since Tiger Elder's teeth, which can tear through flesh and blood, the cocky one had to go out and try hunting. If it's lucky enough, it catches a mouse or 2 to bring back. The last time he was lucky, Tiger encountered a rabbit. Being kicked by someone's back stomp, he directly turned his back and fainted. Can be said that the tiger has lost all its face. After seeing the prey that Hu Yi had caught, Tiger Elder's eyes first flashed with a flash of instinctive longing, followed by a burst of colorful low growls at Hu Yi. It's no big deal. One day I'll catch a prey even bigger than this and become the one and only Tiger King. Yo, you're still the Tiger King? Hu Yi looked at it wistfully. Just in the moment when Tiger Elder was about to walk to his side, Hu Yi suddenly let out an explosive cry. Its voice was so loud that it startled Tiger Mother and Tiger Sister 3, who were eating meat in the distance. If Tiger Mother hadn't been concerned about Hu Yi's current strength, she would have come up to make a move. The Tiger Elder who walked to Hu Yi's side, that was even worse. Only to see that it was scared by this roar, jumping up half a meter in place, and turning 180 degrees directly backward in the air, running away with its back to Hu Yi. Seeing that the prank had succeeded, Hu Yi smiled broadly and walked over to Tiger Lao Si's side, lazily lying down and looking at it with some curiosity. The whole time, this fourth brother, who had been eating non-stop, was the only one who hadn't been surprised by himself. Name Tiger Lao Si. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 59. Speed, 51. Endurance, 68. Talent, get up and get out of bed intermediate, immovable as a mountain beginner. Rise and shine chi intermediate. Awakened from sleep, enters a berserk state with a 50% increase in each attribute. The increase disappears after waking up and the side effects are reduced by 30%. Immovable as a mountain beginner. After ingesting food and remaining immobile for an hour, the endurance value will increase by an additional 1 point. Every time he saw these two skills, Hu Yi would lament that this fourth brother of his is definitely a potential stock. Immovable as a mountain, needless to say, this was a talent that allowed Tiger Lao Si would have a higher endurance attribute. Endurance was originally one of Tiger's shortcomings, and if Tiger Lao Si could make up for that shortcoming, the future was extraordinary. As for the condition of not moving for an hour after the meal, it's not a problem. With his knowledge of Tiger Lao Si, it slept soundly after meals for at least 3 hours to start. The talent of rising breath, that goes without saying, is an extremely powerful berserker-type combat skill. The fact that Tiger Lao Air no longer dared to disturb Tiger Lao Si's sleep now was the best proof. Chapter 23, Global Change, Number 178. Japan, 100 nautical miles off Fukushima. The commander of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, Yamamoto Jiro, was sitting in a chair in the general control room, speaking to a staff officer at his side. Yoshi, after waiting for so many years, our great Japanese empire, finally has a large aircraft carrier, which is much better than our light helicopter carriers. The staff officer likewise laughed out loud. It's ridiculous that when the United States auctioned off this aircraft carrier this time, that country was so out of their depth that they wanted to compete with us, and they deserve to? Upon hearing the name Stick Country, a flash of disdain appeared in Yamashiro's eyes. The Stick Country is the most shameless, not to mention taking other countries' things for themselves every day. But this time, they even want to ask the Rice Country to sell them aircraft carriers at a low price, which is really whimsical. The staff officer concurred. That's right. Do they think something like an aircraft carrier is something they can get their hands on by yelling at their dads a few more times? Looking around the room, Yamamoto said with a hint of anticipation. This carrier, it's just a starting point. In the future, we're going to build more carriers and really get rid of that group of vampires. With that said, Yamamoto looked to the west with a fierce look in his eyes. This time, in order to buy this decommissioned aircraft carrier of the United States, the Japanese nation has paid a painful price. Even behind the scenes, a series of unequal treaties were forced to be signed. Every time I thought about it, Yamamoto's heart ached for blood. Just as the two were thinking about the future, suddenly, the ship underwent a violent rocking. Unprepared, Yamamoto stumbled straight into the staff sergeant's arms, and then the two of them fell heavily to the ground together. Baka! What happened? Yamajimuro got up in a lurch and cursed at the door. However, before he could wait for an answer, a violent vibration came from the ship again immediately afterward. No, it's not as simple as vibrating. Yamahiro had just seen in horror that the 300-meter-long carrier with a draft of 6 tons underneath it, not knowing what kind of huge force it had suffered, had been displaced laterally by as much as 10 meters. After a good few seconds of calm, a soldier hurriedly opened the door and ran in, alarmed. It's no good, Your Excellency, Commander. The radar guys just came in to report that there's a nearly 100-meter-long blue whale below our carrier, attacking us like crazy. Asshole talk. A blue whale can be, what, 100 meters long? Are they sure? Yes, Your Excellency the Commander. We've confirmed it over and over again. Yamamoto Jiro was shocked. 100-meter-long blue whale, which is longer than more than half of all submarines. Bang! Beneath the blue, a massive blue whale, once again, crashed into the carrier. Its eyes were filled with hatred, with a determination that it would not stop until it achieved its goal. Because just last year, its child died at the hands of this group of humans right in front of its eyes. It could never forget that blinding anointed flag. Seeing that there wasn't much substantial damage to the carrier after the multiple impacts, the blue whale switched positions and, under the horrified gaze of the underwater radar observers, opened its mouth, revealing the dense, sharp teeth in its mouth, and took a bite at the bottom of the carrier. Yamamoto, who had come to the radar room, growled angrily at the sight. Can someone explain to me why a blue whale, even if it grows in size, grows these damn teeth? They were born in a country where whales are hunted all the time, and they couldn't be more aware of how whales are built. Blue whales are baleen whales, not toothed whales. What it had growing in its mouth would have been the baleen plates used to filter krill. Not these ing teeth. Crunch! As a toothsome piercing sound rang out, the bottom of the aircraft carrier, surprisingly, was bitten out by this blue whale with dense small holes. A large amount of seawater rushed in, causing the carrier's hull to drop a section straight down. The staff officer said in a panic, "It must be the nuclear wastewater discharged from Scourge Island that caused this blue whale to mutate." Yamamoto roared angrily, "I have long said that such creatures should be allowed to become extinct. Come on, people." Hearing its cry, a soldier rushed in. "Go, pass on my order, and blast this to pieces at all costs." "Hi!" The soldier led the way, and a few moments later, boom, 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 a volley of torpedoes and missiles were launched, heading straight for the blue whale. The blue whale's huge body, it was simply too late to dodge, and almost all of it took a hard hit. Bingo! Inside the cockpit, the crowd was dancing with excitement, and Yamamoto was so excited that he almost danced. However, right at this moment, the water splashes and bubbles dispersed, and a huge figure, once again, came with anger. Apparently, their attack just now caused this blue whale to become even crazier. 3 days later, Chu Chen was invited to participate in an academic forum meeting. Chu Chen was somewhat flattered. After all, most of the attendees were leading figures in the bioacademic world. Even her mentor, the director of the prestigious biology program at Shangjing University, was only sitting with her at the moment, and could only raise his hand to indicate if he wanted to speak. How could a meeting of this level be something that she, who hadn't even graduated from graduate school, could be involved in? What she didn't expect was that the convener of this academic forum was not an academic figure. Tung Shu sang, "Who's this?" Looking at the nameplate on the main seat, Chu Chen was in deep doubt. Not long after, a man in his 30s, wearing a casual jacket, walked in and with a big grin sat directly in the main seat. He is, in fact, Dong Xiaoxing. "Guys!" Dong Xiaoxing's voice resounded throughout the conference room. The voice seemed to have magical powers, instantly focusing the attention of everyone present on him. "I'm Dong Xiaoxing, the head of the National Security Bureau's Special Action Group, responsible for the research and protection of special creatures in the country, and I'll be interacting with all of you, the experts, more in the future." With that, he pressed the button in his hand and maneuvered the PPT behind him. I think all the experts have heard that, at present, all over the world, many supernatural creatures have appeared. For example, the polar bear, Ripper number 009, was able to go head-to-head with the tanks of the Woolly Bear Nation as early as a month ago. There's also a Canadian timberwolf pack living in Yellowstone Forest Park, MI, headed by numbers 010 through 016, that has now been sneaking into the city from time to time and starting to attack humans. Even just 3 days ago, the Japanese purchased a retired large aircraft carrier from Rice, and on its way back, it was sunk by the blue whale, Dragon Eater, number 002, and the commander of its national navy. Yamamoto lost his life at sea. Just as the people present were immersed in the shock brought about by these news, Dong Xiaoxing murmured to himself, "That last one seems like good news." Hearing his words, Chu Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh. When she saw Dong Xiaoxing look over, she hurriedly held it back again. "You're the Chu Chen who was favored by that northeastern tiger numbered 178, flying bear in Daxinganling, right?" Hearing Dong Xiaoxing's words, the eyes of the entire conference room gathered on Chu Chen for a moment. Chapter 24, King of the Northeastern Tigers, Poachers Arrive. Chu Chen's face flushed red as she hurriedly bowed continuously to the surroundings. "Good day, leader. Good day, seniors. I'm Chu Chen, a graduate student at Shangjing University. I don't know anything. Please take care of me." Seeing her constrained appearance, Dong Xiaoxing said with a smile, "Beauty. Cough, sister. You don't be nervous. You are not the only one who doesn't know anything here. Don't I know nothing?" Hearing Dong Xiaoxing's words, an old man in Mongolian national costume laughed nervously. "That's right. I don't know anything. I only know how to herd sheep and cows." This old man, Chu Chen, had long noticed. He was sitting in the outermost circle, like himself, and had come to observe. But it wasn't that she looked down on pastors. It is possible that the content of a meeting of this nature would not be too clear even to a graduate student in his or her specialty. Why did you invite this uncle? Dong Xiaoxing smiled when he saw the old man speak. Since that Uncle Hai has already spoken, it's just as well that I'll first introduce you to the people behind you. Uncle Gua Na Hai, Mongolian, owner of Tibetan Mastiff number 025. Smuley. Smuri is fierce and tough, and within our ops group, we call him the king of the northern dogs. Gua Na Hai then stood up and politely doffed his hat in greeting to the crowd. Dong Xiaoxing then looked at a richly dressed woman and said, "This is Su Bingbing, owner of Larkspur, Little Lai, number 104. Little Lai's voice can, to a certain extent, influence a person's mind, and is known to us as the king of the southern sparrows." Su Bingbing nodded slightly to the crowd and then grumbled. "Team leader Dong, isn't it good to change your name? King of the southern bird is too unpleasant, isn't it?" Dong Xiaoxing smiled sarcastically and hurriedly turned his head to look at a boy wearing glasses who was a bit shy and said, "This is Vanda, the keeper of the orangutan that lives at the Golden Zoo. Number 59, Ruby. Ruby is strong, intelligent, and quite human, and we call her the Eastern Ape King." Vanda got up in a hurry and bowed to the crowd for a while, then just stood there hand over fist. It was only when Dong Xiaoxing gave the word that he sat down with a flushed face. After that, Dong Xiaoxing placed his gaze once again on Chu Qian. I guess many of you recognize this one, also a member of your biological research community, Chu Qian. As I just said, she's the owner of the Northeast Tiger number 178, Flying Bear. Chu Qian sniffed and hastily got up to correct herself. "Sorry, leader. I'm not the owner of a flying bear. We're friends." Dong Xiaoxing said. I made a slip of the tongue, and then encouraged him. Qian, you may still be unaware. The number I just mentioned, the full name of which is Fei number, represents the human's determination of the strength or level of danger of these ultra-ordinary creatures. Although the flying bear is still ranked low right now, that's only because it hasn't reached maturity yet. But it was, after all, a tiger, a foreign beast, the Northeast Tiger. In the future, as soon as it enters its mature stage, its combat power is really unimaginable. You and your father, get along with him as well as you can. Okay. Chu Qian nodded her head in agreement. In the end, Dong Xiaoxing placed his gaze on the only remaining man with a shadowy face. My name is Huang Chongsheng, number 007 of the giant panda, king of the western bears, master of the yin-yang messenger. Hearing that this person claimed to be the owner of a national treasure, the giant panda, everyone subconsciously frowned. Huang Chongsheng didn't care either. "No, if you don't serve me, I'll let yin-yang beat you to death." Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze back to Chu Qian, erupting with a touch of scorching heat and said, Qian, right? Long time no see. Let's leave a contact information in a while. I can teach you some secrets to make your pet evolve faster. Chu Qian copped a smile and did not reply. The way this man had looked at her from the moment he walked in the door was off, and it annoyed her. Seeing that Huang Chongsheng wanted to intensify his efforts and continue to say something else, Dong Xiaoxing opened his mouth to interrupt. "By the way, there's another one who didn't come today. She's the owner of Asian elephant number 013, the Southwest Elephant King. Duo, named Yuanqing. Like Uncle Nahai, Ms. Jade is also a girl of an ethnic minority, the Dai. It seems like it's because Duo was recently about to go into labor, and that's why he didn't come today." Hearing the name Yuanqing, Huang Chongsheng couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. It seemed that he had been taught a lesson by this woman. Seeing Huang Chongsheng subside, Dong Xiaoxing smiled in his heart and continued. "I think it's already clear why I've called you all to this meeting. Nowadays, due to the unexplained mutation of the Earth, many creatures have changed dramatically, even to the point of being able to threaten people's lives and properties. Therefore, the clearance activity assigned by the National Security Bureau and undertaken by our company will be thoroughly launched in 3 days' time. Here, let me lay out the assignment for you. The outskirts of the Daxingen Mountains. Scarface took a dozen or so of his minions and snuck in quietly while the night was still young. At this time in Daxingenling, the temperature has dropped. The fat man shivered and walked at the front, rubbing his hands uncontrollably. Scarface shined his flashlight and glanced at the map, then spoke. Okay, it's out of the ranger's normal patrol range. Rest up. Lao Air. Arrange for the brothers to take turns standing guard. Hearing that Scarface had finally allowed a break, all of them couldn't wait to put down their bags and lay down on the ground with abandon. Anyone who wants to smoke, come over to me and smoke, and remember to throw all the butts in the water bottle. A few of the men couldn't wait to come over and greedily gulp down some of it. A tall, skinny newcomer laughed. "Boss, you kinda love the environment." "Fart," Scarface said with a cold grunt. "You are not allowed to throw your cigarette butts, for one thing because they are covered with your saliva, lest you leave evidence. Two, and of course the fear of causing a fire. After all, this vast Daxingaling is our gold and silver mountain. I'll get anyone who burns him." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but shrink their heads and say, "I dare not." Meanwhile, Chu Chen, who has finished attending the meeting, has prepared her traveling bag and is ready to go into the mountains to find Hu Yi. According to Dong Xiaoxing's arrangement, Chu Chen needs to go and contact Hu Yi and ask him to cooperate with the officials to count Daxingaling together. If possible, Dong Xiaoxing also hopes that Chu Chen will take Hu Yi out of the Daxingan Mountains and cooperate with the state's operation to inventory the northeast mountains and forests such as the Shaoxing'an Mountains and Changbai Mountains. After learning that Chu Deshang has already entered the deep mountains alone to conduct patrols, Dong Xiaoxing is not assured that Chu Chen is acting alone, so he arranges for another forest ranger, Lao Wang, to accompany her into the mountains with 2 policemen. The night before entering the mountain, Chu Chen was so excited that she couldn't sleep. If Chu Deshang knows that his daughter can't sleep because she misses Hu Yi instead of himself, he will be angry to death. In the middle of Daxingaling, Hu Yi was likewise not idle. The large prey closest to the habitat had already been deterred by Hu Yi's might and migrated towards a place far away from here. Chu Deshang also did not know when he would be able to come back, so after thinking for a long time, Hu Yi decided to bring Tiger Mother and the others, and likewise started the road of migration. Chapter 25: Chu Deshang's Persistence. In the deep forest, Chu Deshang, who had just hung up the satellite phone, was ready to start his return trip. Just now, the captain told him that his daughter, Chu Chen, had also entered the Daxingan Mountains. Only, they didn't find Hu Yi in his former habitat. It is good that the old Wang, who accompanied the team, is also a veteran ranger with plenty of experience. With Chu Chen and the 2 policemen, he chased after Hu Yi's family while observing all the traces of the tigers. And Chu Deshang, who had completed his rounds, was ready to take the other way and rush back to join his daughter. On this day, Tiger Mom and Tiger 2 were lazily lying under a tree, preparing for their daytime meeting with the Lord of the Week. After Hu Yi had gone out for a full meal, he was about to return when he suddenly realized that there was a vine on the ground, with the front end wrapped around a tree branch in a dead end. "Isn't this the same bird trapping device you used to make when you were a kid?" Hu Yi, who had a flash of inspiration, excitedly picked up branches and vines, found another large stone slab, and began his plan. He first dug out a hole in the ground, then wasted a good deal of effort in catching a few earthworms and placing them in the pit. He has also covered the ground underneath the pit with stones to prevent earthworms from burrowing into the ground. Finally, he propped up the slab above the trap with a branch, and taking the other end of the vine in his own mouth, he went off to one side to ambush himself in the grass. It didn't take long for the first bird to fall for it. Duong! The stone slab fell, and Hu Yi once again tasted the long-lost flavor of bird meat. Host consumes a longitudinally striped, belted little owl, rewarded with evolution points. 20. There's drama. Hu Yi then placed the bait again and restored the trap. Immediately following, Host eats green woodpecker, rewarded with evolution points. 20. Host eats red crossbill finch, rewarded with evolution points. 20. Host eats 3 brow buntings, rewarded with evolution points. 20. In just one morning's time, Hu Yi had wildly collected 160 evolution points into his account. Without the slightest hesitation, Hu Yi began a new round of ascension. After all, evolution points were just like money. If you just left them in your hands, it was no different from waste paper. Name: Hu Yi. Race: Northeast Tiger. Strength: 240 full. Speed: 220. Endurance: 220. Defense: 240 full. Evolution points: 36. Skill points: 0. Talent. Special abilities. Talents and special abilities will not be listed over and over again if they are not boosted so as not to water down the word count. Hu Yi was overjoyed when he saw the word full behind the power attribute. It seems that as soon as all the attributes reach 240, one can enter adulthood. It had to be said that the male tiger was, indeed, quite a bit larger than the female. Tiger Mom's combined strength is just about the same as her current subadult self, I guess. Just as Hu E was sinking into the joy of wildly soaring attribute points, Scarface and his party, unexpectedly, touched where Tiger Mother was. Seeing that the Tiger Mother was lazily sleeping, with 3 juvenile tigers by her side, Fatty rejoiced. Great boss, buy 1 get 3 free. Scarface glared fiercely at Fatty and drank in a low voice. Shut up, you dumbass. Don't you know that tigers have a keen sense of hearing? Sure enough, after the fat man made his voice, Tiger Mother's ears suddenly twitched and her head lifted up alertly, carefully surveying her surroundings. But after not hearing a follow-up sound, Tiger Mom put her head back down. Scarface breathed a sigh of relief and took the tranquilizer gun prepared by a subordinate and aimed it at Tiger Mother's body. Bang! A gunshot rang out and Tiger Mother was startled, then felt a slight tingle in her body as if she had been stung by something. It hurriedly got up to protect Tiger Elder and the other tiger cubs, and vigilantly looked at Scarface and the others in the distance. Seeing a shot hit, Scarface and the others didn't bother to cover up, and directly stood up with a fierce smile. Big brother, this big tiger, it's worth a lot of money, right? A newly joined junior brother asked with a greedy look in his eyes. Scarface glanced at him and said lightly, Don't worry, you won't get any less money. But whoever dares to think wrongly will stay here and feed the blind bear. The crowd nodded honestly after being hammered by Scarface again. The group captured the Tiger Mom in order to take the fur and organs from her body and sell them for money. So they didn't use their guns to directly shoot the Tiger Mom and try to ensure the integrity of the tiger's corpse. And naturally, the dose of this anesthetic was used tremendously regardless of how well Tiger Mother's body could tolerate it. Tiger Mom got up and only had time to let out a roar before she couldn't help but black out and pass out on the floor. Seeing their mother fall to the ground, the 3 tiger cubs reacted differently. The tiger third sister, who had the fastest movements and reactions, decisively spread her legs and ran off into the distance. And the direction it fled from was exactly the direction Hu E left. Its speed was so fast that Scarface and the others did not react for a moment. Tiger Elder blocked in front of Tiger Mother, hissing frantically at Scarface and the others, and had even assumed an offensive stance. Tiger Old 4, on the other hand, came to Tiger Mother's side with a confused look on his face, licking her face uncontrollably and looking worriedly at the place where she was shot with the tranquilizer gun. Fatty saw that Scarface had scored a hit and stared at Tiger Elder with a hefty laugh. Haha! This tiger cub, leave it to me. Scarface was too lazy to care about him. After all, he was the brother who had been with him for the longest time, and this face still had to be given. Just as Fatty took the tranquilizer gun from Scarface's hand, a bullet was suddenly shot from behind, hitting the ground not far in front of him, startling all the poachers. Who? Be a man and get out here. The fat man, who was startled, turned around and slumped down in a hurry, and exasperatedly said after replacing the tranquilizer gun with a shotgun. But there was silence behind them, and no one answered. Scarface saw this and instantly guessed the identity of the other party. Brother, don't dare show your face, just be alone. Chu Deshang hid behind a large tree, not daring to breathe. He happened to arrive here just as Scarface was aiming at Tiger Mother just now. Only before he could sound the warning, Tiger Mom had been shot. Now shooting to stop the poachers, Chu Deshang's heart, too, went through a fierce struggle. After all, Scarface went from raising the gun to aiming to firing in a short time, and looked to be a veteran of habitual gun use, no less than himself. What's more, there were 12 people on the other side, and his own bullets totaled only 10 rounds and he had just used 1 more. Next, even if he shot 100 times, there wouldn't be enough bullets to wipe out all the poachers. Continuing to hold out, one's likely only end would be to be killed and silenced. Seemingly guessing Chu Deshang's concern, Scarface opened his mouth. Brother, I think you're a forest ranger? Have you changed your job? A few $1,000s a month, what's the point of playing with your life? As long as you leave now, I promise, we will never touch a hair on your head. How's that? Hearing Scarface's words, Fatty anxiously whispered, Brother, if you let him go, won't you invite the police? The man with the glasses next to him slapped him on the head and cursed in a low voice. Shut up. The boss is distracting him. Sure enough, the scarred man said while gesturing towards the 2 men to the side. The 2 of them understood, and hurriedly and quietly lurked through the bushes on the side. They were ready to go around behind Chu Deshang and complete the siege. Sharp Chu Deshang quickly discovered the duo's small movements, ruthlessly clenched his teeth and fired a shot at a hunter who was moving. Bang! Snap! Chu Deshang shot him in the leg, and the wailing sound instantly resounded through the entire forest. I'm warning you, my backup is on the way. Move again and I'll be rude. Chapter 26. Gunfight. Mud. You're scaring your father. Fatty was distracted by the screams and directly stood up, raised his gun and shot at the place where Chu Deshang was hiding. Scarface didn't stop the fat man's behavior, because the moment Chu Deshang shot at them, he noticed that the ranger was different. This man, it seems, is as unafraid of death as those pesky cops. Seeing Fatty take the lead, the others swarmed up and fired at the tree where Chu Deshang was hiding. Wooden debris flew, and Chu Deshang could only keep his body close to the tree trunk to avoid injury. Even though more than half of the opposing team didn't have guns, but instead wielded mechanical crossbows, he still didn't have a chance to fight back. With the suppression of firepower, the poachers gradually approached the big tree where Chu Deshang was hiding. Suddenly, two voices suddenly came from the side of the crowd. Dad! All of you! Drop your guns and don't move. We're the police! Turns out that right at this critical moment, Chu Chen, Lao Wang, and the two policemen finally arrived here. Hearing the word police, all the boys almost instinctively panicked. Only the fat man with his shotgun, red-eyed, turned toward the place where the sound rang out and shot up wildly. Mother, I'm a cop for S sake. Seeing Fatty take the lead, the other poachers were ruthless and left two of them to aim at Chu Deshang's direction, while the rest of them followed Fatty and similarly shot in Chu Chan's direction. Scarface nodded in satisfaction at the sight. This fat man, although many times he was misguided, but in the aspect of playing with his life, he was really not a wimp. For a while, bullets and crossbow arrows flew randomly. Chu Chen was tightly protected by Lao Wang under a big tree, and the two policemen were also pressurized by the rain of bullets so much that they couldn't lift their heads. Hey Captain, this is 02. We're currently under attack by a group of over 10 poachers. Requesting backup? Requesting backup. Copy that. Arranging for a helicopter to go to the rescue immediately. Captain, enemy fire is too heavy. Request permission to shoot down. Copy that. Permission to kill. As if hearing the call, the sound of the bullet was too much, and after a few breaths, the other end of the line added, allow the ranger next to you, armed with a gun for fire support if necessary. Yes. After receiving permission from their superiors, the two officers quickly found favorable terrain and raised their hands to fire several shots in return. Two poachers who were changing ammunition were shot directly, killing one and wounding the other. Seeing that someone had been shot down, the poachers didn't dare to go on the rampage, and hurriedly got down on the ground, carefully observing this side, looking for an opportunity. Scarface in the back saw a dozen people on his side, suppressed by two policemen. A chill in his eyes, said to the glasses man, give me the gun. The glasses man watched as Scarface prepared to take action himself, and excitedly handed him an AK-47. Boss finally decided to take matters into his own hands. Fatty, lead another charge. At Scarface's order, Fatty did not hesitate at all and got up to charge towards Chu Chen's direction again. Chu Deshang had the intention to step in and help, but he was deadlocked by the man with glasses, as well as the other two poachers. 3, 2, 1. The two policemen calculated their timing and instantly raised their heads and fired in quick succession in the moment when Fatty and the others' firepower was slightly weakened. Fatty and the others were caught off guard, instantly killing one and injuring two. Scarface's gaze condensed. The same instantly lifted the gun aiming. Bang bang, is 2 shots. The gunfire stopped abruptly. A spurt of warmth shot onto Chu Chen's face. Seeing with her own eyes the two policemen fall straight down, Chu Chen's whole body was dumbfounded. Dead. Dead. Yesterday, they were still openly introducing Chu Chen to her boyfriend. Today, they died so easily in front of her. Boundless fear instantly enveloped Chu Chen's heart. Will you, yourself, follow in their footsteps next? No, she's only worse off because she's a woman. Also surrounded by fear is old Wang, who has been guarding Chu Chen's side. Even if he also had a firearm in his hand that the team had given him, he didn't even dare to discharge a single shot. Only shivering, he raised his hand, threw the gun away, and poked out his body to shout, "Bosses, don't kill me. I don't know anything. I promise not to." Amount. With the sound of a gunshot, Old Wolf fell down dead. The fat man blew the muzzle of his gun viciously. What time is it? This old boy still wants to live. Then, with a scorching gaze, he looked towards the big tree where Chu Chen Chen was hiding. You guys go back up Ergo and that ranger, I'll go over and take a look. If I'm not mistaken, I remember just shouting over there, and there was a pussy. Everyone smiled lewdly at the words. Chu Deshang was anxious in his heart after hearing the fatty's words. With a clench of his teeth, he suddenly rushed out from behind the tree and rushed towards Chu Chen Chen's side. Seeing this, the man with the glasses got up and shot. I didn't realize that Chu Deshang was waiting for this moment. He made a quick zigzag, dodging the bullets and crossbow arrows behind him, and then snapped back to fire a shot. The man with the glasses fell to the ground in response, the bullet burrowing straight through the back of his head. Penis! The scarred man saw this and became furious. Raising his hand to Chu Deshang was a pike. Chu Deshang stifled a grunt and hurriedly hid behind the nearest boulder. After Chu Chen Chen saw Chu Deshang, she clenched her teeth and also desperately ran towards Chu Deshang. After she showed up, though, everyone tacitly agreed not to shoot her. His purpose is self-evident. Scarface wasn't enthusiastic about the female sex, but he knew very well that after such a big battle, these brothers under his hand, their spirits had been strained to the extreme. At this point, if they were not given a way to vent their desires, then this group of people most likely would agitate, riot, and even rebel. Dad, are you okay? Seeing the blood flowing from Chu Deshang's abdomen, Chu Chen Chen cried. Silly girl, why are you here? You run. Dad will help you stall them. Although Chu Chen Chen was shivering with fear, she still shook her head firmly and said as she picked up the pistol she had picked up from the fallen officer. If we're going to die, let's die together, father and daughter. Ergo, the fat man who turned back, after seeing the glasses man being killed by Chu Deshang, went crazy and picked up his firearms, shooting at the place where Chu Deshang's father and daughter were hiding. Seeing that Chu Deshang didn't dare to show his head, he continued to curse. You like saving tigers, don't you, old man? You like your daughter, don't you? I'll that tiger right now in front of you. In a while, we'll have a nice quickie with your daughter in front of you. With that, he turned around and made his way over to the tiger mother. Hearing that the fat man was going to make a move to kill the tiger, Chu Deben instinctively wanted to make a move to stop him. But before he could probe, a hail of gunfire swarmed over him, knocking a chunk of rock directly behind him. Chu Deshang could only sigh helplessly. This time, he really couldn't save the tigers. Fatty looked towards Tiger Lao Air, who was staring at him dead in the face, and said with a fierce smile, It is because of you that my second brother is dead. Big brother is right. Scum like you all deserve to die. After saying that, Fatty raised his gun and was about to shoot Tiger Elder. Right at that moment, a yellow light shadow came running wildly from the side, directly pouncing on Fatty the moment he was about to pull the trigger. Then, in Fatty's horrified eyes, a huge tiger's face with a bloody mouth slammed down, ending his sinful life. Chapter 27 The Adult Hui. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 288. Speed, 279. Endurance, 262. Defense, 240. Talent. Special capabilities. At first, the sound of the tranquilizer gun Scarface used was low, and Hui was too far away to hear it. But the gunshot that Chu Deshang had used to warn the poachers had instantly alerted Hui. Especially when he was running back furiously, he met the tiger third sister who had come to look for him, and hearing about what had happened, he didn't hesitate to point his own attributes to adulthood, and then took a big stride and darted back. As soon as he returned, he met the fat man who was about to shoot Tiger Elder. After taking a bite out of the fatty, Hui hesitated slightly and did not open his mouth to consume his meat. Although he could guess that the reward for eating the flesh of the Lord of all souls, a human was bound to be small, he still couldn't put his mouth on it. Perhaps it was the last straw for the human soul he possessed. Da-da-da-da. The moment Hui let go of the fat man's body and lunged towards the next poacher, Scarface fired. Although he wasn't sure why there was the presence of an adult male tiger within the territory of an adult female tiger, realizing that it wasn't the rutting season for tigers. But this does not affect his judgment of the present situation. Trying to take the unconscious tiger on the ground was out of the question. After all, when the police go into the mountains, they are bound to have satellite communication equipment with them. He wasn't going to take that stupid chance that the two cops hadn't called for backup before they died. It usually takes at least half an hour for police backup to get here. He had to take care of all the opponents present within 15 minutes at the most, as well as all the wounded that can't be taken away. Scarface's reflexes were quick and his gun was steady. Unfortunately, what he had met was Hu E, who possessed a human soul. As he felt the rain of bullets about to sweep behind him, Hui suddenly swung his tail violently, turning his back to Scarface. In this way, the part of Scarface that could sweep Hui went from the entire 2.3-meter long side of his body to just a few tens of centimeters wide of his ass. The sudden turn of events caused Scarface to empty his magazine in an instant before he had time to react. Hearing the pause in the gunfire, Hui did not hesitate and flew to the previous target. His hand rose and clawed as if he was holding a dagger and slashed at the opponent's face. Seeing this, the crowd of poachers were horrified as they picked up their belongings and attacked Hui. However, their accuracy was already poor, and with the distance, they didn't even hit Hui's body. Seeing that Hui was about to approach as he rolled around, Scarface hurriedly commanded, "Spread out quickly, 5 meters a person. Don't let it get right up close and personal in one shot." Hearing Scarface's instructions, the remaining 7 minions scattered in a hurry. Hui cursed in his heart when his mind was broken. Now that the opponents were standing spread out, even if he could attack one of them, the other few would shoot wildly at him. If they can't shoot themselves in the foot at 10 or 8 meters, they need to see a brain surgeon. Ophthalmology can't even save them. Hui does not think of a way to break the situation for a while, and can only jump to the rock behind which Chu Qian and Chu Deshang are hiding, to temporarily hide for a while. Seeing Hui suddenly jumped over, Chu Qian exclaimed and instinctively raised her gun to aim at Hui. Hui is also stunned when he sees the two of them and then reacts extremely fast to knock away Chu Qian's pistol. Chu Deshang likewise did not recognize the adult Hui, and seeing Chu Qian's pistol being knocked away, he hurriedly raises his gun as well, ready to shoot. Just then, he was shocked to realize that Hui did not attack them, but instead raised his front paw and pointed to his large mouth. With such a spiritual display, father and daughter reacted instantly. "Flying bear, you're flying bear." Hui saw that the two of them had reacted, and he did not have the time to put on a long goodbye show with them, because just now, after he shot Chu Qian's pistol away, he suddenly thought of a ploy, only to see him suddenly let out a deafening roar, then snatched the gun in Chu Deshang's hand and threw it out with a bite. He then used his claws and lightly scratched Chu Deshang and Chu Qian's bodies a few times. Chu Deshang was dumbfounded. Chu Qian once again showed amazing wit. She was seen suddenly screaming and then yelling frantically, "No! You let go of my father! I'll kill... Ah! Chu Deshang! Hui! I won't watch this year's spring festival gala without you." Chu Deshang also understood at this time, so he leaned against the stone without saying a word. Hui kept smacking his tongue, making sounds as if he was eating. The crowd looked at Scarface, who was also a bit baffled at the moment. "Show us some respect, will you? I'm in the middle of a fight. You're eating?" But Scarface didn't hesitate too much and said to the crowd in a hurry, "Whatever it is, we just happen to be hurrying while we have the chance. Police backup will be here in a few minutes." After such a long delay, hell knows if police backup is already almost here. Hearing Scarface's words, the crowd hurriedly turned around and went to Scarface's side, ready to leave after packing up their things. "It's now." Hui violently scurried out from behind the rock and frantically launched himself at the poachers. With a distance of only 50 meters, Hui ran through it in only 2 seconds. What's 2 seconds worth? 7 poachers, even 3 of them didn't even have time to return their heads before they were directly knocked out by Hui. 3 men lay on the ground, bones broken and wailing. The remaining 4 men, who only had time to turn their heads back, were darted at by Hui's left and right claws simultaneously, directly slashing open their windpipe. Scarface, who was more than a dozen meters away from a few people, reacted extremely quickly. Almost the moment Hui jumped out of the stone, his ears heard a strange sound and he hurriedly did a forward roll and came to the body of the man with glasses. Just as Hui killed the 4 people in seconds, Scarface quickly picked up a package on the ground, pulled out a grenade from it and threw it directly at Hui. Hui saw the grenade approaching. His eyes showed a flash of shock, and then he immediately jumped to the side. Boom! The huge shockwave made Hui feel his chest and abdomen, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer in a hard way. What surprised him even more was that this Scarface was so ruthless. Realized that there are 3 of his men in the same spot he was just standing. Seeing that Hui was not dead, Scarface's hands did not stop at all. He changed his clip again and fired a barrage of bullets at the heavily damaged Hu E. Hu E was momentarily unaware of the situation and was shot twice, instantly bleeding out and falling to the ground, alive or dead. He didn't use the system to heal his wounds in order to make Scarface let his guard down so that he could have the chance to launch the final blow. But what he didn't expect was that Scarface didn't come towards him or leave him there, but instead aimed his gun directly at Tiger Mom and his siblings. All the tigers in this world deserve to die. With that, he pointed in the direction of the tiger mother and pulled the trigger straight away. Seeing that things didn't go as he expected, Hui hastily consumed 15 evolution points to recover from his injuries, and then leapt, jumping directly in front of Scarface's gun and blocking the last few bullets. But he was still too late, because he saw that the bodies of Tiger Mom and Tiger Lao Si had gurgled with blood. Chapter 28. Aiding and abetting the tiger. Scarface was startled by the sudden appearance of Hu E, but he couldn't hesitate in time, and hurriedly pulled out the Swiss Army knife strapped to his thigh, and ruthlessly slashed towards Hu Yi's back. Hu E couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the back of his leg by this knife. But his 240 points of defense were no joke. With his current defense, although he couldn't stop bullets, the cold weapons that ordinary people manipulated would only be able to cut through a layer of his epidermis. Ordinary people, after all, couldn't reach 240 points of strength. Hu E turned his head and stared dead at Scarface, and his original yellow eyeballs had turned a bizarre blood-red color. Tiger Mom is dead. Lao Si is dead. Payback. I want people to pay for their lives. For a moment, anger stirred up the animalistic nature that Hu E had suppressed at the bottom of his heart, instantly devouring the last of his sanity. As a result, Hu E was now as if he was a flood beast that had been enraged. Hu E let out a roar of indignation towards Scarface, and the strong airflow even blew his long shoulder-length hair up in droves. Scarface's ears instantly went deaf and his head was dizzy. Still, he instinctively moved towards the front and slashed out again. Dang! Scarface struck Hu E with his full strength, hitting the vertical part of the word, king, on top of his head. The blade broke and blood spilled out, but it did not cause much damage to Hu E. Roar! The enraged Hu E lunged forward and directly pressed Scarface to the ground. His 4 tiger paws, with their hard, sharp claws sticking out, stabbed into Scarface's limbs like individual daggers. Ah! Kill me! Kill me if you can! Scarface was so irritated by the piercing pain that his face twitched and he looked crazy. Death is a relief to him now, but the pain of scraping the bones in Hu Yi's heart had not yet been resolved. So would he let Scarface go so easily? Only to see Hu Yi lifting up his tiger claw, and under the successive swings, the 10 fingers of Scarface have left his body and scattered all over the place. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Such pain. Even if it was as stoic as Scarface, at this moment, he directly fainted from the pain. Halo, where's the good in that? Only to see Hu Yi lick at his face, sticking out his tongue full of barbs. Scarface was instantly awakened by the fiery heat on his face, and once again let out a mournful scream. Host consumes human, rewarded with evolution points. 100. Hu Yi didn't pay any attention to the system's prompts, nor did he feel any discomfort from the crumbs of human flesh on his tongue. At this moment, there was only the pleasure of revenge in his heart. Subsequently, Hu Yi just repeatedly tortured Scarface, stepping on the bones of his entire body one by one. He even let Scarface have a taste of being a eunuch before he died. It wasn't until he heard the sound of a helicopter propeller that he finally regained his composure and ended Scarface's life in one bite. At this moment, Scarface's face did not show fear or pleading for mercy. Full of nothing but relief. Right at the moment Scarface gulped his breath, Hu Yi received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host, completing the first kill of a human and opening the devourer function. Detected that around the host, there are human souls that have reached the quality of a primary devourer. May I ask if the host will absorb them? When Hu Yi heard the system prompt, he just replied, absorb. And then he didn't care about it and went straight back to Tiger Mom and Tiger Lao Si, wanting to send them off for the last time. Recalling the scene when Tiger Mother taught herself hunting skills, recalling Tiger Mother's determination when she faced the wolves in front of herself despite her serious injuries, Hu Yi felt as if his heart was being held tightly by a big invisible hand, squeezing and kneading it hard. Seeing that Hu Yi has taken care of all the poachers and the police rescue has arrived, Chu Chen Chen rises and waves her hands, signaling the helicopter to stop. The policeman on the helicopter has the intention to come down, But upon seeing Hu Yi not far away, he instantly raises his submachine gun in panic and frantically signals Chu Qian to hurry up and hide. Chu Qian knows that it's useless to explain at this time, so she hurriedly ran to Hu Yi's side and blocked the police's gun. When Tiger Elder sees Chu Qian approaching, he just wants to attack her, but he is stopped by Hu Yi. Usually, if Tiger Elder did anything he didn't like, Hu Yi never taught it a lesson straight away. But this time, he didn't. His heart can't afford for the rest of his family to be hurt again. Seeing that Hu Yi made no move to hurt anyone, the police breathed a sigh of relief, lowered the soft ladder, and began to rescue and clean up. At the same time, Chu Qian also rushed to Tiger Mother's side to check her wounds. Moments later, Flying Bear, this tiger is fine, and where it was injured, it doesn't have any vital organs. It's in a coma. It should have been overdosed with anesthetic by that group of poachers. Just send it over to the Northeast Tiger Park to be rescued. Hu Yi froze at his words and then revealed a look of ecstasy. Immediately after that, he gently pushed Tiger Lao Si's young body towards Chu Qian. Chu Qian realized that there was even a tiger cub injured behind the tiger mother and hurriedly picked it up to check it out. After a long time, she said with a long sigh of relief, "This tiger cub is also fine. It should be that the bullet that penetrated the mother tiger's body hit it and has become much less powerful. Plus, this little tiger is a bit too fat, right? You see, the bullet got stuck right in the flesh and didn't penetrate the fat, so a little surgery will do the trick." When Hu Yi hears Chu Qian's words, he instantly feels that the sky is clear and calls out to thank God. No news at this moment could have made him happier than this event. On one side, Chu Deshang was carried on a stretcher and taken away by helicopter. Chu Qian has the intention to follow but is refused by Chu Deshang and the police. Just kidding, Chu Deshang went to treat his injury. If Chu Qian is still not there, who dares to stay here in front of Hu Yi? The helicopter wasn't big enough, so it was only big enough to pull Chu Deshang and a few wounded poachers. It didn't take long, though, for a convoy from the Forest Service and the police department to arrive here. Before that, Chu Qian expresses her intention to Hu Yi. Hu Yi thought for a long time and agreed. He can't stay in just one place, the Great Hingan Mountains, for the rest of his life. After all, there was limited food and species here, and there would come a time when it wouldn't be able to keep up with his rate of evolution. Tiger Mom and Tiger Lao Si were briefly bandaged and treated by the veterinarian accompanying the convoy and carried on a stretcher. Not only their mother and son, but also Tiger Elder and Tiger Third Sister, were also persuaded by Hu Yi to be anesthetized and sent to the car. In the future, both himself and the tiger's mother were away, and their two little ones were in the wild, and there was no one to take care of them, so they could only be sent to the human side for a while to live temporarily. Hu Yi was not worried about the humans backtracking and not releasing them. His own strength had already taken shape, and if necessary, it was not impossible to forcefully rescue them. Besides, even if he doesn't trust other people, he will still trust Chu Qian's father and daughter who gave up their lives to save his family. When the convoy left, Hu Yi also got into a special car. In the car, a veterinarian looked at Hu Yi through the guardrail, holding a syringe. Hu Yi rose alertly and bared his teeth, scaring the other man. Seeing this, Chu Qian hurriedly hugged Hu Yi's neck and said to the veterinarian, "Flying bears are humane, and I can guarantee that it won't hurt anyone, so don't anesthetize it." The veterinarian nodded repeatedly, before withdrawing his hand. Hu Yi slumped back down and while closing his eyes to fake sleep, he opened the system panel. System? What was that devourer system you were talking about just now for? Host, have you ever heard of serving a tiger? Chapter 29 Humanoid Minions. Hu Yi froze and replied, "Of course I've heard that." The system continued to explain. After the host eats a person, if that person's soul reaches a certain level of strength, it can be taken up by the host and collected as a ghost. Primary quality souls who become devils lose all memories, abilities, and are completely obedient to their hosts, and master a small portion of their devil skills. Above the primary level, there are also intermediate, advanced, and top quality devils, so please refer to them on your own after the host obtains the appropriate level of devils. After hearing the system mention the word cannibalism, Hu Yi instantly recalled the scene where he had just scraped off a lot of flesh and blood from Scarface with the barbs on the tip of his tongue in a fit of rage. For a moment, Hu Yi's stomach and intestines churned, and he slumped to the ground and frantically dry heaved. Chu Qian eagerly strokes Hu Yi's neck and asks with concern, "Flying bear, are you seasick?" Hu Yi, goddamn motion sickness. Why didn't you say I was pregnant? Hui rolled his eyes. Then in his mind, he said very solemnly and forcefully to the system. System, I was momentarily blinded by anger and animalistic nature before I did such a thing as eating human flesh. I didn't really want to eat human flesh. This condition of generating a devourer must be changed. The system was silent for a long time before it finally sounded again. For humanitarian reasons, this system can fulfill the host's request to change the necessary condition for the formation of a ghost from cannibalism to murder. But there are two directions for modification. In the first, all other conditions remain the same, but the quality of the devourer will be lowered by one level when it is formed. The second, in addition to meeting the necessary conditions, requires the host to pay a certain amount of evolution points when choosing to generate different levels of devourer. Please make your choice. Before making a decision, Hui first pulled up the data of the devourer he had just detained and checked it out. Name, Wang Xiaoju. Name can be changed. Quality, primary ghost. Skills of the ghost of the devourer. Taking human form beginner, spitting human words beginner. Take human form elementary. The ghost can briefly take the image conceived for it by its master. Cannot be changed, daily duration, 60 minutes. Humanoid state properties, strength, 62, speed, 67, endurance, 71, toughness, 60. Spoken human language elementary. Can use a variety of human languages, provided the devourer's predecessor or the host itself has mastered it, and the devourer is in human form before it can be used. When Hui saw the name Wang Xiaoju, he almost choked on his saliva. Who could have imagined that Scarface, such a big and cold poacher, would have such a gentle name? The two devourer skills he had mastered were also very average, just the necessary skills for all devourers. All in all, this one was even just barely meeting the criteria for becoming a devourer, I guess. After transforming into a human form, Wang Xiao, forget it, system, rename this thing Scarface. I am used to calling it. Scarface's attributes after becoming a devourer were quite a bit higher than before, with about a fifth or so more of each attribute. It seemed that after the devourer took human form, he should have been strengthened by the system, which was why his attributes were higher than in life. System, what does that toughness mean? The human form is not the original form of the ghost of the devourer, so it will revert to the devourer form uncontrollably under the influence of an external force. Hui realized, this is like Bai Suzhen drinking the Xionghuang wine and Sun Wukong killing the white bone demon. When he suffers a serious injury, he will show his original form. It goes without saying that the mouth speaks human language, and to put it bluntly, the devils can speak human language. This is supposed to be a skill that the ghost of the devourer should master. After all, in the legend, the ghost of the devourer is always coaxing passers-by, and even their own relatives and friends to be eaten by tigers. How can it work if it can't speak human language? Scarface's ability is already very weak, and I guess we'll only have to wait until we meet a higher-ranked ghost to see what ghostly words looks like. After thinking for a moment, Hui chose the second modification direction given by the system. Paying some evolution points for a tougher minion is pretty good value. After a long time, the car Hui was traveling in separated from the convoy. Seeing Hui staring straight at the car that Tiger Mother and the others are traveling in, Chu Chen Chen speaks out to comfort him. Don't worry, Flying Bear. Your wife and kids will be fine. Hui. Chu Chen Chen, I'm warning you. Don't play with fire. Ethical terriers can get their books closed. But if Chu Chen Chen doesn't think so, she really can't imagine what other reason could make Hui, an adult male tiger, so attached to Tiger Mom, an adult female tiger. Although he possesses the divine skill of divine mind communication, Hui does not intend to use it on Chu Chen Chen to explain this matter. If he exposed this ability of his, I guess all the experts and professors under the sky would want to slice himself up and study him, right? An hour later, Hui and Chu Chen Chen entered a temporary camp. There's a real army here, as well as multiple rangers and specialists. Chu Chen Chen's mentor, Professor Zhu, the old man who was stunned by Hui last time, is also here. After seeing Hui, Professor Zhu did not have a little psychological shadow. Instead, he hurriedly walked to the side of Chu Chen Chen and looked at Hui in astonishment. This is a flying bear? How did it grow so big? Hui was speechless. How is that asked like friends and family who haven't seen each other in years suddenly seeing each other's children? Chu Chen Chen nodded her head repeatedly and stroked Hui's neck. It's really a flying bear. That said, I was taken aback when I first saw it today. After all, the last time they saw Hui at the cabin, Hui was still only the size of a mid-adult. Professor Zhu picked up the magnifying glass and stared at Hu Yi for half a day. Just as Hu Yi felt goosebumps all over his body, he retracted his glasses and sighed. I guess it's the aura of the two poles that has reached the Daxingenling, so it's affecting it. Chu Qian nodded her head as if that was the only way to explain it. Teacher, what's the status of those two poles now? Professor Zhu smiled bitterly. Let's put it this way, the last time we met in Shangjing, of all the alien beasts in the world, only the existences numbered in the top 10 possessed means that far exceeded the level of the species, or even the level of life. And just now, that number, it's been expanded to the top 20. 5 of them appeared at the North Pole and 7 at the South Pole. Chu Qian sucked in a mouthful of cool air and asked in astonishment. By that means you mean? Polar bear number 009. A ripper with terrifyingly strong upper body strength, already capable of slapping the body of a tank. Number 007's yin-yang messenger can manipulate a side of the yin-yang great mill, grinding everything in the world. Hearing Professor Zhu's words, Hu Yi sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He couldn't help but make all sorts of assumptions, imagining how he would be victorious when he fought against these foreign beasts that Professor Zhu was talking about. After thinking for a long time, he came to the conclusion that, don't think about it too much. You'll be lucky to survive. It seems like he's evolving at a rate that's not nearly fast enough. Chapter 30. Recovery exposed. Hot-blooded military soul request for votes. Hu Yi lay on the ground worrying about the future. All the people coming and going in the camp, whether they were soldiers, rangers, or students and professors, couldn't help but salute as they passed by Hu Yi. It's the flying bear numbered 178? It's not much different from an ordinary tiger, is it? Yeah, have you guys heard about that duo, whose latest number has been upgraded to 012, and whose body seems to be cast in bronze? That news of yours is all outdated. It's rumored that it had a successful labor 2 days ago and gave birth to a flawless white baby elephant, which is actually a foreign beast as well. When Hu Yi heard the words of the passers-by coming and going, he did not get angry in the slightest, but instead was interested. There was no need to show too much difference at this point in time so as not to have people noticing them. Obscene development was the way to go. And this time, he was only on the Fey number because he had shown himself to be very humane. Not only was it not threatening enough for the humans, it was helpful to them, and it was thought that they would not harm themselves. The shades, Dodo, Smuri, Ripper, the animals, by the sound of it, seemed to be Fey that have revealed their special abilities. Especially when he heard that the dragon eater numbered 002 had already reached 100 meters in length. Hu Yi was staggered in his heart. Such a behemoth, if one encountered it, I'm afraid one wouldn't be able to bear a single thought of confrontation, right? Fortunately, this dragon eater only attacked those Japanese ships with anointed flags. Otherwise, with the current level of human technology, I'm afraid that we can only give up the right to control the sea and avoid it for a while. In a short time, 2 cooks in uniforms and aprons arrived with a roasted pig. It's dinner time. Hu Yi was also not polite and directly got up and walked over, feasting on the roasted meat. Host eats northeastern folk pig. Rewarded with evolution points. 5. Gotta, the reward, it's better than nothing. However, Hu Yi, who had just gone through a big battle, his stomach had long been empty, so he still ate very well. Seeing Hu Yi eating, Professor Zhu and Chu Qian stopped their conversation and looked at Hu Yi quietly. Smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, and then looking at Hu Yi's wolfish eating, Professor Zhu could not help but swallow his saliva and said, "Seeing flying bear eat so well makes me hungry." Chu Qian laughed. "Yeah. Maybe I can register a live streaming number for Flying Bear. It's going to be a hit as a foodcast." I didn't expect Professor Zhu to ponder carefully after hearing Chu Qian's words, and then said, Qian, what you said is a pretty good idea. The country had actually wanted to report the matter of the alien beasts for a long time, only that it hadn't been fully explained because it was worried that the public would panic. If you can make the Flying Bear an internet sensation and reduce the public's fear of the Fae in advance, you'll be doing the country a big favor. Hearing Professor Zhu say so, Chu Qian's heart moved and stroked Hu Yi's fur and said, "Is this okay, Flying Bear?" Hu Yi didn't even think about it and directly shook his head to reject it. "Are you kidding me? You still have to go back to the mountains and forests in the future. If you are left behind to play live with her, how can you grow up fast?" Seeing Hu Yi's refusal, Chu Qian is slightly disappointed, but she does not continue to insist. Instead, she attentively combs Hu Yi's fur. Professor Zhu was amazed at Hu Yi's humanized response and could not help but observe him more closely. When his eyes searched for Hu Yi's rear half, suddenly, His gaze froze in disbelief. Qian. Look here. This patch of fur is a bit charred and spattered and ballistic. Has Flying Bear been hit by bullets and bombs? Hu Yi's heart was shocked at his words. This old man, he's observing me too closely. Isn't he? But there was nothing that could be done about it. Hu told him that this recovery function of his own could only repair fatal wounds, but could not restore hair. When Chu Qian heard Professor Zhu say so, she hurriedly went over to observe as well. It's just that there are specialties in the arts, and the duo's knowledge of this aspect of ballistics is really shallow. So Chu Qian went to the camp's command headquarters, looking for the main person here, the head of the Golden Tiger Combat Regiment, Yu Guosheng, to come and help them judge. Yu Guosheng was also a veteran of 100 battles, and almost at the first sight of Hu Yi's hair, he judged it to be the result of gunshot wounds and blast wounds. Moreover, Chu Qian also recalled that although she did not see Hu Yi being injured with her own eyes at that time, she was behind the boulder and heard the sound of grenade explosions, gunshots, and the ensuing roar of Hu Yi. It's just that when she came out and found Hu Yi alive and well, she thought that Hu Yi hadn't been hit. The three of them were baffled as to why there were no wounds at all on Hu Yi's body. Suddenly, among the three, Chu Qian, the one with the most jumpy thinking, stood up and said with a face of surprise, "Teacher, Captain Yu, could it be that Fei Xiong has also mastered some kind of supernatural ability that is related to recovering from injuries?" Professor Zhu was the first to react. His eyes showed ecstasy as he said repeatedly, Yes, that's the only explanation. I'm reporting it." Chu Qian hurriedly stopped Professor Zhu and said, "Teacher, don't be anxious, we are all speculating at the moment. We haven't seen it with our own eyes, and there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the flying bears really do possess a special recovery ability. Only then did Professor Zhu regain his composure and blush a little. Yes, I lost my temper and forgot for a moment the rigor of scientific research, alas, and in turn was not as composed as you, a young man." Chu Qian smiled. "Teacher, you're overstating it. Who asked you to have more than normal enthusiasm and persistence for biological research?" Professor Zhu was so flattered by Chu Qian that he finally let go of the guilty feelings in his heart. Yu Guosheng, who was on the side, suddenly had a change of heart and asked the two of them, "If it's really like what Chu's classmates speculated, can substances that help humans recover from injuries be extracted from the body of that flying bear?" The two of them sniffed and their hearts shook. "Is that okay? If this is really possible, then this matter is an extremely amazing discovery not only for the biological world, even for the medical world, and even for the whole human society." Just then, Hu Yi, who had finished his dinner, lazily plopped down on the ground. "Want a fart to eat? Not to mention that I don't know if I can help humans recover from their injuries myself, and even if I did, I couldn't do it. Once this opening is made, shall he not be sucked dry by the greedy humans?" Hu Yi twisted his head disdainfully and suddenly realized that a dark shadow appeared in front of him under the afterglow of the setting sun. It was the camp's commanding officer, a 5-pointed star of military insignia shining in gold. It was identical to the same military insignia that he had worn in his previous life. "Damn it, cut me not with a sentimental knife, okay? Do you really think that just because I was a soldier for 2 years in my previous life that I'm going to be able to loosely agree to something so outrageous?" Just as Hu Yi was in an irritable mood, a sudden cacophony of noises came from the distance. "Chief, you can trust me, Chief. I'm left-handed. I can still carry out my duties without my right hand. Old squad leader, count on me to beg you to let me carry out another mission before I'm discharged. I have a prosthetic leg without it, and I definitely won't drag my feet." Yu Guosheng looked at the sound, then turned his head with tiger eyes in tears and said to the soldiers patrolling aside, "Go on. Stop them and send them both back to headquarters." "Yes." Chu Qian looked a little intolerant and opened her mouth to ask, "Chief, they? 2 little cuties. On a mission, one came out of cover to draw fire and forcefully attacked, and the other took his body through the mines in order to buy time." "Cutie? Are all cuties?" Yu Guosheng hissed his last words, almost in a trembling voice, in the direction of the duo. Hearing Yu Guosheng's words, Hu Yi's brain instantly lost all ability to weigh the pros and cons. "Mud. I'm a idiot. Pieces. System. My body. Can I help this group regain their limbs?" Chapter 31, Popularity System Requesting Tickets. The system thought for a long time and finally replied, "Can't." Hearing this answer, Hu Yi did not have too much joy in his heart, but instead more of a loss. If you want to provide energy to beings other than the host, You need the host to turn on the popularity system function and gain popularity value to do so. Hui froze, then hurriedly asked after him. What do you mean? Tell me carefully. The term popularity is a popular expression nowadays. In the past, it was mostly called wishing power, incense, or popularity. When the host has accumulated enough popularity value, he or she can use his or her own body as a medium to carry some of that popularity to enhance the strength of others, or to repair injuries. Hui froze, this system function, it looks a bit familiar. Wasn't this the gold finger in the web novels he had seen in his previous life, where he used live broadcasting as a means to exchange his popularity value for power? I didn't realize that my system was so powerful that it could even take care of this function. System. Open this system function for me. Ding. Consume 100 evolution points to open the popularity system function. Hui. What do you mean, system? You also, sister said, to consume evolutionary points. Looking at the only 18 evolution points he had left, Hui could not help but curse for a while. This dog system, with both of us to buy and sell it? Ding, the popularity system is on. Immediately afterward, a new value appeared at the bottom of the system panel. Popularity value, 1549. Seeing this value, Hui was staggered for a moment. With such a high popularity value, could it be that even if he was reborn as a tiger, he wouldn't be able to cover up this sharp and handsome look? In fact, Hui did think too much. The reason why he had such a high popularity value as soon as he turned on the system was from two sources. One, he was logged into the Fae directory and had a Fae number. Although his number was very low and the Fae directory was not widely distributed, there were still many people who had noticed him and had a slight interest in him. Two, it's the group of people he came into contact with today. Although Hui was an adult Northeast tiger, the fact that he was able to wipe out a team of poachers with real bullets without any injuries was still an unbelievable thing in everyone's eyes. The people coming and going, casting curious glances at Hui, was in itself a sign of popularity. With the system turned on and the popularity rating in place, the next step is the application. System. How do I heal those two humans over there and help them grow their severed limbs? A few moments later, the system seemed to have determined the duo's injuries and replied, one hand missing. Full recovery requires popularity value 100. Healing cycle, 10 days. One calf and foot missing. Full recovery requires a popularity value of 400. Healing cycle, 30 days. The host can use his own blood as a medium to inject the popularity value, so that the two of them can just take it. Hui realized. Turning his head, he saw that the two wounded soldiers had been forced to the door of the car by a few soldiers and were about to be put on the car. So he hurriedly got up and ran over. Flying bear. Where are you going? Don't run around. This sudden move of Hui startled Chu Qian, and she hurriedly chased after him. Yu Guosheng was equally startled, and hurriedly ordered all the surrounding soldiers to immediately support him with their guns. In his opinion, there was only one reason for Hui to fly away. Frightened. And there is only one consequence of a tiger being frightened: to hurt people. After that, he immediately asked the soldiers beside him to protect Professor Zhu, and hurriedly chased after Chu Qian himself. As the leader of the combat regiment, even though he was no longer young, he would not allow a civilian to be injured in front of him. At the same time, Li Zhengyun and Wu Zhe, already surrounded by 4 or 5 comrades, semi-forcefully squeezed to the side of the car. Wu Zhe rounded his eyes, as if he was a fierce Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms, and angrily shouted, "Ja, it's against you, how dare you push me?" The young warrior said with an embarrassed look in his eyes, "Company commander, how dare I? You're the one who didn't push me and backed off on your own." Hearing this, the squad leader on the side burst into flames and slapped him on the back of the head. As expected, Wu Zhe was first instinctively furious after hearing the little warrior's words, but immediately afterward, he sighed with a saddened expression on his face. "Forget it, old Li, let's go." Li Zhengyun turned back and said angrily, "You're a wimp? If you want to go, you go. I'm not going." Instead of getting angry, Wu Zhe said bitterly, "Didn't you hear me? I just pushed someone even, and I can't push anymore." Li Zhengyun sniffed and instantly crossed Wu Zhe's missing calf in his mind. He said with tears in his tiger eyes, but wiped them hard, "Old, will you go first? I'm okay. Just one hand missing. I can still fight." "Old Li, you're just adding bad to the brothers by bracing yourself for battle. Alert." Wu Zhe was just about to persuade him further, when he suddenly saw Hui in the distance, darting over to the side, and hurriedly bellowed out a warning. Seeing that Wu Zei's expression did not appear to be fake, the warriors hastily and instinctively turned back to take up a defensive stance. But in the next moment, each of them instantly broke out into a cold sweat. It's not that they're cowardly. Adult northeastern tiger's body, originally extremely large, coupled with that kind of galloping, wildly running the sense of oppression, the average person does not on the spot scared urine is good. Moreover, this group of fighters had an extremely high level of combat literacy, only to see them quickly take their pistols in their hands and aim them at Hui. Knowing that they were afraid of themselves, Hui hurriedly stopped. After waiting for Chu Qian to catch up, only then did Hui slowly pace forward. The soldiers vigilantly turned on the safety and aimed at Hui. Chu Qian hurriedly stopped in front of Hui and explained to the crowd, "Don't hurt the flying bear. He won't hurt anyone." The soldiers looked at each other, not firing, but still wary. Just then, Yu Guosheng also arrived. Upon seeing Hui standing quietly behind Chu Qian, he let out a long sigh of relief and gestured behind him. The 20 or 30 soldiers who had hastily assembled behind him then lowered their guns in their hands. He then nodded to the group of soldiers in front of Wu Zei, who understood and put their guns away as well. Seeing that this group of people had finally relaxed their guard, Hui then stepped out from behind Chu Qian and turned to one of the soldiers, patting his head. This action caused everyone present to freeze, not understanding what exactly Hui meant. Hui looks back at his interpreter, and after a moment of contemplation, Chu Qian really did not let him down. "Flying bear seem to want your steel helmet." "Want a steel helmet?" A few soldiers froze, then looked at Yu Guosheng. Yu Guosheng similarly froze, but though he didn't understand, he nodded. Seeing that Yu Guosheng agreed, the soldiers did not hesitate at all and took off their helmets and placed them in front of Hui. Hui turned the steel helmet over, raised the tiger's palm, opened his mouth, and gently bit a mouthful. Instantly, a few drops of tiger's blood fell into the steel helmet. Along with it went in on Hu Yi's attribute panel the 100 popularity value that had disappeared. Immediately after that, Hui pointed at Li Zhengyun, who had lost his right hand, at the back of the crowd. Li Zhengyun froze. This tiger couldn't have been more obvious in what it meant to show. After it pointed at itself, it pointed at the steel helmet, clearly asking it to drink its blood. But why is that? Besides, if you drink it yourself, you won't get rabies, will you? Not to mention that he did not understand. This time, even Chu Qian did not understand what Hui meant. Fortunately, Professor Zhu, who came at the end, had sharp eyes and saw that the wound on Hu Yi's tiger's palm, which had just been bitten open, had actually healed at this moment. Such a recovery ability is horrifying. Come on. Listen to it and drink it. It's up to him to grow your hand. Chapter 32. Homage from the strongest on earth. Request for votes. Yu Guosheng sniffed and said with some hesitation, "Professor Zhu, are you kidding? This blood has not been tested and analyzed." "Hey, Li Zhengyun, what are you doing?" After hearing Professor Zhu's words, Li Zhengyun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to push away his comrades in front of him, directly picking up his helmet and drinking it. Seemingly afraid that the drug effect is not enough, Li Zhengyun also buried his head in, licked the blood clean. He then pulled the owner of the helmet over his shoulder and said, viciously, "Pony your ass. Can you go wash that head of yours sometime? It stinks." Chu Qian sniffed and didn't hold back, snorting out a laugh. The pony's face instantly reddened in aggravation. "Instructor, I haven't changed my post yet. I don't have time to go wash. You are still cunning." Ah! Just when Li Zhengyun wanted to say something, he suddenly let out a miserable scream without being able to do so, and then leaned on the car door with a pale face, and the sweat of his whole body dripped. "Old Li!" Yu Guosheng and Wu Zei let out a cry of alarm and rushed over to hug him, asking eagerly, "Old Li, what's wrong with you?" Li Zhengyun couldn't speak in pain. He just trembled and raised his right arm, only to see that the place above that originally broke flush with the wrist, at this time even constantly wriggled. In a short while, a surprising number of white flesh buds had grown. Yu Guosheng and Wu Zei's eyes widened in disbelief. Really grew. A few moments later, Li Zhengyun felt the pain in his right arm gradually recede, and his entire body seemed to have been fished out of the water as he sat on the ground panting heavily. However, there was an uncontrollable look of ecstasy in his eyes. Looking at his wrist, the bud of flesh that was about 1/10 the size of his palm, and feeling the swelling rising from it, Li Zhengyun felt his tears coming down. His own right hand, surprisingly, had actually grown. When Wu Zhe saw Li Zhengyun's hand, which had really grown out a bit, he excitedly turned to look at Hu Yi, and his eyes erupted with an intense look. He was seen taking 3 steps and darting forward. Poof! Due to too much excitement, Wu Zhe lost his balance while walking, and surprisingly, he accidentally knelt directly in front of Hu Yi. Kneeling didn't matter except that his face and Hu Yi's tiger face were only a few millimeters apart at this point. Wu Zhe was even able to clearly feel the hot and humid gases that came to his face. Chu Qian Qian. Crowd. Hu Yi. Buddy, is it really appropriate for you to ask a tiger for New Year's money in broad daylight and in full public view? For a moment, Wu Zhe did not know whether it was because of excitement, fear, or pain, and his face was deathly white. Hu Yi didn't let him wait long, and once again bit out some blood and dripped it into the helmet. Wu Zhe's eyes lit up, even worse than Li Zhengyun's eating, and he directly buried his head and licked furiously. Upon lifting his head, he nearly slapped the pony in agitation. Damn! Hurry up and go wash my head. Vomit! When he thought of the tip of his tongue just now, that oily touch, Wu Zhe couldn't help but dry heave. The pony rubbed his head in aggravation, picked up his helmet and stood to the side. Halfway through dry heaving and vomiting, Wu Zhe suddenly had a stagnant expression, followed by a reddened face, as if he was under tremendous pressure. With the example of Li Zhengyun just now in front of them, how could the crowd not know what he was going through at this moment? Yu Guosheng, who knew the nature of this old subordinate of his, hurriedly said to Xiao Ma and the others, "Quick! Get him in the car." The people lifted Wu Zhe into the back seat of the car with 7 hands, then moved away from the car at Yu Guosheng's order. "Call it. The man is far away. I'm $ at #%. It hurts your dad. It's at hashtag." Listening to the series of unpleasant screams and curses, Yu Guosheng awkwardly said to Professor Zhu and Chu Qianqian, "Sorry too. Xiao Wu is a rough man, like to burst foul language not to say, but also love face, not willing to be in front of people. You understand." The 2 of them nodded their heads in succession, while Professor Zhu said with a smile, "Heroes have a little personality of their own, understand, all of them." Seeing that his mission had been completed, that hot-blooded energy in Hu Yi's heart was slightly reduced and he twisted his head to leave. Yu Guosheng looked at Hu Yi's back and suddenly drank to the distant warriors. "All hands, salute!" In a flash, all the soldiers who saw Hu Yi help Li Zhengyun grow his severed hand, all of them excitedly stretched out their right hands and raised them by their temples. They were not paying homage to the miracle of life or marveling at Hu Yi's divinity, but were simply thankful, grateful to Hu Yi for saving their comrades only. Such pure emotion is hard to understand for those who haven't experienced it. That night, Hu Yi comfortably took a bath and enjoyed a full body massage from Chu Qianqian, a great beauty, before falling asleep in his exclusive tent. It was a night of darkness and killing. There was no end to the sounds of chasing, noise, and even gunfire. However, this night was the night that Hu Yi slept the most soundly after he was reborn. He knew very well in his heart that from the moment he revealed that he could help people recover their broken limbs, it would be very difficult for him to enjoy a peaceful life. But, under the protection of the strongest army on the surface, a group of petty criminals wanting to harm themselves would be tantamount to a fool's errand. In the morning, Hu Yi yawned and walked out of his tent, seeing a number of people being pressed by the soldiers into the car, and some soldiers cleaning up the blood on the ground. After this group of soldiers saw Hu Yi come out alone, not only did they no longer have the slightest fear or curiosity, they instead gave Hu Yi a friendly smile. "Good Lord! There were so many unruly people trying to harm me last night." Hu Yi was staggered to see a truck full of people being taken away by soldiers with their hands and feet tied. At that exact moment, Yu Guosheng and Professor Zhu, as well as Chu Qianqian, came over. Professor Zhu looked at the truck with the same surprise and seemed to exclaim, "I can't believe they captured so many people." Yu Guosheng laughed. 3 groups came in just one night. One group was brought in by the ranger here, and one group was brought in by some rich kid from school. There's another group, spies disguised as veterinarians, that the ASA has ambushed in the middle of the FDA. At that exact moment, 2 soldiers pressed the spy that Yu Guosheng was talking about passed by the place. "You bastards, to use the blood of the great Indra to heal 2 lowly soldiers. You are blasphemous. Sacrilege to our heroes of San." Looking at this person's gradually fading back, Chu Qianqian asked curiously, "Teacher, what does he mean by that?" Professor Zhu was erudite and knowledgeable. In addition to being extremely proficient in biology-related knowledge, he was also extremely knowledgeable about related rumors and myths. In the Rig Veda of San, there is a hymn describing how Indra, after drinking a large quantity of soma wine, transformed into a tiger, and afterwards led the divine army in a great battle against the native Dasa demon army, which he eventually won. That is why Indra is considered a deity and a great hero by the people of Athanasia. Seeing that Chu Qian seemed to understand, Professor Zhu continued to explain, "Perhaps when you hear the name Indra, you still don't understand why he is so fanatical. But if we talk about his other name, you'll surely understand. That's Empyrean." Chu Qian sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. With such a resounding name, it was no wonder that it would induce an AS spy to act so impulsively. After seeing Hu Yi not far away, she smiled and joked, "Flying bear, it's a good thing you're not a Bengal tiger, or else you wouldn't be able to tell." Hu Yi glares at Chu Qian and angrily slaps away her jade hand, trying to caress her with his tail. "Calling me a san, you're insulting me. That's because you didn't call me a bonobo. Otherwise I'd have to scrape your clothes off with this mouthful of barbs." Chapter 33. Tiger Han-san. Am back, begging for votes. 3 days later, with an order from Yu Guosheng, nearly 1,000 combatants from the entire regiment, in conjunction with a large number of experts, professors, forest rangers, and staff, entered the middle of the Daxingen Mountains. According to the plan, the team would split into 3. 2 of these routes will go in the outlying areas on the east and west sides of the Daxingenling. These places were less dangerous and could walk freely without Hu Yi's protection. And they can support the main force in the center in time if they need it. And Hu Yi, as the core combatant of this mission, naturally led the main force, walking in the center area. Accompanying them, there were also Chu Qian, Professor Zhu, and some forest rangers and staff. As he walked to the wooden hut where Chu Deshang lived, Hu Yi couldn't help but let out a loud roar. "Dear Evolution Points, I, Tiger Han-san, am back again." Passing this cabin means officially entering the hinterland in the Daxingen Mountains, where wildlife resides. Although he had already split his troops into 3, the team behind Hu Yi still had more than 400 people, which was too bloated and extremely inefficient. Therefore, at the suggestion of Professor Zhu, accompanied by the Golden Tiger Regiment Battalion Commander Chen Ziming, chose to split 10 ways, before and after the difference of a few kilometers, marching together. If anything went wrong, Hu Yi would also be perfectly able to come to his support in time. Hu Yi followed the team for half a day, never finding any danger, and could only pace back and forth in boredom. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and a familiar smell awakened his dusty memories. Ginseng. Hu Yi followed the scent and ran all the way to the bottom of a large tree and quickly began to dig a hole. Chu Qian and Professor Zhu were attracted by Hu Yi's behavior and followed suit. Chen Ziming, who was escorting the two, also saw Hu Yi's movements and asked kindly, "Why don't we help it plow?" Professor Zhu nodded. "That's a good sentiment after all. A tiger's claws aren't very good for digging up dirt." However, just as Chan Ziming picked up the shovel and approached, Hu Yi turned his head back and let out a low growl with a warning tone, before digging up the pit once again. Just kidding, this was wild ginseng. What if Chen Ziming demanded payment from himself after he paid for his labor? A few moments later, a large mountain ginseng of about a kilogram or so was dug out by Hu Yi. Chu Qian and other people's eyes are straight, which in the TV also have not seen such a big ginseng. Afterward, Hu Yi, under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, not caring about the dirty dirt, raised his neck and swallowed the ginseng. "No!" Professor Wish screamed in horror. But the two of them had obviously been slow. Hu Yi had already swallowed the ginseng. Whoa! Seeing that it was not possible to stop him, Professor Zhu hurriedly asked Chu Qian to call the veterinarian accompanying the team to come over. Chu Qian had just arrived with the veterinarian when she saw Professor Zhu pacing back and forth anxiously, reading in pieces. Bad. After eating more than a kilogram of ginseng, something is definitely going to happen to Fei Xiong this time. The vet sniffed and said with wide eyes, "What, over a pound of ginseng? Not good, quick anesthesia. Hypnotize." The energy contained in more than a caddy of ginseng could not be fully digested by even an adult Asian elephant. If not treated in time, Hu Yi is afraid that the only way out is to die of diarrhea and dehydration. However, upon seeing the arrival of the veterinarian, Hu Yi was alert and ran away, and the crowd could not catch up with him. Professor Zhu even did not care about his old arms and legs, running and shouting after him. "Flying bear! Get back here, you can't eat that stuff." Unfortunately, with Hu Yi's speed, not to mention him, a nearly old man, even if the fastest warrior in the entire Golden Tiger Regiment was here, it would be impossible to catch up with Hu Yi. Chu Qianqian hurriedly went up after him to hold him, persuading him, and seemed to be persuading herself as well. Dao. Don't worry, teacher. You've forgotten that Flying Bear also ate compressed cookies and starchy staples? As a fey beast, I think it's better if we don't look at it in a conventional way. Hearing these words from Chu Qianqian, Professor Zhu could only sigh and give up helplessly. Hu Yi, who had run hundreds of meters away, finally received a system beep. Evolution points plus 38. That's a lot of evolution points. Now, in the entire Great Hingan Mountains, the only thing that could provide him with so many evolution points at one time, besides those mountain treasures that were hiding in unknown places, was the first eat rewards that could be provided by the birds that roamed the sky. As for the walkers, he had already eaten almost all of them, and the rewards were long gone. Thinking of this, Hu Yi decided to continue forward to his bird hunting location and harvest a portion of the system rewards first. At the same time, just a few hundred meters away from Chu Qianqian's group, for sharp gazes were constantly scanning the entire group. Lynx, feline creature. They look adorable and majestic with what looks like a bun tied up in their ears. But it was such a creature that was a medium-sized beast. They are about 1 meter in length, 20 to 30 kilograms in weight, and feed on small and medium-sized rodents and hoofed animals, somewhat similar to the prototype of Pyo, the golden cat. However, the two lynxes at the moment had a body length of almost 2 meters, a body of 200 to 300 pounds, sharp teeth, slender claws, and at first glance, they were exotic beasts. The male lynx lowered his head and sweetly smoothed the female's fur. His gaze softened especially at the sight of the female lynx's belly. But when it turned its head to look at Chu Qianqian and the others again, a touch of determination and ruthlessness appeared in its eyes. Because he and his wife hadn't eaten in days, for the sake of his wife and child, he must take a gamble and try to hunt these strange creatures in front of him, which he had never seen before. Its target was no one else but Chu Qianqian, who was in the middle of the crowd and looked the weakest. Seemingly sensing her husband's killing intent, the female lynx also stood up at this moment, her eyes gleaming at the human in front of her. By noon, the group that Chu Qianqian was in began to rest in place and consume lunch. After Chen Ziming drank up a bottle of water and wiped the sweat from his forehead, he said to the soldiers on guard in the distance, Wang Yusin, Huang Ren, take your men to rest and eat. Xingguoqiang, Duhan, your 2 squads continue to keep watch. Yes. Seeing Chen Ziming accurately call out the name of each squad leader, Chu Qianqian asked in surprise, Battalion Commander Chen, can you remember the name of every squad leader? Chen Ziming scratched his head in embarrassment and said, it's not just the squad leaders. I can remember the names of the fighters too. A nearby veteran who looked to be his age joked, girl, you don't know, our Chen Battalion Commander, that's the Golden Tiger Regiment's famous prick. How many times was the regimental commander punished to the grassroots as a platoon leader, which platoon he hasn't been to? He doesn't know everyone. Chen Ziming became infuriated and stepped forward to lock the man's neck, saying viciously, Old Li, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Seeing Chen Ziming's embarrassed look after being exposed, everyone present laughed. When Chu Qianqian on the side smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent moon. Very cute. Many warriors and students couldn't help but steal glances back and forth. After joking, Chu Qianqian turned back and realized that Professor Zhu was still watching Hu Yi's departing direction with a worried look on his face. She was just about to utter a few more words of persuasion when she unexpectedly saw that Hu Yi had returned. Chu Qianqian excitedly stood up and was just about to greet Hu Yi when she saw a deafening roar suddenly emitted from Hu Yi in her direction. Immediately after that, Hu Yi came from far and near in the blink of an eye and pounced straight at her. Chapter 34, Fighting the Lynx Couple Requesting Tickets. Seeing Hu Yi pouncing towards her, Chu Qianqian's entire body froze. Watch your head. Behind her, Chen Ziming's complexion changed drastically, and while loudly uttering a reminder, he flew towards Chu Qianqian. The moment Hu Yi leapt over Professor Zhu's head, the gusts of wind that he carried hit his frosty face, causing Professor Zhu to show a look of horror that was hard to suppress. But just as he instinctively lifted his head right above him, the look of horror instantly changed back to one of relief and hindsight. At that moment, above Chu Qianqian's head, there was a big cat, pouncing at her from the tree. Time rewinds back to before Hu Yi was ready to leave for the bird hunt. Hu E, who was just about to take a step to leave, was suddenly and inexplicably in an irritable and depressing mood, and even had some heart palpitations. So, uneasy, he returned to the clearance team. As soon as he returned, he saw a huge lynx that was about to attack Chu Chen. At the moment of crisis, Hui first let out a roar, shocking the male lynx for a moment, and then quickly pounced over. The male lynx shivered instinctively at the sound of the roar, a fear that came from within his bloodline. But the arrow is on the string, and for the sake of his pregnant wife, he must not give up the food that comes to his mouth. Just as it gritted its teeth and forced back the fear in its heart, the moment it lunged down from the tree, Hui arrived in time, like a speeding van, and directly knocked it out. The hundreds of pounds of weight of the male lynx directly stirred up a huge puff of sand. The soldiers reacted by picking up their guns and looking with some horror at the male lynx that was close by. The rangers and researchers, moreover, ran quickly to the surrounding fighters, instinctively seeking shelter. Right at this moment, Chu Chen finally came to her senses and hurriedly picked up Professor Zhu, who was beside her, and hid behind Chen Ziming, who came to protect the two of them. Chu Chen looked at Hu Yi's opposite side in fear and said with a trembling voice, "Good. Big lynx." Professor Zhu was equally wide-eyed, and even rubbed his glasses haphazardly a few more times to put them back on for a closer look. A moment later, he marveled. "Geez, the biggest lynx documented in the sources only weighs 45 kilograms, right? This lynx in front of me is surprisingly not much smaller than the flying bear, an adult northeastern tiger." Hui stared at the male lynx in front of him, not daring to relax in the slightest. Name none. Race, Eurasian lynx mutated. Strength, 211. Speed, 273. Endurance, 266. Defense, 120. Talents, jumping beginner, climbing beginner. Jump beginner. Increases jump height by 10% and distance by 20%. Sure enough, with a lynx that size, it's a wonder it hasn't mutated. Hui looked back at his attributes again. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 290. Speed, 290. Endurance, 290. Defense, 270. Evolution points, 28. Skill points, 0. Popularity value, 1245. Talent. Special capabilities. Ghosts of the ghosts. Although his own attributes were able to fully suppress the mutated lynx in front of him, the gap wasn't that big. And who knows what kind of crushing tactics this creature will have after the mutation. The male lynx looked at Hui, who was staring at him closely, and his fur directly exploded at the roots. Even if it didn't have a system at this time with the naked eye, it could judge the difference in strength between him and Hui. Hui didn't choose to act rashly, so it would be even more afraid to make any small moves. Just as the two were at a standstill, the male lynx suddenly glanced at the canopy above Hui's head. Hui instinctively looked over in the direction it was looking, but found nothing in his eyes. Nuguji. Before Hui had time to turn back, he felt a strong wind coming from his face and knew that he had fallen for this male lynx's trick. So he hastily swung up his tiger palm and blocked it. Boo! A muffled sound rang out. Although Hui was in a hurry to return the attack, the tiger palm was a little slightly numb, but did not fall into the wind. On the contrary, the male lynx that sneak attacked but ate a small loss was Hui's huge force directly fanned back more than 10 steps, the front paw so painful that it did not dare to touch the ground for a while. Even though he had taken advantage, Hui still felt humiliated. Damn it! I actually almost got ed by a beast. Hui, under a mixture of shame and anger, no longer hesitated and flew towards the male lynx. A flash of fear instinctively flashed through the male lynx's eyes, and he hurriedly ran away towards the side. In its opinion, Hui's speed and endurance must not be as good as its own with such a heavy figure. He himself could have completely withdrawn from the battlefield first and sought an opportunity to come back and sneak in. But Hui had such a golden finger as the system. How could there be such an obvious shortcoming? He only saw Hui running furiously for a while, speedily chasing after the male lynx, and then waved his right paw and slapped it at its hind leg. After a slap, the skin opened up. The male lynx violently ate the pain, instantly disorganized his pace, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Hui took advantage of the situation and was about to add a fatal blow. Suddenly, the tip of his snout twitched, and then a tail lashed a warrior not far behind him. This sudden scene directly startled everyone present. How is it that, for good reason, Flying Bear suddenly turned on one of his own? However, in the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared, without warning, at the place where this warrior had just stood. Immediately after, a female lynx, whose figure was slightly larger than that of a male lynx, suddenly appeared there and stared at Hu Yi's back. Hu Yi was surrounded by enemies for a while, so he had to temporarily give up the opportunity to chase the male lynx and form a confrontation with the two beasts again. That warrior who had been jerked away by Hu Yi, when he saw this bizarre scene, cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. It was only then that everyone realized Hu Yi's intention of laying down his tail to his own people. Without this tail, this warrior would have been a martyr. Professor Zhu stared dead at the female lynx's body and asked incredulously, Chan Battalion Commander, my old eyes are dim. Did you just see the whole process of that female lynx rushing over? Qian Ziming stared at the female lynx that had suddenly appeared with a grave expression, and for a moment, he was equally unable to believe his eyes, so he had to reply uncertainly. No, I guess. Nonsense, of course you can't see it. Hu Yi stared at the female lynx in death, incredulously looking at its data. Name none. Race, Eurasian lynx mutated. Strength, 245. Speed, 292. Endurance, 198. Defense, 150. Spirit, 150. Talent, climbing elementary. Special skills, stealth primary, berserk intermediate temporary hidden. Invisibility elementary. Body engulfs all light to create an invisibility effect. Duration, 3 seconds. Consumption of mental power, 30. Everything else was fine, but this stealth skill, it was horrible. 3 seconds of stealth, combined with 292 points of speed, would allow this female lynx, from 100 meters away, to deliver an effective jab at her target. Even he himself had to be on his toes when faced with such an assassination, not to mention the fact that there were so many humans around him now. If you want to protect the group behind you and win the final victory, the only way is to bite the female lynx to death first. Chapter 35, The Terrifying Intermediate Berserk. Begging for votes, only to see Hu Yi suddenly move his body and run towards the female lynx. The female lynx revealed the same scorn after seeing Hu Yi's massive size. It was only seen roaring lowly at the male lynx a few times before hastily fleeing far behind it. Hu Yi is in hot pursuit of the female lynx, biting her in the ass. The male lynx was familiar with the situation, and instead of supporting his wife, he roared loudly and moved forward, charging at the nearest few warriors. After becoming a Fae, their biggest improvement was actually not in strength or in their special abilities, but the intelligence that was already close to that of a human adolescent or even an adult. For example, right now, one to lure Hu Yi away and the other to take advantage of the opportunity to hunt the humans was what the couple had just decided on the spur of the moment after seeing Hu Yi enter the battle. However, after Hu Yi heard the roar behind him, he surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of turning back to rescue him. To say the least, they, husband and wife, exchanged plans in front of Hu Yi. How could Hu Yi, who possessed the divine thought communication skill, not know about it? The reason why he didn't turn back was naturally because Hu Yi had long planned to take the trick into his own hands. Still the same. On land, who can beat a formed Earth's strongest army? Seeing that the female lynx with stealth ability was lured away, Chen Ziming, who had come back to his senses, immediately and decisively gave the order. Everyone listen to my orders. The men around the Fae, relaying a rain of bullets to block the attack, slowly retreated. The third class, curtailing them on the sidelines, returned together. All non-combatants, close in on me quickly. Establish personnel from all shifts, in front with blast shields for defense. Su Sanliang, Ding Joshi, sniper ready. All brothers of the Golden Tiger Regiment, construct a line of defense and make sure to protect all the civilians. Yes. After receiving Chen Ziming's order, all the fighters acted according to the order without the slightest disturbance. All the warriors who were responsible for retreating back to build the defense line did not release a single shot towards the male lynx, and did not even look back, but just quickly covered the staff around them and quickly made a retreat. Obviously, they had full confidence in their comrades behind them who were responsible for the temporary blockade, and the front and the male lynx close to the warriors also did not panic at all, but according to the order 2 by 2, relay type to the male lynx issued an attack. In this way, the rain of bullets was so incessant that the male lynx did not dare to come close enough to wrestle. Seeing that the situation had stabilized for the time being, Chen Ziming hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie and spoke to all the surrounding teams. Attention all units. Attention all units. I'm 01. My section is up ahead, under attack by the beasts. But the situation has stabilized and we don't need support. I repeat, no backup. All units, drop everything you're doing right now and build a defense in place. There is a stealthy lynx here that possesses extreme danger and has now been whisked away by the flying bears in the direction of 05. All units must take careful precautions. 03 Roger. 05 copy. Chen Ziming, who had issued the order, once again turned his gaze to the male lynx that was dumbfounded. Seeing that the humans had constructed a very perfect defense, the male lynx didn't dare to approach easily, so it had to hide 100 meters away and let out a howl. And the howl sounded like one to Hui. Where are you, honey? I can't get it right. The female lynx let out 2 low growls and cursed waste, then immediately crossed an arc and ran back in the direction of the male lynx at the back. Hui's heart throbbed, always feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something, but could not think of it for a while, so he could only raise the sky and let out a gust of roar to indicate his position to Chu Qianqian and his party. Chu Qianqian said with a heavy brow after hearing Hui's roar that was getting closer and closer. Battalion Commander Chun, flying Barrett's back, and it seems to be still chasing that stealthy lynx. If Hui had returned victorious, he wouldn't have let out such a sharp, nervous growl. Chun Ziming nodded and looked at the 2 snipers beside him. You too, which one of you has the vision to be able to aim at that guy? Report, ahead of my vision, the front half of its body is blocked by a tree trunk. Report, I have just the right view. Okay. Ding Joshi. Quickly shoot him down. Yes. Ding Joshi, who had gotten the order, immediately raised his gun and aimed at the male lynx's head. Bang! A gunshot rang through the mountains. The male lynx only had time to let out a miserable cry before he fell straight to the ground dead, without taking more than a breath. Although it had the super strong attribute of defense after its mutation, its value of 120 was still too low. Even Hui's defense attribute of up to 270 points did not dare to say that he could block bullets fired from an ordinary pistol. Not to mention it's a sniper rifle. After hearing the male lynx before he was born, the last miserable cry that he made, the female lynx directly stopped despite Hui's chase behind her. Immediately after, Hui saw its body, unexpectedly trembling uncontrollably, and the surface of its body gradually rose up a touch of demonic blood red. Hui hastily called up the system panel and reread its current data. Name none. Race, Eurasian lynx mutated. Strength, 356. Speed, 398. Endurance, 106. Defense, 150. Talent, climbing elementary. Special skills, stealth primary, berserk intermediate temporary. Berserk intermediate temporary. During pregnancy, temporarily gain the berserk intermediate skill with a large increase in strength and speed, and a decrease in endurance value, and enter a period of debilitation at the end of the skill. After the word hidden disappeared, Hui finally saw this intermediate berserk attribute. It's not good. It's going to happen. A female lynx with this attribute, if she attacked a human, it would be a blitzkrieg. Hui didn't dare to hesitate and quickly dashed forward, trying to leave the female lynx behind. The female lynx in a berserk state seemed to have lost her mind, and even rushed up to Hui's bloody mouth. Hui, by virtue of his size advantage, first bites on the neck of the female lynx, instantly causing her blood to flow like water. Although the berserk skill was able to drastically increase the female lynx's strength and speed, her defense attributes did not become stronger as a result. Although the defense value of 150 points was not bad, but in the eyes of Hui, who possessed the intermediate iron teeth and bronze teeth skill, as well as a strength of 290 points, it was still not enough to look at. After the female lynx screamed miserably, her heart was hardened and she bit at Hui's shoulder. Crunch! Sparing Hui's extremely high defense value, he was almost bitten to the bone by this bite from the female lynx. There was no way around it. The power of the female lynx after her berserk was just too powerful. Both were badly hurt and tacitly released their mouths at the same time, forming a standoff once again. The female lynx's head seemed to clear a bit after the intense pain, though. Instead of continuing to choose to fight hard with Hui, it suddenly ran around Hui in circles. Hui froze, not understanding for a moment the female lynx's intention in doing so, until the female lynx entered the stealth state again. Hui said bad in his heart and jumped up in a hurry. Sure enough, The figure of the female lynx with her mouth wide open appeared underneath him in an instant, obviously pouncing. The female lynx froze slightly, obviously not expecting to miss. However, a creature like a lynx was already extremely flexible, not to mention that it was a lynx after mutation. Only to see it make a violent turn, instantly storming up with its speed of close to 400 points, pouncing straight at Hu Yi's back. Hu Yi had nowhere to land in the air and was unable to dodge effectively, and was directly crushed by the female lynx on the ground. Chapter 36: The Last Madness of the Female Lynx. Begging for votes. In a high-handed duel, one step out of the lead is a step down. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his back, Hu Yi angrily tried to want to shake the female lynx away. However, the female lynx is now using her teeth and claws, deeply stabbing in the flesh of Hu Yi's back, making Hu Yi not only unable to get rid of it, but also being hurt enough. At this rate, death is a foregone conclusion. Hu Yi was ruthless, endured the severe pain, carried the weight of the female lynx that was 200 to 300 pounds, and rushed towards a large tree in front of him with all his might. When he was about to hit the tree, Hu Yi suddenly turned around, directly throwing himself out and blocking the female lynx on his back in front of him. Boo! Under Hu Yi's all-out sprint, the impulse force created was more than 1,000 pounds. Such a strong force added to her body, making the female lynx involuntarily let out a miserable scream, half unable to get up. Hu Yi was similarly shocked by this terrifying recoil and injured his internal organs. But fortunately he had the golden finger of the system and could choose to consume evolution points to quickly recover all his injuries. Only this time, his injuries were really not light, and the system directly deducted all of his evolution points. Damn system! Save the evolution points for me. Seeing that the female lynx was staring at herself dead in the face, staggering and trying to get up to fight again, Hu Yi was also beaten out of the fire. He was seen letting out an angry growl and charging at the female lynx once again. But this time, the female lynx actually took a leap and jumped up the tree to actively avoid it. After going berserk, this was the first time that the female lynx had taken the initiative to dodge Hu Yi's attack. As a matter of fact, the injuries on the female lynx's body were already not bad since the beginning of the fight. Coupled with the fact that the statute of limitations of the berserk skill was about to pass, the female lynx had already felt a slight weakness, and it had already developed a desire to retreat. Her husband is dead, and for the sake of the child in her womb, she must not be okay. After considering the pros and cons, the female lynx took one last distant look in the direction of the male lynx's body, turned her head, and prepared to flee from the tree into the distance. Right here and now, Hu Yi once again utilized the ability he had when dealing with the golden cat, and leapt up to the top of the tree in a few strides. Seeing that the female lynx was going to run, Hu Yi, in a moment of anxiety, followed and pounced on her, directly pressing the female lynx down from mid-air. Boom! Two beasts of hundreds of pounds crashed to the ground from a 5-meter-high tree, sending up a large cloud of smoke. That horrible inertia, even Hu Yi, who was unharmed at the moment, couldn't eat it. Not to mention the female lynx that was pressed under him as a meat cushion and was still bleeding continuously. Seeing that the female lynx was lying on the ground, already motionless, as if she was dead, Hu Yi finally let go of his heart and panted heavily. Mud! It's killing me. This beast after the mutation was really not easy to deal with. Hu Yi cursed twice in his mind, then walked towards the female lynx and prepared to start the meal. The lynx has already taken its first eat reward. Now eat this mutant lynx again, and I don't know if there will be a new reward. Right at this moment, a dozen people came from the distance. It was Chu Chen, Professor Zhu, Chan Ziming, and a dozen warriors who were uneasy with Hu Yi. Seeing that Hu Yi is standing there in a good position while the female lynx is on the ground, Chu Chen and the others are relieved. Only Professor Zhu felt bad and shouted at Hu Yi, "Flying tiger, be careful. The lynx will play dead." Hearing Professor Zhu's shout, Hu Yi instinctively looked over. Just then, the female lynx on the ground suddenly made a violent start and climbed to a big tree on the other side. Hu Yi, how many times have you been teased by these two lynxes today? Hu Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of chagrin. It seemed that he had still underestimated the intelligence of the foreign beasts. Just now, if Professor Zhu hadn't reminded him when he got close to this female lynx, he would have definitely stormed up to lock his throat and kill himself back, right? However, what Hu Yi didn't know was that the reason that caused him to miscalculate so often was not because he was too stupid, nor was it because he had a thick heart, but rather it was the tyrannical, murderous nature of this tiger body bloodline of his that would often silently influence his judgment and choices. The time when they ate human flesh is a prime example. The female lynx that went up the tree glared viciously at Professor Zhu, obviously angry at his outburst just now. But things have come to this. Even if it is angry, it will not help. The only thing in front of it now was to run for its life. The moment it turned around, however, it suddenly stopped again and slumped against the tree, twitching continuously. In the face of such bizarre behavior, Hui does not dare to act rashly and can only lean over towards Chu Qian and the others first to prevent the female lynx from playing any more tricks. Moreover, even if something unexpected happened, his own station would be able to receive timely fire support from Chen Ziming and the others. The vast majority of Fei, at least right now, are still afraid of human firearms. Just when Hui was about to walk to Chu Qian and the others, suddenly, the female lynx let out a heartbreaking roar. The crowd and Hui looked at the sound and were shocked to find the female lynx's abdomen, a violent writhing and blood dripping behind her. The female lynx turned out to be in the top of the tree and gave birth to a cub. It was just that this lynx cub, due to the fact that the female lynx hadn't had a full stomach for many days, coupled with the fact that she had just suffered a series of injuries, was already a stillborn at this time, sparing the female lynx's terrifying strength and amazing intelligence. At this moment, she was just a helpless mother who was constantly fiddling with the corpse of her cubs. It was as if it was praying to God to bring its child to life. Seeing this scene, Chu Qian, Professor Zhu, and all the warriors could not help but feel their hearts sour. Hui, who could understand the female lynx's cries, was even more disoriented by this mother's wailing and roaring. Among the crowd, the only one who hadn't been affected too much was Chen Ziming. As a veteran of 100 wars, the lessons of his predecessors, written in blood, taught him, never sympathize with your enemy on the battlefield. All hands, alert! Hearing Chen Ziming's shout, all the warriors instinctively raised their weapons and aimed at the female lynx. Hui also came to his senses from his grief and hurriedly stood at the front of the formation, ready to deal with the next attack that the female lynx was likely to launch. Su Sanliang, aim for its head. You must kill it with one blow. Yes. Receiving the order, Su Sanliang quickly raised his gun and aimed at the female lynx. Right at this moment, the female lynx, who seemed to have felt the threat of death, suddenly stared dead on at Hui, as well as Professor Zhu in the crowd. However, the next moment, the female lynx made an action that instantly creeped out everyone present, only to see it suddenly lower its head and take a bite out of its aborted cub. This brutal scene caused everyone to involuntarily feel a chill down their spine. Su Sanliang even shivered instinctively and shot the bullet askew. At the same time, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. Target is strongly stimulated. Special skill. Berserk Intermediate. Upgraded to Deadly Battle Advanced. Deadly Battle Advanced. The ultimate power arising from desperate circumstances. Strength and speed are doubled, and endurance is drastically reduced. Name none. Race, Eurasian lynx mutated. Strength, 490. Speed, 584. Endurance, 10. Defense, 150. Mental, 60. Hui, who saw the current attributes of the female lynx, had his hair exploding all over his body and stared at the crazy eyes of the female lynx, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Immediately after, Hui saw the female lynx violently activate her stealth skill and disappeared from the tree. Chen Ziming thought, not good, and hurriedly ordered, everyone, avoid the flying bears and fire uninterruptedly in all directions. Yes, his combat acumen was indeed high, and his first thought was to use covering fire to force out the stealthy female lynx. But the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. It had even reached a point that Chen Ziming could not even imagine. Chapter 37A Great Tonic of Fey Beast Meat requesting votes. In just the moment Chen Ziming issued the order to attack, the female lynx had already jumped down from the tree and launched herself in Professor Zhu's direction. Its speed was so fast that even if Hui had a keen sense of smell, he could not detect its whereabouts in time. Just in the last second before the stealth ended, it suddenly revealed itself and crashed straight into the bodies of several Golden Tiger Regiment warriors in front of Professor Zhu. Several fighters flew out instantly, as if they had been hit by a speeding truck. Afterwards, the female lynx's going continued to pounce towards Professor Zhu. Luckily, Chen Ziming was quick on his feet and pounced on Professor Zhu, dodging the female lynx's blow. The female lynx unwillingly still wanted to turn back and fight again, but she saw that Hui in the distance had already come flying, and she no longer had the chance to kill Professor Zhu. It had no choice but to unleash its last stealth skill before its spirit value dried up. The soldiers, terrified, strafed in all directions, once again trying to force out the female lynx in her stealthy state. Even under Chun Ziming's uneasiness, he even fired a few shots into the void above his head, fearing that the female lynx would once again pounce from the air. Only Hui seemed to have sensed something and his expression shook. That's right, with his own ability, he really couldn't detect the exact location of the female lynx. But the female lynx had not counted on the fact that when she stepped over the fallen leaves, the footprints on the ground had already revealed her whereabouts, only to see Hui suddenly make a sideways turn, followed by a fierce bite towards the place he had predicted. The moment his mouth closed, blood spilled from the void. Sure enough, he had judged right. The female lynx never expected that her strike, although it was a first-hand sneak attack, Hui's prediction was accurate, and she responded in time, and even took a step ahead of her to bite her neck. And with the deadly battle skill, it only enhances the female lynx's ability to attack. However, its defense attributes were still not enough in front of Hui. Old wounds are not healed, but new ones are made, and the female lynx seems to have seen her husband and children coming to greet her. However, it did not have the slightest fear in its heart, but once again, it bit down fiercely on Hui's right arm bladder. In this attack, its teeth became even sharper and its bite was even stronger, almost instantly cutting through Hui's flesh and going straight to the bone. Hui did not react to the pain of the bruised bones for the first time. This is like the reason that after a person has had a piece of flesh cut off by a fast knife, the first reaction is not pain but numbness and senselessness. But the next moment, intense pain surged into his brain, nearly causing Hui to directly pass out from the pain. But he knew very well that the battle had come to a head, and both sides had to outwit the other's will if they wanted to survive. One must never give up. Seeing the two beasts' Imperial City PK, Chun Ziming and others quickly raised their guns and aimed at the female lynx. However, Hui and the female lynx at this time were dead entangled together. It's easy to shoot by accident. Just as the crowd was wrestling with how to rescue the flying bears, the duel between the two sides ended. These 10 seconds or so of final stalemate between the two sides were simply longer than a few years for Hui. Just as Hui was blurring his consciousness from the pain and felt that he was about to lose his grip, he suddenly felt a relief at his wound. Winning! Winning! Hui struggled to open his tired eyes, and the female lynx's unwilling eyes happened to be reflected in his eyes. Really winning. Hui, who had survived the calamity, wanted to cheer, but at this moment, he didn't have a single ounce of strength left. His injuries were equally severe, suffering a penetrating wound to his right forearm, with only some flesh left attached. The female lynx nearly tore one of his arms off raw. Heh! Big loss this time. Hui laughed bitterly in his heart. It was important to know that the evolution points he received nowadays with a full meal, even if he ate cooked meat, was only around 20 points. But with this injury he had now, without 50 or more evolution points, he wouldn't think of being able to fully recover. Forget it. A little recovery counts. At least stop the bleeding first. It would be a big loss if I bled to death. Thinking of this, Hui forced himself to get up on 3 legs, limped to the female lynx, and took a bite. Host eats Eurasian lynx mutated. Rewarded with evolution points. 100. Plus 2.6 evolution points. Hui instantly felt ecstatic in his heart when he saw these 2 hints. The first hint goes without saying, the first bite bonus. Although Hui had already guessed that there might be a new reward for eating the lynx after the mutation, he was still very happy when he saw the real money of evolution points in his account. What really surprised him, however, was the second tip. A mouthful of alien beast blood and flesh, a whopping 2.6 evolution points, which was 10 times what he had when he ate normal blood and flesh. What's the concept? That is, if he was able to consume the meat of a foreign beast every day, his evolutionary speed, too, would be 10 times that of the past. Such a speed of improvement was truly terrifying. After the surprise, Hui hurriedly said in his mind, "System, repair the wound." Immediately afterward, he added with his afterglow glancing to Chen Ziming and the others who were closing in on him, "Leave the trauma. Just repair the bones and stop the bleeding." With the injuries he had just sustained, if he recovered in the blink of an eye, it would be strange if he didn't scare the group of people in front of him to death. After losing 50 evolution points, Hui's bones were immediately reattached by a mysterious force, and the ruptured blood vessels also healed up again. Just seeing this number, Hui couldn't help but be staggered. As expected, his own injuries this time were too severe. It was estimated that it would take at least 8 or 90 evolution points to fully return to normal. But it also gave Hu Yi an added concept. He himself almost got his leg wasted this time, consuming nearly 100 evolution points. That is to say, if one did lose the leg, one would need almost 100 or so evolution points to recover. By this projection, if one's entire body suffered serious injuries, then one would need a full 400 evolution points just to restore one's limbs. That number, it's too much. Remind the host that if the host wants to reserve enough evolution points to recover from all injuries at the time of death, he needs to prepare the sum of all his attributes. Hui sniffed and instantly widened his tiger eyes. How many attribute points do you have yourself? The 4 attributes added up to 1140 points. This is equivalent to the first eat bonus for 11 fei. It was equivalent to the total number of attribute points one could obtain by eating the meat of foreign beasts for half a month. All this effort for a life on the brink of death. That's too expensive, isn't it? System, my mom taught me the meat and cut in half principle. Do you want to adopt it? Ken. Hearing the system promise himself, Hu Yi was instantly overjoyed. But the system's next sentence almost made Hu Yi's tiger whiskers twitch with anger. Then this system can also restore only half of the host's life, and you can choose half death, plant tigers, severed children, and all other costs. You're tough. Hui slandered a few words in his heart, then asked curiously, so if I die, how many evolution points will it take to bring me back? System, I'm sorry host, I'm a gold finger, not a cuckold in a wishing fountain. Hui smiled awkwardly. It seems that in case he dies, it is a real comic fart. The system, a scummy woman, would never be widowed for herself. Chapter 38 Yu Guoxing, who was slapped in the face begging for votes. On the side, the crowd finally let go of their hearts when they saw Hu Yi's huffing and puffing. When they just saw him in a fierce battle with the female lynx, everyone present sweated for him. Especially when they saw that Hu Yi had fallen into a desperate situation for a while in order to protect them. The gratitude in the hearts of all of them was overwhelming. Without Hu Yi, with the strength that this female lynx had just revealed, even if Chen Ziming and his men could win the fight, the loss would not be small. And now, they only paid the price of a few people with broken bones and broken strength to gain the final victory, and also preserved all the researchers and staff with Hu Yi taking the credit. Chu Chen looks at Hu Yi's wound in pain and tears off a section of gauze, wanting to bandage Hu Yi. Hu Yi slightly dodged, then turned to Chen Ziming and the others and patted his head. Chen Ziming did not understand what he meant, but Su Sanliang, who was on the side, had seen the scene when Hu Yi treated Li Zhangyun and Wu Zhe, and understood Hu Yi's meaning almost in seconds. With a happy expression, he hurriedly took off his helmet and placed it in front of Hu Yi. Seeing this, Chen Ziming cursed loudly. Against you, Su Sanliang? The battle hasn't even been finalized yet, and you're taking off your helmet in front of me? Do you want to be penalized for copying combat regulations? Battalion commander, you don't know? Oops, you'll know later. Su Sanliang did not bother to explain to him in detail, squatting on the ground and waiting for Hu Yi to put the tiger's blood. He carried the helmet as if it was a treasure, and ran to a few of his injured comrades, telling them to drink it. Chen Ziming's entire body was dumbfounded. By the time he reacted, it was too late to curse, and several of the wounded had already drunk the tiger's blood. Su Laosan, you bastard, you're crazy. Dare to give anything to the brothers to drink. Chen Ziming was furious and kicked Su Sanliang to the ground. Instead of getting angry, the latter laughed and stood up, coming over to Chen Ziming and whispering, Battalion commander, you just got to camp last night and don't know anything about it. Do you remember Captain Wu Zhe of the 3rd Battalion? Yes, the one that was injured last time. As Su Sanliang recounted, Chen Ziming's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and finally looked towards Hu Yi with a scorching heat. Just during the time the two of them were talking, Hu Yi's tiger blood had already taken effect. Several of the wounded had their bones reset as much as they could, and their injuries were healed. Seeing the crowd's gratitude towards him, Hu Yi thought in his heart, don't thank me, just kill a few more fei for me to eat in the future. After seeing this scene, Chen Ziming looked at Hu Yi with even more excitement. He quickly walked to Hu Yi's side and said to Chu Chen, who wanted to bandage Hu Yi's wound, Chen, quick, give me some flying bear's blood. Hu Yi sniffed and directly rolled his eyes, lazily lying on the ground, quietly enjoying Chu Chen's bandaging. My blood, you want it? You're robbing here. Chu Chen similarly refused. The flying bear's blood, of course. It can give it to whomever it wishes. I can't make the call. Seeing that Chu Qian does not agree, Chen Ziming is in a hurry and crouches down to snatch the gauze in Chu Qian's hand, which is tied on top of Hu Yi's wound. Ouch! Chu Qian was caught off guard and was directly knocked to the ground by Chen Ziming, scaring everyone present. Along the way, Chen Ziming, a big straight man, how different he was to Chu Qian, only their group of brothers who spent time together knew. That level of attentiveness even made everyone's jaws drop, calling out that barbarian Chen looked like a different person. But now, he even knocked Chu Qian to the ground. I'm sorry Qian, I have to get Fei Xiong's blood today. Hey, what the hell? This kid is a real robber. Hu Yi instantly became furious and his left palm directly pumped over. With this strike, although Hu Yi had only used 5 points of strength and had not even extended his claws, it was still not something that Chen Ziming could withstand. Chen Ziming instantly felt a numbness in his shoulders, and then his entire body, like a broken sack, directly flew out and fell heavily on the ground. Immediately after that, Hu Yi stood up and locked Chen Ziming with an icy gaze. If necessary, he could always call on his evolution points to fully recover from his injuries and launch a fatal strike. All of them were stunned by the turn of events that took place in front of them. However, the next moment, the team instantly split into 3 camps. Those soldiers who were not injured, with the exception of Su Sanliang, stood in front of Chen Ziming and looked at Hu Yi warily. There were even a few impatient warriors who had already raised their guns in their hands and aimed at Hu Yi. Seeing this, Chu Qian and Professor Zhu, even in the face of the black holes of gun muzzles, stood in front of Hu Yi without any hesitation. On the other hand, those warriors who had just been cured by Hu Yi, led by Su Sanliang, hurriedly stood in the middle of the 2 sides, constantly speaking out to mediate. Hu Yi was their benefactor, the benefactor of the entire Golden Tiger Regiment. Chen Ziming was their battalion commander, their closest comrade in arms. If a conflict breaks out between the 2 sides, they will really have a hard time choosing. Just then, Chen Ziming was helped up from the ground. He shook his somewhat dazed head to see the situation and snapped at the gunmen. Bastards, you guys are crazy. Dare to point a gun at the common people, as well as our Golden Tiger Regiment's benefactors. The warrior standing in front of him sniffed and put his gun away in a hurry. Su Sanliang and the others, too, finally breathed a sigh of relief and retreated behind Chen Ziming. Hu Yi watched all of this with cold eyes and did not let up just because Chen Ziming ordered to put down his gun. Professor Zhu angrily leaned on the ground with his hiking stick and said angrily, "Battalion Commander Chen, look what you've done. I'm going to report you to Commander Yu." Chen Ziming didn't argue, but directly snatched the walkie-talkie from his men and said after pressing it, Command, this is 01. Please respond if you copy." Yu Guosheng's heart tightened when he heard Chen Ziming's call. Just now, he had heard Chen Ziming say over the channel that they had encountered 2 Fey beasts, and that they were very difficult to deal with. Now all of a sudden they are calling for command. Are they taking too many casualties and asking for support? 0101, this is command, go ahead. Hearing Yu Guosheng's voice, Chen Ziming's face remained unchanged as he first reported the news of the crisis being lifted and briefly explained the process. Yu Guosheng heard the report and excitedly slapped his thigh. The organization lives up to its name. Arranging for the Fey to be organized into a clearing queue was indeed far-sighted. On the side, the political commissar of the Golden Tiger Regiment laughed at Guosheng. It seems that temporarily transferring this brat Chen Ziming over was the right transfer. Hu Yi, this time, was certainly the first credit, but Chen Ziming's command credit was also not small. Yu Guosheng laughed triumphantly. Haha, it doesn't matter who brought out the soldiers. I told you at the beginning. This kid may be a bit stubborn, but he's definitely a good sword. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the intercom went off again. I'm sorry, Chief, just now. I made a mistake of principle and requested a demotion for punishment. Upon hearing Chen Ziming's words, the smile on Yu Guosheng's face instantly froze. The political commissar felt bad and quickly took over the intercom and said, Chen Ziming, what mistake did you make? Tell me in detail. When Chen Ziming heard the political commissar's question, he didn't choose to answer it himself, but instead handed the intercom directly to Professor Zhu. Professor Wish instinctively took the intercom, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Chen Ziming said impatiently, Didn't you want to report me? Say it now. You're not going to wimp out, are you? Hearing his words, Professor Zhu also came to temper, and immediately recounted what happened as it was. Pushing back the masses, grabbing flying bear blood and pointing guns at the people. Yu Guosheng was so angry that his hands began to tremble when he heard this one count. The commissar was just about to say something into the intercom, but he snatched it away and asked sternly, "Is there anyone from the Golden Tiger Regiment around Chen Ziming?" Among the crowd, Su Sanliang, who had the highest rank, hurriedly took over the intercom and said, "Reporting to you, Captain, Second Lieutenant Su Sanliang of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion of the Golden Tiger Regiment. Pass on my orders. Li Wenqiang, instructor of the 1st Battalion, is now temporarily taking over all duties of the clearance team. Su Sanliang, tie that bastard Chen Ziming back to me." Chapter 39. What is a Fey Beast request for votes? After receiving the order, Su Sanliang gave a hard yes, and then awkwardly looked at Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming didn't look dissatisfied after hearing Yu Guosheng's words, only to see him directly stretch out his hands and indifferently look at Su Sanliang. Knowing his temper, Su Sanliang sighed, pulled out a rope, and tied him up. Seeing that he was tied up, Hu Yi's anger receded slightly, and he turned around and walked towards the back. He could tell that just now, Chen Ziming did not want to hurt himself, he just wanted to grab the gauze that was wrapping his wound. Because of that, it was stained with his own blood. If Chen Ziming had just shown even a hint of killing intent, Hu Yi would have slapped his head without any mercy and then sailed away. Seeing Hu Yi's departing back, Chen Ziming said in a loud voice, "Flying Bear, you should be able to understand me, right? Let me tell you a story. 20 years ago, on the 21st day of the month, at the age of 10, I took my 6-year-old brother into the mountains to play. What we didn't expect was for the two of us to meet a wild tiger. My hometown is from JL province, and the one I met was a northeastern tiger. Heh, I should be considered a relative of yours." Hu Yi, what the is this kid talking about? What about the nearly 8 billion people in the world, all human beings and all your relatives? Chu Qianqian and Professor Zhu also did not understand what Chen Ziming wanted to do, but seeing Hu Yi leaving, the two of them also hurriedly followed him. "He's crippled," Chen Ziming shouted in a stern voice. When Chu Qianliang and Professor Zhu heard this, they could not help but take a step and turn back to look at him. Hu Yi likewise heard his words, but his feet did not have the slightest intention of stopping, still limping forward. "My brother, 6 years old, was handicapped for life thanks to your Northeast Tigers. I don't blame you guys, but I beg you, give me some of your blood. Will you save him? I kowtow to you, I beg you." After saying that, Chen Ziming bent his knees and directly knelt on the ground, and forcefully kowtowed his head downwards. Not long after, the ground in front of him was smashed out of a depression. Looking at the battalion commander's appearance, all the warriors showed signs of intolerance and shouted towards Hu Yi's back, "Flying Bear, please, help our battalion commander. As long as you can help the battalion commander's brother, I'll buy you good food every day from now on." Seeing this, Chu Qianqian frowned. She had the heart to say something, but after seeing the blood seeping out of Chen Ziming's forehead, she couldn't bear to swallow her words back and caught up with the distant Hu Yi. Professor Zhu, however, obviously did not have this good temper. He only laughed in anger and interrupted the crowd by tapping his cane. "Are you guys, like, morally kidnapping flying bears?" A single sentence caused the crowd's shouting to stop instantly. Yeah, who are they to ask a flying bear to use its own blood to save someone who is irrelevant to it? For a while, the mountain forest was so quiet that only the breathing of the crowd could be heard, and the kowtowing sound of Chen Ziming. Seeing that Chen Ziming was unrepentant, Professor Zhu walked up to him and said indifferently, "You didn't ask Flying Bear for tiger blood to save your brother." Chen Ziming stopped violently, opening his bloodshot eyes and staring angrily at Professor Zhu. "What else? Could it be that I, Chen Ziming, am there to take it out and sell it for money? You are also too underestimating. You are trying to redeem yourself," Professor Zhu bellowed, and Chen Ziming was stunned. "The real reason for your anger is not because a northeastern tiger bit your brother, nor is it that the flying bear is unwilling to give you its blood, but the cowardice that rose up in your heart back then." With this sentence, the crowd listened to it in a cloudy manner, and none of them understood what Professor Zhu meant. "I didn't," Chen Ziming growled angrily. Of all the people, only he, the person in question, understood the meaning of Professor Zhu's words. Professor Zhu's words, like a sharp thorn, ruthlessly pierced into his heart. "You didn't? Well, let me ask you this. If you protected your brother the entire time, why weren't you hurt, but your brother was seriously injured? You should know that in the eyes of the Northeast Tiger, you are definitely a better fighter than your brother, given your size. Seemingly recalling his back when he left alone, Chun Zimming roared with red eyes. I was 10 years old, 10 years old. We all know you were 10 years old back then. Professor Zhu similarly reddened his eyes and faced Chun Zimming, who was near his eyes, without letting up in the slightest. So we're not blaming you back then. Blaming that kid back then. It's you that can't let go of yourself. One sentence, like a bolt from the blue, exploded into Chun Zimming's heart. Seeing that Chun Zimming stopped talking, the exasperated Professor Zhu continued. I understand you wanting to make up for the mistakes you made back then, but you shouldn't be so paranoid. It is important to realize that paranoia is often a major cause of going to extremes. Flying bears have helped mankind a lot. Without it, we wouldn't have had no one killed or injured just now. Without it, those 2 heroes of your Golden Tiger Regiment would have had to retire and go home. But it is just a. After Chun Zimming was refuted by Professor Zhu, he was silent for a long time and finally raised his head. This time, there was no anger or struggle on his face, only endless calm. But the calm before the storm is often the most frightening. Professor Zhu rounded his eyes and cursed. You finally said what's on your mind. You just despise flying bear. Chun Zimming indifferently glanced at Professor Zhu and faintly spat out a sentence. A head, and it deserves it? After he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly glowed with a ghostly light, and his muscles swelled up violently, but then quickly returned to calm. Immediately afterward, to the horrified eyes of the crowd, he easily broke the ropes that bound his hands. It's as if they are also breaking free from some kind of psychological bondage to themselves. Su Sanliang. Here. Terrified, Su Sanliang instinctively responded. I won't trouble you to tie me back, and go to the chief myself and give him an account. I hope that the next time we meet, you and I, brothers, will not meet in arms. After saying these words, Chun Zimming seemed to have transformed into a female lynx and suddenly disappeared in place. Only Professor Zhu, Su Sanliang and others were left standing in place, unable to close their shocked eyes for a long time. In the distance, Hui had a displeased look on his face as he walked on his own. Mud, trying to moralize yourself? If another tiger bites your brother, I'm responsible for curing you? If it wasn't for the fact that you just helped me in a fight, I'd have to whack you twice more. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart and violently turned his head to look at an open space 100 meters to the side. There was a residual shadow that was fading away. Hui could vaguely see that the residual shadow looked a lot like Chun Zimming. What ghost? Could it be that Chun Zimming, too, has mutated? Thinking of this, Hui hurriedly asked the system. System, under the revival of aura, can humans also produce mutations? Of course, humans, being the apex of creatures, naturally mutate and become evolved. That's right, all creatures can mutate. It would be a hell of a thing if humans couldn't. System, what would you say are the opportunities and criteria for mutation? Hui was very curious about this, as it wanted to help Tiger Mother and her 3 younger siblings to complete the mutation as well. In this way, they can have more possibilities to survive in this changing world. The opportunity for mutation varies. Some creatures are located in the area, the emergence of aura fountains. Some creatures were there because they had taken food rich in large amounts of aura, or even spirit fruits. In a nutshell, it means that by ingesting a large amount of aura through various means, there is a probability that mutation will occur. And the criterion for mutation is that a certain creature opens a gene lock or masters a top talent. Chapter 40. The Scholar with a Sword at his back, the prodigal director requesting tickets. Hui still didn't get it and continued to pursue. What does gene lock mean? How many evolution points does it take for the top talent to open? Genlock, as the name suggests, represents the pinnacle of all attributes that a creature can achieve. For example, the 2 lynxes that the host has just encountered, they are the least evolved type of exotic beasts, and have only initially unlocked their gene locks, obtaining a maximum attribute value that far exceeds what the original genes could have provided. Hui nodded his head in understanding. The adult lynxes he had hunted before were around 90 points in strength and endurance, and a bit stronger in speed, around 130 to 140 points. The lynx couple he met today, on the other hand, had broken the shackle, with all of their attributes reaching over 200 points. Its comprehensive strength is comparable to that of a female northeastern tiger that has just entered adulthood. As for the top talent, it is the level above the advanced talent and is relatively rare. The system paused and added, raising an advanced talent or skill to the top level costs 1,000 evolution points. Hui Did I ask you? Asked you? Are you making fun of me for being poor? Besides, you're robbing me? Primary strengthening, gaining primary skills also only cost 20 attribute points. 50 points for beginner to intermediate and 100 points for intermediate to advanced, both of which also make sense. One level up, you add 10 times? Price Bureau, I'm reporting that someone here has inflated prices. Because the power of the top talent is far beyond the level of breaking through the genetic lock, which the host will understand after mastering it in the future. After cursing a few sentences of Huang Shuren and Vampire, Hu Yi suddenly remembered something and asked in a hurry. By the way, system, that skill point I gained last time when I entered the subadult stage, can I upgrade my advanced talent to a top talent? Skill points can be upgraded at all levels below the top level, up to a maximum of no more than the top level. Hu Yi immediately stopped his stance when he heard this. A cold wind blew through, chilling his heart. What have you done yourself? Something that was clearly worth 1,000 evolution points was just used as 50 evolution points by itself? Although the circumstances were such that one had no choice. It's always so heartbreaking. Seeing Hu Yi's face, filled with chagrin and sadness, Chu Qian thought that Hu Yi was hurt by the behavior of Chan Ziming and the others, and heartbrokenly walked over to Hu Yi and hugged his head. It's okay, Flying Bear. Not all humans want to hurt you. Am I not protecting you? Hu Yi. Are you sure you're protecting me? You're 36C, you're ing smothering me. For the next half a month, Hu Yi did not return to the clearing team to help, but hunted alone in the Daxingen Mountains. In the meantime, there has been a flurry of bad news for Daxia. In the grasslands of Inner Mongolia in the north, an overall mutated wolf pack appeared that was extremely strong. As tough as the king of the northern dogs, Smuri, was, the pack wolves were cunning enough not to fight him hard, choosing instead to carry out a night attack on the clearing party at night. Due to the inexperience of the humans in fighting with the beasts, they were frequently won over by them, not to mention that there were also a lot of casualties. Not coincidentally, the Eastern Ape King, Ruby, and the newly unearthed Northwest Eagle King, Golden Rock, were all tripped up by different foes, and even suffered injuries of varying degrees of severity. Even an existence as strong as Duo, the Southwest Elephant King, was tripped up by a mutated silver-ringed snake on the outskirts of the 100,000 Mountains in Yunnan. This silver-ringed snake is incredibly venomous and can instantly poison a bison. Moreover, it could also release a cloud of poisonous mist, which was not only lethal in terms of toxicity, but also corrosive to a certain extent. Rao Duo's fleshly body defense was amazing, and the poisonous fangs of the silver-ringed snake were unable to bite through its skin. However, the poisonous mist was a pervasive presence, and Duo could only avoid it for the time being. However, the worst of the worst would have to be the newly crowned king of the southeastern fishes, the blood golden dragon. Just after being set to enter the waters of the Min River, he was swallowed by a mysterious creature in one gulp, without even a splash. The only two that were smoother were the group led by the Western Bear King's Yin Yang Messenger, and the Southern Bird King's Xiao Lai. It was needless to say that the Yin Yang Messenger's strong strength, even when looking at the entire world, was a leading level of existence. Even just a few days ago, it had hunted and killed a money leopard alone with a strength rating similar to that of Simules, which was terrifying. As for Lai's side, it was a real surprise. It had powers that weren't supposed to have much real-world effect. The Southern Clearance team took it with them, mainly because they wanted it to scout and reconnoiter. Unexpectedly, during a battle, Xiao Lai's owner, Su Bingbing, was accidentally killed and was about to die. At the critical moment, Lai exploded his own potential, and with his spiritual power, he directly obliterated his opponent's intelligence, turning him into a walking corpse that was easily exterminated by the firearms. After this battle, Lai's ranking skyrocketed and came to the top 20 in the blink of an eye. As for Hu Yi's side of the Northeastern Clearance team, it was even more so. Having lost the patronage of Hu Yi, the temporary commander, Li Wenxiang, has also reached an impasse. With no choice but to construct a defense in place, Li Wenxiang could only choose to gather his main force and wait for support from the headquarters. During this half-month, Hu Yi dashingly wandered in the mountains and forests, preying on 5 types of mutated creatures and eating several great mountain treasures. His evolution points soared. Hu Yi just ordered all 4 attributes to 300 points, and didn't move any of the other evolution points at all, because the system told him that if he could master the top talent before opening the gene lock, there would be an incredible surprise. Name Hu Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 300. Speed, 300. Endurance, 300. Defense, 300. Evolution point, 503. Skill points, 0. Popularity value, 10348. Talents, Sharp Teeth Advanced, Tiger's Claw Intermediate, Steel Bones Intermediate. Special skill, Divine Communication Intermediate. Among them, Sharp Teeth and Steel Bones, which were strengthened from Iron Teeth and Inner and Outer Strength, provided a few more bonus values. The special skill Divine Thought Communication was also upgraded from primary to intermediate, and the communication distance was expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters. Flying Bear. When Hu Yi hears this voice, he doesn't need to turn around to know that it is Chu Qian who has come to visit him. In this half-month, Chu Qian would come every day without fail, bandaging and changing medicine, combing and massaging her fur, and chatting with her. It is because of her existence that Hu Yi is less lonely in his boring wilderness life. As usual, Chu Qian came to Hu Yi's side, took out a comb and carefully combed his fur. By the way, Flying Bear, support for the clearance team came in this morning. You say it's odd, it says it's support, but there's only 2 of them. And these 2 are even stranger. One is called Xie, a long shirt, quite a bit of the ancient scholarly and elegant look. But he carries a sword on his back all day long and a wine gourd in his waist. Do you think he is cosplaying Li Bai? There was another man, Li Sungkian, said to be the deputy director of the NSA who had come to take command of the team. The man is oily and, well, horny. Speaking here, Chu Qian did not know what she remembered and suddenly reddened her face. Not a bit of a leader. Chapter 41 Human Evolutionary Request for Votes. Hu Yi listens to Chu Qian's broken thoughts and yawns in boredom. Who cares who comes? It's not like it has anything to do with me anyway. But then again, Chu Qian is such a nice girl. Good looking not to mention, but also good understanding of people's clothes. Intentions. In the half-month that she came to take care of herself, she never opened her mouth to ask for help from a human, which was very much to Hu Yi's liking. To be honest, after half a month had passed, Hu Yi's anger had long since subsided. From Chu Qian's narration and the increase in his popularity value in the past few days, he could feel that most of the people in the team were still more in favor of himself. If Chu Qian really opened her mouth to ask for help, she would not be excluded from going back to help. Just then, the intercom in Chu Qian's arms suddenly rang. Qian, is Fei Xiong by your side? On it, teacher. The one who spoke in the intercom was none other than Chu Qian's teacher, Professor Zhu. Flying Bear, this is Zhu Zhishan. Hu Yi. Did Tong Pak Fu come? When you were in the woodshed with Sister Pomegranate. Of course, Professor Zhu did not know that Hu Yi instantly had many associations after hearing his name and just continued. Flying Bear. This time, I need your help. Okay? Hearing Zhu Zhishan's words, Chu Qian was curious. Teacher, how is it that all of a sudden, we need Flying Bear's help? On the matter of whether to ask Hu Yi to assist in clearing the team, their master and disciple, have always been very tacit understanding. Zhu Zhishan said in a flat tone. It's not much, it's just that the new director Li and I set up a plan to use me as bait to trap and kill those 2 alien beasts. Everything is ready. But it would be best to have a Flying Bear there to help hold that iron-horned moose at bay. What? Teacher, you're crazy. Chu Qian was shocked and angry, and for a moment she said with her mouth agape. Zhu Zhishan laughed bitterly. Those 2 beasts, don't you realize? It's for the best if I go as bait and maybe make them snipe. Hu Yi was shocked when he heard Zhu Zhishan's words. Has the situation gotten this serious? You need Professor Zhu, an old man, to be the bait? It's not like he doesn't know what kind of opposition the Northeast Clearance team, now, is facing. There's a mutant moose and a mutant ocelot owl. One of the main troubles was the iron-horned moose that Zhu Zhishan needed his help to deal with. Listening to Chu Qian, I don't know what the reason is, but the iron-horned moose is very hostile to humans. Whenever it spots a human in the clearing party, it initiates an attack on them. This iron-horned moose not only possessed a body size even larger than that of an adult elephant, but also had a set of huge antlers that looked as if they had been cast in bronze. When the soldiers of the Golden Tiger Regiment fired at it, they were horrified to find that their bullets, to their horror, could not penetrate its antlers. Hu Yi had once been in the dark, and had also secretly observed the data of this iron-horned moose. All other stats are fine, but that advanced skill called Iron Horn is very powerful. Iron Horn's advanced. Ironized bone horns on the top of the head. Defense. 800 when attacking with horns, strength increases by 100%. With the addition of this skill, if the iron-horned moose launched a charge, Hu Yi would have to avoid it. What's more, even without this skill, the iron-horned moose's own strength and defense were all terrifyingly high. On top of that, a mutant ocelot owl, or owl as it was known, had its sights set on the counting party. It seems to enjoy eating human brains. Out of this, the clearance team named it Cannibal Owl. In the days when it first appeared, it killed 3 people in quick succession, all of them scientific experts among the team. Moreover, it seemed to like Zhu Zhishan, and had already tried to launch a surprise attack on him several times. Luckily, Zhu Zhishan was the key protection target of the clearance team, which prevented it from succeeding. Hu Yi heard Chu Chen say that the most dangerous time, Zhu Zhishan stayed in a special tempered tent specially made for him on a certain day. During the night, the cannibal owl swooped down and surprisingly chattered the steel plate directly above his head. Through her description, Hu Yi guessed that this owl's beak should be about as sharp as his own teeth. This also meant that this owl, at the very least, should possess an advanced talent. Such a strong 2 foreign beasts, even Hu Yi didn't dare to take on them easily. Zhu Zhishan even wanted to take the risk with his own body. It was really a bit bold. However, he was bound to go anyway. He doesn't have many human friends around him. Chu Chen and Chu Deshang father and daughter count as 2, and this Zhu Zhishan counts as 1. Sitting back and watching him fall into danger, Hu Yi couldn't do it yet. Besides, after he had helped out and exterminated these 2 alien beasts, could the human beings have the good sense not to share some of the spoils of war with him? At the same time, the headquarters of the Northeast Clearance Team. Due to the crazy increase in the number of alien beasts, even the clearance teams that were on the outskirts of the Great Hingan Mountains were equally vulnerable to danger. So upon Li Chengxian's arrival, he immediately ordered the clearing team to merge into one place and gather with the main team in the forest. Inside the command room, Li Chengxian was half reclining on the main seat, his feet swinging on the table, boringly pulling out his ears. Beside him, Xian sat with his sword in his arms, taking a sip of wine every now and then. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Zhu Zhishan, Li Wenxiang, and the heads of many departments all looked at each other. In order to break the deadlock, Li Wenxiang coughed lightly twice before asking Zhu Zhishan, "Professor Wish, what about it, will Flying Bear come?" Zhu Zhishan nodded. Just now Chen said that she has already rushed this way with Fei Xiong. Hearing the word Chen, Li Chengxian's eyes suddenly lit up, only to see him hurriedly put down his legs, straighten the clothes on his body, and came over to Zhu Zhishan's side and said, "Old man, Professor Chen, how old is she this year and what sign is she? It wouldn't be good if she was a Cancer after all. I'm an Aquarius and don't like to be pestered. What does she like to eat? Girls like exciting food, right? What do you say to spicy hot pot or snail? Professor Zhu, name our children. I want 2 children. A boy like me tall and handsome, and a girl." Hearing Li Chengxian's increasingly outrageous words, Zhu Zhishan's face grew darker and darker. Just before he was about to explode, Xian suddenly raised an eyebrow and got up to head outside. Li Chengxian also words a beat, but immediately after that will be a frown. Continue to pull Zhu Zhishan. Think about his and Chu Qian's future. Within 10 counts, there was a sudden burst of alarm from outside. "Alert! That brain-eating owl is at it again. Look, isn't that an iron-horned moose over there? Geez, where did a giant python come from? I'm afraid it's not 20 meters long, right? Not good. They're jointly attacking us. Quick, fire ready, build ballistic defenses." Zhu Zhishan's face was shocked and he just wanted to get up and go out to check, but he was pulled by Li Chengxian's wrist. "Good luck, Professor. Don't worry, just leave it to that scribe outside." Chapter 42, Stepping on the Sword and Singing Requesting Tickets. Outside the base, the iron-horned moose and the red-scaled python were already less than 50 meters away from the base's defense line. What was even more frightening was that this time, the iron-horned moose didn't attack on its own, but rather brought the herd along with it to start the charge. The size of these guys was only slightly smaller than the iron-horned moose, and one of them was like a small mountain. In the air, the mutant ocelot owl was also ready to swoop down and sneak in. All the warriors gripped their guns tightly in their hands, aiming forward somewhat nervously. "Everyone on my command. Block the moose herd with all your might." Xian, who had left the command post, gave an order, but none of the warriors of all the Golden Tiger regiments listened to him. Nervous as they were, but things like who to listen to for command, this group of battle-hardened elites still knew very well. To the side, Li Wenxiang, who had chased out to command the battle, frowned and asked, "Thank you, students, all against the moose herd. What about the man-eating owls and that red-scaled python? Cheyenne said without panicking. Whenever the iron-horn moose attacked us, they did it alone. This time, it brought its entire clan with it and had to focus on defense. The cannibal owl up there has a single means of attack. You just need to arrange a few snipers to keep an eye on its movements. At the critical moment, shoot to block its movement, and if you can hit it, that's even better. As for the red-scaled python, your bullets can't penetrate its armor. So just leave it to me. You? Alone? Hearing Xie words, Li Wenxiang was stunned. Without waiting for him to question it, the group of foreign beasts violently attacked. Li Wenxiang couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter and hurriedly ordered, "All hands, aim at the moose herd and fire." Upon hearing his order, all the warriors immediately aimed their blackened muzzles in the direction where the moose herd was, firing wildly. The iron-horned moose was a deer in the headlights, and when the bullets landed on his massive horn plates, they merely sparked, not harming him in the least. Everyone was not surprised by this scene. After all, the two sides had already fought quite a few times in the past few days. It just caught everyone off guard that the antler plates of the group of other moose around it were not afraid of bullet fire either. If it weren't for the fact that their endurance wasn't as good as that of the iron-horned moose, and the impact of the bullets crashing into the bone plates one after the other had made it a little too much for them to carry, they would have braved the rain of bullets and rushed over. But spare them, they were quickly getting to a dangerous distance. Fortunately, when planning to deal with the iron-horned moose, the Golden Tiger Regiment had prepared quite a few fire-breathing guns within the regiment, and had cleared the trees and vegetation within 30 meters of the base early on. Faced with the sweeping blockage of the flamethrower, the moose herd's charge finally took hold and began to balk and roam in all directions. In the sky, the cannibal owls tried to swoop in for an attack on the fire-breathing gun-toting fighters, but they were caught in the death throes of several snipers. It had the intention to take care of these snipers first, right? But on the contrary, around these snipers, machine gunners were also arranged, specifically responsible for protecting them. The cannibal owls were unable to find a break in the formation for a short period of time, so they could only keep soaring in the sky, once again looking for a moment to strike. Seeing that there was no firepower to deal with it, the red-scaled python originally wanted to bend down and crawl quickly entering the base. I didn't expect a shadow to quickly fly towards it just 5 meters away from the crawl. The red-scaled python's heart was startled, and the whole quickly coiled into a ball, red light enveloping the whole body. Ding! A crunching sound came from it, and it was a sword that had stabbed its body. Ugh! I can't believe I reacted late. Xian probed his hand and the sword traced an arc and returned to his hand. The Golden Tiger Regiment warriors behind them who saw this scene were instantly petrified. A young junior warrior, even more shocked, murmured, "Imperial sword art." Li Wenxiang, who was commanding the battle beside him, did not see this scene of Xie defending his sword. After hearing the small warrior's alarmed cry, he turned back and realized that the other party was actually dazed, and could not help but shout angrily, "Xiehu!" Dazed on the battlefield and babbling, "Don't you want to die?" Xiehu dizzily turned back, still somewhat dumbfounded, and pointed in the direction of Xian. "Instructor, that person can royal sword art." Fart. Li Wenxiang changed his usual gentle and intimate appearance, and directly grabbed Xiehu's collar and said, "What a time to be thinking about that stuff in web novels. And sword fighting, why don't you say he can fly?" Xiehu was startled by Li Wenxiang and finally came back to his senses, unable to help but look bitter. He didn't know how to explain to Levanti what he had seen. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shivered, pointing ahead. "Fly! Fly! 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 I think you're crazy." Li Wenxiang cursed, then instinctively followed the direction of his finger. But the scene at his eyes caused him to instantly let go of his hand in shock, only to see the red-scaled python probing up its 7 or 8 meter tall body, opening its large mouth and swooping down to bite at Xian, who was standing on the ground. Xian didn't panic, directly crossing his sword over his chest, and faintly said, "Jedi Immortal, rise." After saying that, he actually took off his sword with both hands and carried it behind his waist. But miraculously, the sword in front of him stood still in the void and did not fall to the ground. Right at the moment when the red-scaled python's big mouth was about to come to his body, Xian leapt up, and the Jiesian sword flew directly to his feet, carrying Xian up into the air quickly, dodging the blow. The red-scaled python was shocked when it pounced and hastily withdrew its force to prevent the snake's head from smashing into the ground. Due to the fact that it had collected its power too quickly, The red light on its entire body began to flicker and waver. Here's your chance. A brilliant light appeared in Xian's eyes. His feet stepped down, and the absolute immortal sword instantly transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the red-scaled python's 7 inches. And without the Jiesian sword to support him, Xian did not fall to the ground. Step by step, after the words fell, his feet actually did what he said, and with every step he took, a green-colored lotus flower rose from where he landed, holding him up as he continued to stand in mid-air. Heavenly flames and earthly fire refine your body. Sharpness has also fallen from the stars. No need for golden awns of many colors. The Jedi Immortal is everywhere, head and shoulders apart. After Xian finished chanting the poem in the air, the Jiesian sword that was dashing downward unexpectedly accompanied the sound of the song with an inconspicuous golden aura. Although this golden awn is inconspicuous, but the red-scaled python locked by it, but suddenly felt cold all over the body, 7 inches cold. Just as it was trying to fight the attack of the absolute immortal sword with all its might, the golden aura-enhanced absolute immortal sword accelerated violently and flew to chop at its 7 inches. Hiss! The red-scaled python only had time to let out a hiss of pain before the front half of its body was chopped straight off by the absolute immortal sword, lying on the ground writhing madly. Everyone who saw this scene all froze. From the time they knew that there were foreign beasts all over the world, they had never heard of any human being who could kill this kind of terrifying existence alone. What's more, the Xian's methods are too bizarre, right? Swordsmanship? Words follow the law? The man-eating owl also saw the red-scaled python being chopped in two, but it didn't have a trace of sadness or fear. Instead, it seized the opportunity of a few snipers losing their concentration and dashed towards the command headquarters, heading straight for Zhuji Mountain. What was once a steel tent could only stop it for a few breaths. How could an Oxford cloth tent stop it this time? Jab! The tent was instantly scratched. When Li Wenxiang heard the ringing sound, he quickly returned to his senses and fired repeatedly towards the top of the command tent. But he moved, obviously too late. The cannibal owl looked at Zhu Zhishan, who was close at hand, and a touch of instinctive greed and longing appeared in his eyes. This flat hair. Old son is talking, what mess? Chapter 43. Time stands still, the 4 heroes of Daxia requesting votes. As Li Chengqian's slightly disgruntled voice fell, the cannibal owl's downward swooping form unexpectedly came to a bizarre stop. No, it's more than just stopping. This man-eating owl with a wingspan of more than 3 meters and a weight of hundreds of pounds, surprisingly, just kept its swooping posture and remained motionless in mid-air. Zhu Zhishan looked up and saw the huge pointed beak of the cannibal owl, aiming right at his head, and cold sweat instantly flowed across his back. 1 second later and he would have said goodbye to the world. It. For a moment, Zhu Zhishan didn't know what to say. As a scientist, the bizarre scene in front of him was just a bit incomprehensible to him. Li Chengqian said with a slight smile, "My witness, why don't you duck?" Zhu Zhishan came back to his senses and hastily and instinctively dodged as he was told. But he regretted it just as soon as he left. What witnesses? This little bastard. What is he babbling about again? However, Zhu Zhishan had a clear sense of priorities. Now was not the time to teach him a lesson. Wait until the battle in front of him was resolved. Li Chengqian circled around the cannibal owl and sked. Such a big wingspan. Such a fat body, great guy, no wonder it swoops with such force. My time stood still and I almost couldn't pocket you. But I guess you only have that extraordinary power when you swoop, right? The cannibal owl stared angrily at Li Chengqian, his body trembling fiercely, as if trying to prove the error in his words. Inside the command post, the others saw that the cannibal owl seemed intent on breaking free, and they balked and tried to retreat. But after a few moments, the cannibal owl gradually regained its composure, and a look of extreme unwillingness appeared in its eyes. Seeing that the cannibal owl seemed to be unable to break free from Li Chengqian's bizarre tactics, the crowd couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. While Li Chengqian was a bit surprised and said, "Yo, good acting," a sentence that caused everyone in the audience to stare, not knowing who Li Chengqian was talking about. Underneath the cannibal owl's eyes, a flash of light crossed, but it remained motionless. It seems that you like to eat human brains because you are able to get some of the human way of thinking from them. Even the nourishment of the human brain, I suspect, should enhance your level of intelligence. But don't you dare pretend in front of my eyes. How long can I trap you with this wave of time stagnation? Can I not have a number in my heart? Hearing Li Chengqian's words, which had been spoken to this extent. The cannibal owl knew that he had already revealed himself and finally stopped pretending. Only a tremor of its wings was seen, and it seemed that a hidden shackle was directly crumbled by it, with fragments flying in all directions. Other people couldn't see it, but Li Chengqian, as the originator of this power, naturally saw it clearly. This shattered fragment of time scattered, and some of it landed on Zhu Zhishan's body. Zhu Zhishan instantly became unable to move, and even his breathing, heartbeat, and even the blood in his body stopped. It was just that this abnormality only lasted for a short time of one breath before he returned to normal. The brevity of its time made Zhu Zhishan suspect that he had just been hallucinating. After breaking free, the cannibal owl did not continue to attack, but instead flapped its wings repeatedly, wanting to take off and leave the dangerous place. Like Li Chengqian said, most of the power of its attacks were in that moment of swooping. On the ground, its combat power was at best similar to that of an ordinary coyote. Trying to run? Li Chengqian smiled badly and pulled out a pistol-like object and shot it towards the cannibal owl. Snap! After a strange gunshot, a large net glowing with metal instantly shot out from the muzzle, directly covering the entire body of the cannibalistic owl. The cannibal owl knew it was bad and desperately tried to break free. Li Chengqian impatiently snapped his fingers and once again used the power of time to imprison it in place. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a strangely styled condom, which he placed directly on the cannibal owl's head. It's just the right size, as if it were a custom-made mask. Then, Li Chengqian unhurriedly pulled out a nail knife and approached the cannibal owl in its horrified gaze. Good boy, don't move. Look at your long nails. This handsome man will trim and trim for you. Zhu Zhishan and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths when they saw that tiny nail clipper. The claws of a cannibal owl, I'm afraid they have to be twice the size of a normal adult, right? And looking at the sharpness of that claw tip, I'm afraid it's not inferior to steel by a few points. You, Li Chengqian, use this broken nail clipper to cut its nails? Sure enough, Li Chengqian exerted a slight force, and the nail cutter instantly disintegrated into two halves. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the cannibal owls transformed from a look of horror to a look of mockery. Seeing this, Li Chengqian frowned and said, "What a toast! Someone get a vice." Yes. After repelling the red-scaled python, Xian rode his sword to the top of the iron-horned moose's head and maneuvered his Jedi immortal sword to directly slash at the iron-horned moose's horn plate. He wanted to use this to test the degree of defense of the iron-horned camel's antler plate, as well as the power of his own absolute immortal sword when he used it at full power. Knowing that the power of the Jedi immortal sword, although slightly inferior to bullets, possessed an extremely strong armor-breaking ability, it might really be able to build a success. Thump! After a crunching sound, the absolute immortal sword flew backwards back to Xian's feet. Instead, the iron-horned moose left even a white mark on his horn plate. Xian knew that it wasn't that the absolute immortal sword wasn't sharp enough, but that his own strength was too weak to display its full power. However, he had expected this and was not annoyed, but only recited it aloud again under his breath. Thousands of hills and flat seas cross. The earth fell and the beasts were frightened. The marshes respect my order. The stone forest supports the sky. Another poem that the people present had never heard of. When the last word fell, the ground in front of the moose herd instantly flew up hundreds of stone pillars that were about 1 meter in diameter and 3 meters high. Especially in front of the iron-horned moose, it was densely covered. The iron-horned moose slammed into a stone pillar without dodging, instantly smashing it to pieces. Seemingly not overjoyed, the iron-horned moose crashed through 3 stone pillars one after another before feeling a little dizzy and stopping. After all, the reaction force generated after the impact would cause a strong shock to its head. Its horn plates carry it, its skull carries it, but its brain can't. Even the iron-horned moose behaved so poorly in front of Lin, so there was even less to say about the other moose. Most of the moose, having broken only 1 stone pillar, stood still and staggered a little to the east. One of them was extremely tough. I don't know if it was because he had gotten up the idea of competing with the iron-horned moose, but he even broke 2 stone pillars one after another. And the price was that it was now lying on the floor foaming at the mouth. Seeing that the battle had stabilized, Li Wenxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, at this time, the video call from Yu Guoxing, the leader of the Golden Tiger Regiment, arrived. After introducing the current situation to Yu Guoxing, Li Wenxiang couldn't help but ask, "Chief, these two are?" He knew that maybe there were things that he shouldn't ask, but he was just too curious. How is it possible to wield such incredible power as a human? Yu Guosheng looked at Li Wenxiang stammering and said with a smile, "It's okay. There are some things that the state will be announcing soon, so there's no harm in revealing some inconsequential news with you. In fact, from the time humans first discovered mutant beasts almost at the same time, there were individual humans who had also completed their evolution. And these two beside you are the top evolvers affiliated with my Daxia officialdom, two of the so-called Daxia 4 Jie. Confucian Sword Immortal. Xian, Scoundrel of the Time. Li Chengqian. Chapter 44. The team's defeat requesting tickets. Xian, a descendant of the Xie family of Chun County. What? You don't know the Xie family? Didn't you learn the saying, in the old days, the swallows in front of the hall flew into the homes of the common people? When you were a kid? Yeah, that's the Xie family. He's the young family head of the Xie family's current generation, and the second being to become an evolutionary in the entire Grand Xia. Hearing Yu Guosheng's words, Li Wenxiang looked at Xian's back in surprise. This one is actually the son of a family. Since the founding of the country, there are very few people who would walk around in society with this kind of name. As for Li Chengqian, I also don't know much. It is said that the origin is equally extraordinary, but you just need to know that people are leaders. Li Wenxiang heard, could not help but turn his head to look at the command center. That is holding a vice up and down the leader. Not long after, in the rolling hot tears of the cannibal owl, Li Chengqian finally completed his pruning work. The big bird without sharp beak and claws, handed over to the side of the warriors. Go on. Take it to my witnesses and keep it for fun. Zhu Zhishan, the 70-something-year-old man, who could no longer hold back his angry heart, walked over to Li Chengqian and stormed out. Li Chengqian, I'm warning you. I don't care if you're the director or deputy director of the National Security Bureau. Chen Qian has been accepted by me as a personal disciple, so it's no different from my own granddaughter. If you're going to be so mouthy, you're going to be out there. By the way, Professor Zhu, I've caught some other kinds of alien beasts before. Do you think I should send them to your research institute at Shangjing University? Outside or to pay attention to some influence? Shaoli, you say you are so young to become a deputy director, sooner or later will also be able to become a director. Always put love hanging on the lips, how bad. Well, good luck to Professor. Hey, what do you call Professor Zhu? I might be your witness in the future. What's the point of being polite? Zhu Zhishan said, disgruntled. Li Chengqian was overjoyed at the words and just wanted to continue to get close to Zhu Zhishan. But he didn't expect the next moment to burst into color and quickly ran out of the command post. Xian, who was outside the base, was confronting the iron-horned moose in the air. All of the latter's means of offense were on the ground, posing no threat to Xian, who had his imperial sword in mid-air. But Xian was equally powerless against the thick-skinned and unusually flexible iron-horned moose. The two appeared to be tied, but Xian, who had already fought a battle with the red-scaled python, was already a bit pale at this point, and his strength was unsustainable. Right after his final strike, which was blocked by the iron-horned moose, he could only imperialize the Jiesian sword and retreat towards the base. The strength of this iron-horned moose is really not comparable to that red-scaled python that just became a fey beast. The two of us were similar in battle strength, but its stamina was significantly stronger than mine. But that's okay, that tired guy is still on base. The two of us taking turns will be enough to wear it out. Xiamin made up his mind and flew backwards without looking back. Right at this moment, a dazzling white light violently rushed behind him. Look out! Li Chengqian let out a loud cry, his expression unprecedentedly grave. He only saw his hands fluttering like butterflies in front of his chest, quickly forming a strange seal. As the last gesture ended, an odd-looking silhouette suddenly appeared behind Xian's back. Human face, serpentine body, red in color, 100 feet long. Especially those tightly closed eyes that seemed to contain supreme power. A few kilometers away from the base, Hu Yi could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw this shadow in the air. This is the legendary divine beast that rules over time, the turbid 9 Yin. Chu Chen similarly saw turbid 9 Yin's silhouette and said with a blossoming face, no good. Something's happened to the base. Hu Yi frowned and hastily accelerated his pace. Xian likewise felt the chill coming from his back. But he, who was already weak, really didn't have too good a defense. He had no choice but to protect the Jiesian sword on his back chest, while praying for Li Chengqian's means to protect himself. In the blink of an eye, the white light flew close to turbid 9 Yin's silhouette from hundreds of meters away. Sensing the approaching crisis, the eyes of that turbid 9 snapped open. In a flash, a faintly invisible wave was lifted from the long river of time in this place, blocking right in front of the white light. The moment the two intersected, the white light that was as fast as a shooting star suddenly became slow. It works! Li Changqian was pleased to see this. But in just less than a breath of time, the joy on his face suddenly transformed into a look of shock, followed by a face as white as paper, and he opened his mouth to spray out a blood arrow. Borrowing the power of the river of time was already his strongest means. I didn't expect the power contained in this white light to be even more powerful than him. In just a single breath, it directly destroyed turbid 9 shadow, causing him to suffer a severe backlash. At this moment, Xian, even without turning around, felt the threat of death. But he suddenly had a bright idea. He only saw that he used all his strength to activate the absolute immortal sword behind him to the extreme to ward off this powerful white light. He himself, however, fell straight down from the air due to his lack of strength. Li Chengqian's all-out strike failed to block the white light. Even if the absolute immortal sword was a divine weapon, under Xian's manipulation at the moment of exhaustion, it similarly did not last past a breath of time and was directly sent flying. Luckily, with this one breath delay, Xian had already fallen several meters downwards, finally avoiding the blow. But although the death penalty is avoided, it is difficult to escape from the living penalty. The absolute immortal sword, as Xian's original weapon, suffered such a heavy blow in the cold, and he vomited blood and fainted in the air. Li Changqian hurriedly caught Xian, wiped away the blood around his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, retreat!" Without the slightest hesitation, the crowd quickly formed up and retreated at a fast pace. Waste! In the distance, a wild beast's roar came over, but to everyone's horror, they actually understood what the owner of the voice was saying, especially the iron-horned moose. A flash of instinctive fear flashed through his eyes and he hurriedly turned back to the north. Stick them or moose extinction! The roar came again, the threat expressed obvious. The iron-horned moose had no choice, and with a clench of his teeth, he launched another attack towards the human defense line. The other moose likewise dared not hesitate to follow. This time, without Xian's means of manipulating the earth and rocks, the humans could almost only watch as the moose herd gradually approached. Li Changqian used up his last ounce of strength and unleashed time stasis towards the iron-horned moose. But this time, he only lasted a few seconds. After all, the impact force created when the iron-horned moose ran wildly was by no means comparable to that of a cannibalistic owl. Humans are being pushed to the brink, but how much better can the moose herd be? Under the rain of bullets, the flamethrower, and Xian's rotating attacks, there were originally more than 20 moose, but now only a dozen or so were left. There is only one way to not be exterminated by that one and to minimize the casualties of the community. That's storming the human defenses first on your own. Thinking of this, the iron-horned moose's heart was hard. Its 4 hooves generated wind, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Wenqiang, who was organizing the defense in front. Li Wenqiang looked at the huge monster in front of him that was less than 10 meters in fear, and couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness and despair in his heart. Flying bear, watch out! Right at this critical moment, a yellow and black figure suddenly rushed out from the side, pouncing straight on the iron-horned moose's throat. Chapter 45: A Beauty's Leap Request for Votes. Normally, tigers don't take moose for food. The latter, after all, weighs 4 to 7 times as much as the former, and hunting them is extremely dangerous. Not a good choice for a predator who will weigh the pros and cons. If it had to be done, then the tiger would surely lock right around the moose's most vulnerable throat, giving his opponent no chance to resist. Therefore, after Hu Yi's entrance, without the slightest hesitation, he directly unloaded Chu Chen Chen and dashed towards the iron-horned moose from the side. The iron-horned moose was shocked and hastily turned its head, trying to defend against Hu Yi's attack with its horn plate. However, what it did not expect was that Hu Yi's speed was far faster than it had imagined, only to see Hu Yi violently accelerating again, rushing to the bottom of the iron-horned moose's neck before it turned its head, and biting on it. Its horn plate was truly powerful, and Hu Yi could not fight against it. But the other attributes of its body, although also outstanding, were still easy to deal with in Hu Yi's opinion. Name: Iron-horned moose. Race: Ashuri River moose mutated. Strength: 298. Speed: 266. Endurance: 341. Defense: 486. Talent, Iron Horns Advanced, Steel Bones Intermediate. Hui took a bite, and although he felt a tightness at the entrance, he still managed to bite in deeply with the bonus of his sharp teeth. Sharp Teeth Advanced. Bite force is 300% of the strength attribute, and tooth toughness is increased by 100%. The iron-horned moose ate the pain and instantly widened its eyes, desperately running and jumping, but still unable to shake off Hui's attack. Behind it, the moose herd was too stunned by the sudden turn of events to move a muscle in place. In the crowd, Li Chengqian looked at Hui's figure and asked with a frown, "This is a flying bear? It looks about the same as an ordinary tiger, huh?" The most crucial thing was that the feedback he received after sensing the energy within Hui's body for a while told him that there was no particularly powerful force within this tiger's body. It doesn't deserve its number 28 ranking at all. However, this was not surprising because the power that Li Chengqian could perceive was all Hui's own attributes and talents, not much stronger than the iron-horned moose. As for Hui's number, the reason why he could be ranked as number 28 was because the humans saw and valued Hui's recovery ability shown through the system, and it had nothing to do with his own ability. Zhu Zhishan sighed heavily when he heard Li Chengqian's words. He regretted talking about it. After Hui revealed his special recovery ability and used his own blood to help revitalize a human's severed limbs, he excitedly reported the matter. But what he didn't expect was that this matter had spread to the Rice side within a few days. Immediately after, the World Biological Research Society in the United States, on the grounds that Hui's ability is very helpful in researching the rebirth of the human body, greatly raised Hui's number. Not only that, the Mi side also pressured Daxia, forcing Daxia to capture or even hunt down Hui and send him to the Mi side for research. And this matter has gradually risen from the realm of academic discussion to the realm of international diplomacy. The Rod, Kangaroo, Japanese, and San countries have come down to force Daxia to hand over Hui. If Daxia continued to die without letting up, then the next step for the numerous countries would definitely be to secretly send people to sneak into Daxia and forcefully kill Hui and take him away. Hui, who was in the middle of the battle, naturally did not know how much trouble Zhu Zhishan had inadvertently caused him. By now, his teeth had pierced the windpipe of the iron-horned moose, and victory was in sight. The iron-horned moose revealed a look of despair and cried out helplessly, "You guys! Get out of this forest!" These were the last words of the iron-horned moose. Upon hearing the call of the iron-horned moose, the moose herd responded with sad faces, one after the other. Immediately afterward, they left without looking back. Hui looked at the gradually powerless iron-horned moose underneath him, and a flash of gravity flashed through his eyes. He could feel how fearful and desperate the iron-horned moose was in the last throes of his life. This fear was not a fear that it was coming to the end of its life, much less of itself that hunted it, but a fear for the safety of the entire pack. But what kind of being could threaten such a herd, made up entirely of mutant moose? That white beam of light that shattered the turbid Nine Yin's shadow, what exactly was it? Previously, since Hui was still some distance away from the battlefield, he knew nothing about the turbid Nine Yin's shadow, the white beam of light, or the mysterious voice. However, Hui did not dwell on this too much. After all, no matter what the situation was, it was always right to improve one's strength first. Host eats Ashuri River Moose mutated. Rewarded with evolution points. 200. Seeing the 200 evolution points credited, Hui's eyes lit up. All the mutated creatures he had eaten before, the system had only rewarded him with 100 evolution points. This made him think for a moment that all the mutated creatures he ate in the future would only have a 100-point first eat bonus. He didn't expect that today. This iron-horned moose had given him such a big surprise. The reward is doubled. Is it because it's been mutated for longer? The strength is stronger. Curious, Hui ran to the red-scaled python that Xian had decapitated earlier and took a bite out of it. Host eats Far North Viper mutated. Rewarded evolution points. 100. It seems that his guess was right. Mutant creatures of different strengths will still offer themselves different levels of first eat rewards. Fortunately, he had just succeeded in a sneak attack. Otherwise, if it was a stalemate, he and the iron-horned moose, it really may not be who loses and who wins. On the one hand, Chu Qian has already learned what happened here under Li Chengqian's constant attentiveness. Upon hearing that the moose herd seemed to be threatened by some creature, Chu Qian also revealed a look of surprise. Seeing Hui feasting on the corpse of the iron-horned moose, Li Chengqian hesitated and said to Chu Qian, "Qian ah, When Chu Qian heard this title, she instantly became alert and interrupted in a hurry. Director Li, we don't seem to be acquainted to this extent, do we? Li Chengqian heard that Chu Qian intended to pull away the distance between the two sides, and muttered in frustration. The witnesses are all over the place, and it's not familiar. Chu Qian glared roundly and said angrily, What witnesses? What nonsense are you talking? Just when Chu Qian could not wait to roll up her sleeves and tear this denizen in front of her, Li Chengqian immediately begged for mercy.
别，打是亲骂是爱，被人误会就不好了。
Li Chengqian, seeing that Chu Qian's outburst was imminent, Li Chengqian hurriedly said, You remind Flying Bear that a mysterious bad just appeared. Just as the two of them were talking, a white pillar of light violently sprang out from the woods behind the two of them, heading straight towards Hu Yi. Hu Yi suddenly felt his heart throbbing, and his sweaty hairs trembled at the roots. There was a desire to hide, but it was too late. Seeing that Hu Yi is about to be hit by the white light column, Chu Qian bites her teeth lightly and makes up her mind. She leaps forward and blocks the light column. Chapter 46 Top Talent. The Mouth of the Abyss. Requesting votes. Qian. Li Chengqian was lost in thought for a moment and just wanted to reach out and stop Chu Qian, but it was already too late. Chu Qian's entire body was covered by the white light pillar, so she couldn't see inside at all. When the light column inexplicably disperses, what meets Hu Yi's eyes is an ice sculpture in the mold of Chu Qian. Chu Qian. Due to the angle, Hu Yi at first didn't see the whole course of events. Now seeing the ice sculpture in front of him, Hu Yi's heart was instantly mixed. He and Chu Qian, although they are very good friends, he never thought that Chu Qian would choose to sacrifice herself in order to save him. Interesting that it was blocked. But it doesn't matter, since the king arrived, it doesn't matter if the freeze ray hit or not. An eerie voice suddenly spread all around. Hu Yi and Li Chengqian felt something in their hearts and hurriedly looked toward the place where the white light pillar came from. There, a figure was slowly walking out. 2 meters tall at the shoulder and 4 meters long, with snow-white fur, but covered in black spots. Name General Leopard. Race, Snow Leopard Beast King. Strength, 525. Speed, 702. Endurance, 417. Defense, 501. Spirit, 150. Talents, Cold Resistance Advanced, Climbing Advanced, Proficiency in Humanity Intermediate. Special skills, Freeze Ray Top Level, Mouth Spitting High Level. What the concept of a Beast King was, Hu Yi didn't know. However, seeing the attributes of the snow leopard in front of him, Hu Yi had a moment of despair. Other attributes aside, just that high speed value of 702 was more than twice as much as one's own speed. If the other party was planning to surprise attack him, I'm afraid it would be hard for him to react, right? And that top-level skill called Freeze Ray was just too scary. Frozen Ray Top condenses the power of ice and releases a ray forward with no limit on attack distance, which can turn objects it touches into ice sculptures. Spirit Consumption, 100. In Hu Yi's opinion, the so-called spirit is more like the blue stripe of these mutant beasts. If you don't take into account the Panther General's blue return speed, then the Panther General will be able to unleash the freeze ray at least once more in the next battle. What's the defense? You can't just point to someone else and take the fall for yourself again, can you? Facing the incomparably powerful Leopard General and looking at Chu Qian who has been turned into an ice sculpture, Hu Yi is in deep thought for a while. On the other side, seeing that the rightful owner had appeared, Li Wenqiang clenched his teeth and drank to the Golden Tiger Regiment warriors who had broken the back. Fire and force it back. The fighters heard the order and instantly the bullets poured out, firing forward for no money. Bombardier, bombardment. At this moment, Li Wenqiang couldn't care less about whether it would start a mountain fire or not, and ordered the backbreaking team to block the attack with all their might. A playful smile appeared on General Panther's face, only to see it suddenly transform into a flash of white light. But instead of attacking Hu Yi, it chose to avoid the entire attack before charging into the crowd. A warrior instinctively flinched at the sight of it approaching, but immediately afterward he clenched his teeth, pulled the grenade and charged at General Panther. Boom! An explosion rang out and the soldier lost his life instantly, and his eyes revealed a look of extreme unwillingness. For in the very last instant of his life, he distinctly saw General Leopard, who was close at hand, suddenly disappear from his presence. Avoiding his life-sacrificing blow. Moo! Li Wenxiang instantly went crazy when he saw this scene. He was seen pulling out his pistol and shooting at General Panther in rapid succession while shouting, "Director Li, Fei Xiong, take Chen Chen away." With that, he fought his way to one of the warriors that General Panther was about to attack. Needless to say, he reacted extremely quickly and saved the fighter perfectly. But the price was that he was slapped by General Panther and broke his spine, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Li Chengqian clenched his fists in death and was just about to turn back to join the fray when an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Stall it with all your might for a minute." There was another sentence that Hu Yi didn't say afterward. "If you can't stall, everyone dies." Li Chengqian looked at Hu Yi, who had lowered his head again and was eating heavily, and his heart was shocked for a moment. Obviously, he did not expect Hu Yi to possess the ability to communicate with people as well. But now was not the time to dwell on the matter, only to see Li Chengqian clench his teeth, fully mobilizing the little bit of power that had not been easily recovered in his body. He once again summoned the shadow of turbid 9 Seeing this scene, the teasing color in General Panther's eyes slightly tightened and turned to look at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian knew that this little bit of power in his body was not enough, and without hesitation, he pulled out the dagger pinned on his calf and slashed his wrist directly. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. But all his blood, not sprayed on the ground, but quickly gathered into a blood flow, in a circle around Li Chengqian's handprints, straight through the cloudy 9 shadow. Blood flows into the seal, and the turbid dragon opens its eyes. Those slowly opened eyes seem to look through the ages in one glance, vicissitudes and indifference. General Panther was somewhat unable to carry the power of this gaze and instinctively felt fear in his heart. But as a beast king, the kind of pride it had in its bones made it ashamed to be so weak. It only saw its eyes showing ferocity as it violently rushed towards the turbid 9 silhouette. Li Chengqian pushed his hand seal, and turbid 9 silhouette surged forward, pouncing straight at General Leopard. The two intersected, and General Panther just wanted to strike out to break the shadow. But he didn't expect the shadow to be a step ahead of it, quickly wrapping around its body. No weight, no pain, no injury. This was not uncomfortable and left General Panther a little confused. What the hell, the other guy missed. But when it tried to move again, it was dismayed to find itself, surprisingly, suddenly much slower. He desperately strained and stomped his limbs, but to no avail. And with this weirdness he experienced, the system had already given Hu Yi the answer. Shackles of time advanced. Puts a shackle of time on the target, reducing its speed and agility by 80%. Hu Yi looked at Li Chengqian in surprise. This person has good talent. You have to know that the Li Chengqian before he did it didn't have this advanced skill. Li Chengqian saw Hu Yi dazed. The heart cursed, "Stupid cat." But the face is showing struggle and bitter color said, "Fei Xiong Fei, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." He was originally forcing the power of time in his body, and General Panther's strength was terrifying to the extreme. He was indeed about to be dislodged and stunned. Enough! As the last bite of venison was swallowed, the number of evolution points on the system panel finally reached 1000. System, upgrade sharp teeth. Ding! Congratulations, host. Talent upgrade has been successful. Obtaining talent. Mouth of the Abyss top level. Mouth of the Abyss top. Who can stop the call from the abyss? Turn your mouth into an abyss and borrow the power of the abyss to gain 10 times the power. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a top talent before breaking the genetic lock. Opening the system's hidden function. Divine Beast Evolution. Chapter 47 1 Chi transforms 3 tigers. Begging for votes. The host can choose the following 3 directions for special evolution in the direction of gods and demons. White Tiger God. Ranks as one of the 4 spirits of heaven in mythology and is the god of the West. The Western Gengxin Gold. Adhering to the heaven and earth's essence of gold gas born. In charge of weapons, no killing, can suppress all the evil in the world. Choosing the White Tiger growth route, you can master the innate Xian gene Qi. All attributes can directly reach the maximum value under the gene lock. 480. Open the special attribute item. Divine power and randomly master a White Tiger divine skill. Poor Qi Devil. One of the 4 great beasts in mythology. Good at punishing the good and raising the evil. The ancient demon god Gong Gong was transformed after his death, with wings that could fly, then suppressed cannibalism and was extremely strong in battle. By choosing the poor man's growth route, you can master the ability to control water, have your genlock cap raised to 600, increase your attribute points by 3 for every 1 evolution point, and randomly master a poor man's talent. Flying bear human. The legendary winged tiger, a symbol of auspiciousness. Not real, it was once the Taoist name of Jiangxia, and then it was glorified by the human race through the generations and became a humanistic beast. Selecting the flying bear growth route opens up the ability to swap popularity values with evolution points at a ratio of 10 to 1, and the ribs are born with innate wings that can protect against wind and thunder. Seeing the 3 directions given by the system, even though he was already in a critical situation at this time, Hui could not help but get entangled. There's no way around it, the system gives too much. As one of the famous 4 spirits, the white tiger's toughness was self-evident. If he chose this route, he would instantly close the attribute gap with General Leopard, and his victory rate would greatly increase. The poor man was of course also very good, although the name of the 4 evils was not good, but he himself was not someone who cared about these false names. Even if it was the poor man's route, which didn't give much of a boost to begin with, the item of 1 evolution point for 3 attribute points just smelled too good. If he chose to retreat for the time being today, in less than 10 days, he would be able to reappear before General Panther in a crushing position and avenge the deaths of everyone present. And Flying Bear, the humane route, is equally strong and scary. Other than that, the 10 to 1 popularity value to evolution point swap ratio meant that he would immediately have an extra 1,500 evolution points. This meant that he would instantly have another top-tier skill to add to his repertoire. How terrifying a top-tier skill was, Hui could guess from the Abyssal Mouth skill profile even if he hadn't tried it. 10 times more powerful. What kind of concept is that? The antler plates of the iron-horned moose are perfectly good for chewing on as chips themselves. Come on! On the side, Li Chengqian had already braced himself to the limit and couldn't help but urge on. If it wasn't for the fact that General Panther was too proud and didn't want to drop the price of using a quick freeze ray to deal with a bunch of scum after getting in close, Li Chengqian would have turned into an ice sculpture by now, just like Chu Chanqian. Hui no longer hesitated and said in his mind, "System, since you've listed them all, it proves that you have all 3 routes of power. In that case, I'll cut the crap. I'll take all 3 routes. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. If you can't do it, you'll wait to find your next home." After saying that, Hui directly rushed in front of Li Chengqian, directly facing the leopard general that had been slowed down to the extreme. Although Hui said the last sentence in an icy tone, he could not help but feel a pang of apprehension in his heart. If the system really didn't agree, then one would have to quickly choose the white tiger route and gain the power to rival the leopard general in a short period of time. Otherwise, he's really going to have a dead ball today. Who knows that after hearing Hui's words, the system not only didn't reject it, but instead seemed to be prompted with some joyful implications. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the system's hidden skill. 1 Chi transforms 3 tigers to Dao level. 1 Chi transforms 3 tigers to Dao level. Using one's own divine, evil, and good thoughts as a base, and one's own true, resentful, and righteous Chi as a guide, one manifests a white tiger doppelganger, poor Chi doppelganger, and flying bear doppelganger. White tiger doppelganger shares the same attributes as the main body, and masters a different number of white tiger talents based on the strength of the main body. Poor man's doppelganger attributes are 120% of the body's attributes, and holds a varying number of poor man's talents, depending on the body's strength. Flying bear doppelganger 80% of the body's attributes except for the speed attribute, which is 200% of the body's attributes, and can temporarily merge with the body with attribute stacking. Host obtains hidden skills. System hidden function opens. Hui did not pay attention to the long speech behind the system because he had already been deeply shocked by the strength of the 3 tigers in 1 Chi. Great Dao level skill, it sounds like a bull's eye. Right at this moment, behind Hui, Li Chengqian suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed out a blood arrow, followed by a roll of the eyes, and collapsed straight down. He who did his best. And as he fainted to the ground, that turbid 9 Yin's shadow followed suit and instantly collapsed and disappeared. Feeling the invisible bindings disappear, General Panther's expression was joyful. The speed it prides itself on is back. Only to see it smiling cruelly at Hui, teasingly. "Yo, kitty, aren't you going to run?" Hui pretended to be righteous and said to it, "One death is all that matters. But can you, as a titular Beast King level powerhouse, answer a question I have before I die?" General Panther looked at Hui in surprise and said, "You who, little cat, I really underestimated you. Even knowing that I'm a Beast King level?" Hui's face twitched as he sniffed. "When you rushed over, a mouthful of this Beast King. Old ears have heard Callus's good. I'm in a good mood today, so ask and I'll fulfill your last wish." I just want to know why you're called General Panther? Who named you? In fact, from the first moment Hui saw its name, this was a question he wanted to ask. If this name was given to it after its mutation, then given its arrogance, it would have to be called something like Leopard King or Leopard Aotion or something like that. So Hui analyzed that its name, with a high probability, was given by someone else. In Daxia, the official government would never allow private individuals to keep snow leopards, and naturally it would not be an individual who named it. If it was officially bred, the name General is so eye-catching and beggarly that there should be a high probability that it wasn't either. Layers of elimination down, there should be only one explanation: that it supposedly had met a being more powerful than it and named it. However, the attributes of the Leopard General, the Beast King in front of him, were already perverse enough. Now in this world, could there really exist an existence even more powerful than the Beast King? As expected, General Panther revealed a touch of humanized fervor and adoration after hearing Hu Yi's question. Such a wise and majestic name was of course given to me by the Beast Emperor Sama. You know, I'm the third highest ranked general under the seat of the Beast Emperor. Chapter 48, The Pitiful One Chi Transforming 3 Tigers. Begging for votes. Hearing the word, Beast Emperor, Hu Yi's heart instantly sank to the bottom. This look was not an existence at the same level as the Beast King. General Panther snapped to alert and looked at Hu Yi with an unfriendly face and said, "What, could it be that you also want to defect to the Beast Emperor Lord? You might as well just die. Not to mention the fact that your normal mutant beast strength is simply not enough. Just because you're a tiger, I can't keep you." After saying that, General Panther stepped on all 4 feet and darted towards Hu Yi. Hu Yi hadn't had time to digest the news in its words, and when he saw that it made a direct move, he hastily opened his mouth and roared. One Chi transforms 3 tigers. In an instant, 3 gases, gold, purple and red, appeared in Hu Yi's mouth and nose. After landing on the ground, the 3 gases instantly transformed into 3 spotted tigers, and the moment they were molded, Hu Yi felt a wonderful connection between himself and the 3 of them. Like driving an arm, it represented exactly how Hu Yi felt at this moment. The white tiger is in the center and is majestic. The poor man is on the left, eyeing the tiger. And the only flying bear who could barely keep up with the Leopard General's speed directly leapt up and rushed towards the Leopard General, who had nearly transformed into a stump. General Panther was startled by this sudden scene, and in his timidity, he actually took the initiative to dodge the attack of the flying bear doppelganger. Seeing that it had lost its center gate, the eyes of the poor man's branch lit up and quickly ran towards General Panther, only to see it running while emitting an eerie blue light all over its body, a sense of madness steeply appearing. Water God's wrath top. At the cost of giving up one's life, unleash a supreme strike containing 100 times one's own strength. Holy, exciting. It's a kill shot right off the bat. Hu Yi was excited to see this, and the poor man's bifurcation had originally possessed 360 points of power. Multiply that by 100, and it doesn't blow the Panther General right out of the water. As for what, at the cost of giving up his life, Hu Yi did not care at all. It's just a puff of air. If it dies, it dies. Remind the host that the so-called One Chi transforms 3 tigers, which are different forces of origin carrying the host's intention and essence. If the 3 tigers are dead and the host does not have the corresponding origin power, then the 3 tigers are no different from being truly dead and can no longer be used. And the portion of the host's intent and essence attached to them evaporates and disappears. In severe cases, it can cause regression in strength. Hu Yi. Poor man, you stupid fool. Come back to me. I don't pay you a salary every month. Why are you playing with your life, you? Can't you just wait for everyone to get together? The skills that people's white tigers carry are also very strong, okay? For Spirit Space top level, using 4 foreign beasts as the eyes of the formation, a powerful formation is formed, forming a closed space that can suppress the strength of the enemies in the space. Current spatial effect Fey level formation I. The target's full attributes are reduced by 20%, and the 4 spirit beasts in the formation have their attributes increased by 20%. However, when he used his consciousness to hook up with the autonomous consciousness of the poor Chi doppelganger, the feedback that the poor Chi doppelganger sent him made him even more speechless. You didn't say so, where's the time for that? Blocking the butt door, you know, take off your pants, you. Hu Yi. 2. You're blaming me? Forget it, let it die, ball. It's a real pain in the ass to have it around. Just as Hu Yi was already ready to accept the reality, General Panther, who had sensed that a killing opportunity had arrived, barely hesitated for a second and opened his mouth to unleash a sharp freeze ray at the poor man. The water god's wrath of the poor chi strengthens physical strength and does not help much with spell damage, such as the freeze ray. Almost instantly, the poor man turned into an ice sculpture with an unwilling face and stood in place. It's over. Seeing the poor chi fall, Hu Yi's heart was in a great hurry. Without poor Qi, the strongest combatant, who else could serve as the main attacker, him, the white tiger and the flying bear? What's more egg is that there is one less tiger. How should the four-spirit space be completed? Just as Hu Yi was anxious in his heart, the white tiger suddenly said to him in his consciousness, "Honored one, quickly form the four-spirit space formation." Without waiting for Hu Yi to pursue, he only saw 3 lines made up of mysterious runes suddenly appear on the white tiger's body. One connects to Hu Yi, one connects to the flying bear, and one even connects to that ice sculpture that poor Qi has transformed. Hu Yi was shocked. What is the situation? A dead tiger can also become a formation eye. The white tiger glanced at Hu Yi suspiciously and replied, "Of course you can't. How can you provide power for the formation if you're dead? Then you're still colluding with the ice sculpture that the poor man turned into? It just turns into an ice sculpture. It's not like it's dead." The white tiger's words instantly caused Hu Yi to blossom with surprise and hurriedly looked towards the ice sculpture that Chu Qian had transformed into. In that case, isn't Chu Qian still alive too? The white tiger followed his eyes and shook his head after sensing Chu Qian's gradually weakening vital signs. She can't, she's weak as hell. Though not dead now, the time of perishing is near. Hu Yi asked eagerly, "And what if it breaks the ice on her?" "It's the same reason, she's physically weak, and if she breaks the ice, she'll just be reduced to a mess of debris, along with the ice sculpture." "Then what if we beheaded General Panther?" Hu Yi asked undeterred. White Tiger rolled his eyes, speechless. "Honored one, wake up, this ice sculpture. It's not like it's because of this panther's continuous energy output that it's able to maintain the molded thing. It's already formed itself, so you killing that leopard won't help." Hu Yi's expression darkened as he heard this. After all, one can't save her. Bang! In the distance, in order to block General Panther from approaching Hu Yi's main body, the flying bear doppelganger was once again slapped to the ground. Fortunately, in the space of the 4 spirits, the 2 attributes of this and that, the flying bear with the help of the speed of the leopard general, which exceeded a chip so as to avoid a fatal blow. This is not the time to grieve. With red eyes, Hu Yi forced himself not to look at the girl who was about to perish in order to save himself. "I want you to pay for your life." Hu Yi angrily let out a roar. General Panther gave Hu Yi a contemptuous look and sneered, "With you." Just when Hu Yi is ready to avenge Chu Qian, he suddenly feels a wave of dizziness in his brain and a bit of weakness up and down around his body. Tips host, your power will soon be unable to maintain the avenue level skill. 1 Chi transforms 3 tigers. After a countdown of 20 seconds, the skill will be automatically shut down. Now the countdown begins. 20, 19, 18. This pitiful skill. Just now, that poor man almost made himself innocently injured, and now the system is telling Lousy that this skill doesn't last. Can't you rely on something? Hu Yi gritted his teeth and directly drank at the flying bear split. Flying bear possess. The flying bear doppelganger was ordered to fly away from General Panther without hesitation and quickly landed on top of Hu Yi's head. Chapter 49, The Power of Top-Level Skills Requesting Votes. The 2 are combined into one. Hu Yi instantly felt a sense of power all over his body, and it was as if something on both sides of his body wanted to break out. Take a look at the properties at this point. Name Hu Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 360 plus 288. Speed, 360 plus 720. Endurance, 360 plus 288. Defense, 360 plus 288. Talent. Special skills. Feeling the surge in his attributes, Hu Yi looked at the Panther General, whose expression changed from madness to vigilance, and said with a cold smile, "Take out. Are you coming to the door yourself? Or should I come over and pick it up?" "Take out? What do you mean?" General Panther froze, obviously not having heard the word before. "Never mind. I'll just carry my own." Today's General Leopard was a dish in his eyes. Saying that, Hu Yi violently scurried out. With a speed value of up to 1,080 points, Hu Yi arrived in front of the Leopard General almost in just an instant, and opened his mouth to bite down. General Panther was startled and cautiously tried to dodge Hu Yi's attack, observing for a while before making a move. But Hui couldn't and didn't dare to give him this chance to delay. After all, according to General Panther's system panel, its mental power had already recovered to 99. Immediately, it's ready to unleash the freeze ray once again. The mouth of the abyss. Without hesitation, Hui instantly activated this top-level skill of his that he had yet to try. Only Hui's mouth was suddenly devoid of his tongue, mouth, and throat. Apart from the horrifyingly sharp teeth guarding the side of his mouth was only as black as a black hole. When General Panther saw this bizarre scene, how could he not know that there must be a demon when things go wrong? Right at the moment when Hui's big mouth bit over, it exploded its potential and its neck flew back a few centimeters, coincidentally dodging the fatal blow. Just as it wanted to continue spreading its legs to get away from Hui, the black hole in Hui's mouth violently emitted a huge suction force, which even directly sucked it back. Even General Panther felt as if someone had yanked his neck long and hard and offered it to Hui's mouth. Hui was nonchalant. His canines clicked together. That 6,480 points of terrifying bite force directly gave General Leopard a decapitation sentence. However, even without the White Tiger's boost and the Flying Bear's merge, Hui could still achieve 3,000 points of biting power with the help of this skill, and could just as easily bite the throat of the Leopard General, the Beast King. Top-notch skills. Scary as hell. Without waiting for Hui to be excited enough for 2 seconds, as the Dadao level skill, One Chi transforms 3 tigers, siphoned off the last ounce of strength from Hui's body. He fell heavily to the ground, powerless. The White Tiger and the Flying Bear, too, disappeared into thin air. But before Hui could breathe a sigh of relief, another trouble came. Warning! Warning! Due to the fact that the poor man's detachment is trapped and cannot be retrieved, the poor man's detachment will compulsorily draw on the host's evolution points and attribute points to maintain its consumption when it is being molded, until the host's life cycle returns to sub-adulthood and the skill of transforming 3 tigers in one breath mandatorily disappears. This pitiful skill, this is going to play me to death. Right now the world was changing so rapidly, and countless creatures were evolving into alien beasts every day. At this time when one retreats to sub-adult stage, I'm afraid it would be difficult to survive, right? But anxious as he was, Hui looked at the ice sculpture that poor Chi had transformed into, but he could not do anything at all. Around him, the only person who might have the ability to help, Li Chengxian, remained unconscious. The group of fighters breaking the back didn't even have to think about it. There was no way a hot weapon could blast through the damn ice. System, what do I do? The host has not mastered the means of attack of an energetic nature, so he can only rely on the power of his own flesh. But the host is now lacking in physical strength and is unable to carry out effective means of physical attack. Do I need you to remind me of this embarrassing situation? I am asking you if you have any means of helping me regain my strength quickly? The only way he could think of was to feed on the corpse of General Panther. But now, his entire body's strength had been drained away, and he couldn't even raise his head. So how was he going to tear and swallow the corpse of a beast king? The host can use the popularity value and exchange it for evolution points. Hui froze, puzzled. Isn't that a feature that can only be turned on after choosing to take the humane Flying Bear route? Please refer the host to the system records yourself. After that, the system stopped talking. Hui hurriedly flipped through the system information records. Sure enough, in Chapter 47, the system had prompted that after he obtained the hidden skill of One Chi transforming 3 tigers, he had also opened the system's hidden function. When you look at it closely, it's basically a weaker version of the 3 evolutionary routes combined. First of all, what has not changed is that Hui is now equipped with the essence of heaven and earth's gold chi, as well as mastering the ability to control water. Only the system had cut out the randomly comprehended related skills, which needed to be subsequently opened on their own using evolution points. On top of that, the benefit related to the White Tiger's growth path, which directly boosted the entire body's attributes to the maximum value under Genlock, was cancelled. Special attribute item. Divine power is also not directly opened, requiring subsequent unlocking of White Tiger-related divine skills to synchronize the unlocking. Related to the poor man's growth path, the benefit of converting every 1 evolution point into 3 attribute points is cancelled, and it remains 1 evolution point for 1 attribute point. The gene lock cap could still be raised to 600, but after exceeding 480 points, it would require Hui to use 3 evolution points in order to exchange 1 attribute point. It doesn't change back until all the attributes reach 600 points and you enter the next life level. Related to the Flying Bear's growth path, the talent of ribbed innate wings is cancelled in favor of the ability to summon the wind and thunder wings in their energy form. However, this wind and thunder twin wings requires the consumption of evolution points to evolve. With Hu Yi's current size, he almost needed to inject 1,000 evolution points before he could barely use his wind thunder twin wings for flight. Fortunately, the system panel of the wind and thunder twin wings stated that the more evolution points injected, the higher the evolution of the wind and thunder twin wings, and the deeper the understanding of the two paths of wind and thunder. In time, when the wind and thunder twin wings entered their ultimate state, Hu Yi could master these two great Dao powers just as he had mastered the gold and water Dao. Also, the popularity value and evolution point swap function is still there, only the ratio has become 100 to 1. Hu Yi had the intention to bargain with the system, but the system didn't even pick on him this time. This means that the 100 to 1 ratio is already the bottom line given by the system. Looking at his own popularity value close to 30,000, Hu Yi waved his hand and transformed a full 50 evolution points, all of which were used to alleviate the fatigue of the muscles of the whole body. There was no way around it. The process of converting popularity values into evolution points was irreversible, so there was no way Hu Yi could not be more cautious. After slightly recovering his physical strength, Hu Yi walked up to the ice sculpture transformed by the poor Qi doppelganger and executed Mouth of Abyss. After getting out of the trap, the poor man's doppelganger instantly dissipated and disappeared. Hu Yi's worries were finally gone. Turning back, Hu Yi looked towards Chu Qian, who was surrounded by ice with a mournful expression. Is there really no way to save her? Chapter 50 Chu Qian Evolution. Begging for votes. Instructor, 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 wake up! Just as Hu Yi was immersed in sadness, the warriors on one side who were responsible for the rearguard, seeing that Hu Yi finally killed General Panther, could not cheer in time and rushed into the action of rescuing the wounded. When examining Li Wenqiang, the military doctor found that he had already had his spine slapped by General Panther, and even many of his internal organs had been ruptured. He was now breathless, with only one breath left. In the 1st Battalion, if the battalion commander, Chen Ziming, is as strict as a father, then Li Wenqiang is as considerate as a loving mother. The fact that he knew all the fighters' family situations was a testament to his devotion to his subordinates. But judging from his immediate injuries, even if he were in a large hospital with all the instruments, no one would be able to snatch him back from the hands of the Grim Reaper with the current medical conditions. Right at this moment, a warrior's afterglow glanced at the dazed Hu Yi, suddenly remembering something. He hurriedly got up and ran over, revealing a touch of frantic hopefulness, and said, "Flying Bear, can your blood save the instructor? I beg you, please. Men have tears in their eyes, and men have gold in their knees." These two sentences are even more highly regarded as Gue standards NIE in the military. But now, this warrior was violating that code. Not only him, those warriors who were startled by his voice also reacted, crowing and kneeling in front of Hu Yi. Even a warrior whose leg had been bitten off by General Leopard desperately struggled to move around on the stretcher, desperate to join in the fun. Hu Yi came back to his senses and mumbled as he walked to the injured one by one, consuming his popularity value to heal their wounds. Good people will pass away, Hu Yi heartache, although not forget the business, but apparently all other things are not interested. Among the injured, Li Wenqiang, who was the most seriously injured, had consumed a full 1,000 points of his popularity value. Of the other wounded, the ones who were not seriously injured he did not try to save, but only gave tiger's blood to a few warriors who were dying from serious injuries or were physically crippled. Piecemeal adds up to a mere 3,000 popularity points spent. But at the same time that these seriously injured men had retrieved a life, these warriors in front of him, out of gratitude, directly added nearly 500 more points of popularity value to him. In the future, if this matter was publicized, the Golden Tiger Regiment's fighters alone would be able to provide themselves with large thousands of popularity points, right? It's not a bad deal. Hu Yi saw Li Wenqiang's body, which instantly shifted from near death to a state of serious injury. This popularity feature of the system is really powerful. Just a few hundred points of popularity value of energy in the area can make a life, and so on. Yeah, popularity ratings are a form of energy. If Chu Qian absorbed this power and became an evolved person, would she not be forced to split her body if she broke the ice to save her? Hu Yi snapped out of it and hurriedly asked the system, "System, with my popularity value, can I help humans complete their evolution?" Sure. The evolution point of the system is the innate to pure origin. Popularity value is the acquired to pure wish power. They were the purest energies in the heavens and earth, and it would be a piece of cake to provide humans with the ability to complete their evolution, and they would even be incredibly useful. However, energy is energy, and whether or not it can evolve successfully depends on each person's talent and luck. Hui nodded his head repeatedly, something he could understand. You hire the best chess teachers and provide the best teaching environment for a pig, and it's not going to turn into a chess saint. Ahem, except for the fey pig, after all, that thing is pretty intelligent too. The book is back to business, so let's do it. Hui hurriedly ran to Chu Qian's ice sculpture and carefully used one of his sharp teeth, turning frantically on the ice sculpture, trying to open a small hole. He didn't dare to open the abyssal mouth, a top skill at this time, for fear that a certain moment of poor control of the force, directly even people with ice biting into fine pieces. But his mouth, it was too big for such delicate work. Seeing Hu Yi's action, the soldiers hurriedly came over with electric drills to help, and Hu Yi did not refuse. Unfortunately, the drill bit was not hard enough to break on exertion, again preventing it from doing the job. Seeing this, Hu Yi didn't hesitate at all and slapped at his canine teeth. Click! A toothy sound rang out, and a white object with red blood flew straight out. Hu Yi hurriedly searched for a tooth all over the ground, and then asked the soldiers to put this tooth on the electric drill and try with it. The crowd tried it, and it worked. It wasn't long before a small eye was finally drilled out of Chu Qian's ice sculpture. Hu Yi quickly ran around and articulated back a not-so-large lingji. After chewing it up, Hu Yi stuffed it into the hole. He had already exposed his ability to help people regenerate their broken limbs. If he helped Chu Qian evolve again, I guess all the humans in the world would want to hunt themselves. The medium of popularity value is fine as long as it's something on your own body anyway. Who would have thought that what really helped Chu Qian evolve was not the Ganoderma lucidum, but his own saliva? Hu Yi attached 10,000 popularity points to his saliva, because the system told him that the process of human evolution, in a way, carries a certain metaphysical component. It also had no way of predicting the exact number of popularity values that each person would need to spend when evolving, as well as the final result. Generally speaking, however, an ordinary person who wanted to complete an evolution would only need to spend 10,000 popularity points. Too much won't do. It's too much, it's easy to burst Chu Qian. As Hu Yi's saliva touches on Chu Qian's body, unseen by the surrounding people, a stream of pure to the extreme wishing power quietly enters into Chu Qian's body. For a moment, Chu Qian's face immediately turned red, not at all like it had been frozen. Immediately after that, the layer of ice that was tightly connected to the surface of her body actually gradually became smaller. The ice is melting? A small warrior next to him wondered. A veteran next to him slapped him hard on the side of the head and hated him. How many times have I told you to observe things carefully when they come up? You say the ice melted. So where do you think the water went? The little warrior looked underneath Chu Qian and sure enough, it was clean and dry with no water stains at all. A group of people have different opinions. Only Hu Yi is surprised and looks at Chu Qian's body. He could sense that the cold ice on Chu Qian's body had turned into a force of law and entered her body. It seems that Qian is going to awaken the talent related to the ice system. On the side, Li Changqian woke up leisurely on a stretcher. Upon seeing that Chu Qian was undergoing some sort of incredible change, he, who had had the same experience, could not help but sigh. Although ice talents are common, Qian should be able to get through it as long as she becomes an evolutionary. I just don't know what kind of ice talent she will awaken. Hui glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Do you think what I fed her was an ordinary lingji? There are 10,000 points of my popularity value in there. Get the tray ready. I'm afraid your eyes will fall on the floor in a moment and that won't be good." The reason he said that was simple because at this moment, the system had already read all of Chu Qian's attributes. Especially when he saw the column of talent, Hui could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 51, The Ice Goddess Request for Votes. Name Chu Qian. Race, Human First Class Evolutionary. Strength, 102. Speed, 123. Endurance, 99. Defense, 66. Spirit, 400. Talent, Ice God Envoy Divine. Special skills, Freezing Ray top level, Rain of Ice top level, Silver Heaven and Earth top level. A large number of beginner, intermediate, and advanced skills, no less than dozens of them in bits and pieces. There were 3 top-tier skills alone that she could use right now, and that's not even counting the later, those gray skills she can't use for now. There are even several skills labeled God level and sub-God level at the back. Hu Yi is sour. System. I mastered the two great Tao powers of gold and water. Why can't I awaken a single skill? If the host chooses a separate route of evolution, of course good skills will be awakened, and the level will never be lower than God level. But since the host is greedy and wants all three routes, it's only natural that this part of the reward can only be cut out. Hu Yi of course knew that he had actually gotten a big bargain. After all, as long as he kept gaining evolution points in the future, he would be able to learn all the talents and special skills on these three routes, which would definitely be more cost-effective than a single route. It's just that he's really upset right now. Barely gathering himself, Hu Yi then asked, "Then what level of existence are the God level and sub-divine level, ah?" The top levels go up in order: sub-divine, divine, heavenly path, and great path. Top-level ascension to sub-divine level requires the consumption of 10,000 evolution points and has only a 50% success rate. System, I've seen for a long time that you're no good. 10,000 evolution points for that price, black, I won't say anything. There's a 50% chance of failure? Wouldn't that mean that in order to upgrade out of a sub-god level skill, an average of 20,000 evolution points would be needed? Hu Yi was just about to curse when the system suddenly asked, "The effect of a top skill, does it smell good? Fragrance. Give and take, give and take. That's something I understand. Don't you? But you're setting a price that's so inhuman. I'm not human in the first place." Hu Yi. It was a debate that the system ultimately won with "not a human being." Head. Hurts. Chu Chen frowned as she woke up from her stupor and couldn't help but hold her head and hum. Chen, you're awake." When Li Changqian sees Chu Chen waking up leisurely, he excitedly just wants to go up and care about it. But he is arched to the side by Hu Yi's butt. Chen, you're awake. Is there anything wrong?" Chu Chen slowly opens her eyes and looks at Hu Yi in front of her and says joyfully, "Flying bear, you're okay?" Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and looked nervous. "Flying bear, let's go. There are monsters of great strength coming." Apparently, after being frozen, all of her memories were stuck before the freeze. Hu Yi smiled and rubbed his head against hers, saying in a soft tone, "It's okay. The monster is dead." Dead. Chu Chen revealed a touch of delight when she heard this. It was only immediately afterward that she said with an afterthought of a shocked look, "Flying bear, you can talk?" Hu Yi nodded and said calmly, "The aura between heaven and earth is reviving, and there are countless strange fruits in the forest, so eating them might have some strange effect." "Great!" Chu Chen excitedly hugged Hu Yi's big head, causing Hu Yi to feel a sense of suffocation once again. Li Changqian looked at the side for a while, and hurriedly came over and said, Chen, you don't know how heroic I was just to deal with that monster." That. Before he finished speaking, Hu Yi directly whipped him out again with a tail. "What the hell? How dare you interrupt my good deed?" After the hug, Hu Yi sees that Chu Chen has not yet realized the change in himself. So he opens his mouth. Chen, when you were just frozen, I used a cold ice Lingji to help you complete your evolution. Now try to mobilize the power in your body and feel it." Hu Yi doesn't make any drafts, and opens his mouth to make up, attributing all the credit for Chu Chen's evolution to that innocent little Lingji. Chu Chen looks at Hu Yi suspiciously, obviously not understanding what he means. "Evolution? What does that mean?" Hu Yi did not explain, but walked over to Li Changqian, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and said faintly, "Go on. Teach her how to use her powers." Seeing that he could not fool Hu Yi, Li Changqian simply lay down on the ground and brushed up. "I'm not going. I was knocked off my feet twice and hurt." Hu Yi smiled faintly and stood by his side before violently letting out a shocking roar. For a time, 1,000 birds flew out of the grass and 10,000 beasts ran wild. Chu Chen and the warriors clearing the battlefield were all taken aback. But to say the most miserable, it is none other than Li Changqian who was deliberately targeted by Hu Yi. The moment the roar was finished, his ears had lost their hearing and his brain was nearly a mush. "You're better than that snow leopard. How's that?" Hu Yi's light tone once again reached Li Changqian's ears. Li Changqian opened his eyes and was met with Hu Yi's icy eyes. He then remembered that this person in front of him was not one of the several other kings who had been appointed by the National Security Bureau, such as the Northern Dog King, Smuri, and the Eastern Ape King, Ruby, were raised by humans from a young age and have a deep bond with them. Like the Western Bear King Yin Yang Messenger, the Southwest Elephant King Duo, they are also in the early years of human favor, coupled with Huang Chongshang, Yuan Qing such as intermediary in so willing to help humans. NSA 8 King Beasts, Only Hu Yi has not received a trace of favor from humans, but instead has saved many humans. Playing a scoundrel in front of him was a real death wish for himself. Master Tiger, I'm joking with you, seriously no? Don't worry, I'll do whatever you ask. You see how this has gone down. It's all in the family. While fawning and nodding his head to Hu Yi, Li Chengxian quickly ran to Chu Qianqian's side. He was also afraid that if Hu Yi really got angry, his wife-to-be would at least be able to help him. Under Li Chengxian's guidance, Chu Qianqian finally learned how to control the ice power in her body. Silverware heaven and earth. With Chu Qianqian's cry, snowflakes strangely drifted up on an open space of about 10 meters. Most importantly, the space here was extremely cold and the ice energy was very active. Li Chengxian scared and marveled. It seems that your powers, which are auxiliary in nature, can turn the main combat environment into a field of ice and snow. If I let you bring a group of ice evolvers with you, you'd still be killing gods and Buddhas. Ice evolvers would definitely increase their strength drastically if they were to engage in combat in the silver-armored heaven and earth. Sure enough, your favorite woman is extraordinary. Auxiliary evolvers, which were already relatively rare. The kind of auxiliary ability that could increase dozens or even hundreds of people like what Chu Qianqian displayed would be even rarer. Li Chengxian was thinking of taking the opportunity to praise him a few more times, but he didn't expect Chu Qianqian to suddenly reach out again. Rain of ice. Li Chengxian, what do you mean? Don't tell me you've just evolved to master 2 skills. Don't be outrageous, okay? Chapter 52, another god-level talent requesting tickets. In Li Chengxian's dumbfounded expression, a dark cloud quickly gathered 100 meters away in the direction that Chu Qianqian was pointing to. Immediately afterward, a huge hailstorm poured down, knocking off many of the thick branches. Chu Qianqian hastily withdrew her hand and playfully spat out her tongue. I'm in trouble. Hui looked at the ice rain in the distance with an astonished expression, and then glanced at Chu Qianqian by his side. The others were far away and couldn't see very well, but with his amazing eyesight, he clearly saw that it wasn't hail at all. Instead, it's one ice sword. It was just that this ice sword, only a prototype, was not clear yet, and it was estimated that there was still room for improvement. Hu Yi guessed that Ice Rain's next form should be to completely transform into a sword shape. In this way, this Ice Rain would not only have gravity but also penetration. Li Chengxian came back to his senses and said in surprise, "Oh my god, Qianqian, you even just evolved and you can release 2 such large supernatural abilities in a row. You won't just become a level 2 evolver, right?" Chu Qianqian looked at him blankly and asked, "What is a level 2 evolutionary?" It's the evolvers above the first level evolver realm. Generally speaking, after successful evolution, humans are first-level evolvers and will have 1 to 3 talents or skills. The more alien means you master, the stronger your talent. But an evolver with even stronger talent, with the mental power of a level 1 evolver level in a short period of time, it is only right to release only 1 skill by common sense. Li Chengxian wondered. Chu Qianqian asked suspiciously, "But why don't I feel the effort?" When Hu Yi heard this, he secretly skimmed his lips and said, "Of course you don't bother. Why don't you try to hold up the silver-suited heaven and earth for 1 minute? Silver suit heaven and earth top level. Condense ice energy to construct an icy battlefield. In silver armor heaven and earth, all ice talents and skills, depending on the skill level, can obtain effect bonuses ranging from 50% to 300%. There is no bonus effect if the level exceeds the top level, or if one's realm level exceeds that of the practitioner by 2 levels. Current skill coverage, 10-10, skill consumption, 10 mental energy second. This skill can be grown. Chu Qianqian just had an unsteady control, and the silver suit heaven and earth only lasted for about 2 seconds, consuming 20 points of mental energy. The rain of ice was powerful and consumed a lot, but it was only comparable to the freeze ray and required 100 mental energy. For her whopping 400 points of total spirit, consuming 120 points of spirit power, she certainly didn't feel tired. If we extrapolate according to Li Chengxian's statement, I'm afraid that an ordinary level 1 evolver would only have around 30 to 50 points of spiritual power when they first succeeded in evolving. Chu Qianqian's spiritual power, which was 8 to 10 times that of these ordinary evolvers, could not be described as anything less than terrifying. However, what surprised Hu Yi the most right now was not the pavilion like Chu Qianqian. Instead, it was Li Chengxian who was by her side, nodding his head like a pug. Name, Li Chengxian. Race, human level 2 evolutionary. Strength, 226. Speed, 250. Endurance, 206. Defense, 93. Spirit, 1000. Talent, Gatekeeper of Time Divine. Special skills, Time Stasis Top, Shackles of Time Advanced, Hypnotizing Late Advanced. Good guy. Judging from these number of skills, he has more than Chu Chen Chen. This seemingly undignified licking dog is definitely a ruthless character whose talent doesn't lose much to Chu Chen Chen. Moreover, he and Chu Chen Chen should have similar talents, the Divine Envoy of Ice and the Gatekeeper of Time, meaning that they had both initially grasped the laws of the Ice Dao and the laws of the Time Dao. Among humans, they were definitely the best of the best. Half a month later, the Northeast's clearance team, with the help of Hu E, had inspected the entire Daxinganling. Without General Leopard, there was not a single foreign beast in the entire Great Shingen Mountain that was a match for Hu E. Hu E himself was secretly relieved. The Beast Emperor that Panther General had spoken of earlier had been as scary as a butcher's knife hanging on his neck. After all, even if he had grown a lot in strength over the past half a month, he didn't dare to say that he was now able to defeat an existence that surpassed the level of a Beast King. On the very day that the clearance team withdrew, Chu Deshang happened to return from his injuries. Hu E could not help but be surprised after seeing Chu Deshang. This father and daughter, are they going to become human sealings together? Name Chu Deshang. Race, human first-class evolutionary. Strength, 119. Speed, 127. Endurance, 87. Defense, 87. Spirit, 450. Talent, Nature Guardian Divine. Special skills, Life Cage Top Level, Friend of All Beasts Top Level, Song of Life Advanced. Good Lord, counting Chu Chenli, Li Chengqian, and the last one to appear, Xian, Hu E has already seen 4 human experts with God-level talent. What's the concept? It wasn't that Hu E hadn't seen ordinary human evolvers in the past few days. Even if they worked well together and their powers complemented each other, it often took 10 or 8 of them to deal with an ordinary alien beast. After all, the difference in attributes between them and the Fey beasts was just too great. But after replacing it with Chu Bingbing, the two sides' postures unexpectedly swapped. The first time Chu Bingbing went into battle alone, she used up all of her spiritual energy to strike out with all her might under Hu Yi's pressure. The final result of the battle was to kill 3 ordinary foreign beasts, and another 4 foreign beasts received light and heavy injuries, which really stunned the crowd. When converted, an evolver with God-level talent had enough battle power to be worth 100 or 80 ordinary evolvers. Hu Yi once secretly pondered in his mind, if under the premise that Chu Chen Qian had become a level 2 evolutionary, together with Li Changqian and Xian, could he deal with it? The end result can. However, one must rely on their own Dao level skill that could be described as a plug-in, 1 Qi transforming 3 tigers, or else they would have no chance of winning at all. After Chu Deshang hugged Chu Chen Qian, he looked at Hu Yi in surprise and said, "Flying bear, you've grown so big." Before Hu Yi could wait to speak, Chu Deshang's next sentence almost didn't make him choke on his saliva. "That size, it's as big as your dad. What the hell? I'm warning you, even though you're my royal chef, you can't make ethical jokes with me." Chu Chen Qian asked curiously, "Dad? What do you mean? How do you know where Fei Xiong's dad is?" Speaking of this, Chu Deshang said excitedly, "Do you remember? When we first went looking for the Burmese python, we surmised that the killer of it was the female tiger that was lost from the Northeast Tiger Park?" Chu Chen Qian said with a nod. "Of course I remember. I also guessed that the female tiger was the same one we saved from the poachers' guns in the first place." Afterward, Chu Chen Qian glanced at Hu Yi suspiciously and said, "Isn't that flying bear's wife?" "That's my mom," Hu Yi said with a black line on his head. "Ah, I thought. Hearing Hu Yi's words, Chu Chen Qian's embarrassment was off the charts. At that time, she didn't have much in-depth understanding of alien beasts and evolution. She was just treating Hu Yi as an ordinary tiger that was close to humans. With 2 adult tigers, 1 male and 1 female, and tiger cubs around them, Chu Chen Qian instinctively thought of Hu Yi's relationship with the tiger mom in a biased way. Chu Deshang looked at Hu Yi in surprise. Although he had long gotten the news that Hu Yi could talk, the level of shock was still different when he heard it in person. Hu Yi looked at Chu Deshang and asked curiously, "So, you found it in the Northeast Tiger Park?" After all, Hu Yi could not say the word father. Chu Deshang nodded and pulled out his cell phone, fiddling with it a few times. Shortly after, he placed his cell phone in front of Hu Yi with pictures of Tiger Mother, Tiger Elder, Tiger Third Sister, Tiger Elder, and an adult male tiger. Hui didn't feel much for this father he had never met. But at the sight of the tiger mother and the others, a soft color couldn't help but flicker in her eyes. Qian, since this side doesn't need to be scouted anymore, will you accompany me to fetch them back? Chapter 53 Planet Mutiny Request for Votes. Daxia, Shangjing, in a confidential office. The head of Daxia and commander of all armies. Number 1, Daxia General Affairs. Number 2, Daxia Military Vice Commander. Number 3, and Director of the National Security Bureau, Manhwa, were gathered in a circle discussing something. It seemed to be because the matter discussed by the four was extremely important and could not be leaked out. It could also be because the entire building was already filled with a large number of military experts for protection. At this time, outside the door of the house, surprisingly, there was not a single guard standing watch. Meanwhile, a mosquito fly flew noiselessly through the layers of guards to the door of the house. Just as it tried to attach itself to the door, a large hand reached out from nowhere and slapped it straight into pieces. That's right, its pieces made of various pieces of iron and screws. Florence, it's you again. A cold grunt came from the darkness, followed by a return to calm. Not long after, a fierce fight broke out in no man's land several kilometers away from the office. In about half an hour or so, Rice's population was down by another. What happened outside the house was naturally unknown to the several bigwigs inside. It's knowing that they don't need to worry about such a small thing. Number 1 looked at Manhwa, who was obviously a bit haggard lately, and couldn't help but snicker. Yo, it's been a while since I've seen our great director Fang in such a sorry state. A few people sniffed and laughed. Manhwa said with a bitter smile, My Führer, didn't we all agree that after this year I would retire to recuperate? Look at this, it's almost winter, why don't you give the order yet? Number 1 laughed without saying anything, and Number 2 took up the conversation. Manhwa, you're a young man under 60, what's the hurry to retire? There have been huge and bizarre global changes since last month, and the NSA can't do it without you sitting in on it. Manhwa laughed bitterly twice and stopped complaining. He knew it was useless to complain. After all, the country did need him now, and he didn't feel comfortable just leaving, just taking the opportunity to pour out his grievances. Number 3 looked to Number 1 and Number 2 and asked with a frown, What's the latest on global mutations now? Number 2 sniffed, turned around and took out 2 documents from the drawer and handed them to Number 3 and Manhwa. The duo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after reading its contents. Manhwa said with a shocked expression on his face, This report can't be wrong. Can it? And how could Star have gotten bigger? Number 3 put down the report with a grave expression, then gave Manhwa a blank look and said, What's so strange? Put it in last year. Can your grandson carry a 1,000-pound boulder around? Immediately afterward, he took the paper in his hand, threw it into the fire pit in front of him and frowned. How was Star A's enlargement discovered? What are the consequences? One replied, I'm going to have to answer you the other way around on those 2 questions. It has been observed that Star A has grown larger because the structure of the ground has changed, and the crust is surprisingly capable of growing as if it were a living thing. And it's energized and fed by all those meteorites and planetary debris in the universe. But there are many things that the Earth's crust is unwilling or unable to digest, and so it drops them into the world altogether. So far, worldwide, 3 elements that have never appeared before on Planet A have been discovered, which contain a great deal of energy. The reason why they didn't notice it at first was because the places where Star A got bigger were in the middle of the ocean, so no one noticed the anomaly. It wasn't until more than half a month ago that someone found the body of a dragon eater in the sea, and that's when we gradually discovered the fact that Planet A was getting bigger. After saying that, as if he thought he had missed something, Number 1 then added, Half of its body is gone, and according to the investigation, it should have been torn off by some unknown creature. Manhwa was shocked at his words and asked incredulously, Who? Can you confirm that it's the dragon eater? The dragon eater that sank the Japanese carrier? Alien creature number 002? The bombs didn't even kill it, and it would be killed by another creature. Without thinking, Number 1 nodded with a grave expression. Pretty sure it still has the scars from the last time the Japanese used a special weapon supplied by Rice. Number 3 and Manhwa couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. What kind of existence is the dragon eater? That's the culprit that forced the Japanese to reduce the amount of ports by 80%, but it was killed by other creatures in seconds. But immediately afterward, the duo's minds went in a different direction. As the Number 2 person in the military, The first thing that number 3 instinctively thought of was that with the death of the Dragon Eater, the Japanese would have no more constraints and would surely have to resume the number of ships coming in and out of the harbor. It is important to realize that Japan, as an island nation with a small land area and scarce resources, relies heavily on foreign trade. In the months since the appearance of the Dragon Eaters, the Japanese nation had to be forced to increase transportation costs and replace shipping with air transport. In this way, the economy of the Japanese nation was quickly brought down, and the people in the country complained about the inaction of the country's prime minister. If things go on like this, I'm afraid that in another year and a half, the Japanese nation will be forced to disintegrate on its own without the need for other countries to do anything about it. As a daxia person, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't want to see this scene, right? But now, all of that had come to naught with the death of the Dragon Eater. As for Manhwa, as the director of the National Security Bureau, his thoughts were mainly from the impact of the alien beasts on national security. The first question that came to his mind was how much of an impact the emergence of such a giant beast would have on Great Xia. After all, although the Dragon Eaters had attacked the Japanese ships in a frenzy, they had never taken the initiative to attack other countries' ships. Would a different beast be so gentle? Also, with such monsters now appearing in the oceans, will the day be far off when they appear on land? If a large alien beast appeared on land, how would daxia deploy its defense? Number 2 waited a moment for the pair to think before continuing. The fact that the Fae population is growing too fast is just one of the external problems we're facing right now. There's also an internal problem of evolved people amongst the human race, which has been growing as well. As the main person in charge of daxia's livelihood, Number 2 knows the situation in the country like the back of his hand. In recent times, there have been many cases of evolved and suspected evolved people as criminals in the country. Some cases are so bizarre and strange that previous experience in solving cases can no longer help the police deduce who the real culprit is. There are also some evolved caseworkers who are so vicious that they make it difficult for ordinary police officers to apprehend them by virtue of the eccentricity of their powers. One of the most serious cases was a vicious prison break in Dongshan province. A dozen or so inmates, for some reason, suddenly became evolved overnight and attacked the guards that night before heading off without a trace. Throughout the escape, the group of criminals caused 10 deaths and 27 injuries, which had an extremely negative impact. After the 4 discussed it for a while, a series of transfer orders were issued. First, the nation was informed that the world today was in a state of flux, and every effort was made to pacify the people and increase police patrols. Second, urge all evolvers to complete the registration and encourage them to join the NSA sequence as on-board or off-board personnel. Once again, all small zoos were closed and merged into large zoos under centralized management and unified protection by the evolvers in the NSA, as well as the police and military. Finally, all clearance teams everywhere, whether they have completed their tasks or not, are disbanded on the spot. The return of the combat units to their original sequences, and the ranger and other staff related to plant and animal protection to do a good job of monitoring will be sufficient. Chapter 54: The First Meeting of Father and Son Request for Votes. Chu Qianqian nodded and found Li Chengqian to talk about it. Li Chengqian knew about this, but his face showed a difficult color. The matter of Chu Qianqian becoming an evolutionary and showing no less than his talent had already been reported by Li Chengqian some days ago. Meanwhile, Chu Qianqian also agrees to Li Chengqian's invitation to join the State Security Bureau, wanting to do her part to protect daxia. According to the plan, although the inventory activities were over, the evolvers from the official sector, had other important tasks to do. Li Chengqian has just received Fang Hua's instruction that he needs Chu Qianqian and Chu Deshang to go back to the capital to receive physical training for a period of time. After all, an evolved person's body, if it hadn't been exercised, was a flowery frame with empty physical qualities. Back then, Li Chengqian was not convinced of this matter, and was surrounded by 3 King of Soldiers evolutionaries arranged by Fang Hua. As a result, he only had time to immobilize one of them before the remaining 2 soldier kings caught him in a bout of beating. The misery, the pain was still fresh in his mind. Then again, who was he to arrange for a plane to send flying bear? The asshole? Based on the fact that he knocked himself off his feet twice and nearly roared himself deaf? I'm sorry, leg it up. Qian. It's not that I don't help you. It's really inconvenient. You see, this is a fresh order from our director, requiring you to return to Shangjing for a period of training. But if you are not there, who dares to take off with a flying bear? It is after all a foreign beast in case. Any more crap from you, and I'll let what's behind the what-ifs happen to you right now. Hu Yi's voice suddenly appeared behind Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian instantly stood up in sweat, stiffly turned around, pulled up the corner of his mouth and revealed an ugly smile and said, "Tiger, look at you, the joke is serious again, isn't it? Specialized aircraft. Get you a special plane right away." Hui snorted coldly and turned to leave. The next day, Chu Qianqian and Chu Deshang stepped onto the special airplane and took off. Although Hui has snatched Chu Qianqian, he is not too unreasonable. He promised Li Chengqian, or rather Fanghua behind him, that on his return journey, he would bring his family and the father and daughter of Chu Qianqian and return from the Little Xing'an Mountains. The environment in the Little Xing'an Ridge was not much different from the Great Xing'an Ridge, and the number of foreign beasts encountered would never be small. When the time comes, one can exercise Tiger Mother and the others while simultaneously exercising Chu Qianqian and Chu Deshang. By the way, it would also help Daxia to feel the situation of Little Xing'anling, why not? When I got off the plane, a Tiger Park worker, pushing a cage, was standing guard. After the cabin opened, Hui directly ignored the beast cage and darted onto the sealed van in the back. "Are you kidding me? Put me in a cage? You really think I'm Hello Kitty?" Due to Hui's speed, that staff member froze for a while before he finally reacted, his face pale with fear. It was only after Chu Qianqian had a good time pacifying the other party that he finally calmed down and got into the car to be the driver. But when he thought of Hui behind him not in a cage, his hands couldn't stop shaking as if he had Parkinson's. "Hey, if your hands on the steering will keep shaking like that, I'm going to eat someone." Hui forced himself to endure the discomfort caused by motion sickness and growled in a low voice. The old Tiger spoke. The driver was scared by Hui's sudden move. His hands shivered, the steering wheel accidentally turned half a circle, and the whole car directly slid out. If it wasn't for Chu Qianqian's quick reaction to quickly use her ice power to generate an ice wall next to the car, blocking the car back to the right track, this big truck would have to flip out. After arriving at the destination, the driver even fainted directly without waiting to get off the bus and was helped back to rest by his colleagues. The helpless Chu Qianqian could only get out of the car and open the carriage door herself. Hui jumped out of the car and stretched comfortably. His oily fur, glistening in the sunlight, seemed to show off his kingly demeanor. But the staff members who saw the scene were not so calm. "No good. How come this tiger is not locked up and ran out? Geez, this northeastern tiger is too big. Isn't it? It's looking toward us. Run. Oh Buddha. Oh God. Bless this tiger for not seeing me. Quick. Don't panic. Lead it to September." After a moment of panicked clamor, someone finally made a substantial suggestion. Tigers have a strong sense of territory, and if they see a similar species appearing in their territorial range, and of the same sex, it is bound to cause a fierce fight. By the time they freed up their hands, they could anesthetize both of them with a tranquilizer gun in peace. Hui didn't bother to pay attention to this group of people, but when he heard them talking about the name September, he immediately became interested. Listening to Chu Deshang, he said that his tiger father in this life was called by this name. And look at the meaning of this group of keepers. Their own this tiger father, or this tiger garden to carry the existence of Ah. Go take a look. With that thought in mind, he ran unhurriedly toward the lad who had made the loud suggestion. When Yi Wang saw Hui running towards him, he was scared out of his wits and fled in one direction with his ass in the air, shouting as he ran, "Mom, September, come to the rescue." In the distance, a tiger, too large for its own good, drooped its ears impatiently. "Is this tamper again? It's so noisy. If it wasn't for the fact that he brings me food every day, I'd have to stick him in a mouthful. Dang." A fierce metallic clash sounded, and September looked at Yi Wang, who had already pushed open the cage door, with a dazed look of shock and disbelief. "What's the situation? Dinner's ready? Where's the rice?" Wouldn't be offering himself for the king, would he? September glanced at Yi Wang, who was empty-handed, and thought suspiciously. Had he made another mistake recently and the dean sent him to test me? Well, that's definitely it. Maybe by now, there's someone around with a tranquilizer gun, aiming at me. You think I'm stupid? One satiated and one full, the king can still tell the difference. September was just about to go back to lying down when suddenly, it smelled an unfamiliar odor. This is the flavor of adult kind. Reacting, September jerked to her feet, just in time to see the stocky Hui outside the cage. Hui was also sizing up his tiger father at the moment and checking out the attributes that the system had just read out. Name, September. Race, Northeast tiger mutated. Strength, 522. Speed, 469. Endurance, 438. Defense, 501. Spirit, 468. Talents, Guardianship Subdivine, 6th Sense Top. Special Skills, Six-Headed Dharma Body Subdivine, Eye of Insight Top, Loyalty and Fearlessness Top. Seeing September's attributes, Hu E could not help but be staggered. That's too strong. It was clearly at the Fey Beast level, and its stats were close to catching up with the Beast King level Leopard General. Moreover, the difference between the two in terms of talent was not ordinary. A Subdivine level skill worth 20,000 evolution points must not be able to hang on to General Panther's top-level skill that was worth a mere 1,000 evolution points. If it wasn't for the fact that he had also strengthened quite a bit in the past few days, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Chapter 55, The Terrible September. Begging for votes. Name Hui. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 480 full, evolvable. Speed, 480 full, evolvable. Endurance, 480 full, evolvable. Defense, 480 full, evolvable. Evolution point, 415. Skill points, 0. Popularity value, 29745. Talent, Special Skills. Are you September? Hui asked knowingly. September was startled by Hu Yi's divine communication and said vigilantly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Looking for tiger. Hu Yi did not directly state the relationship between the two. Looking for a tiger? September sniffed. Immediately after that, Hu Yi seemed to have caught a whiff of Tiger Mother and looked over in a certain direction. Sure enough, 100 meters away over there, Tiger Mother was leading Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Oldest Four, lying on the ground and huffing and puffing. September instantly burst into a rage after following his gaze. What do you want with Tsukiheim? Hui froze at his words. Who? Tsukiheim? Could it be the name of a tiger mom? Hui turned his head and just wanted to read Tiger Mother's attribute panel to confirm, but he didn't realize that this act had completely angered September. Asshole, you really miss my wife. September roared violently and flew towards Hui. Hui knew that its power was slightly higher than his own, so he did not choose to stand still and wait to fight it hard. The moment both sides were about to collide, Hui jumped to the side in time and greeted him with a slap. But September's reaction speed was not much worse than his, and he met him with the same palm. Poof, a muffled sound rang out. The two palms intersected. It was difficult to distinguish between the two in terms of strength. After one move, Hui did not take the initiative to strike back, considering the identity of September Tiger's father. But September didn't care about that, adjusting her stance again and pouncing on Hui. The two tigers then exchanged dozens of rounds, but remained indistinguishable. Wang couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he watched this the entire time. He never thought that September, who had beaten the entire Northeast Tiger Park without a match, would one day be able to fight the other tigers to a draw. After separating once more, Hui and September coincidentally stopped their hands, resting under their breath while vigilantly observing each other. It couldn't be helped that the physical attributes of the two of them were just too close. If they were to fight solely on the basis of their physical qualities, it would be difficult for the two of them to distinguish between them. September obviously reacted to this as well. It activated its Eye of Insight to observe Hui and was shocked to find that Hui had not mutated at this time. In other words, a Fey-level tiger had actually fought an ordinary tiger to a draw. This fact made September, who had always been lethargic but was inwardly incredibly proud, even more irritated, only to see it violently stop its body shape, a burst of head shaking, body shaking non-stop, as if epilepsy committed. Coming. September is getting real. Wang looked at September, who was acting very strangely, and not only did she not have the slightest worry or fear, but instead, she showed a touch of excitement. On the other side, Chu Deshang and Chu Qianqian, who had just arrived, likewise looked at September with some confusion. Chu Qianqian asked incredulously, "This is Fei Xiong's father? If this is, has a crook." Chu Deshang looked at September's figure with a grave expression and said to Chu Qianqian, "You don't know, but last year your Uncle Song transferred to this tiger park and joined the NSA a few days ago. He came to see me the other day while I was recuperating and told me something. The State Security Bureau was identified with this title of Northeast Tiger King, but their first choice was not a flying bear." Chu Qianqian revealed an incredulous color and said, You mean they initially chose September? Chu Deshang nodded, then said with a bitter smile on his face. You don't know this September exhaustion. Don't even talk about leaving the Northeast Tiger Park. It's just this cage it lives in, and it's been so many years. Chu Qianliang came to a sudden realization. The National Security Bureau to these beasts' king, not sealed for fun, is the need for them to cooperate with the mission. A deadbeat like September really can't live up to the name of King of Tigers in the Northeast. Hui looked at his cheap old dad with interest, not panicking in the slightest. He's not complacent, but he's not delusional either. With the Dao level skills, not to mention the existence of the Fei level, even in the Beast King level, there were only a few that could beat themselves. The only downside is that this skill is just too physically demanding. If he didn't use evolution points for recovery, then he would need to consume 5 minutes to recover his stamina for every 1 minute long skill he performed. Just as the crowd gathered around, a strange change appeared on September's body. It was only at its neck that the light suddenly shone brightly, followed by the birth of 5 lifelike faces. Hui sucked in a breath of cool air and instantly realized what had happened. Sub-divine level skill, 6-headed Dharma body, and September's entire tiger's aura changed steeply. If anything, it was a bit lazy and tyrannical before. Then now it is only endlessly majestic and calm. Who are you? The endless vicissitudes of intent came over, causing Hui to instantly chill his expression. I haven't asked who you are and why you're in this body. Whoever you are, I'll give you 10 counts to get yourself out of here. The September in its current state is not itself at all. Anymore, September was Hui's father in this life. How could he possibly tolerate an unknown being, occupying its physical body at will? September was not angry at Hui's attitude, but instead said with some surprise, "It seems that you are not one of them." Afterward, its eyes violently erupted in a burst of refined light, constantly scanning up and down Hui's circumference. For a while, Hui felt as if he was being stripped naked and pushed to the front of the stage to be surrounded and watched in a difficult manner. Humph, you've got pupils and I've got a system. Hui glared back unwillingly and opened the system. Name? Race? Power? Speed? Endurance? Defense? Spirit? Looking at the pile of question marks, Hui's heart instantly sank. This is definitely not something as simple as taking over a body or invoking a god. Can let the current self cannot read the data in front of this September strength, it is likely to reach the legendary Beast Emperor level. Just when Hui was worried, September retracted his gaze and looked at him with some amusement. September is straight-natured, so just tell it who you are. Don't bother me with your father and son business. Then, its gaze went back to the space behind it and it muttered a sigh. The ancient times, after all, are over, said September, more than 5 heads steeply dispersed, leaving no trace. Immediately after that, September suddenly fell to the ground with her eyes closed, as if she had fainted. Hui was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the inexplicable presence inside of September to see the relationship between him and September at a glance. Who the hell is this? Chapter 56A Family Reunion Request for Votes. For the answer, you'll have to ask September herself. Hui walked up and pushed September's body with his paw. September was shaken awake from her stupor, and was just a bit disgruntled and wanted to yell. But she was shocked to find that the one who shook herself awake was actually Hui. What's the matter? Even I can't kill him after transforming. Instantly, a thick fear filled its heart. On the other side, Tiger Mother was awakened by the sound of the two fighting and angrily yelled in this direction. Bastard! Disturbing my sleep! I'll kill you! Hearing this voice, September instantly clamped her tail, even ignoring her tired body, and desperately stood up to seize the road. Hui was speechless. You're such a big mutant tiger, you're afraid of your wife? The Tiger Mother ran wildly towards this direction, but after spotting Hui, it cautiously stopped and observed him. Although Hui had not yet mutated, his size was simply too big. So big that even Tiger Mother, even if she had also mutated, couldn't help but be cautious. Name, Sukiheim. Race, Northeast Tiger mutated. Strength, 410. Speed, 421. Endurance, 397. Defense, 399. Talent, Mastery of the Husband Divine. Special skills, Hito Lion's Roar Divine, Jealousy Divine, Wolf Pan Sub Divine. Looking at Tiger Mother's attribute panel, Hu E was petrified. This waterfall of divine and sub-divine skills looks awesome. But if you look closely, what is all this? Mastery of the husband divine. The other half of a female creature with this skill, after mating, will be submissive to the skill possessor for the rest of her life. Keto Lion's Roar Divine. Roaring at your significant other produces incredible effects. Effect 1. May increase the other half's fear of the skill possessor by 100% and reduce each attribute by 90%. Effect 2. It can motivate the other half to perform exceedingly well against the enemy, with each attribute increasing by no more than 50%, depending on the realm of both parties. Jealousy Divine. When the significant other has physical, verbal, and any form of contact with the opposite sex, he or she will enter a state of rage, doubling all attributes after violently striking the significant other. Wolf Pan Subdivine. Conjures up a magical pan that can be thrown at exactly where the other half is, ignoring a certain distance, with twice its own power. Seeing this dazzling domestic violence skills, Hui really sympathized with his cheap tiger father. Mom, it's me, I'm... Before Hui finished speaking, Tiger Mother, Ujia's eyes lit up, obviously recognizing him. To be precise, it smelled of Hui. Dabo, it's you. Hui. Debao. He could already fantasize how he would be ridiculed if the humans knew he was called that. Especially Li Chengqian, who would definitely be the one laughing the loudest. No, it's so graphic. He already wants to punch him himself. Mom, I have a name. My name is Hui. Sukiheim stared at her words, then released them. Tiger One, no problem, it was the first cub born to the mother. Although Tiger Mother had also broken the genetic lock, it still had a big gap between its size and Hui's due to the gender difference, because the female tiger's genlock cap is 400 points. It was good that, after the mutation, its intelligence was already no different from that of a normal human. It wouldn't be in fear because of the size difference with Hui. Mother and son rubbed against each other, expressing their respective thoughts, joy, and closeness. Just then, Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Oldest Four also came running over with their asses in the air. Hui turned his head to look at Tiger Old Four, who was trying to lick his fur, and he could not help but be staggered. Is this the oldest? No system alert. I thought someone's tiger soccer ball had flown over. Name Tiger Lao Si. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 142. Speed, 115. Endurance, 201. Talent, immovable as a mountain advanced, get up and get out of bed intermediate. Immovable as a mountain advanced. After ingesting food and remaining motionless for an hour, the endurance value can be increased by an additional 5 points, ignoring Fey-level gene locks. It could be said that with this skill, Tiger Old 4 was equivalent to getting a pass to steadily become a Fey beast. It may well even become a subadult Fey beast like none he has ever seen before. On the other hand, the Tiger Third Sister on the other side similarly surprised Hui. Name Hu Sanmei. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 129. Speed, 167. Endurance, 146. Talent, Windwalking Advanced. Special skills, Leopard Genus Form Intermediate. Windwalk Advanced. Can use the power of the wind to help improve one's speed and agility. Leopard Genus Form Intermediate. Can consume a certain amount of mental energy when mental energy is not turned on. A large amount of stamina is consumed to gain different bonuses from the 5 species under the leopard genus. Currently unlocked. Tiger species form, leopard species form. Tiger species form, plus 20% strength, plus 5% endurance. Leopard species form, plus 30% speed, plus 5% strength. This skill is great for different increases when dealing with different enemies. Moreover, Tiger Third Sister has been smart and humane since she was a child. Her spiritual power must be very high. If she could use her spiritual power to perform this skill, then 80% of the Tiger Third Sisters would be able to last from the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle. Big brother, are you here to take us back? Big brother, did you bring me something good to eat? The two siblings jumped and jumped excitedly when they saw Hui. When they were in Daxinganling, although the one who accompanied them the most was the tiger mom, Yuji, most of the food they ate from the time they could remember was brought back by Hui. To say that an elder brother is like a father is an understatement. Anyway, September, who had walked back resentfully aside, saw the scene and ate it up. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar came from a pavilion in the distance. Hu Yi fixed his eyes and there was a huge tiger, not second to himself in September, looking at himself with mixed emotions. There was joy, dissatisfaction, braggadocio, and anticipation in those eyes. It was Tiger Elder without a doubt.
Name it Tiger Leo Air.
Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 481. Speed, 476. Endurance, 467. Defense, 480. Talent, Battle Tiger Heavenly Tao level. Special skills, none. War Tiger Heavenly Tao level. A tiger species born by upholding the battle intent of heaven and earth. A natural battle master, always with high battle intent and fearless. The previous generation of war tigers will never die, and the new generation of war tigers will never be born. Hui looked at Tiger Elder's attributes in surprise, and his heart could not help but be flooded with shocking waves. How powerful a Heaven's Path level talent was, Hui didn't know. Simply by looking at the fact that Tiger Elder's power had already broken the gene lock, but had not been judged as a mutation, it was enough to prove that this talent of the battle tiger was probably not a few points weaker than that of the poor man's. Not a single special skill. It seems that this battle tiger is very proud and doesn't care to comprehend any means other than battle techniques. Hui let out a light smile. This do-down talent is quite suitable for Tiger Elder. But when he approached the pavilion, the scene in front of him instantly made him furious. At this time, Yi Wang was calling to report the situation here to the leader. Suddenly, a cold voice appeared in his mind. Who bolted my brother with a wire? Chapter 57 Changbai Mountain Changes Requesting Votes. Yi Wang couldn't help but shivering. He turned his head and was confronted with Hu Yi's eyes that wanted to spit fire. Old. This tiger can talk. This incredible scene made him suddenly feel an uncontrollable urge to urinate underneath him. Hui saw him froze and growled even more angrily. Get your ass over here and open all the locks. Good. Yi Wang nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice and ran over with his ass in the air. Even if he accidentally fell down in the middle of the road, he was too busy to run on all fours. Seemingly afraid that Hu Yi would go crazy, Yi Wang unlocked the door while excusing himself as if he was talking to himself. I was forced to do it, all because the head gardener forced me to do it. Half a month ago, Erbao's size somehow spiked steeply, and he also became more aggressive. In just a few days, it had beaten almost every tiger except their family. What's wrong with a tiger that fights? Let Erbao fight. I didn't realize that that old den of a gardener would not allow it, but said that for the sake of the health and safety of the other tigers. He wanted me to lock up Erbao, and I was really upset for Erbao. But what he never expected was that due to the wretched behavior he had just made, the buttons of the walkie-talkie in his arms were in the state of being turned on. Any staff member with a walkie-talkie in the entire park heard what he said. Chu Deshang looked toward a middle-aged man beside him who was holding his forehead and smiling bitterly, and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, Old Song?" Old Song replied helplessly, "This kid, Yi Wang, is really good at backtracking." At the time, the gardener was saying that the whole thing about the second baby being aggressive was pretty good, and that it was just the thing to release into the wild in the future. Unexpectedly, Yi Wang said that Bao could be bolted up and starved for a few days first, so that its ferocity would be better stimulated. It might even be able to hang on to its biological father, Tiger King September, in the future. By then, Bao will be the star animal of our Northeast Tiger Park. Chu Dechang and Chu Qianqian looked at each other. They never thought that the one who had just run behind them, crying his eyes out, would have such a villainous face. Hu Yi did not gullibly trust Yi Wang, but turned his head to look at the Tiger Elder, obviously asking it what really happened. But Tiger Lao Air is also a character. These things in its eyes really did not take it seriously. Anyway, in the entire tiger park, except for the newborn tiger cubs and young tigers, I basically beat up the whole thing myself. If you put yourself out there, you can't beat Tiger Dad, so what's the point of going out there? But I just don't know, this big brother of his, what strength he is now. Just as Hu Yi's family was talking to each other, Changbai Mountain, more than 400 kilometers away from them, had a strange change. Some time ago, not long after the death of General Leopard, a dense fog rose inexplicably over a dozen miles in circumference in the heavenly pond of Changbai Mountain. Due to the rapid proliferation of foreign beasts, the Changbai Mountain has long been closed to tourists and other casualties. At the edge of the fog, a giant yellow tiger slapped a security camera disguised as a rock, then angled its head into the fog. But what it didn't realize was that in a large tree, a kilometer away from the camera, A human evolved who had awakened his chameleon ability was slowly revealing himself with a face of fear. In his arms, a remote intercom at that moment rang out. Bravo 03, Bravo 03, what happened to you there? Why did the screen suddenly disappear? The evolver was just about to pick up his walkie-talkie to reply, when suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky. No! A dozen kilometers away, the wail of the evolved man was echoing from the audio equipment of a base vehicle. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. It was clear to them that rescue, it was too late. This is the third scout to die in 5 days. Half an hour later, Shangbeichen Tianqi, a huge tiger, a vulture with a 5-meter wingspan, a golden hedgehog, and 10 huge rats with their tails curled up together had gathered at the water's edge, staring silently at the water. Behind them, there were hundreds of various mutated birds and beasts, but none of them dared to lean forward. The might of the Beast King is not to be lightly insulted. In terms of appearance, tigers and vultures are just bigger, and hedgehogs are just oddly colored, nothing special. The only thing that made it strange was the 10 rats with their tails curled up together. There was no such thing in the written records of Daxia. But in the West, it has a ringing name, Mouse King. Or, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the Ratatouille phenomenon. In the West, its presence means that disaster and plague are imminent. Take this moment, the 4 Beast Kings were lined up in a row, and also the Rat King was in the C position. Just when all the foreign beasts and Beast Kings had already lost some of their patience, at the center of the heavenly pond, a huge whirlpool was suddenly generated. Immediately afterward, a vast and boundless and mysterious supreme might merged into the thick fog in the sky, as if the sky poured down. All the beasts present, no matter if they were fey beasts or beast kings, all bent their heads to the ground, not daring to have the slightest bit of disobedience. There was a great horror in the heart of the giant yellow tiger. That lord, he's gotten stronger again. After a long time, the whirlpool disappeared and the water returned to calm. Even the weird pressure was gone with it. Just when all the beasts thought that that lord had left, the 4 Beast Kings suddenly let out a low roar into the water. Greetings, Lord Beast Emperor. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. An old voice violently appeared in every corner of the entire range of dense fog. Tiger Vanguard, why are you here again this time? Is this Emperor's Grand Marshal that busy? Hearing the Beast Emperor's accountability, the Tiger Vanguard hurriedly lowered his head deeply into the water and said with fear and trepidation, "The Beast Emperor rests his anger, you don't know. Many days ago, in the eastern forest of the place where we live, there suddenly appeared a huge herd of 3 dozen brown bears. The 2 brown bear couples at the head are even Beast King-level existences, not much weaker than the Patriarch and me. In the recent past, we've been fighting this bear pack almost every few days due to the sheer consumption of food. The Patriarch, it just can't get out of the way." Hearing Tiger Vanguard's words, the Beast Emperor was silent for a while before he said, "In that case, in such a crisis situation, you are still able to listen to my orders and come to answer them. You are quite loyal to this Emperor." Tiger Vanguard even said dare not, only said that the next time the Beast Emperor has called, the clan chief will definitely come. After knocking out the strongest forces under his command, the Beast Emperor finally got back to business. A few days ago, the Eagle Messenger was authorized by me to go forward to the Daxingaling Division to deliver orders, and found that in the forest, the signs of General Leopard's existence had been lost. The beasts heard the news and were all shocked speechless by the news. A Beast King, the 3rd strongest under Lord Beast Emperor, dead? Who could kill such a horrible being? Chapter 58, Revenge and Revenge Again. The Beast Emperor's intention of summoning them this time, they could probably guess that it should be to regain control of the territory back in the Great Hingon Mountains. But even General Panther died there, so who dares to go? For a moment, all the foreign beasts turned their gazes towards those 4 Beast Kings. The Tiger Vanguard didn't need to think about it, it was under the Tiger Marshal, and the Tiger Marshal definitely wouldn't let it go. As for Marshal Tiger, as the #1 expert under Lord Beast Emperor's command, his strength was said to be infinitely close to the Beast Emperor level, belonging to an existence that could be on par with Lord Beast Emperor at any time. If one wanted to move it, even the Beast Emperor would have to weigh it carefully. On the other hand, even if Marshal Tiger was willing to release him, Lord Beast Emperor wouldn't agree. After all, if the Tiger Vanguard took control of this place, it would be no different from the Tiger Marshal taking control of this place. The bigger the territory, the more resources there were, the easier it would be for the Tiger clan under the Tiger Marshal's command to become stronger. How could Lord Beast Emperor allow this to happen? Then, under the Tiger Marshal, the Eagle Messenger would be the second strongest of all the Beast Kings under the Lord Beast Emperor's command. It's just that this is a close friend of the Beast Emperor. Every time Lord Beast Emperor had an order, it was conveyed through this one. It will not take a step away from Changbai Mountain or even Tianqi if it is not necessary. And under General Panther, there were also the 4 Beast Kings, Upper Hedgehog, Counselor Fox, Chief Huang, and Captain Lu, as well as the Tiger Vanguard, which belonged to Marshal Tiger's command, and the Falcon Servant, which belonged to the Eagle Emissary's command. But at this moment, why only the Hedgehog Upper Secretary and Tiger Vanguard were here? The beasts wondered. But what puzzles them even more is what the heck is that group of rats with their tails tangled together. Never seen it before. Why does it give them such heart palpitations when it clearly looks so unassuming? I already have someone in mind for the new owner of the Great Hingon Ridge. Elf Chancellor, come out! As the Beast Emperor's voice fell, a creature that was over 2 meters tall and walked upright on the ground with 2 feet slowly walked out of the fog. It has a devilish face, a long face, a red nose, and porous limbs. It was none other than a Beast King-level golem. From its body, the crowd of foreign beasts strangely did not feel a trace of terror. But as fellow Beast King-level powerhouses, apart from the bizarre Mouse King who merely looked surprised, Tiger Vanguard and Hedgehog Upper Secretary were almost instantly tense to the extreme, their hairs standing on end. Even the Eagle Messenger had a flash of scorn crossed his eyes. Prime Minister Elf and Marshal Tiger have always been my right-hand men. One inside, one outside. One in the dark, one in the light. By now, ineffable and mysterious changes had taken place in the heavens and earth, and the auras of the heavens and earth, as well as all sorts of mysterious existences, had emerged in an endless stream. The time is coming when we belong to the beasts. Elf Chancellor, it's time for you to show up. The Elf Prime Minister sniffed, humanized himself, made a bow to the water, and spat out human words. Elf, I will do my best to repay Lord Beast Emperor. With business done, the Beast Emperor dismissed all the creatures present, leaving only the Elf Prime Minister, the Eagle Messenger, and the Mouse King. The former was a wise man and the latter was a close friend, and it was not surprising that the Beast Emperor had left them to talk in secret. Oddly enough, why was the Mouse King left behind as well? Seeing that the beasts had cleared away, the Mouse King said toward the water, Lord Beast Emperor, that thing I told you yesterday. All right, no need to talk about it. The Beast Emperor's impatient voice came out from under the water. Although I have no good feelings towards humans, but the people of Dacia at least were created by my ancestors. You, a curmudgeon who hides his head in the west, who doesn't even dare to show his real body, dares to try to get his hands on the land of my great Xia's Daxingenling. The Rat King was shocked by the Beast Emperor pointing out his own secret, and the 10 rats raised their legs at the same time almost without thinking, scampering off into the distance. The Elf Prime Minister reacted extremely fast, only to see it grunt violently, a white and a yellow gas, shooting out from its nostrils, falling straight onto the Rat King. But the bizarre thing was that its usual psychic ability that was as easy to take in as a scrying bag did not cause the Mouse King to react in the slightest. Sure enough, this Rat King is not a creature. It is supposed to be a manifestation of a law, and the intersection of those rats' tails is supposed to be the source of its power. The Beast Emperor muttered a couple of words, then commanded, the barren land of the West has only this kind of devious trick, and it really can't be on the stage. Elf Prime Minister, Eagle Messenger, get right up close and attack its origin. Yes, Lord Beast Emperor. In less than a quarter of an hour's time, as the Elf Prime Minister's last punch struck the Rat King's cross tail, the Rat King let out a mournful scream, transformed into a puff of black smoke, and disappeared into thin air. The 2 beasts returned to the sky pool to resume their orders, and the Elf Prime Minister said with some concern, Beast Emperor Sama, have you really decided to take revenge on the humans? They've ruled the earth for tens of thousands of years after all, and you're constrained by the rules of heaven and earth to come out of the world, so it's not a good choice to turn the tables now. When the Beast Emperor heard this, he didn't listen to the advice, but he didn't reprimand the Elf Prime Minister either, he just coldly grunted. Humph, back then, if it wasn't for that bastard Narachi, who took advantage of my inability to move while I was in the state of evolution and seized and swallowed my dragon pearl, how would I have missed the opportunity to ascend? Not only that, but his children and grandchildren have been keeping me here for generations, so how can this be resolved? The old heavens have opened their eyes, the world's aura has revived, and this emperor's strength has begun to gradually recover. so he will be able to break the ban in a matter of days. Since I can't enjoy the blessings of the gods, I'll just slaughter all the humans and become a generation of beast emperors to enjoy the riches of the earth. After saying that, it added to the elf prime minister. On this trip to Daxingenling, gather as many subordinates as you can, then lay low and wait for my orders. When I come out of the world, let's attack from all three directions, first swallowing the 3 northeastern provinces, then slaughtering the central plains. Hearing the grand blueprint that the beast emperor had outlined for them, the elf prime minister and the eagle emissary said yes in succession, their eyes showing madness. 10,000 miles away from Daxia, the Yemen kingdom. Years ago, after the rebel uprising in the Yemeni state, the government forces have been in a passive situation. This time, the rebel forces once again captured a military base under the government forces and made a good seizure. In order to ransom the captured soldiers, a major general of the government army made a request to the rebels to intercede, and a meeting was agreed upon in one of the co-occupied districts. Seemingly out of hubris, or perhaps out of fear of being looked down upon by the international community if they refused the request, the rebel leaders readily agreed. The meeting lasted 3 days and the negotiations between the two sides were, as usual, unpleasant. Just as the two sides were about to talk it over, each side suddenly received a message. In a moment, the face of the major general of the government army changed from feigned panic to real panic. The smiles on the faces of the rebel leaders, on the other hand, became even more unbridled. He looked at the major general of the government army and said with a sneer on his face, "Do you really think you can trick me into negotiating here and succeed in sneaking a rescue over there? In Daxia terms, you're making a sound bite. And I saw it coming. Okay." The major general of the government army left in shame and anger. Later that afternoon, the rebel leaders traveled by car and reappeared at the POW camp. In the camp, the rebel officer-in-chief, who had gotten the news, came out to meet him unperturbed. This person has a big summer face with a stalwart countenance. And it is Chun Ziming who failed to discuss Hu E Tiger's blood and returned to the Golden Tiger Regiment to squat in confinement for a few days before applying for discharge. As soon as the rebel leader saw him, he warmly opened his arms and gave him a big hug. "Oh my God. Chun, you're just a blessing to me." You should have seen the faces on the GOP side, each one as helpless as their dead father. Looking at the excited rebel leaders, Chun Ziming simply said indifferently, "No need. I'm not interested in what's going on between you guys. Just don't forget our agreement." The rebel leader said, full of concern, "Isn't it that tiger named Flying Bear? Don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to sneak into Daxia and secretly hunt it." Chapter 59. Traveling to Chuncheong City. 3 days later, Hu Yi set out on the road to Shaoxing Anling with his family. It's just that along the way, the people who should be following didn't come, but the people who shouldn't have come. The tiger father, September, and the tiger mother, Yu Ji, did not leave with Hu Yi this time. For some reason, September is dead set on not leaving the garden where it lives. The tiger's mother, nominally, chose to stay because she was afraid of him getting his hands dirty in Tigerland. The two of them didn't come, but that Yi Wang, who was full of lies, followed with a big licking face. "It's impossible not to come. I heard that the director of the Northeast Tiger Park is chasing him around with a knife." Not only did he follow by himself, he brought along a cat he had. Yi Wang himself was fine. After being scared so much by Hu Yi 3 days ago, he had at least become an evolutionary. But that cat, it's just an ordinary civet cat, not a bit special. Name Yi Wang. Race human first level evolver. Strength 127. Speed 134. Endurance 156. Defense 78. Talent 1000 hammers primary, can grow. Special skills, strength enhancement elementary. It was because of seeing this data that Hu Yi agreed to follow Yi Wang. It could be said that if Yi Wang's endurance was lower and that 1000 hammers talent was removed, his data panel would simply be that of an average human male evolver. But it was that talent that somewhat impressed Hu Yi. 1000 hammers primary, can grow. All attributes, talents, and skills of the skill owner have an unlimited chance to grow, including the skill itself. Beyond that, there is a note on the back. But the effort required is definitely more than regular people can stand. Could be said that after Yi Wang had this talent, he jumped from an ordinary evolver to the one who could potentially go the farthest in the future in Hu Yi's eyes. Even Li Chengqian and Xian, who possessed god-level talent, as well as the father and daughter of Chu Chanqian and Chu Deshang, were not as good as him. The system had once told him that without the aid of special items, that is, things such as heavenly treasures and cultivation techniques, the upper limit of what a human evolver could achieve was related to his own talent. In other words, if the four Chu Qian Qian did not have any strange encounters, they would only be able to reach the upper limit of what they could achieve in this life, at most with a divine grade talent. Above them, there were heavenly Dao level and great Dao level existences. But not so with Easy Hope. With this gift, it's up to him where he ends up. Arriving at a clearing near a water source, Hui signaled everyone to stop and take a break. After all, from the system panel's display, except for him and Tiger Elder, the rest of the people and tigers, their physical strength had already reached their limits. Tiger Lao Si's stamina was enough, but he was usually used to being lazy. It's not really used to having its stamina drop to half in the cold. The crowd had sat down in place or gotten down to rest, but only Yi Wang was not idle. He was seen removing a stainless steel rice bowl from the huge traveling bag behind him. After going to the water's edge and scooping up a basin full of water, he attentively placed it in front of Hui. "Lord Flying Bear, drink some water. I'll go and roast some meat for you." After learning that Hui likes to eat roasted meat, this time Yi Wang purposely carried a special oven on his back, just to be able to be in the wild and still be able to properly provide roasted meat for Hui. Of course, he had other ambitions. That is to replace Chu Deshang and become Hui's new imperial chef. Inside roles like this were something he was all too familiar with. Hui didn't refuse his service either. Isn't it good to have someone to serve oneself? Chu Deshang sat on the ground and glanced at the map, then frowned and said, "Flying Bear, aren't you off on this route?" Hui yawned in boredom and first slapped Tiger Lao Si's ass. Go fight with your third sister before dinner. Whoever loses is not allowed to eat." Tiger Lao Si jumped up and his eyes went round. Not allowed to eat, what's the point? Tiger Old Four flew at Tiger Third Sister, and the two little guys directly battled, punching each other. After instructing Tiger Elder to supervise the two little ones, Hui then said to Chu Deshang, "The route isn't off, I'm just going to go through Spring Long City." "Chu Deshang? Chu Qian Qian? Are you crazy? For tigers waving through the city, you're afraid you don't want to panic all the people of Chunchong. Are you?" Only Yi Wang, who was watching the fun, hemmed and hawed. "That's a great idea, Lord Flying Bear. When the time comes, I'll take you to eat all the human delicacies." A sentence that made the always good-tempered Chu Deshang couldn't help but get annoyed. "Can you stop watching the fun? Have you thought about how much panic and serious consequences would be caused by flying bears entering human settlements?" Yi Wang snorted disdainfully. "What's it got to do with me? I'm a hobo now, why should I worry about things that only officials should worry about? Give me a dime for my salary?" Chu Qian Qian said with the same exasperation. "Yes, how aggrieved you are. Obviously now there is not a dime in your pocket. But also promise to treat Flying Bear to a delicious meal. It will not be a treat to eat a king's dinner, right?" Yi Wang sniffed and bristled, not replying. As a veteran who has been in the society for many years, how could he be difficult by Chu Qian Qian with words? He was only concerned that Hui, along the way, seemed to be a little different to this woman, which was why he did not dare to use those marketplace hooligan words against her. Soon the roast was served. Hui fell asleep on the ground after feasting on a meal. Tiger Lao Air looked at Hui and leaped forward, wanting to try Hui's weight again. But when he thought of the bizarre black hole in Hui's mouth the day before yesterday, the back of Tiger Elder's neck was vaguely painful. "Never mind. I'll wait until I'm a little stronger and then come back to the challenge." Chu Qian Qian took advantage of the night color, walked to the distance and dialed Li Chengqian's phone. After hearing Hui's intentions, Li Chengqian exclaimed. He couldn't even be bothered to say a few words of oral hi to Chu Qian Qian before he hurriedly hung up the phone. Hui naturally heard what the two were talking about, but he did not stop Chu Qian Qian. He had two reasons for traveling north into the Little Hingan Mountains via Chunchong City. First, he needs a lot of popularity points. Whether it was to promote Tiger Elder, Tiger Third Sister, Tiger Elder, or to promote the father and daughter Chu Qian Qian, he would need to consume a large amount of popularity value. The rate of consumption is not even consumption. It's more like burning. He estimated that he would need a total of about 200,000 popularity values to raise Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Old Man to the mutation level. When you take them out to practice and get injured or disabled, you should at least prepare this much popularity value to use for healing. After all, the healing costs of evolved and alien animals are many times higher than under normal conditions. Furthermore, if he had a high popularity value, he could convert it into evolution points for himself. Secondly, he just wanted to give Li Chengqian a hard time. The thought that this brat would dare to covet Chu Qianqian made him very upset. On Hu Yi's side, he was cursing Li Chengqian in his heart. On the other side, Li Chengqian was sneezing while talking on the phone with the director of the branch of the State Security Bureau of Chuncheong City. Wang Deli. Yes. Please don't worry, Vice Minister. I'll go arrange for a vehicle to pick them up and head to Little Xingyinling. Just as he dropped the phone, the door to his office slammed open. Who? He looked warily toward the door. After seeing the visitor clearly, he let out a slight sigh of relief, followed by a disgruntled face. Xiao Zhang, how many times have I told you that as my secretary, you shouldn't be so fussy when it comes to things. You have to. It's no good, Bureau Wang. That entire mutant lion pride at the Spring Chong City Zoo has fled the zoo and disappeared. Thinking of the serious consequences of this matter, Wang Deli, who shot up, instantly spiked his blood pressure and fainted. After some resuscitation, he just woke up, suddenly remembered something, as if amnestied, said to Xiao Zhang, quickly, go to the southeast and invite the Tiger King Flying Bear. Chapter 60 Lion Blow and Tiger Blow. The city of Chuncheong is not destined to be calm tonight. The city's police, armed police, national security agency, and even the military were out in force patrolling outside. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, the city of Spring Long simply claimed that the zoo was mismanaged, causing a lion to escape. It doesn't say how many lions there are or if any mutations have occurred. However, even if an ordinary lion ran out, who would not be afraid? Seeing the pedestrians on the road dwindle, a lioness among the lions let out a low roar to the Lion King. King, are we sure we don't need to go capture a few humans to use for dinner? The sisters are hungry. The Lion King looked back at the lions and roared with some displeasure. Stupid. Eating people here? Are you afraid that those humans won't be able to find our hiding place? After the lioness was scolded by the Lion King, she left with her tail between her legs. The Lion King then looked to his side, where a fox with glossy fur was standing, constantly tending to its fur. Fox! Supervisor, are you sure you're not lying to me? That's right, this fox was none other than one of the beast kings under the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor, the Fox Seneschal. Counselor Fox nodded with a sincere face, just about betting on it. Don't worry, Lion King. Lord Beast Emperor is a terrifying existence that has survived for hundreds of years, and is just one step away from ascension. Serve its old man, and you and your race will gain great benefits. The Lion King nodded reassuringly at this. Counselor Fox saw this and was delighted. He himself had added a great general, for Lord Beast Emperor this time. In the past, those foreign beasts that he had snubbed to go to Changbai Mountain, in front of it, together that was not enough to look at. What's more, he has a pack. The Lord Beast Emperor had been dissatisfied with the Tiger Marshal for too long, and it was because he was concerned about the irreplaceable overall strength of the Tiger Clan that he did not act rashly. Now that there was a replacement, Lord Beast Emperor would definitely reward himself heavily when he was happy. On the other hand, Chuncheong City's National Security Bureau branch has contacted Chu Qianqian and Chu Desheng. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, the two of them did not dare to slack off and hurriedly woke up Hu Yi. Flying Bear, there's a big problem in Spring Long City. A pride of a dozen mutant lions escaped the zoo this evening with the help of an unknown creature. In a few moments, someone will come to pick us up and take us to Spring Long to help us. Would you be willing to step in and help us? Hu Yi pretended to think for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Isn't this the perfect time to gain popularity points? However, he asked with some curiosity. What unidentified creature that helped them escape? The father and daughter looked at each other with a bitter smile and pulled out a screenshot of the video. That's it, suspected to be a fox or a weasel. It was so fast and the zoo's monitors were so outdated that we couldn't capture clear video of it. Hu Yi nodded in understanding. It didn't matter anyway, he had the heaven-defying divine skill of transforming 3 tigers in one breath, so even if the other party was a beast king, it was no big deal. Not long after, several large vehicles arrived, pulling Hu Yi and the others away at great speed. A young man with glasses, holding up a cell phone holder, waved his hand at his cell phone on a street in Spring Long City. Welcome to the newest veterans of the live stream. I'm the anchor, Big Horse Monkey. Thank you all. If you have time, you can put a tap on the top left corner to follow us, and please follow our Big Brother List 1 as well. Everyone click on follow and like. Get up to 50,000 likes and the anchor will take you on a hunt for the lion that ran away from the zoo. Hearing the words of the big horse monkey, the live broadcast instantly exploded, and the number of likes soared for a while. Holy! There really are anchors who aren't afraid to die. Anchor, swipe you a hot air balloon while you get a sleeping pill. Upstairs. What's the deal with sleeping pills? You don't even understand. When you meet a lion, you can eat it and die with less pain. Not bad for you, Mr. Wolverine. In this way, with the help of mutant lions escape this matter, the number of fans of the monkey instantly soared tens of thousands of people, received gifts also quickly over 1,000. Number 1 on the live crossdown list, which was a good result that he had never dreamed of. In order to further increase the hilarity of the live broadcast, he had a flash of insight and showed a puzzled look and said, "Anyone on the air? Any of you know anything about animals? The big pony monkeys really don't understand, you guys, the lion is the king of the grassland. If they fight with the tiger one-on-one, who can beat who? From ancient times to the present, it is the lion that is powerful, the wolf swallowing the lion eyeing the lion, the dragon pool in the lion's den, the dragon fighting with the lion, releasing the lion to return to the mountain, the jackal, the lion and the leopard, like the lion adding wings to the lion, talking about the lion, the living dragon and the living lion, the dragon chanting and the lion whistling, and so on. And the tiger is just made into a dish called braised tiger head. Heh, short-sighted, that's because of the ancient times of Dacia. There is no lion, okay, which gives you tiger blowing dejected. There are still fools who think a lion can beat a tiger? Go check Baidu data. The tiger's palm force can be up to 1.5 tons, 2 tons or so. The tiger just slapped the lion's head. The lion will be confused for half a day. I did check it out, and Baidu told me that from the records of lions and tigers from 1949 to 1970, the lions had an overwhelming advantage. Among them, there was a lion called Sultan I, who once defeated more than 10 tigers in a row. And it is also recorded in the ancient Roman blood domain of the gods that lions generally require 10 ancient Roman gladiators to deal with, while tigers only need 7 to 8 people to deal with enough. Soon, his purpose was achieved. Tiger and lion admirers frantically brushed the comments. In the live broadcast room set off a fierce battle. The big horse monkey was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he was morally reminding everyone to analyze this matter scientifically and civilizedly and not to quarrel. Without realizing it, the places he walked through had fewer and fewer pedestrians, and the road became more and more remote. At the end of the day, he walked to a place where there were no streetlights, no homes, and not a soul in sight. By the time he realized something was wrong, he was already about a few kilometers away from the nearest area of human activity. He shivered involuntarily, then forced a smile. "Guys, I'm going to have to head back. It's really cold tonight." Just then, he suddenly realized that above the public screen, there were suddenly a large number of words reminding him to be careful behind him. Oh my God. What are those dozen bright lights behind the anchor? Dude. Run. The lions are coming. Holy bro. I really need to click my attention. You're really playing hard to get. Seeing the words of the water friends, the damselflies instantly warred in both strands and couldn't move their legs at all. Just then, some resourceful water friends in the live broadcast room had already helped him call the police. When Wang Deli learns the latest news, he calls to inform Chu Chen at the first time. Chu Chen said in surprise, "Huh, Black Pine Forest? Such a coincidence that we're here with Flying Bear." Chapter 61, The Importance of Direct Broadcasting. In the darkness, the Lion King lowered his head and feasted on the corpse in front of him. The wide eyes of the Netflix damselflies seemed to be expressing their regret. For the sake of money and fame, he tried to speculate and chose to broadcast live at such a dangerous time and place, and he ended up burying his life. Counselor Fox turned his head away in some disgust, not looking at the bloody scene. That's right, as a carnivore, it was surprisingly a little uncomfortable with the scene in front of it. The reason is that since it became a beast king, its own demand for food has changed from ordinary fruitfulness to high, refined, and sharp. In its opinion, creatures below the level of Beast King had too many impurities in their bodies, not enough for it to bother expelling them. Even if it wanted to eat something, it would only be some mountain treasures and spiritual fruits from the mountains and wilds, rather than going for these blood foods. After the Lion King had eaten his fill and got up to leave, the other lions dared to come forward to enjoy their meal. "Counselor Fox, I'm so used to eating blood food that I can't really do without it for a few days. I'm sorry." Although the Lion King was apologizing in his words, his face looked like he didn't really care. Counselor Fox said, without a care in the world. I wouldn't dare. The Lion King is straightforward and so strong under his command. Sooner or later in the future, he will be the right-hand man under Lord Beast Emperor's command. In the future, when the Lion King soars to greatness, don't forget to bring up my little brother more often. Good talk, good talk. The Lion King laughed out loud at his words. Meanwhile, Chu Qian, who received the instruction, took Hu Yi and Tiger Lauer out of the car and scouted in the Black Pine Forest first. Chu Deshang, on the other hand, followed behind the three with Yi Wang, Tiger Third Sister, Tiger Fourth, and an NSA squad patrolling nearby, ready to provide support. It was said to be support, but Chu Deshang knew in his heart that they were at best responsible for a logistics and reporting work. If Hu Yi couldn't deal with the character, it would be futile for them to go up. According to the signal tracker, Hu Yi and the others quickly found the cell phone used by the damselfly to broadcast live. Perhaps because they don't understand, or perhaps because they don't care, the lions didn't destroy the cell phone after sneaking up on the pachyderm. Even when Hu Yi came up to look, he found that the live broadcast was actually continuing. What a big cat face. Did this tiger attack the pachyderm? Didn't the zoo say that it was a lion that ran out? A bunch of corpses. That's how you can get it wrong. Does it make a difference if it's a tiger or a lion? Humans can't fight them anyway. The bickering continued in the live room. Hu Yi looked at his soaring popularity value and his heart moved. He transmitted his voice to Chu Qian. Qian, let's go live too. Chu Qian froze in disbelief. That's fine, but why? Hu Yi searched his intestines and finally found a reason that was compelling enough. Think about it, the people now, although they did not see that anchor die in person, but you and I both know that his end cannot be good, and all these water friends are not little cute. Before Hu Yi finished speaking, Chu Qian said in surprise, Flying Bear, you're awesome. Even if you know about live streaming, you also know about internet terms like water friends. Hu Yi secretly screamed in his heart that he had almost been exposed accidentally. I've heard people talk about it before when I was clearing out the Daxingenling. That's not even the point. The point is, I want people to know that this Tiger King can protect them. Chu Qian snorted and flirted. I didn't realize you, Flying Bear, were quite narcissistic. Hu Yi held his forehead, his heart so tired. I've prompted myself to this point, and this girl still hasn't responded. But it was no wonder. She was relatively simple-minded and a college student who hadn't experienced the poisonous beatings of society. So how could she possibly understand her own derived meaning? Fortunately, although this girl did not understand herself, she did not reject Hu Yi for this reason, but dialed the phone and asked Li Chengqian for instructions. Li Chengqian, who has always been treacherous, understood the benefits of doing so almost instantly and agreed to do so in a hurry. The original appearance of the Fae had already caused the general public to panic greatly. Now in the city of Chunjiang, a lion suspected of becoming an exotic animal has escaped from the zoo to attack humans, which is even more frightening to ordinary people. They now need a tranquilizer, a guardian angel, to soothe their frightened hearts. Hu Yi did this, but also remind them, can be through the live broadcast of this common people's most common form of entertainment, so that the public close-up feel the existence of the beasts. And it also lets them know that there are still Fae affiliated with the crown that are protecting them. After getting Li Chengqian's permission, Chu Qian picked up the big horse monkey's cell phone. For a while, the discussion in the live broadcast instantly changed direction. Sister, pretty girl. Oh my god. Sis, why are you here? Where's that blogger from just now? Chu Qian is live for the first time and doesn't know what to say. Seeing a group of people saying beautiful woman, seeking a relationship or something like that, she blushed and turned the camera. The screen of the live broadcast room instantly turned into two spotted tigers. Holy, what combination. Beauty and the Beast. Maisie, you need to change your name. Doesn't a big pony monkey clash with a tiger? What do you know? Interracial is true love. Upstairs. I seriously doubt you're part of the group that raped the lizard, on Sand's side. The live broadcast room is playing lively. Hu Yi is not idle. Only to see him meditate and calm his mind. Then he violently opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. For a moment all was quiet. Even the entire broadcast room went quiet for 2 seconds. Immediately afterward, a bunch of words like, and awesome, filled the public screen. On the other side, the Lion King, who heard Hu Yi's roar, violently turned his head this way, revealing an angry expression. It's provocative. It leapt out in a single bound almost without thinking, heading straight in Hu Yi's direction. Counselor Fox reacted quickly and followed suit at the first opportunity. In less than half a minute, the Lion King, which was huge in size, appeared dozens of meters away in front of Hu E. Before Hu E could call up its data panel to take a closer look, the tiger elder on the side roared and darted out, heading straight for the Lion King. Hu E didn't care. Anyway, he brought along Tiger Elder, originally for the purpose of exercising its combat ability. But when he took the time to glance at the Lion King's data panel, he burst into flames and hurriedly chased after him. Penis Umangina. Get back here. Name, Lion King. Race, Kenyan Lion King of Beasts. Strength, 1051. Speed, 983. Endurance, 924. Defense, 990. Spirit, 400. Talents, Neck of Steel Advanced, Rampage Intermediate. Special skills, Lion's Roar Top Level, Lord of the Pack High Level. However, when Tiger Elder saw Hui catching up instead of slowing down, he accelerated his pace by a few points, fearing that Hui would snatch away his opponent in general. Hui cursed in his heart when he saw that the two beasts were about to face each other. Then he hastily called up the system and said, "System, quickly add Tiger Elder's attribute points." Chapter 62 The Tiger Knows Martial Arts. Without a medium, the host is unable to use the popularity value on the target to boost it. Hui cursed his own stupidity in his heart. How could he forget the rules? It seems that after this matter is resolved, he will have to seize the opportunity to raise the strength of his several younger siblings. As the system could not help, Hui could only clench his teeth and quickly cast one chi transforms 3 tigers. The 3 essences came out of their bodies and instantly transformed into 3 detachments. Sensing the anxiety within the main body, as soon as the white tiger bilocation appeared, it activated the 4 spirit space to provide additions for Hui and the 3 bilocations. Immediately after that, Hui hurriedly let the flying bear split himself fly over first to save Tiger Elder first. After the flying bear doppelganger received the order, his wings lifted and his feathers cut through the long sky, heading straight for the Lion King. The Lion King was shocked to see this amazing scene. He's seen tigers before and he used to fight them in the zoo. But this will be a flying tiger, which it has never seen before. Both humans and animals are always afraid of the unknown. It was too late. The flying bear doppelganger and Tiger Elder, one on top of the other, arrived in front of the Lion King almost simultaneously. Although the Lion King was shocked, he didn't panic because of it. Only to see it open its bloody mouth and tilt its head back to let out a deafening roar. Group attack skill. Lion's Roar. Since it was released with its head up, the main shock produced by the lion's roar was directed towards the flying bear split. Almost in an instant, the flying bear doppelganger felt that his brain was empty, and that he had completely lost the ability to think and act, and directly fell down powerlessly from the air. The Tiger Elder, who was in front of the Lion King, was not much stronger. The secondary damage from the lion's roar was enough to give it a drink. It likewise froze in place, motionless. However, just as the Lion King was about to get close enough to make up for it, it suddenly moved, only to see it advancing instead of retreating, smoothly biting the Lion King's paw that had been slapped over, and then immediately threw itself over and pressed its entire body on it. With this bite, with Tiger Elder's strength, he was unable to break through the Lion King's defense. However, the sudden change in the direction of the force caused the Lion King to not be able to react in time, and was directly put down on the ground by this bite and belt of the Tiger Elder. Hui behind him froze at the sight. Isn't that a human fighting technique? Catching a punch and dropping it? I didn't see it. Tiger Elder is still a practiced fighter. Tiger Elder's strike succeeded, and he did not fight hard, and ran towards Hui. While running, he shouted at Hui, "Big brother, I'll leave this one to you. I can't beat it. Hui, you're good at arranging things for me. Kid." Then again, the two really aren't in the same weight class, and Tiger Elder was right to pull back. Hui was hoping that Tiger Elder would fight the enemy, but he didn't want Tiger Elder to seek death. The sages have a saying, if you know you can't do something, do it. The Lion King was dumbfounded by this sudden fall from Tiger Elder. By the time it got up in a rage, Tiger Elder had already run away. Unable to find the culprit that had left it in such a sorry state, it could only open its bloody mouth and tried to take it out on the flying bear doppelganger on the ground. But just then, Hui arrived. Flying bear possess. Just at the moment when the Lion King was about to bite the flying bear doppelganger, the flying bear doppelganger suddenly disappeared into thin air, allowing it to bite straight through. Immediately afterward, A male tiger with angry eyes and an imposing presence rushed to its side. Without waiting for it to come back to its senses, Hui seized the opportunity of its empty bite and bit at its neck. The Lion King was too late to dodge at the moment. But it wasn't going to dodge either. Neck of steel. In an instant, the mane on the Lion King's neck surfaced a steel-like silver-white color, as if it was a layer of steel woods. Steel neck guard advanced. Normally increases defense at the neck by 20%, and when necessary, can explode bloodline power to temporarily increase defense at the neck by 100%. In other words, the Lion King's neck at this time had almost reached 2000 defense. With this kind of defense, if it was a beast king like the leopard general, I'm afraid it would be hard to break through the defense. Hui keenly noticed the Lion King's emboldened attitude, and without the slightest hesitation, the abyssal mouth skill, almost instantly, was unleashed. The tenfold increase caused Hui's bite force to directly reach as many as 10,000 points in this instant. What the mouth of the abyss? It's beheading. Hui's sharp teeth almost effortlessly crushed the Lion King's steel-like mane, then quickly cut through the skin and flesh, reaching right at the windpipe. Just as everything was about to end, Hui suddenly stopped. The trees, the flowers, and the Lion King in front of him were all gone. Even he, himself, reshaped into human form. Not far in front of him, a grandmother with a head full of white hair spoke to him. "E, you're back from the army? Milk." "Grandma." Hui tearfully looked at the hunched figure in front of him, which was none other than his grandmother in his previous life. He was an orphan, his mother died in childbirth, his father was a martyr, and it was his grandmother who brought him up. Sadly, just the year before he crossed over, his grandmother died as well. That's why he was able to accept crossing over to this life so quickly. He had been unattached in his last life. Again, this was why he cherished Tiger Mom extraordinarily, as well as the 3 tiger elder siblings. He was so desperate for affection. "Grandma, I miss you so much," Hui murmured. Grandma beckoned to him with a kind face and a smile. "When you miss Grandma, you just relax, and then slowly walk over here, and Grandma will put you to sleep like she did when you were little." Hui nodded vigorously, then slowly walked towards Grandma. Just as he reached Grandma, he suddenly whispered, "Thank you. This would be great if it were true." With that, he closed his eyes and blasted his fist into his opponent's head. Grandma showed a horrified look on her face, and then she was directly smashed into pieces by Hui and floated away. When Hui opened his eyes again, he was once again back in the middle of the woods. Only under his mouth, there was no longer any trace of the Lion King, but the remnants of blood and crushed flesh in his mouth confirmed that it had been bitten by itself. Apparently, the other party took advantage of his relaxation to make a desperate escape. As for himself, he remained in the swinging position, only his fist changed from a human hand to a tiger's palm. Not far in front of him, a fox that was comparable to an adult female tiger was looking at him with an incredulous expression. Name: Counselor Fox. Race: Red Fox Beast King. Strength: 298. Speed: 987. Endurance: 287. Defense: 303. Spirit: 800. Talent: luring people into dreams advanced. Special skills: illusions come true advanced, crazy claw strike advanced, small cosmic burst intermediate. Sure enough, what Hui had just seen and heard were all dreams carved out by this fox in front of him, evoking the desires of his heart. Though this talent and the special skill is only at an advanced level. But somehow it's even more bizarre and difficult than some of the top skills. If Hui did not possess a human soul and his reason told him that everything he saw was fake, he would have probably fallen for this fox. "How did you take human form in your dream?" Counselor Fox stared at Hui incredulously and said. When Hui saw that it really knew everything that happened in the dream, he was immediately motivated to kill. If the other party was given time to continue to dig deeper, it might soon discover its identity as a traveler. This fox can't stay. Chapter 63. The willingness to share countries. At the same time, the mutant lions also rushed to the battlefield and came to the Lion King's side. With his wives and concubines surrounding him, the Lion King's terrified expression gradually calmed down. "Flying bear, here we come." Chu Deshang and the others also rushed over in time, and the two sides were in a standoff. Hui quickly commanded the crowd. "Poverty, you pull that Lion King and wait for me to come back. Never be impulsive. White Tiger, you sit in command, and the formation eye of the four spirit space. Give it to Poor Chi, Tiger Elder, and Chu Chen Chen. Chen Chen, you assist my poor man's doppelganger and give the Lion King more control. The rest of you, with Tiger Elder, Tiger Feather as the main force, kill all the foreign beasts as soon as possible. The name Tiger Elder is too unpleasant to fit its identity. In the ancient times of his previous life, there was the overlord Xiang Yu and the martial sage Guan Yu. So Hu Yi simply renamed Tiger Elder, Tiger Feather. The people heard the words and followed the order. Without hesitation, Hu Yi darted towards Counselor Fox, forcing him to only hastily flee for his life for a moment, not having time to think about the dream. Seeing Hu Yi move away from the battlefield, the Lion King secretly sighed in relief. The feeling of the tiger's mouth just now, when I think back now, it still makes it tremble with fear. Seeing that the opposite side had taken the initiative to attack himself, the Lion King flung his head dismissively and unleashed his skill. Lord of the Clan. Lord of the Clan advanced. As the leader of the clan, when leading the entire clan in battle, you can boost the morale of the entire clan and increase all attributes by 10%. Afterwards, it took the lead and charged at the Poor Chi doppelganger that was playing the lead. The moment the two beasts met, the Lion King was weakened by the weakening brought about by the four spirit space and instantly felt a wave of weakness. On the other hand, the poor man was the opposite of it, and under the augmentation of the four spirit space, he was filled with power. The two beasts twisted together without hesitation, their mouths reaching flesh and their palms bleeding. But the difference in attributes between the two sides was still a bit too great. Even though under the effect of the four spirit space, the attributes of the two beasts were inversely proportional to each other, the Lion King was still more than 100 points higher than the strength of the Poor Chi's doppelganger. Ontology, you weakling, could you be any stronger? Boost my attributes by another 100 points, and I'll help you get it killed. Feeling the consciousness transmitted from Poor Chi in his mind, Hu Yi, who was chasing after Counselor Fox and jumping up and down, was speechless for a while. Let you hold back, you reckless you. However, in order to prevent this mangaka from using the water god's wrath again, Hu Yi still gritted his teeth and added the few evolution points he had to his attributes. Name Hu Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger. Strength, 600 full. Speed, 600 full. Endurance, 480 full. Evolvable. Defense, 480 full. Evolvable. Evolution points, 12. Skill points, 0. Popularity value, 40538. Talents, Mouth of the Abyss top tier, Tiger's Claw middle tier, Steel Bones middle tier. Special skills, One Breath transforms 3 tigers to Dao level, Divine Thought Communication intermediate level. Originally, Hu Yi had wanted to wait until he entered the Little Hingon Mountains before consuming these resources at his discretion based on each person's situation. Can't stay now. Still, the effect is still noticeable. Previously, Counselor Fox relied on the intermediate skill. Small Universe Outburst skill effect. Increase one's speed by 50% for 10 seconds, consume 200 points of mental energy and enter a weakening period after 1 hour to barely evade Hu Yi's pursuit. Now, Hu Yi, whose speed had skyrocketed up, it was useless even if it exploded again. And after Hu Yi's main body gained a boost, the body of the Poor Chi's bilocation steeply became a circle larger. Nowadays, its power value was already equal to the Lion King's in the 4 spirit space. After another wave of counterattacks, the Lion King was also dismayed to discover the astonishing change in the poor man's detachment. It had no choice but to change its strategy and use its own speed to win. Its tactics were indeed effective. The speed of the Poor Chi's doppelganger was much slower than it, and after 2 rounds, the Poor Chi's body was already covered in colors. But the Chu Chen Chen behind the poor man's doppelganger would not let it have its way all the time. Frost condensation. Chu Chen Chen let out a chorus, and a large amount of cold ice power quickly condensed underneath the Lion King, tightly attaching itself to the soles of its feet. The Lion King was in the midst of his rapid prancing when his feet suddenly slipped and he nearly fell to the ground. It had a lot of weight, and the ice that Chu Chen Chen had condensed was so thin that it could basically crush it with a single foot. But if you keep your eyes on your feet during a fight, it's extremely detrimental to your speed. It was also because of this that Poor Chi finally stabilized once again and regained his hold on the Lion King. On the other side of the battlefield, the group fight can be said to be polarized. Ordinary human evolvers were still a far cry from lions, a foreign beast that was already stronger than most animals in combat. A 10-man squad of human evolvers could only withstand the attacks of 3 xenomorph-class lionesses, and they were continuously losing. If it wasn't for Chu Deshang, a god-level gifted person, who, after helping Tiger Feather, went along to help them out again. It's possible that there would have been casualties by this time. On the other hand, the battle situation here in Tiger Feather was different. The upper limit of a lioness's genlock was not even as good as that of a tigress, let alone compared to a Tiger Feather. The gap in attributes, coupled with the crushing of skills, allowed Tiger Feather to remain undefeated under the siege of the 10 lions, and instead was somewhat invincible. Borrowed power, predetermined holds, and the like, that's all small potatoes. The most pitiful thing was that there was a male lion that was not yet a teenager that was made to steal peaches by a monkey by Tiger Feather. That's a great feeling, and I can't tell you why. In the distance, Yi Wang was lying on a tree, holding a cell phone and aiming it at the battle in front of him. Almost as soon as the battle started, Yi Wang took the initiative to take over the heavy responsibility of live broadcasting, and then quietly moved away from the battlefield. Watching the melee in the distance, the live broadcast instantly opened up. That Lion King, that big? Upstairs. Which part of the Lion King are you looking at? Upstairs. Please, Kai. This is Greencast. This pride of lions. Those are the ones that came out of the zoo, right? Looks like it. Guess the original anchor was eaten by them. If that's the case, the tigers, are they helping us humans against the Fae? Sure enough, my great summer is bullish. Even the Fae beasts can be tamed and used against other Fae beasts in turn. Say, did anyone see that white tiger and how it appeared? Why do I get the feeling it appeared out of thin air? That's it, not only it, but the one that's tussling with the Lion King, the one that looks like a tiger and has a body like a bull. How can it be out of nowhere? You think this is a movie? That's right. Appearing out of thin air, you don't even think about the science of it. Science? Oh, die laughing. Then will the scientist please explain to us why that beautiful woman raised her hand and waved it, and a large amount of ice crystal-like things were produced? That's right, and that uncle. Just now a man was almost killed by a lion. Why did he reach out and point? And suddenly a few vines flew up from the ground and dragged the man away? Since Xia has a method to subdue the alien beasts, why don't they share it? Knowing that the masses of rice are still suffering from the alien beasts, such a great Xia government is just too selfish. There was a silence in the live room. The water users have opened the person's account information and found that it is a private account and the IP address is in the country of meters. For a while, those who believed in science and those who didn't all began to verbally attack this man. Chapter 64 Chu Deshang's Beast Pet. Hui made a fierce lunge and finally resolved the mentally exhausted fox counselor. In the case where spiritual power could not work, this counselor fox's strength was not enough to look at in front of Hui. Its frantic strike before dying struck Hui's body, and it only managed to slice through the latter's epidermis. Host consumes Red Fox King of Beasts. Rewarded with evolution points. 500. Last time when he killed the Panther General, Hui gained 600 evolution points. It seems that the first eat reward for a Beast King level powerhouse is at least 500 points. Counselor Fox, General Leopard. The moment he thought of these two names with such a strong correlation, Hui's mind was heavy. This likely indicated that the Beast Emperor behind these two Beast Kings was the same person. Would it be good for you to kill two of its men one after another? But right now, Hui didn't have the time to consider this carefully. After all, maintaining the skill of one chi transforming 3 tigers required too much of his stamina, and he was already starting to get a bit drained. If he didn't want to waste evolution points for recovery in a while, he had to go back and clean up the Lion King as soon as possible. A quarter of an hour later, Hui, who had already knocked down 2/3 of the lionesses of the mutated lion group, heavily stomped the Lion King on the ground and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to its neck. But right at this moment, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Chu Deshang not far away, and he couldn't help but stop with a movement in his heart. Because he suddenly remembered something. Chu Deshang's body had 2 top-level skills. Friend of all beasts top level. Inherently close to all beasts, not easy to clash with wild beasts. Loyalty will not decrease after taking in a beast pet. At first glance, this skill doesn't seem like much, and it doesn't even deserve its top-tier status. But if it was combined with that new skill that Chu Deshang had just awakened 2 days ago, it was a different story. Packed without oath top level. With a heart of sincerity, one can form a bond of friendship without abandoning one's friends. After being recognized by the beast, one person and one beast will complete the ceremony and become equal friends, with no contractual ties. After successfully befriending a beast pet with this method, you can improve your own realm and attributes, and have the probability to comprehend the skills that the beast pet knows. With a beast pet in the combined state, The attributes are 80% of the combined attributes of the two, and there is no additional consumption. Both skills, when separated, are of little use. But when the two appear in one person, it's nothing short of a divine skill. Hu Yi had heard Chu Qian say that there were quite a number of humans who had awakened the skill of defending beasts, and they were uniformly known as beastmasters. It was only that their beast pets were acquired by way of signing a contract. And the most common contract is the master-servant contract. In this mode, it is usually the human evangelist who first breaks the will of the beast by force, and then the imperial beast master forcibly signs a contract with it. The biggest benefit of the master-servant contract is that the human evangelist, as the completely dominant party, can kill or be killed by his own beast pet, and there is no need to worry about issues such as loyalty. But accordingly, due to the fact that many beasts hold the mentality of "I'd rather be broken for the jade than for the tile," the success rate of this kind of contract is not high, and there is a certain possibility of backlash. Even if they succeeded in accepting them as beast pets, deep down, they often had an extremely strong resistance. When performing the Sentinel's main tool, man-beast unification, the Sentinel will often, as a result, not be able to borrow enough power. Not only that, due to the beast pet's lack of cooperation or even dragging its feet during the merge, the Imperial Beastmaster had to expend even more mental energy in order to maintain the merge. There was also a type of contract that was an equal contract. It was just that the Imperial Beastmasters who had this type of contract were relatively rare. This type of signing will make the Fae less resistant and will not backfire. But that didn't mean that the success rate of the contract would become higher after all. The number of Fae that were afraid of death was about the same as the number of Fae that were afraid of losing their freedom. And under an equal contract, the Imperial Beastmaster can often borrow more power from the beast pet. What Chu Qian knew, the highest percentage of bonus after merging was around 40% of the combined power of the two. There is a give and take, and a beast pet under an equal contract has a high degree of freedom. They have the right to choose not to fight and not to merge. They can even rebel against the Imperial Beastmaster after paying some price. It could be said that the uncertainty was particularly high for beast pets under this type of contract. This is to say nothing of the Oathless Covenant that is not even remotely contractually binding. However, the appearance of the Friends of All Beasts perfectly solved the greatest hidden danger of the Oathless Covenant. And the Oathless Pact itself, in turn, takes all the problems out of contracting Imperial Beasts. Isn't this a divine skill? Now was the time to see whether Chu Deshang was willing to accept this Lion King, and whether this Lion King was willing to follow Chu Deshang. After Hu Yi told Chu Deshang his idea, Chu Deshang readily agreed. Although he didn't contribute much throughout the battle, it was all in a supporting role. He wants to grasp more power to protect his daughter and also guard his country in this coming chaotic world. Hey, don't play dead. I'm giving you a chance now. Would you like to think about it and follow this person from now on? The Lion King followed Hu Yi's gaze and was seeing Chu Deshang picking up his only child that was still in the cub stage and placing it in his arms and stroking it non-stop. That attentive look even made it, the father, feel a little ashamed of itself. Inexplicably, a voice appeared in the back of its mind. Seems like it would be good to follow him. What happened next was watertight, and the ceremony was soon completed by one man and one beast. Due to the Lion King's strength being too powerful, Chu Deshang had leapt from a level 1 evolutionary to a level 3 evolutionary under the backlash. And in order to take care of the Lion King's emotions, and also for the sake of improving his own strength, in the end, Chu Deshang took all the members of the lion group, all of them under his command, including the lion who almost became a eunuch. The bonuses that these Fae-ranked lions gave him were just as many. Right after Chu Deshang completed the ritual with the last lion, Hu Yi was surprised to find a change in his attributes. Name Chu Deshang. Race human level 3 evolutionary. Strength 480 full. Speed 480 full. Endurance 480 full. Defense 480 full. Spirit 4000. Talent Nature Guardian Divine. Special skills: Life Cage top, Friend of All Beasts top, Oathless Covenant top. Hu Yi had asked the system in terms of life levels. Level 1 to level 3 evolvers corresponded to the Alien Beast level 4 to level 6 evolvers corresponded to the Beast King level. In other words, the current Chu Deshang was equivalent to a top Fae level powerhouse. And coincidentally, the upper limit of the attribute values of a human level 3 evolutionary was the same as the gene lock of an ordinary adult male tiger. But what puzzled Hu Yi was that since the system had already shown that Chu Deshang's various attribute values had already reached the peak, why couldn't he directly enter the next life level and become a level 4 evolutionary? Chapter 65 The Seal. Breaking through to the Beast King level requires the generation of a power core within the body, as do human evolvers. When Hu Yi pursued the question, the system was unwilling to answer, only saying that it was something that Hu Yi would know when he reached the peak of the Fey level. Unable to help the system's attitude, Hu Yi could only give up. As the dust of the battle settled, Hu Yi directly withdrew the 3 doppelgangers. Seeing the white tiger and the poor man transform into 2 streams of light that went straight into Hu Yi's body, the live broadcast room once again exploded. What did I say? Those 2 really aren't real tigers. Those scientists just now. Could you please explain this phenomenon to us? It's not fair. This tiger must have some vile means. Otherwise, how could a tiger beat a lion? Upstairs. Don't you dare send your location to my tiger? I just want to know, if this tiger clashes with humans, do we in Dacia have the means to fend it off? That's right, from the course of the fight it just had with that Lion King, this tiger was able to smash a small tree with a single paw in the air, which is enough to prove how strong it is. But when it hit that lion, it couldn't cause substantial damage to that lion, enough to prove how strong the defense of a lion after mutation is. Yeah, by my estimation, a regular bullet should have a hard time penetrating their skin. Be assertive and remove the should. How the live broadcast room was noisy, Hu Yi did not know. But looking at the soaring popularity value, he was very happy. He wasn't worried about exposing the matter of one chi transforming 3 tigers. This was one time and another time now. With the increasing revival of the aura, people's exposure to all kinds of supernatural events has gradually increased, and so has their mental capacity. Summoning 3 tiger doppelgangers wasn't a big deal at the moment. Anyway, it wasn't like people could see the difference between these levels of Great Tao, Divine, and Low, and they simply didn't know how perverse the skill they were casting was. However, for the talent Mouth of the Abyss, Hu Yi chose to hide it. When he cast Mouth of the Abyss today, he intentionally turned his back on the camera and didn't show it to the public. Including when it had been used against General Panther before, no one had seen it due to the angle. Hu Yi intentionally used the Mouth of the Abyss as his killer weapon to defend himself against unexpected enemies. Just then, Chu Qian received a call from Li Changqian. Qian, this mission was accomplished very well. Everyone worked hard. I've registered a new live account for Fei Xiong called Northeast Tiger King. In a moment you will log in to this account to broadcast live, so that it's easy for our people to supervise. When you're not doing anything, watch the live streams more often, see what people say and do when they're live streaming, and increase Flying Bear's popularity as much as you can. Also, one more thing. Now, just 5 kilometers away from you, a gang of robbers, taking advantage of the near silence in Spring Long today, robbed a bank and stole tens of millions of dollars in cash. I want you to take Flying Bear and deal with this. Chu Qian asked in a confused manner. With all the police and military in the city, why did it take a flying bear? Li Changqian said with a mysterious smile. Just do what I tell you to do. Remember, these guys are robbers, but since the courts haven't convicted them yet, they're still just suspects. Be sure to remind the flying bears to never hurt anyone. By the way, Miss Yu. Chu Qian hung up the phone with a black line on her face and then told Hu Yi what happened. After Hu Yi heard this, he instantly understood Li Changqian's intentions. I see, and you tell him that he owes me for the endorsement, and I'll allow him to go ahead and do so. Endorsement fee? Hu Yi's words, Chu Qian similarly did not understand. Chu Qian feels that she must have a humidifier with her today, otherwise the mist on her head can't be so big. Li Changqian let Hu Yi do such an easy thing for the simple reason of creating momentum. The first benefit of building momentum is to tell the public that Hu Yi is on the side of the Dacia government. He's out to help with everything. It's a deterrent to criminals and evolved people who want to commit crimes, as well as to those abroad who have evil intentions. The second benefit is that it can better match the latest policy released by Dacia on how to respond to the aura recovery event. One of them is called the principle of differentiated acceptance, beasts against beasts, and military and beasts together. In other words, Dacia would not choose to wipe out all the foreign beasts like the vast majority of countries in the world, but rather to selectively pull in, protect, and accept them up. In the future, these foreign beasts that defected to Dacia could help the Dacia government defend against other foreign beasts, or cooperate with the Dacia army to act together. However, even if foreign beasts such as Hu Yi were willing to help Dacia, they were, after all, ferocious beasts, foreign beasts, and the people would surely have concerns in their hearts, worrying that their wildness would be hard to tame. Therefore, Li Changqian needs Hu Yi to achieve an exemplary role. As long as Hu Yi didn't go overboard in this matter and didn't attack human targets, then the people would definitely drop some of their guard and be willing to accept the existence of a foreign beast like Hu Yi. However, when Li Changqian did this, he was obviously in a bit of a hurry. This proved that the speed of mutation around the world was much faster than Hu Yi had envisioned. That's why improving his strength was the most important thing for Hu Yi right now. In the Changbai Mountains, in the water of the heavenly pond, ripples suddenly appeared. Immediately after that, a whirlpool rose up without wind, straight up dozens of meters, appalling. At the center of the whirlpool, two antlers broke the surface of the water, as if they were about to break out of the water. The eagle messenger watched this scene with a grave gaze, secretly encouraging and cheering for the beast emperor lord in his heart. But soon, with the four directions of the heavenly pond and those four familiar figures appearing, its wish was dashed again. Tianqi is in the east position, haha. Tianqi is in the west position, Kuanping. Tianqi is in the south position, Phoenix. Tianqi is in the north position, Kirin. The first two were flood beasts that fed on dragons in ancient times. The latter two were powerful enemies that were ranked alongside the dragon clan in the ancient times and had a long-standing grudge. The owner of that bull's horn was instantly pressed back into the water by the formation formed by these four shadows, and even the water surface was instantly calmed down. Assholes! Why do these four bastard silhouettes still have such a strong power? An angry roar instantly echoed throughout the entire heavenly pool. The eagle messenger spoke out in comfort. Lord Beast Emperor, it's okay, we'll take our time. According to the current rate of aura recovery, there are still a few months left before the elf prime minister Marshal Tiger and I will be able to advance to the Beast Emperor realm. Although Counselor Fox, Elder Huang, and Captain Lu were still far behind in the realm, they had been out searching for a powerful Beast King for some time. I think it won't be long before they bring Beast Kings no less than our 3 beasts to serve you. At that time, the 4 of us Beast Emperors will make a simultaneous move to hold back the Void Shadow, ensuring that you will smoothly break through the seal. After a breathtaking silence, the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor slowly said, Counselor Fox, Captain Ryu, both dead. Chapter 66. Chen Ziming returning to China. What? The eagle messenger revealed a look of incredulity as he pursued. Both of them, killed by the same assassin? The Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor denied it. No, according to the last feedback from the intention I attached to their souls, they weren't killed by a single person. But the murderer of Counselor Fox is likely to be the one who killed General Leopard, because both of them encountered the power of the abyss before they died. The eagle messenger was silent for a while and spoke. Why don't I go myself and hunt down this murderer? Why bother? The voice of the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor suddenly became calm and softened. Wouldn't such a talent be just right for a 4th general under me? On the coastline of Daxia, the fisherman Lao Huang took advantage of the night, dragged his fishing nets, brought food, and boarded his fishing boat. Due to the serious illness of his young daughter, he had to make a time difference and go out a few hours earlier than others to try to catch more fish. Just after he had cast the first net down, there was a sudden sound of an engine in the distance. Old Yellow couldn't help but stare. Around here, there's no one who gets up as early as they do because they're out at sea. On the opposite side of the fishing boat, a Yaiman rebel asked Chen Ziming on the deck for instructions. Brigadier, there's a fishing boat over there. Just take him out. Chen Ziming glanced at this person and said with a disdainful hum, Yeah, I'll give you 3 shots to take him out. Upon hearing this, the man said with an embarrassed look on his face, Brigadier, don't tease me. It's so far away, so dark, and so windy. Let alone 3 shots. I couldn't hit it with 30. Chen Ziming looked towards the hidden coastline, and a flash of thoughts flashed through his mind. Since you can't hit it, don't give me that crap. If you bring in the Daxia police, then don't blame me for throwing you into the sea to feed the fish. The rebel soldier nodded his head back and forth in horror, not daring to continue to say anything more as he turned around and tried to leave. Stop! The rebel soldier's footsteps lurched as he looked at Chen Ziming in confusion and fear, not knowing what the other party was calling out to him for. Make an appointment with your men. First, talk less when you enter Daxia. Although you all know the Xia language, your accents are too heavy and will be noticed by the people of Daxia. Secondly, you promised me that the people you brought this time were not tainted with poison. In addition to drugs, there are women and gambling, none of which are to be touched during the Daxia. When we get back, I'll have a big reward. Third, don't call me Brigadier. I didn't agree to take the position Ben Hussey offered me. Just call me by my code name, Walker. Walker was the code name Chen Ziming had given himself. He vowed that one day he would fight and kill Hu Yi like the Walker Wusung, so that his brother could be restored to normal. Tell the one who can manipulate the current to use his powers at full power and will disembark quickly. Yes. A few minutes later, under Chen Ziming's boat, a sudden dark surge flowed, pushing the boat toward the shore. Seeing this mechanical ship move so fast, old Huang was envious. But he didn't have time for much envy, and he didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his face before he got to work on the next net. After the boat docked, Chen Ziming quickly disembarked with 15 Yiman rebels and quietly disappeared into the night. 3 days later, after making sure that he and the others had not been discovered by the police and troops of Daxia, Chen Ziming bought a dilapidated bus, took a group of people and set off on the road to his old home. I've been away from home for a long time and I don't know how my disabled brother is doing. On the way, he opened a live chat room called Northeast Tiger King Tiger 1. According to the intelligence, the protagonist of this live broadcast, Tiger 1 was probably the flying bear he was looking for. After opening the live stream up, the first thing that came into Chen Ziming's eyes was a huge tiger that was so large that it was comparable to a small car. Chen Ziming took a closer look at the tiger's forehead, and his heart was slightly settled. That's right, it's a flying bear. Back then, Hu Yi's forehead was slashed by Wang Xiaoju, leaving a vertical scar. Hu Yi purposely instructed the system not to restore this scar every time he recovered. It was his wake-up call not to be forgotten. And Chen Ziming, because of this scar, firmly remembered Hu Yi. The reason why Hu Yi changed his name was because the name Fei Xiong clashed with the name of his Fei Xiong alter ego. Under Hu Yi's strong request, Chu Qian and the others changed their name from Flying Bear to Tiger One. As for the reason, naturally, to be the only one among tigers, the first among tigers. And name homophones. It's the only thing his grandmother left him to think about. At this time in the live broadcast room, Hu Yi was eating barbecued meat with a big mouthful, looking so cozy. Tiger One's appetite is too good, right? A whole roasted whole sheep, all eaten? It looks like Tiger One didn't get enough to eat. Come on people. Roast the downstairs and stuff it for Big Brother Tiger One. Seeking a tiger together with a model of barbecue? Rub. The old man 230 pounds. Are you sure I just enough to stuff my teeth? The live chat was getting high when the screen suddenly shifted and a beautiful woman appeared on the live screen. Welcome to the new family members in the live broadcast. Hello, I am our Northeast Tiger King. Tiger One's little assistant Shu Shu. Those who have not clicked on the attention, everyone click on the attention. Seeing this beautiful anchorwoman appear, the picture style of the live broadcast room instantly changed. Wow, isn't this Mao Fanshu the first place winner of the CTV host contest? So pretty. Just kidding, my wife was not only the first place winner of the host contest, but also the first place winner of Miss World China last year. Okay? Upstairs I ask, is your wife married? Shu Shu. Where did Qian Qian go ah? It feels like I haven't seen much of her in the past few days. That's right. It feels like my Qian Qian wife, and Shu Shu that's a tie. One day I got drunk and cried, I want to marry Mu Fanshu. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached over and grabbed my ear and said to me, what? Marrying me Chu Qian Qian in this life has wronged you? The user Jiangling Gongzi, because of the release of inappropriate comments, was live administrator De Tang Prince named Chengqian, kicked out of the live room. The user, the love of my life Chu Qian Qian, because of the release of inappropriate comments, was live administrator Prince of Detang named Chengqian, kicked out of the live room. Detang Prince named Chengqian. This live room prohibits molestation of anchors. Miles away, Li Chengqian took his cell phone and kicked out all the people who coveted his fiancée. Marred. This group of people think that because I'm purely affectionate, they think that I have no temper, it's too bullying, isn't it? Just then, a soft voice came from a tent not far from him. Qian, can you help people pull up the zipper of their shoes? It's inconvenient for me to have dirty hands. Li Chengqian sniffed a bouncing high and rushed over. Lily, you're out of line. Come on. Qian, come and help you. Aya Qian, what are you doing? I'm not helping you wash your hands. So when they're clean, you can pull the zipper. Seeing the questions from the water friends in the live broadcast, Mao Fanshu revealed a professional smile and said, Qian Qian has gone to prepare her things. Tomorrow Tiger One is going to take her, along with its younger siblings, into the little Xing'an Mountains to train together. Hearing her words, Chun Ziming's eyes showed a cold light, and he immediately said to the Yiman rebels who were driving, "Reroute to Little Hingon Ridge first." Chapter 67. The Personnel of the Experience. Early in the morning of the second day, Hui looked at the 30 or so people lined up in front of him and his face twitched. Li Chengqian, who had rushed here overnight, saw that Hui's face was not good, and hurriedly made a wink to Chu Tianqian, who was on the side. The latter had the same look of reluctance. But when she saw Mao Fanshu on the side, with a pleading face, she still said stiffly, "Tiger One, why don't you just take them with you?" Hui looked at her incredulously and scanned the crowd and said, "Qian Qian, what are you thinking? Do you think it's possible? Look at how many people are here. Do you really take me as the wrongdoer to improve your strength?" At first, after hearing that Chu Deshang had become a level 3 evolutionary, Li Chengqian incredulously asked Chu Deshang about the reason. Chu Deshang actually didn't really understand what was going on. It was as if he was as clueless as when he was recovering from his injuries and awakened his supernormal abilities in a haphazard manner. He only spoke to Li Chengqian. "Tiger One told me to recruit that Lion King as a beast pet. I obeyed and did as I was told, and then I inexplicably became a level 3 evolutionary." Hearing Chu Deshang's explanation, Li Chengqian was shocked and delighted, and at the first opportunity, he reported to Manhwa, the Minister of National Security, to report. Upon hearing this news, Manhwa immediately took it seriously. After all, according to the intelligence in the whole world, the current top combat power of human beings was only a level 3 evolver, and there were no more than 100 of them. Even the former 4 masters of the Grand Xia had not broken through this realm at the moment. This was the same as Tiger One's words helping De Xia to have one more expert of the top 100 in the world. If Tiger One could really help human evolvers break through the realm, then wouldn't the first level for evolver among humans be coming out of Daxia? Taking a step back, even if Tiger One couldn't help a few of their level 3 evolvers break through to level 4, it wouldn't matter. Even if Hui allowed a few more level 1 and level 2 evolvers to break through to level 3, that would be a great help to Daxia. In order to get Hui's help, so this time, Manhwa directly came here in person. When Chu Tianqian heard Hui's words, she turned back her head slightly embarrassed. A young man sitting on a wheelchair and wearing glasses seemed to have seen Chu Tianqian's embarrassment and opened his mouth to relieve himself. "Since Tiger One doesn't want to take us into the forest, forget it, don't make him angry. The boy can follow." Before the young man could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hui. The crowd looked at the young man in amazement, and the young man himself looked incredulous. He didn't know that Hui was willing to bring him along because he saw his attribute panel. Name: Chun Ziang. Race: human level 3 evolutionary. Strength: 201. Speed: 158. Endurance: 456. Spirit: 8,000. Talent: precision calculation divine. Special skills: divine prejudgment subdivine, origin analysis top, numinous transformation top. Another god-level gifted person. However, what Hui valued wasn't his god-level talent or his subdivine level skills, but that top-level skill called origin analysis. Igen analysis top. Through the phenomenon, you can, to a certain extent, discover the essence of things and make relatively correct judgments. Hui can help Chu Tianqian and others to improve their data and skills in terms of hard power. However, aspects such as fighting habits and skill matching were obviously still more specialized for this person named Chun Ziang. With him around, his teaching process will be much easier. Seeing that Chun Ziang was selected into the team because he was looking out for Hui, Li Chengqian's eyes rolled and he hurriedly stepped forward and said righteously, "That's right. There are too many of us. My tiger boss has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Go aside, you." Without waiting for Li Chengqian's ass-kissing to finish, Hui directly stretched out his claws and smacked the whip away. The crowd snickered at the sight. I didn't expect that the 4 masters of the Grand Xia would also have such a time of defeat. However, from this, the crowd also understood in their hearts that Hui's picking of people to follow had a special judgment standard and was not picked based on strength. This means that each of them may have a chance to join in. After naming Chun Ziang, Hui approached the circle again and scrutinized them one by one. Maybe we'll pick up another treasure? Unfortunately, the remaining few, although all of them also had good talents, with the lowest having advanced talents, none of them were of much help to him. How about this? Chu Deshang doesn't need to follow me for the time being. Your strength has already reached the peak of your current realm. Just go back and digest it. Hearing Hui's words, Chu Deshang nodded. He also really needed some time to sense all the skills he had in his entire body. Outside the words to insert a sentence on the name with Chu Dashang, Hu Yi is actually very entangled. Whether it is due to Hu Yi's friendship with Chu Qian, or due to Chu Daishang's actual age, he should call out, uncle. But he was a tiger now, after all, and the two crossed races. It would be inappropriate to refer to each other in such terms again. After all, no one would go to the zoo and see an old tiger and keep calling him Grandpa Tiger. Right? Qian, you and Chun Ziang just follow me. The others should disperse. Chu Qian relayed Hu Yi's words to the crowd, who could not help but leave with disappointed faces. Seeing this, Feng Hua had the intention of trying to persuade him for a moment or two, but in the end he gave up. In case Hu Yi was angered, it would not be willing to take the people of Daxia to upgrade, and that would be considered good. It would be a real loss if both sides became enemies. But among the crowd, there was a man and a woman who were not dead. Only to see Mao Fanshu running to Chu Qian's side and pulling her hand again. He came to Hu Yi and said hurriedly, Tiger One, just take me with you. With me here, I can give you a live broadcast every day. Since Chu Qian is really bad with words, Li Chengqian specially arranged for Mao Fanshu to come over and become Hu Yi's exclusive anchor. In the past 2 days, she had worked diligently and had indeed contributed a lot to Hu Yi's popularity value of nearly 100,000 today. Seeing Hu Yi hesitate, Mao Fanshu secretly patted the back of Chu Qian's hand. Sensing her new best friend's intention of asking for help, Chu Qian hurriedly opened her mouth to help. Yes, Tiger One. Let Shu come. You like live broadcasting the most? It's easier with her. Seeing Chu Qian snapped, Hu Yi sighed and said, well then, add to the end. Chapter 68, The First Battle of Xiaoxinganling. In the end, Hu Yi chose to bring both Mao Fanshu and Yi Wang with him. He really needed Mao Fanshu's help. After all, this girl was beautiful, generous, and articulate, and she was a CTV TV host, definitely the best among female anchors. With her around, one doesn't have to worry too much about popularity value. Besides, she wasn't exactly a hand-to-mouth woman herself. Name Mao Fanshu. Race human first-level evolver. Strength 145. Speed 178. Endurance 137. Defense 120. Spirit 300. Talent, magic and martial arts sub-divine. Special skills. Cracking drill top, soul-shocking fist advanced, floating chop advanced. With her strength, she was strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 among the line of people arriving today. As for easy watch, it wasn't that Hu Yi was moved by his flowery words. Rather, he was genuinely curious if Yi Wang had the potential to go farther. After all, judging from the big battle a few days ago, Yi Wang even hid at the back and chickened out of the battle, completely powerless to fight, letting him more or less have some disappointment. After walking for a long time, the group encountered 2 mutated boars. Hu Yi saw from the system panel that the data of these 2 boars were not strong and should have only just mutated. So he said to Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Elder Sister, who were at the side, you two haven't fought a creature other than a brother since you were born, and today is your first battle. Tiger Third Sister gave a solemn nod to Hu Yi and charged up at one of the boars. Tiger Old Four grinded and didn't want to move, but unexpectedly the tiger feather next to him was not accustomed to its problems, and smacked his tail on its buttocks. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his buttocks, Tiger Lao Si then reluctantly grunted and trotted over to the other boar. Although it was more willing to listen to Hu Yi, but having been beaten by Tiger Feather since it was a child, it was really too afraid of Tiger Feather. In the face of Hu Yi's orders, it still dared to curry favor and play tricks. But when faced with Tiger Feather, it would have no choice but to be obedient. By virtue of the racial advantage, the upper limit of the gene lock was different. Even if these 2 boars had mutated in terms of attributes, they wouldn't be able to suppress Tiger Third Sister and Tiger Elder Sister too strongly. Tiger Third Sister instinctively unleashed the tiger seed form of the leopard genus form at the very first moment when she was facing the enemy. Strength plus 20%, stamina plus 5%. With the skill bonus, its attributes improved a bit, but in front of the boar, it was still a bit inadequate. Fronted hard for 2 rounds and even took a small loss. Fortunately, it was exceptionally intelligent. Seizing this characteristic of the boar that it would only sprint in a straight line, it decisively switched its tiger species form to a leopard species form, greatly increasing its speed. Subsequently, it relied on its superior level of agility to keep jumping and dodging the boar's attacks, slowly depleting its opponent's stamina. In contrast, Tiger Lao Si, on the other side, was in a much more sorry state. When the boar rushed towards it, it didn't dodge like the tiger sisters, but scrambled away towards its back. He didn't have any special skills, and his talent get up out of bed hadn't been stimulated, so he really couldn't do anything with the boar in front of him. For a while, Tiger Lao Si was chased up and down, very humiliating. Seeing this, Tiger Feather angrily wanted to go forward to kill this wild boar and ruthlessly educate Tiger Old Four who had disgraced Tiger's face. But he was stopped by Hu E. Glancing at the few people beside him, Hu E said to Chu Chen Chen, "Chen Chen, go help Tiger Rong Tiger Third Sister and quickly kill your opponent. Shu Shu, you go help Tiger Tun Tiger Lao Si." Just then, Chun Xiang suddenly spoke up and suggested, "Tiger One, would it be possible for Mao Fanshu to try riding Tiger Dun against the enemy?" Hui was stunned, but agreed. As long as he agreed, then Tiger Dun, who had always looked up to him, would not refuse even if he was no longer willing. Afterward, Hui looked at Chun Xiang, who was sitting in the wheelchair, and faintly asked, "What do you think?" Chun Xiang knew what Hui was asking and said with a bashful smile, "On the face of it, it's extremely unreasonable for you to arrange it that way. Tiger Rong is intelligent and unafraid to fight, the lack of a lethal attack. It is logical that it should work best with Mao Fanshu. Tiger Dun's endurance looks pretty good. It's just that his speed is a bit slower, so if he can work with Chu Chen Chen's ice exotic ability to slow down his opponent, he has every chance of dragging him down." Hu E non-committally continued to pursue the question. "To hear you tell it, I was wrong." "No, on the contrary, you're the one who's right," Chun Xiang said with a straight face. Hui looked at him with a smirk, seemingly waiting for the other party's explanation. Chun Xiang cleared his throat, looked in the direction of Chu Qianli and Tiger Rong, and opened his mouth. "This time, when we enter the forest, we are practicing, not fighting to the death, and everything is based on exercising our abilities." From Chu Qian and Mao Fanshu's previous battle videos, the duo's flaws were too obvious. Chu Qian relied too much on the control effect of her ice ability, always cooperating with her teammates, slowing down and freezing her opponents. Nothing more. "I guess you want to exercise her and comprehend the stern meaning of cold ice, so that she will no longer just serve as a supporting type of role." After saying that, he looked to the other side, Mao Fanshu's battle group with Tiger Dun, and continued, "As for Mao Fanshu, although she looks sensible and gentle on the outside, judging from her past battle videos, this person is very unique. Every battle she fought, every kill, was never done independently, without any help from anyone. But on the contrary, her supernormal ability between every move was extremely consuming physical and mental energy, and she was not good at prolonged battles. So she must learn to draw on the strength of others and minimize her own activities, thus reducing some of the pointless exertion. There is no better solution to this problem than mounted warfare. Huduin's nature is lazy and not a tiger that fights well, but it has excellent stamina and is a divine tiger that is naturally good at carrying others. When the two of them work together, that's definitely 1 + 1 / 2. Hui stared at Chun Xiang for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly asked, "You're one of the 4 masters of Daxia, aren't you?" Chun Xiang nodded, but then shook his head immediately afterward. "It's true that I was once one of the 4 great masters of the Grand Xia, but I don't have that title anymore. I know, now that there are more of you, you've changed your name to the Great Summer 10. But aren't the 4 of you still the 4 strongest among the 10 extremities?" Hui said tentatively. Chun Xiang did not answer this question head-on, but said with a smile, Where, isn't the Chu Deshang you trained much better than me?" Although he did not receive an exact answer, this cover-up by Chun Xiang did allow Hui to determine what he had in mind. As expected, there was definitely a top powerhouse not second to the level of the 4 Great Xia Masters hidden in the Great Xia. Not bad for Daxia. Afterward, Hui once again looked at Chun Xiang and asked, "With your talent, you should be able to calculate your own growth path, right? Why do you still want to follow me?" Chun Xiang didn't hide it and said bluntly, "To heal these legs of mine, these legs that have been chewed off since I was a child." Hui nodded. He had guessed this from the first moment he saw him in the wheelchair. The system analysis showed that this was an old injury, and with the fact that he had now become a level 3 evolutionary, his life level was much higher than that of an ordinary person. Repairing the injuries to heal his legs would require about 18,000 popularity points. One must know that back then, when Hui healed the leg of Wu Zhe of the Golden Tiger Regiment, he had only spent 400 evolution points. "If the results of this training will satisfy me, I will promise you." When Chan Xiang heard this, He did not show the slightest hint of ecstasy, but only smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm determined to make it worth your while. In the next few days, Chen Xiang became the assistant coach of the team, responsible for checking the gaps for Hu Yi, the head coach, and developing a more suitable exercise program for each player and tiger in the team. The crowd's practical ability has grown tremendously in this time. Meanwhile, a storm that is about to take place in the Hingon Ridge is quietly rising. Chapter 69, Martial Tiger. Northeast Tiger and Leopard Forest Park, Far East. Tiger Vanguard slapped his palm on the body of the Bear Queen across the room, but was unable to inflict the slightest injury on it. But again, with her nimble stance, the Bear Queen's wide paws and sharp teeth could not bite the Tiger Vanguard. On the other side, Tiger Marshal, the king of the tiger herd, and Bear King, the lord of the bear herd, faced the same awkward situation. On the contrary, it was the Fey-class tigers and brown bears on the other side that fought. Basically, every minute that passed, a Fey-class tiger or bear would fall to the ground with serious injuries. After the Tiger Marshal spat out a pillar of fire and managed to force the Bear King away, he hastily took the time to observe the battle situation around him. Seeing all the brown bears, all of them were deadlocked by the tigers on its side, it was secretly happy in its heart. Here's your chance. It was only after it darted to avoid the stone pillars that suddenly flew up underneath it. It snapped out a special roar. In the distance, after hearing the Tiger Marshal's roar, a voice that echoed it instantly spread from far and near. Immediately afterward, the branches of the trees in the forest shook, and it was obvious that there were a large number of unknown creatures that were flying close to the battle group. The Bear King instantly calmed down, knowing that the tigers must have gotten help, and hurriedly instructed his wife and clansmen to retreat backward. Seeing that the plan had been finalized, the Tiger Vanguard immediately stopped holding back and lunged at the Bear Queen's back. Seeing this, the tigers also changed their previous battle strategy and began to take the initiative to fight hard with their opponents, not allowing them to get away. Seek death. Seeing this, the Bear King was in a great hurry and hastily activated his supernatural ability, causing a yellow light to linger around his body. Afterwards, it leapt, nearly 10 meters off the ground, like a meteorite, and then ruthlessly smashed into the Tiger Marshal. Every time Tiger Marshal encountered this move of the Bear King, he relied on his speed to actively dodge and avoid pointless physical exertion. But this time, it can't do that. The Bear King wasn't stupid. It knew that it couldn't hit itself. So why did it still use this extremely consuming move to expend its stamina in vain? Obviously, it was designed to force itself back and then join the fray on the frontal battlefield. A Beast King-level brown bear that entered a Fey-level battle group was no different than a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Only a hot, fiery light emerged around the Tiger Marshal, quickly condensing a flaming silhouette identical to his own. The flaming giant tiger rushed up into the sky, heading straight for the giant bear meteorite. Boom! A loud sound resounded through the sky, and the violent collision caused the entire space nearby to cause a stirring. The trees next to him were instantly cut off by the force of this agitation and hung helplessly towards the ground. The surrounding slightly closer Fey-grade tiger bears were also like falling leaves, being shaken out by this huge force and spitting blood after landing. If it wasn't for the fact that after unlocking the gene lock, the defense of these large beasts had increased by a lot,